An elderly man declared, "I have cultivated for over 3,000 years, my power unfathomable. How dare you, young ones, act so audaciously?" Lin Fan replied, "I beg your pardon, but I must tread carefully for 100 billion years." In a tranquil bamboo grove, a youth of striking appearance sat cross-legged, exhaling a cloud of stale air. "Although my strength has undergone a qualitative leap, it is still insufficient," he sighed. Gazing upwards at a 45-degree angle, he embodied the melancholic air of a master. "Lin Fan, it is your turn to guard the mountain gate today." A voice shattered the silence. "Lin Fan, does someone like me, a secluded sage, truly need to engage in such tasks? I just stood guard a few days ago. Leave me be," he retorted loudly. As the echoes of his voice faded, he couldn't help but exhale once more. "This system it has been loading for a month," he muttered inwardly. He had traversed to this world for a month, and aside from his handsome visage, his cultivation talent was utterly abysmal. While others could establish a foundation in 100 years or refine their chi in just a year or two, he, despite being somewhat exceptional, had merely reached the first stage of chi refinement after over a decade. An unmistakable sadness washed over him with a mere thought. A progress bar appeared before his eyes, showing 99%. Yet, his heart remained untroubled. Ever experienced the roller coaster of emotions? The progress bar had soared to 99% in an instant, only to stagnate there for an entire month. Could there be some secret method or command? Whatever it is, a mere acknowledgement would suffice. "If you continue to malfunction, believe me, I shall uninstall you," Lin Fan mused apathetically. Ding. System uninstalling. Lin Fan. System uninstallation successful. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Was this system for real? At least there had been a glimmer of hope before now. What awaited him was a mundane and likely short-lived existence. A fragrant exhalation. System uninstallation reward. 100 billion years of cultivation. Wishing the host a smooth journey ahead. The system's final words lingered in the air. "Lin Fan, you have vanished. What use is that 100 billion years of cultivation to me? What is there? 100 trillion years. Such a duration surely. Even a cultivation waste would have ascended to immortality by now." A torrent of immense energy surged within him. He could distinctly sense that with a single punch, he could effortlessly shatter a mountain peak. This sensation of becoming an immortal while seated, albeit tinged with slight guilt and confusion, filled his heart with exhilaration. However, once the surge of spiritual energy subsided, he found himself still marked by that solitary strand of errant spiritual energy, the hallmark of first-stage chi refinement. The second stage would require two strands merely more condensed than the first. Lin Fan. What is this? He could visibly perceive the growth of his strength. Yet why did his realm remain unchanged? At this moment, fragrant exhalations held no value. He resolved to calm his mind and investigate further. It turned out that the 100 billion years of cultivation indeed resided within him, could utilize it, yet it could not integrate into his being. In other words, he was akin to a monster who had cultivated for 100 billion years, presenting himself as a minor practitioner of chi refinement, entirely undetectable by others. After some contemplation, he deemed it acceptable after all. Exercising caution in one's endeavors is never misplaced. Thus, possessing mere cultivation was insufficient now that he wielded formidable power. He needed to contemplate the sect's techniques. He recalled how, upon his arrival in this world, he had gazed longingly at those cultivators wielding talismans. The art of manipulating objects from afar was simply magnificent. Moreover, once perfected, the ability to condense talismans in the blink of an eye, to traverse mountains and seas at will, to confront legions with devastating force. Even the mightiest beings of the ascendant realm would keep their distance. Most importantly, once a talisman was successfully crafted, even those with lower cultivation could unleash astonishing combat prowess. Thus, he set a modest goal: to become the most powerful talisman practitioner across the continent. If 100 trillion years of cultivation were combined with techniques, it would be akin to stepping upon his beloved talismans. No one would be able to catch up to him. With determination, he made his way to the sect's scripture repository. Upon arrival, however, he discovered that, as an outer disciple, his access to techniques was severely limited. Moreover, most of the texts here were of little value, either utterly useless or incomplete, with training methods that defied logic. Lin Fan sifted through the collection, ultimately selecting a tome on talisman manipulation and a compendium of talismans, which only included first and second-tier talismans. The higher-tier talismans not only posed a significant challenge to cultivate, but also demanded an exceptionally high level of mental acuity, with the original diagrams being exceedingly costly. Chapter 2 Familiar tune little junior brother? A shrill cry enveloped Lin Fan like a haunting nightmare. Sure enough, a graceful woman clad in red was approaching him. No, she was running towards him. This was the senior sister Zhou Inger from the western Phoenix Peak of Qingyun sect, who, for reasons unbeknownst to him, had taken a fancy to him. I am so happy to see you, she exclaimed shyly upon reaching Lin Fan. The passers-by looked on in bemusement, wondering who this tempestuous senior sister was trying to impress. Then let me see just how happy you truly are, Lin Fan replied coolly. I am very happy indeed. Zhou Inger contemplated before responding. Then you can be happy for a moment while I take my leave. Lin Fan continued. He was in a hurry to cultivate. How could he afford to squander his days so frivolously? Shouldn't one strive to elevate their cultivation? Isn't that right, with my 100 billion years of cultivation? Absolutely not. No matter what, since we've crossed paths today, you must take me out for some fun, Zhou Inger insisted, pouting. Onlookers lingered, captivated. After all, the senior sister's newfound femininity lent her a charm that was hard to overlook. The back mountain has mud. Go play there, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. As the saying goes, beauty often brings misfortune. If he could avoid it, he would. I refuse. Zhou Inger shook her head defiantly. Look, an airplane, Lin Fan exclaimed. Huh? Zhou Inger was utterly perplexed, merely following his gaze, and then Lin Fan ran away. Run as fast as you like, but you cannot escape forever, she licked her lips and declared, striding directly towards the library. As a core disciple, she had access to nearly all the resources available here. Meanwhile, Lin Fan managed to escape back to his humble bamboo hut, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he needed to learn how to conjure talismans quickly. Otherwise, he would find himself in an unbearable predicament. It was simply that there were too many people who fancied him, and he felt that escape was futile. Sitting cross-legged in front of his bamboo hut, 2 books danced before his eyes. He focused on the essence of crafting his life talisman seal, which was divided into 10 seals corresponding to the 10 levels of talismans, then using the life talisman seal to fathom the profound intricacies of talismans. Each stroke was exceptionally clear to Lin Fan, and with a cultivation of 100 trillion years combined with his mental prowess, there was no concept he could not grasp. He did not delve into the methods of drawing talismans, but instead concentrated on mastering the condensation method of the life talisman seal. Half a month passed, and a luminous, translucent talisman appeared on his forehead. Shortly thereafter, a second one manifested. He had become a second-level talisman master. The brevity of time was unprecedented and surely destined to remain unmatched. Yet, Lin Fan remained unsatisfied. The first level had taken him 3 days, but the second level had taken several times that. How long would it take for the next level? No, he must cultivate diligently. Over the following year, apart from taking turns guarding the gate and occasionally practicing talisman crafting, he did not show his face. Notably, the senior sister who often clung to him had not sought him out this entire year. Xiaofan, today is the Inter-sect disciple competition. You've been cultivating for so long. Are you not planning to participate? Someone called from outside the bamboo grove. Lin Fan recalled that he might just be the most dedicated outer-sect disciple in the history of Qingyun sect. Proudly, he replied, I will go. He decided to participate in this year's competition, not wanting to waste precious sleep time on gatekeeping. Rising from his seat, he took a deep breath, feeling the formidable energy of his first-stage qi cultivation enveloping him. After a year of arduous training, he had much to reflect upon. Condensing talismans beneath his feet, he soared into the air, heading straight for the Inter-sect competition arena. Did I just see a first-stage qi cultivator flying in the sky? A passerby wondered. At this moment, the competition was well underway, and the atmosphere in the arena was palpably tense. After all, it concerned their future, and nervousness was unavoidable. Lin Fan observed the scene and immediately sat up straight. Ready to take it seriously, little junior brother, Lin Fan. This familiar tune, and once again, he found himself unable to escape. I missed you so much over the past year. Did you miss me? Zhou Inger said, clinging to his side. Not at all, Lin Fan replied coolly. While Zhou Inger was undeniably beautiful and treated him kindly, his innate keen perception warned him to tread carefully around this entangled fate. I don't care. I missed you anyway, Zhou Inger pouted. Lin Fan. Chapter 3 Harmonious Cooperation. Are you participating in the Inter-sect competition? She inquired further. Is there any point in attending if I'm not competing? Just here to enjoy the breeze? Lin Fan scoffed. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, even Zhou Inger, who was wholly focused on him, momentarily faltered in confusion. Are you serious about being a first-stage qi cultivator? I am Wu Dang. The judge of this year's competition, I hereby announce the rules. The crowd below fell silent. Lin Fan gathered that this year's Inter-sect competition was divided into two parts. The first was a battle of endurance, with 1,808 platforms available for any contestant to step onto, and the last one standing, or those who eliminated 5 opponents, would advance. The second part, a new addition, involved real combat in the Doomsday Forest, where they would slay second-level beasts. Little junior brother, there are several foundation stage disciples from the outer sect. Perhaps we should reconsider, Zhou Inger advised. This type of competition was beyond what Lin Fan could withstand. Any random opponent could easily overpower him. It's fine. I trust 11T and counter them. Lin Fan shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry to take the stage. Zhou Inger pondered for a moment and chose not to press further. After several rounds of combat, many participants had already been eliminated, especially the elite disciples from the outer sect, leaving the judges nodding in approval. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, since the competition rules did not mandate defeating a specific number of opponents. He would let them perform their theatrics for now. Several hours passed. Is there anyone left to compete? The judge called out, surveying the remaining 108 participants on stage. Lin Fan suddenly stood up, casting a sweeping glance over the audience before leaping onto the weakest platform, where his opponent was clearly exhausted from previous battles. As the saying goes, a fool does not take advantage of a bargain. Ha! Even if I have a shred of spiritual energy left, you, a first-stage chi cultivator, are no match for me, the opponent sneered. Initially concerned, he felt nothing but humiliation upon realizing Lin Fan's cultivation level. Lin Fan remained silent. He neither dared to speak nor to inquire. The opponent struck first, launching an attack at him. Suddenly, a yellow talisman manifested before Lin Fan, deflecting the blow back. A first-stage chi cultivator wielding talismans? The elders on stage gasped in astonishment. Talismans were not unheard of, and they could indeed be formidable. But the prerequisites were undeniably high. Mastering them required exceptional comprehension and cultivation to support it. Typically, anyone entering the realm of talismans started at the foundation stage, that is, as a prospective Inter-sect disciple. How could this first-stage chi cultivator possibly be related to that? Was he hiding his true power? And this was merely the beginning. The repelled cultivator summoned a fiery explosion talisman, a first-level talisman with considerable lethality. The combination of defense and offense was nothing short of astounding. Gather all his background information, cultivation experiences, and everything we can find. An elder with an ethereal demeanor commanded. All the elders were taken aback. This prodigy had drawn their attention. Xianlao, do you believe this child has potential? An elder inquired. Potential is one thing. More importantly, he piqued my interest, Xianlao replied coolly before sweeping his sleeve and departing. Ultimately, Lin Fan furrowed his brow as he stood on the platform. Rather than being observed by the elders, he was keenly aware of the entire arena. No detail escaped his notice. For instance, after Xianlao left, one elder cast a faint hint of hostility towards him. Understanding was one thing. Exercising caution was another. Regardless, Lin Fan successfully advanced to the next round, standing atop the platform. Even if there were some criticisms, he remained unfazed. Does one not understand the principle of clean hands, no illness? If one can take shortcuts, why flaunt their skills unnecessarily? Shouldn't they be more cautious? Little junior brother, I didn't see this side of you. Teach me your talisman crafting skills. Zhou Inger rushed over as soon as he stepped off the stage. As the senior sister, she was well aware of the challenges of crafting talismans. A first-level talisman master could, given ample preparation, defeat a foundation stage cultivator. Want to learn? Lin Fan pondered. Of course. Zhou Inger nodded fervently. Study less and read more, snack less and sleep more. Then maybe you can catch up with me, Lin Fan advised earnestly before turning to make his exit. Chapter 4 The Burden of Existence. Little junior brother, what do you mean by that? She called after him. Lin Fan could only express that he did not understand her. For no matter how diligently she cultivated, she could never match his 100 billion years of experience. Now, he needed to prepare for the impending 15-day trial in the Doomsday Forest, where he would need to slay second-level beasts. He began to ponder whether he should prepare more. What if a divine beast emerged to ambush him? That would be a formidable opponent, akin to a being of ascension. Just a small scratch from such a creature would be painfully debilitating. However, as he was lost in thought, someone intruded upon his territory. Fellow cultivator, what brings you here? He inquired. My name is Li Jia. The one you defeated today was my younger brother. His loss was due to his lack of skill. But your opportunism will be repaid in the upcoming trial. Be cautious, Li Jia said coldly. He firmly believed that his younger brother should not have been bested by a mere first-stage Qi cultivator. It must have been a fierce battle on stage, and by sheer coincidence, he encountered a false first-level talisman master who had only a rudimentary understanding of talisman techniques, and was ultimately defeated. To claim that Lin Fan was already a first-level talisman master was something he could not possibly believe, not even if it cost him his life. Well then, do take care, Lin Fan replied with a nod. In that moment, an unexpected sense of mutual admiration seemed to blossom in the atmosphere. Li Jie was at a loss for words. He had come to provoke, at the very least, as a talisman master. Couldn't he utter a few harsh words? Make sure to rest well. The Doomsday Forest is quite perilous, Lin Fan continued. Li Jie momentarily failed to respond, instinctively uttering an no wait, why don't you scold me a bit? He quickly shook his head. He had come to seek retribution for his brother, and leaving like this felt rather strange. Cursing can disturb the mind. Brotherly, do exercise caution in the future, Lin Fan remarked languidly. Li Jie, he found himself unable to engage in normal conversation with Lin Fan, feeling an inexplicable aura of profundity emanating from him. Just be mindful, Li Jie exclaimed before hastily departing the scene. Lin Fan sighed in relief, finding it exhausting to maintain the faade of a world-weary sage. As long as he could avoid trouble, he would do his utmost to steer clear. After all, with 100 billion years of cultivation, what need was there for opportunities or conflicts? He would leave such matters to fate. He then sat down in front of the house, closing his eyes to feign slumber. The next morning, he arrived punctually at the assembly point, joining the crowd as they set off for the Doomsday Forest. Remember, you are already half a foot into the Inter-sect, but your safety is paramount. Should you encounter an irreversible danger, shatter the jade token in your hand, and your senior sister, senior brother, along with the third elder and fifth elder, will immediately come to your rescue, the sect leader announced at the forefront. Lin Fan yawned. It was reminiscent of his school days. When genuine danger looms, no matter how formidable others may be, they might not provide comprehensive protection. Yet, every little bit helps. Better to mitigate losses promptly. Junior brother, remember to call for me if you find yourself in peril. Just then, Lin Fan heard an exceedingly uncomfortable voice. Why is it her again? The unbearable weight of life. He concealed himself a bit more. Being too conspicuous was not necessarily a good thing. Ahem. The third elder coughed lightly, and Zhou Inger finally quieted down. Ultimately, they all set off to the Doomsday Forest aboard a giant Kuanping bird. The Kuanping bird is a commonly found mode of transport on the continent, not particularly aggressive, yet colossal in size, swift, and easy to tame. Before long, they arrived at the Doomsday Forest. It was fraught with peril, and no one could predict what they might encounter. It was a true trial ground. All disciples of the Qingyun sect were scattered across designated areas. If all went well, this area would mostly contain first and second level beasts. At most third and fourth level ones. If they couldn't handle it, there should still be chances to call for help. Two elders in the nascent soul stage could traverse 10 miles in the blink of an eye. This area was not beyond their reach. Fifth elder, who do you have your eye on? The third elder inquired, suspended in midair. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, they can easily traverse the skies. Those in the core formation stage can do so too. But not for long. Below that, they must rely on the art of object manipulation to take flight. Chapter 5. Life needs a sense of ritual, that talisman cultivator. The fifth elder pondered aloud. He always felt this child was a mystery. What kind of talent could enable one to enter the realm of talismans at the first level of Qi refinement? Not necessarily. After all, it's only the first level of Qi refinement. This isn't like the previous competition, where there was no time to prepare talismans. Without talismans, he could be in danger, the third elder countered. Listening to the third elder's words, the fifth elder truly found no points to refute. This was also a common issue among talisman cultivators. They required some time to prepare, unless they were exceptional prodigies who had developed a talisman heart. Of course, this had absolutely nothing to do with their disciple. It definitely did not. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, has that old fool from Qingyun's sect gone out this time? A masked individual inquired. Reporting to the sect leader, he has not, replied a kneeling figure before him. Ha ha ha, you little pups from Qingyun's sect. Just wait, the masked figure sneered. Outside the hall, dozens of blood-clad cultivators had gathered, all at the golden core stage. This force was undeniably formidable, yet all the members of Qingyun's sect remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At this moment, Lin Fan had landed in a secluded spot. Finding a suitable place to reside was the most pressing matter for the next 15 days of trial. After all, life needs a sense of ritual. Lin Fan navigated through the forest until he spotted a cave behind a waterfall. Not only was the environment splendid, but the spiritual energy was also remarkably abundant. A true paradise, with a swift movement. He entered the cave. Surely, there wouldn't be any dangers here, he thought to himself. Although he possessed 100 billion years of cultivation, what if he were ambushed? What if he failed to react in time? No, he must conduct a thorough inspection first. Thus, he began his makeshift search, reinforcing even the more loosely packed areas of the cave with his cultivation. Just in case of a collapse, however, the further he ventured inside, the more concentrated the spiritual energy in the air became. Logically speaking, cultivating here should yield exponential growth, right? But Lin Fan felt differently. He sensed that something was amiss. The air around him grew heavy, and he faintly perceived an undercurrent stirring. As he followed the rock wall deeper, suddenly, numerous yellow talismans materialized around him. They formed in an instant. Talisman masters are categorized into 10 levels, with each 2 levels represented by a color: yellow, blue, purple, red, and silver. At this moment, his true thoughts were that his life was paramount. It's the deepest part of the cave. There indeed lay a hidden treasure, a colossal egg placed at the center. It shimmered with radiance. Enveloped in mist, Lin Fan realized he had stumbled upon yet another fortuitous encounter. A second later, he turned to leave, and as he walked, he broke into a run. What use is a fortuitous encounter if that egg suddenly explodes or attracts some formidable beings from the heavens? That would be disastrous. However, after just a few steps, the stirring undercurrents in the air erupted violently, causing the ground to tremble. A wondrous object had emerged. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat as he released his cultivation, suppressing the anomaly. Then he continued to flee. Yet, as the saying goes, what is meant to come will not elude you. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine as he sensed something approaching rapidly. He hastily raised his hand to block it, and a powerful impact surged through him. In his grasp was a delicate and adorable little girl. "Daddy, I want a hug," she pouted. Lin Fan. He casually shrugged her off, saying, "I am not your father. I am merely an ordinary passerby." He was not concerned about her getting hurt. After all, the tremendous force just now had been generated by her. She was surely no ordinary child. "But you were the first person I saw. I don't care," the little girl insisted. As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes and began to cry, her tears flowing authentically. "Regardless, you and I have no connection. I am not your father, so you can keep this place. I shall take my leave," Lin Fan quickly declared before making a hasty retreat, unwilling to engage with the terrifying nature of causality. Especially with this mysterious little girl who had emerged from the egg. "Daddy," came her voice, calling after him. Though Lin Fan felt a twinge of guilt, he had to prioritize his own survival and continued to flee. He ran for what felt like an eternity before finally stopping. He then casually crushed a second-level red-scaled tiger that had attempted to ambush him. Tonight's dinner was secured. Chapter 6, The Retribution of Causality. Since he couldn't create a sense of ritual through his lodging, he might as well indulge in a meal with some semblance of ceremony. After kindling a fire by friction, he retrieved various seasonings from his storage ring, arranging them meticulously. While others might have emergency supplies for the wilderness, he had a plethora of condiments. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, causing the little girl hiding nearby to tear up from hunger. "Come out, have a bite, and then we can continue running," Lin Fan said helplessly. He had ultimately lost this round, and no matter where this child had sprung from, she was innocent at heart. She had merely decided that he was her daddy. "Then I want to eat. Please don't run away, Daddy," the little girl suddenly declared. Lin Fan. "Did not run? Wouldn't that mean he was stuck with her?" However, it seemed that running would lead to the same outcome. The only chance he had was to return to the sect in 15 days, which might allow him to escape. "I won't run. You come over and eat a bit," Lin Fan thought for a moment and agreed. Watching her swallow hard, he felt a genuine warmth in his heart. The little girl timidly approached, her big eyes filled with concern, worried that Lin Fan might flee again. Lin Fan sighed and handed her the freshly grilled meat. "Daddy, I can't eat that much," she said, clutching her stomach. "Just take it for now. I'll grill another piece," Lin Fan replied naturally, fully aware that she wouldn't finish it. However, half an hour later, he realized he was mistaken. The amount he had grilled was something he could barely finish, yet this little one devoured it all on her own. "I thought I lost control for a moment," she said, lowering her head. Lin Fan took a deep breath and, for the first time, gently stroked her head, saying, "It's all right. There's plenty more." Surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. "By the way, what is your name?" He then asked, I just came into existence, so I don't have a name yet. I only know I might be a descendant of the Bai Zhe lineage, the little girl mumbled. Lin Fan nodded. Bai Zhe, Bai Zhe. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet it seemed impossible. The concept of a Bai Zhe hybrid was astounding, an ancient mythical beast, renowned alongside the 10 fiends and 4 divine beasts, known as the encyclopedia of the demon world. Not only were they incredibly powerful, but they were also remarkably intelligent. If news of her lineage were to spread, Lin Fan would likely find himself the target of covetous glances from cultivators across the continent. Daddy, what's wrong? The little girl waved her hand in front of him. Nothing much, I was just pondering your name. Henceforth, I shall call you Xiaogua. Lin Fan chuckled lightly to mask his thoughts. Cause and effect, I have a name now. Thank you, father. She pounced onto Lin Fan, playfully nuzzling against him. Lin Fan, with a head full of black lines and grease smeared all over him, sighed as he reassured himself that in 15 days, this entanglement would no longer concern him. That night, Xiaogua curled up in his arms and drifted off to sleep, her rosy little face prompting Lin Fan to reflect. Not only is her identity daunting, but her beauty, as she matures, may also become a source of calamity. If only she could grow up normally. That a night passed without incident. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, he sensed Xiaogua trembling in his embrace. What's wrong? He instinctively touched her forehead and asked, Do strange beasts get fevers? Father, I think I forgot to eat something while chasing after you, she weakly replied. Forgotten to eat what? Without hesitation, Lin Fan scooped her up and vanished into the forest, quickly locating the cave they had been in earlier. As he stepped inside, he keenly sensed that a high-tier beast had been here. However, glancing at the frail Xiaogua in his arms, he shook his head and proceeded further inside. This time, a row of purple talismans emerged around him. Xiaogua, have you remembered what you forgot? He inquired softly. I think that I forgot to eat that eggshell, she hesitated before answering. Lin Fan was left speechless. Wasn't he had said that the Bai Zhe lineage possesses high intelligence? How could she forget something like this? Reaching the innermost part of the cave, he found it shrouded in darkness, devoid of the previous light from the Bai Zhe egg. Demonic creature, come forth. I might consider sparing your life. Lin Fan shouted into the void. But there was no response. You are forcing my hand. His tone sharpened as several yellow talismans flew into the cave, igniting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire space. Unfortunately, it revealed nothing. Cough. Perhaps I was overly cautious. Father, the item has been taken. I sense it was a particularly formidable creature. Let us forget about it. Xiaogua shook her head. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, his heart slightly shaken. Chapter 7 A fierce battle. She understood better than anyone that without that item, her Bai Zhe bloodline would be tarnished. Her future cultivation limits would undoubtedly be restricted. You just sleep for a while. It'll be fine. Lin Fan reassured her, stroking her head and using his cultivation to shield her senses. Then his gaze hardened as he looked into the distance. I dare not contest for this item. Yet how dare you, beast? Suddenly, the entire Doomsday Forest was enveloped by a layer of perception. Apart from a few beings, none possessed the qualification to sense it. Lin Fan raced through the woods at an astonishing speed, quickly exceeding the recommended range outside Inter-sect. However, escaping was one thing. Outside, there would be no protection from the elders. His speed was so shocking that even the beasts along the path couldn't react in time. Grandfather, what is that? A young girl pointed at a fleeting shadow in the distance and asked. Its speed is extraordinary, resembling a humanoid form. It must be a wind-swift ape with at least 10,000 years of cultivation, the elder exclaimed. Thankfully, this wind-swift ape did not notice them. Otherwise, 100 lives wouldn't suffice to escape. 10,000 years? How could a human possibly run that fast? Impossible. This is the edge of the chaos-devouring python's lair. The young lady should not linger here for too long. The elder cautioned. The 6th-tier chaos-devouring python is essentially on par with the wind-swift ape, one of the oldest overlords of the Doomsday Forest, especially since the wind-swift ape has intruded into the territories of other beasts. A fierce battle may ensue here shortly. Upon hearing this, the girl promptly followed the elder away from the vicinity. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, upon reaching a lake, remained oblivious to the fact that he was being mistaken for a beast. Specifically a monkey, giant serpent. I believe we can have a conversation. Lin Fan crouched down, one hand gently soothing the sleeping Xiaogua. The waters of the lake began to churn as a colossal python, towering 100 feet, with black and white eyes, fixed its gaze upon Lin Fan. What can a mere first-stage chi cultivator and I discuss? The chaos-devouring python spoke in human language. Typically, normal beasts attain the ability to speak upon reaching the third or fourth tier. Yet, beings like Xiaogua are exceptional anomalies. Let us discuss the matter of you stealing this child's eggshell. Lin Fan, unfazed by its words, responded indifferently. Truly laughable. Not only have I never seen such an eggshell, but even if I had, what could a lowly cultivator like you do about it? The chaos-devouring python scoffed. Lin Fan cast a lazy glance at it. Will you surrender, or will you not? The chaos-devouring python narrowed its eyes. The familiar yet alarming sense of crisis emanating from this chi cultivator was perplexing. Though it suspected the cultivator was concealing his strength, age cannot be hidden. A cultivator barely in their 20s, not even a century in age. How formidable could they truly be? I told you, I have not seen it. It steadied its nerves. Lin Fan gently placed Xiaogua down. I will return shortly. Yes, I'm indeed a first-stage chi cultivator. But so what? You look down upon me. 5 yellow talismans rapidly formed above the chaos-devouring python. The talismans of the spirit heart. A talisman master. The chaos-devouring python gasped. At that moment, it was certain that this cultivator had hidden a considerable amount of strength. Yet, it sensed not a trace of concealed power. To comprehend the spirit heart, aside from the minuscule chance of possessing extraordinary talent, the only other possibility is having immersed oneself in talismans for thousands of years. A millennia-old monster. Nevertheless, even so, the chaos-devouring python, having ruled its territory, was certainly not a being to be easily trifled with. Behind it, a dual-colored shadow of a giant python materialized, the true form of a beast. A 6th-tier beast's ultimate technique, once summoned, would severely harm its own body, yet the shadow's lethality is over tenfold that of its original form. The 5 talismans descended vertically, targeting the chaos-devouring python. With a resounding hum, the sound reverberated throughout the Doomsday Forest. The surrounding flora and trees were uprooted by the residual force, while only Xiaogua remained peacefully asleep. The chaos-devouring python's aura diminished by more than half. Logically, managing 5 talismans simultaneously would be immensely taxing for a talisman master. Yet, it regarded Lin Fan with unwavering vigilance. The once inconsequential cultivator had exhibited such explosive power. Who could have foreseen that he had even more surprises in store? What are you waiting for? Suddenly, a voice questioned from behind it. Chapter 8. You have no chance to regret you. Remember, I am not someone you can provoke. Unfortunately, you shall have no opportunity to regret. In a blinding column of light, the dominant force of the Doomsday Forest, the chaos-devouring python, vanished. Perhaps its greatest regret in its final moments was not knowing the true cultivation level of such a young man. Lin Fan gradually descended to the ground, exhaling deeply. To cause me trouble upon arrival is unacceptable. I must rid myself of this burden soon. As he cradled Xiaogua, Lin Fan muttered to himself. He conjured another talisman and tossed it into the lake, igniting the water and instantly evaporating the vast body of water. However, as the eggshell reappeared at the lake's bottom, he also discovered a small bamboo house. Initially, he thought it was a mere fondness for water by the chaos-devouring python. Now it seemed merely a ruse to conceal something. Xiaogua, wake up. Is that not your shell? Lin Fan gently shook her. She slowly opened her eyes, her face lighting up upon seeing the eggshell, and immediately nodded. Lin Fan placed her beside the pile of eggshells, ready to watch her performance. Not to mention, pursuing this far for an eggshell is indeed peculiar. He found the act of consuming it to be quite admirable. Father, please don't watch me. Xiaogua's face flushed. Lin Fan. That he covered his eyes, leaving a slight gap. Xiaogua, with no other option, waved her small hand, and the eggshell transformed into specks of starlight, the spiritual energy contained within causing Lin Fan to take notice. No wonder the chaos-devouring python was willing to risk its life to retain this treasure. Should it successfully absorb it, it would likely advance to a 7th-tier beast in this world. How many cultivators have lost themselves in the pursuit of power? Perishing on the path to strength? Observing himself, he thought, if I cannot win, I shall flee. In the face of trouble, run. Noticing Xiaogua absorbing the essence of the eggshell, he moved towards the bamboo house at the center. Bang! After just a few steps, he was halted by a layer of barrier. A barrier? Lin Fan extended his hand to test it. No, it was a defensive talisman, silver grade moreover. This type did not seem to be included in Inter-sect's talisman compendium. To break through with brute force would require a transcendent powerhouse. Lin Fan genuinely could not fathom what kind of creature could establish such a barrier. However, Talismans often share commonalities. He calmed his mind and began to explore slowly until he discovered the source of this defensive talisman. The peculiar engravings on it instantly captivated Lin Fan's attention. As he observed, one hand slowly formed seals, integrating the drawing of this talisman into his mind. What a pity, he sighed internally. A surge of cultivation erupted, shattering the talisman and breaking the defensive barrier. The fortunate cultivator of talismans, when you hear these words from me, I shall no longer be present, but the things I leave behind will assist you in ascending further and farther in the art of talismans. I hope you diligently cultivate, save others, and if a chance arises, avenge me. An elderly voice echoed in Lin Fan's ears. Lin Fan's eyes darkened. This old man appeared capable of defeating two transcendent powerhouses during his lifetime. Yet he was ultimately killed. What manner of foe could have accomplished that? Yet fortunately, he spoke of having a chance, and Lin Fan felt that he would play in the mud, with no opportunities. He stepped into the bamboo cottage, where the fragrant aroma of the bamboo enveloped him. Although Lin Fan could not immediately discern the source of this delightful scent, there was no doubt that it was a treasure. An idea sparked within him, just a fleeting thought, but that is a tale for later. He entered the cottage, where he found only 3 pieces of furniture: a bed, a tea table, and a writing desk, devoid of any superfluous items. Chapter 9. Avoiding the storm. Upon the writing desk lay a book, 10 slips of paper, and a ring. As Lin Fan approached, he discovered that the slips contained the drawings for talismans. Furthermore, he realized that the 3 talismans shared a remarkable versatility. They bore no distinctions in color. To elevate their potency, one could channel more spiritual energy. Conversely, one could lessen their strength by using less. They bore a striking resemblance to the talismans that had previously obstructed his path. Together with the barrier talisman, these 4 types of talismans far surpassed any of equal rank. After perusing them, the talismans dissipated, leaving behind but a brief phrase: the 18 talismans of the underworld. These 3 are the culmination of my life's work. Lin Fan was taken aback. Wait a moment, 18 talismans? That implies there are 15 more. This meant that such a lethal talisman could very well be wielded by a future adversary, and they might possess even greater knowledge than he. Lost in contemplation, he mused on the old man's capabilities. If the deceased elder were to be resurrected, would he not strike Lin Fan down with a single blow? The 18 talismans of the underworld, scattered across the continent, were already formidable with merely 3. What of those who could command 7 or 8? The thought was thrilling, was it not? Time slipped by, and Lin Fan shook his head. No matter. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. After all, he was swift of foot. His gaze returned to the book, titled The Talisman of Heaven's Way. The name was imposing, and Lin Fan found himself drawn to it. Upon glancing at the basic introduction, it revealed a unique and unconventional method of talisman cultivation. Beings would typically kneel upon seeing purple, red, or silver talismans. However, the cultivation method presented in this book posited that with diligent effort in the yellow talisman path and sufficient strength, one could indeed surpass the common red and even silver talismans, unleashing unfathomable power. If one were to follow the teachings of this tome, what kind of monstrous entity would emerge upon reaching the silver talisman realm? The author of the book could only speculate, for he never had the time to pursue it. Lin Fan hesitated to ponder such audacious paths. It seemed rather perilous. How many years had it taken to grasp the essence of the heavenly path? Would slaying him pose a danger? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He continued to scrutinize the Chinkoan ring on the table, which bore a history of at least a century, perhaps even a millennium, yet appeared as pristine as ever, a true treasure. As he extended a sliver of his soul's energy within, he was astounded by the vast capacity it contained. In comparison to his own Chinkoan ring, the difference was akin to that between a mere outhouse and a grand castle. The old man truly possessed a wealth of treasures. Lin Fan muttered to himself, casting one last glance at the bamboo cottage. With a swift motion, he left no trace behind, seamlessly storing the cottage within his new Chinkoan ring. The elder could hardly have anticipated that such a brigand would take residence within his domain. Lin Fan clicked his tongue, resolving not to waste anything. Turning his attention to the little girl, he noticed that the luminous energy surrounding her was gradually fading, while her cultivation soared like a roller coaster, propelling her straight to the first stage of the golden core. In just 1 hour, she accomplished what many cultivators might take centuries to achieve. Lin Fan felt a pang of envy. The ancient lineage was indeed formidable. Daddy! With the last flicker of light merging into her body, she sprang up and dashed towards Lin Fan. Without any cultivation, Her physical prowess was already terrifying. Now, having entered the golden core stage, Lin Fan hesitated, contemplating whether to evade her. After all, life is singular, and in this world, a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Chapter 10. Tender affection. Observing the petite form of the little girl, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a genuine envy. She had yet to cultivate, having just been born, yet possessed a physicality rivaling that of a golden core warrior. Seeing Lin Fan bend over, clutching his chest in apparent pain, the little girl anxiously inquired, "Daddy, what's wrong? My heart aches a bit. Should I massage it for you?" Gazing at the little girl's golden core-imbued hands and then reflecting on his own first stage Chi realm physique, Lin Fan, concerned for his own safety, firmly declined her generous offer. "No need. Just seeing you makes my heart feel better," he said, though his words felt insincere. A loud growl emanated from the little girl's stomach. Noticing Lin Fan's gaze fixed on her, she shyly lowered her head, bashfully stating, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Lin Fan looked up at the sky, pondering. Aren't divine beasts supposed to be formidable and omniscient? How did he end up with such a somewhat naive divine creature? Initially, he felt his future was bright, but now, looking at the little girl, Lin Fan suddenly sensed that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. One step at a time. He resolved to tread carefully. "Daddy will take you to eat something delicious." Tio addressed the little girl's hunger. Lin Fan took swift action, hunting down 10 plump white porcupines, enough to satisfy the appetites of 100 adults. Before the little girl was finally full, initially, he had hoped to imbue the meal with a sense of ceremony, but upon witnessing her voracious appetite, he wisely opted to abandon that notion. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to finish one meal. After all, indulging in hearty meat and fine wine was also a splendid choice, he mused. "Does Daddy enjoy drinking?" the little girl asked, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. Not really," Lin Fan replied earnestly, nodding. "I thought Daddy liked drinking and was preparing to brew some spirit wine," the little girl said, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Spirit wine?" At the mention of those words, Lin Fan's ears perked up, and he looked at her with a flushed face, uncertainly asking, "Can you brew wine?" "Little one? Yes, I have many recipes for brewing spirit wine in my memories," she replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, an image suddenly flashed in Lin Fan's mind. A mischievous girl holding a vessel of spirit wine, exclaiming, "Daddy, come taste my newly brewed spirit wine. It's delicious." "Not right now. No, not ever," Lin Fan firmly rejected, determined to prevent that scenario from materializing. Once they had resolved the issue of hunger, Lin Fan took the little girl back to the place of her birth. "The cave behind the waterfall. Stay here and draw. Daddy needs to begin his cultivation." After much coaxing, Lin Fan finally cheered the little girl up and allocated himself an hour to study talismans. Half an hour passed. Lin Fan successfully learned one of the 3 talismans of the 18 talismans of the underworld. Control, to ward off enemies from 1,000 miles away, within a radius of 3 zhong. Impervious to all, Lin Fan's first mastery was the defensive talisman, a feat not easily accomplished, consuming half an hour of his time. Should the elder hear this, he would surely spit blood in rage. Perhaps even rise from his coffin to confront him. Such words were infuriating. The old man had toiled his entire life to comprehend 3 talismans, while Lin Fan had completed 1/3 of the elder's lifetime efforts in merely half an hour. Truly, comparison could drive one to madness. These 18 talismans of the underworld were indeed astonishing. The same type of talisman, devoid of any distinctions in rank, could flexibly alter its power. Lin Fan marveled at the might of the talismans before him. With his 100 billion years of cultivation, Lin Fan could conjure talismans from thin air, employing his hands as brushes and the cosmos as paper. While such an endeavor would consume vast amounts of energy, he had an abundance, with his cultivation being inexhaustible. 100 billion years of cultivation could sustain Lin Fan's whims for several centuries. In the next half hour, Lin Fan began to comprehend the next of the 18 talismans of the underworld. Conceal, to obscure one's presence. The power of this talisman not only cloaked one's physical form but, upon reaching the Great Ascension, could also conceal one's karmic ties, rendering one impervious to all methods of detection. As Lin Fan sketched the talisman in the air, 3 figures clad in black, their faces entirely obscured, entered the cave behind the waterfall. One of the shorter figures spoke in a hushed tone. "Big brother, there are strong members of the Inter-sect patrolling nearby. It's difficult to make a move. Though not rush. The trial from the Inter-sect will last a week, as long as we remain concealed. We shall find our opportunity," the figure known as Big Brother replied. The trial has only just begun. The Qingyun sect will be on high alert. Inform the others. Our task now is to remain hidden. We must not be discovered. Just as Big Brother finished speaking, the power of the concealment talisman Lin Fan had drawn dissipated. Damn it, why did it fade now? As Lin Fan appeared before the three figures, they were taken aback. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, there had been no aura detected. Yet now two living beings had materialized out of thin air. Chapter 11. Driven to madness, Lin Fan, feeling awkward at the swift disappearance of his talisman, looked at the three with a sheepish expression and, in a conciliatory tone, suggested, "Why don't you just pretend you didn't see me and carry on?" Without awaiting their response, he prepared to sketch the concealment talisman once more. "Move. What are you waiting for?" Big Brother bellowed, brandishing his blade and preparing to charge at Lin Fan. The other two figures followed suit, drawing their weapons as well. Despite Lin Fan displaying only first-stage Qi realm strength, the fact that he could wield talisman techniques marked him as anything but an ordinary cultivator. Wait, can't we discuss this peacefully? Three individuals unleashed their formidable golden core powers, sealing the space of the cave to prevent Lin Fan from escaping, lest his weapon unleash a fierce surge of energy capable of delivering a lethal blow. In the face of the trio of golden core experts, Lin Fan exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he conjured the defensive talisman he had learned at the very beginning. With a final stroke of the rune, a pale blue 3-foot defensive barrier enveloped him. Clang, clang, clang. The assaults from the three golden core warriors struck the barrier, producing only a crisp metallic sound, without even causing a ripple on its surface. What? The trio was utterly astonished by the strength of this barrier, as the attacks from their golden core realm left no mark whatsoever. How could this be? Is this brat truly only at the Qi refinement stage? The three continued their onslaught for a time, only to realize that their internal energies were nearly depleted, yet the talisman defense remained utterly unperturbed. This kid is somewhat uncanny. Perhaps we should retreat. Maintaining this deadlock is not a viable strategy. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the leader in black also considered withdrawal, yet he felt a deep-seated reluctance. As a dignified golden core powerhouse, it was utterly humiliating to find himself outmatched by a seemingly mere Qi refinement brat. If this word got out, how could he possibly maintain his standing? Damn it, I refuse to believe this brat can hide behind the talisman defense indefinitely. Hearing this, Lin Fan, who was unwilling to engage in combat, retrieved some food and spirit stones from the previously acquired Shinkuan ring, displaying a wholly innocent smile. Witnessing this scene, the three were thoroughly incensed by Lin Fan's actions. Wielding 2-meter-long broadswords, they frantically slashed at the talisman barrier, vowing to eliminate Lin Fan. This is infuriating. He should just stay hidden, yet he brings out food to provoke us. It's simply intolerable. Lin Fan indicated that he had indeed heard their words and was genuinely hungry. As the Shinkuan ring contained a considerable supply of food and spirit stones, the three golden core experts, who had initially been in high spirits, began to show signs of madness under Lin Fan's relentless provocation. "I will kill you," observing Lin Fan, who remained ensconced in the talisman defense while perusing a commonly seen talisman compendium. The three golden core experts felt their internal energies start to spiral into chaos. What is happening? Lin Fan was taken aback that the opponents would succumb to madness due to their inability to breach the barrier, their golden core energies beginning to exhibit signs of corruption. The leader in black revealed bloodshot eyes, his internal energy becoming increasingly chaotic and violent, akin to a ferocious beast, ready to strike down anyone who approached him. Roar. Ultimately, the black-clad leader let out a roar that was anything but human, shocking the other two into momentary inaction, their faces reflecting surprise as they gazed at him. This is bad. The leader is about to go mad. The other two black-clad individuals exchanged glances, silently lamenting the dire situation, and prepared to distance themselves to avoid being caught in the crossfire, for a madman would indiscriminately attack even those close to him. This brat is too strange. We should retreat. Seeing the unfolding situation, the two black-clad figures felt a surge of retreating instinct and decided to leave first, planning to discuss their next steps with others. Meanwhile, Lin Fan regarded the maddened figure with curiosity. The madness of this individual was evidently influenced by the chaotic energy. But what could have caused such turmoil? After observing for a moment, Lin Fan found himself intrigued by the crazed black-clad man and resolved to subdue him for further study. Thus, he unleashed 100 billion years of cultivation. And the three black-clad individuals were doomed. Chapter 12. Ruthless character. The maddened black-clad individual was subdued by Lin Fan using 100 yellow talismans, while the other two, preparing to flee, found their golden core powers sealed by 1,000 yellow talismans. Who are you? The two black-clad individuals, their golden core powers restrained, gazed at Lin Fan with terror etched on their faces. They had never anticipated that a mere chi refinement practitioner could unleash such terrifying power. Furthermore, the talisman prowess he displayed left them utterly astonished. The ability to wield yellow talismans indicated a rank 2 talisman master, yet he unleashed thousands of them in a single stroke. How could this be? Typically, a rank 2 talisman master might deploy a few dozen talismans at once, with a maximum of 100. Going beyond that would elevate one to rank 3 or 4. Yet this Lin Fan had crazily summoned over 1,000 talismans. He is indeed a ruthless character. You two just stay put and behave. Once I finish my research, I will deal with you. With that, Lin Fan casually lifted the maddened black-clad man, tossing several dozen yellow talismans to restrict his movements, followed by more to isolate the surrounding energy and stabilize his form. In the end, the powerless black-clad man lost count of how many talismans the brat had unleashed. The two were acutely aware that his terrifying prowess rivaled that of those hidden. Formidable old monsters. Is this fellow a reincarnated celestial or a humanoid spirit stone? How could he not pause to replenish his energy? An hour passed as Lin Fan continuously unleashed various yellow talismans. Even while studying the compendium for insights on talismans, experimenting with their power on the maddened black-clad individual. Only after completely subduing the crazed figure did Lin Fan detect a strand of energy within him that did not belong to him. What is this? Under the astonished gazes of the other two black-clad men, Lin Fan once again conjured over 1,000 yellow talismans, transforming them into a talismanic hand that penetrated the body of the maddened black-clad individual, extracting a peculiar strand of energy. How could there be another's energy within him? With 1,000,000 years of cultivation, Lin Fan could not comprehend why a golden core powerhouse would harbor a remnant of someone else's energy at the most precious location of their golden core. Unable to discern the reason, Lin Fan grasped the foreign energy with the talismanic hand and approached the two powerless black-clad men, inquiring, "Do you know why there is a strand of another's energy within him?" Initially unwilling to engage, the two could not help but tremble as he presented the energy. It must be. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the excitement in each other's eyes. The reason many black-clad individuals had ventured into the Qingyun sect's trial grounds to eliminate these nascent disciples was primarily due to being bound by a restriction. Should they perform any unsatisfactory actions, they would face the peril of exploding. Thus, despite knowing that hunting within the Qingyun sect would incite the wrath of powerful sect members, they had no choice. Failure to comply with the directives meant certain death. It seems you are equally ignorant of this matter. After waiting a moment for their response, Lin Fan turned away to resume his investigation into the chaotic energy within the individual. Returning the strand of foreign energy to its source, at that moment, Lin Fan could easily turn around and see the two powerless figures, their faces alight with excitement, desperately trying to attract his attention. Unfortunately, Lin Fan had not only bound their movements with yellow talismans, but had also silenced their voices, ensuring the surroundings remained tranquil. The flicker of hope they had ignited was ruthlessly extinguished by Lin Fan's actions. Why would the energy within him suddenly become tumultuous? How did this chaotic energy form? Next, Lin Fan immersed himself in the study of the reasons behind the aberration of energy within him. Crafting talismans was indeed his passion, yet understanding the myriad ways in which energy operates was equally vital for refining talismans. 1,000,000 billion years of cultivation had bestowed upon him power, but not the experience of 1,000,000 years of training. Therefore, many aspects of the path of cultivation required personal exploration and discovery. Just as Lin Fan became engrossed in his research, a series of noises echoed from the depths of the cave. "Daddy, I'm hungry." Xiao Guo approached with a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with tears, accompanied by the sounds emanating from her stomach. The adorably innocent Xiao Guo made it impossible for Lin Fan to feel any ire. "Daddy will take you to eat." With that, Lin Fan disregarded the two flailing figures and set a concealment array before leading Xiao Guo out to hunt. Chapter 13. The beautiful sister in Lin Fan's view. Xiao Guo, having just been born, was akin to a child at a crucial growth stage, necessitating a substantial amount of nourishment to replenish the energy required for her development. Most of the food in the Qingyun ring is delicacies crafted from spiritual plants, which are quite suitable as desserts after a meal, but rather inadequate as a main course. Fortunately, this vast forest is teeming with colossal ferocious beasts, providing an abundance of food choices, Lin Fan mused. Having just indulged in pork, he would surely find it overly greasy. Perhaps he should opt for beef this time. Consequently, the bovine beasts of the forest became the unfortunate target of Lin Fan's particular attention. Maintaining a low profile was essential, yet one must not compromise on the quality of sustenance. When delectable morsels are available, they must be savored. With a crackle, a great fire blazed up, and tender beef was arranged. As he gazed at the chunks of beef slowly releasing their enticing aroma over the flames, Lin Fan reminisced about his previous life on Earth, where he would abstain from indulging in barbecued meat for 10 days or more. Often settling for mere vegetables, fearful of even a little extra oil now, however, he could feast on exquisite meats at will, until fully satisfied. After consuming a piece of fifth-tier blackhorn beef, it was merely a prelude to his meal. Soon after, he began grilling 5 more pieces of blackhorn beef, the golden juices bubbling forth from the meat, making Xiao Guo unable to resist, her little face becoming greasy. During the meal, there was a fleeting moment when Lin Fan suddenly felt that living this life was indeed quite wonderful. With such a lovely daughter to accompany him and such fragrant food to enjoy, life was truly beautiful. Lost in thought, Lin Fan suddenly sat up, realizing something was amiss. He was still single, yet he had a daughter. What would become of him in the future? He could only imagine the scenario where he attempted to court a fairy-like sister, only for Xiao Guo to suddenly appear, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." How could he possibly charm a lady under such circumstances? With this thought, Lin Fan reaffirmed that having Xiao Guo would transform him into a greasy uncle with an affinity for barbecued meat and a true bachelor. Glancing at the playful Xiao Guo, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Should he eliminate her while she was still young? Just then, Xiao Guo dashed over, holding a flower she had picked from who knows where. "Daddy, do you think Xiao Guo is pretty?" she asked. Slap! A resounding sound of Lin Fan's hand meeting his own face echoed. Pretty. Whatever Xiao Guo brings is beautiful. Faced with such an adorable Xiao Guo, any thoughts of elimination vanished, leaving only the desire to care for her properly. Lin Fan was determined to be a qualified dad, ensuring Xiao Guo grew up safely. The fire remained lit as a large beef leg sizzled atop, flames under Lin Fan's control crisping the meat to a golden hue. The savory juices dripping into the fire, producing a fragrant aroma. Just then, while Lin Fan was diligently grilling his food, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby thicket. "Daddy, it seems like someone is over there?" Xiao Guo pointed earnestly towards the source of the noise. To this, Lin Fan did not even turn his head, boldly calling out, "I see you. Come out quickly." After his shout, the previously rustling area fell silent. "Daddy, there seems to be a smell of blood coming from there?" Xiao Guo scrunched her little nose. Hearing this, Lin Fan finally ceased his grilling, deploying 10 yellow defensive talismans to protect the beef, lest any unforeseen circumstances spoil it. A strong gust of wind surged from Lin Fan's hand, scattering the dead branches and leaves in that direction. "Xiao Guo, stay here and watch the meat while Daddy goes to investigate," he instructed, drawing a talisman to illuminate his path as he stepped forward. Even before Xiao Guo spoke, Lin Fan had already sensed a faint presence nearby, but had chosen to ignore it for the sake of grilling. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a figure curled up on the ground. It was a beautiful woman. Just from her profile, Lin Fan could discern her breathtaking beauty, and he swallowed hard. She was injured. Lin Fan noted her shallow breaths and trembling body, her exposed lips tinted dark purple. Cradling the beauty, he returned to Xiao Guo's side, and as they neared the roasting meat, the woman's tremors intensified. Her small mouth slightly parting, even her stomach growling that so, she was just hungry. Seeing that her life was not in danger, Lin Fan decided to wait until she awoke to provide treatment, to avoid her becoming overly reliant on him. With Xiao Guo's assistance, he fed the unconscious beauty some food infused with spiritual energy. Afterward, Lin Fan quietly asked Xiao Guo, "Do you think this sister is pretty?" "Pretty," she replied. Lin Fan continued, "Promise, Daddy. When this sister wakes up, you will call me brother, okay?" "No." Lin Fan did not expect Xiao Guo to outright refuse, momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 14. Filled with rituals in the end? Xiao Guo could not resist the allure of food and successfully conspired with Lin Fan to take care of the mysterious beauty. To facilitate their care for her without interruptions, Lin Fan moved out of the unknown old man's house to a location still situated by a vast lake. Since meals could not be made ceremonious, the living arrangements must be filled with rituals instead. Observing the overgrown aquatic plants and the chaotic swimming of fish in the lake, Lin Fan felt a wave of frustration. He recalled a magnificent palace at the bottom of the eastern sea, where numerous beautiful marine creatures were raised, never needing to worry about food supplies. This thought, Lin Fan could not help but drool. I want my own seafood palace, where I can eat whatever I desire. Without hesitation, he set to work, for Lin Fan was never one to hesitate when it came to feasting. A marine palace could not be dark and dreary. It must be bright and inviting. Otherwise, it would resemble a deep-sea world of ignorance, ominous and terrifying. He employed second-tier light talismans as illumination to attempt to light up the entire lake bed. This was an enormous undertaking. The illumination range of the second-tier light talismans was only about 2 meters, primarily serving to dispel evil spirits and heal injuries, yet Lin Fan utilized them as lights. After arranging the area surrounding his dwelling within 100 meters, Lin Fan paused. This won't do. At this rate, it will take at least a day or two to complete. I need to find a way to shorten the time. Just as Lin Fan pondered a solution, a famished third-tier water serpent quietly emerged around him, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike. Lost in thought, Lin Fan was oblivious to the impending danger. Just as he prepared to turn, the third-tier water serpent suddenly burst forth from the muddy lake bottom, a powerful water pressure jet shooting from its mouth, aimed straight at Lin Fan's head. Following this, the serpent's massive body surged upward, sealing off all of Lin Fan's escape routes, preparing for a final assault. The third-tier water serpent was indeed a small tyrant of the waters. Even fourth-tier beasts would be killed by its surprise attacks. Unfortunately for this third-tier water serpent, its luck was rather poor, as it encountered Lin Fan, who possessed an unfathomable cultivation of 100 trillion years. Just as the powerful water jet was about to make contact with Lin Fan's skin, he impatiently waved his hand to disperse it and sensed the serpent's body through the rippling water. Can't you see I'm busy? Why are you interrupting me? 10 yellow powerful suppression talismans suddenly appeared, enveloping Lin Fan in a faint yellow aura. The water serpent felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon it and then, abruptly, there was nothing more. The 10-meter-long, basin-width water serpent was mercilessly suppressed at the lake bottom. Never comprehending that as a ruler of the waters, it could be subdued by a mere human. How utterly ruthless! After the water serpent's disturbance, Lin Fan lost the desire to continue arranging the light talismans. Returning to his dwelling, he found Xiaoguo playing with several tricolored spirit fish. "Daddy, you're back. Look at how fun these spirit fish are," she exclaimed, pointing at the group of tricolored fish. Indeed, they would taste delicious grilled. Lin Fan instinctively voiced his thoughts. "Daddy, you can't eat my friends," Xiaoguo said, her face angry as she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Fan. Now is not the time to eat. They should wait until the fish grew a bit larger. Lin Fan continued, "Exactly, we should wait." Hearing the first part of his sentence, Xiaoguo nodded with a smile, but Lin Fan's latter statement incited her anger. "You can't eat them? They're my friends. If you eat them, I won't recognize you as my dad." Had this been earlier, Lin Fan would have found such a statement delightful, but after these few days of interaction, he had gradually adapted to Xiaoguo's presence. "All right, Daddy won't eat them. Daddy will personally set up a spirit gathering talisman for them, so they can gather here and play with you every day." How does that sound? Lin Fan carried a hidden intention as he laid down a third-tier spirit gathering array around the house to enhance the spiritual energy in the vicinity. "Daddy is the best." The innocent Xiaoguo remained unaware of Lin Fan's ulterior motives. Subsequently, Lin Fan arranged various talismans around the house, transforming it into a true underwater paradise. "Xiaoguo, you stay here and take care of your sister while Daddy goes out to prepare dinner." Looking at the still unconscious beauty, who was now free of any life-threatening danger, Lin Fan entrusted Xiaoguo. Returning to the forest, Lin Fan pondered what to prepare for dinner that night. He had already had beef, pork, and lamb. What a hassle it is to eat something. Chapter 15. A shallow engagement. In the end, Lin Fan resolved to prepare some bear meat for Xiaoguo tonight. The plump bear paw, after being roasted over an open flame, melded its savory juices with the tender meat, rendering it delectable even without any seasoning. Following this, various bears in the forest began to suffer, ranging from level 3 to level 6. No matter the species, all ferocious bears fell under Lin Fan's care. Only after accumulating 20 well-fed bears in the Qinkuan ring did Lin Fan cease his hunt. It was clear that the task of foraging for food should not rest upon my shoulders, as it undermines my status as a strong individual. Perhaps I should recruit some subordinates or even consider raising some. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled that he had previously captured a few individuals and held them captive. The 2 black-clad men he had imprisoned were now weeping, exclaiming, "Big brother, you finally remembered us." Upon returning to the cave behind the waterfall, Lin Fan was greeted by the sight of 3 burly men, clutching their heads in despair. What is the meaning of this? Lin Fan was genuinely taken aback by their dismal state. Big brother, you are finally back. I thought you had forgotten about us. Please, big brother, take us with you. We are willing to become your subordinates, as long as you do not disdain us. Hearing their pleas, Lin Fan was utterly perplexed. What had transpired during his absence that led to such a significant change? It turned out that during Lin Fan's time away, the black-clad leader had awakened and initially intended to escape but heard his brothers recounting their previous predicament, especially how Lin Fan could help them rid themselves of their internal restraints. Subsequently, the black-clad leader searched the cave repeatedly, ultimately confirming Lin Fan's formidable strength, particularly his astonishing abilities and talismans. The trio unanimously believed that Lin Fan was undoubtedly an ancient being with extraordinary cultivation. After a brief explanation, Lin Fan discerned their true intentions: to follow a strong master for sustenance. Understanding this, Lin Fan liberated the 3 golden core cultivators from their restrictions, restoring their freedom. From this day forth, we shall serve you faithfully, big brother, they declared. The feeling of being revered by others was indeed gratifying, although Lin Fan felt somewhat uneasy that the individuals expressing such admiration were 3 burly men. The black-clad leader was named Ba Hu, the shorter one was Ba Zhu, and the final one was Ba Yang, all hailing from an organization known as Ba's Castle, where all assassins bear the surname Ba. Upon hearing their names, Lin Fan was reminded of a classic saying: Bala Bala, little magical fairy, Ubala, transform. I recall you mentioned that your purpose in coming here was to disrupt the trials of the Inter-sect? Lin Fan asked, feigning an air of authority. Indeed, we all emerged from Ba's castle and thus have been bound by the castle's master, compelled to obey his commands, they explained. The Ba brothers then succinctly recounted the situation at Ba's castle. But Lin Fan, having grown weary of their tale, found little interest in the organization. I have a task for you. Gather all the black-clad individuals here, not a single one should be missing. Should I arrive tomorrow and find anyone absent, I will consider them unwilling to submit to me and will take matters into my own hands. With that, Lin Fan maintained the demeanor of a mysterious expert and departed slowly. Oh, by the way, when I released your restrictions earlier, I left behind a few little surprises. Upon hearing this, Ba Hu and his companions felt as though they had just lifted a stone only to have it fall upon their own feet. Having barely escaped one tiger's jaws, they were now ensnared by an even mightier one, and alas, such is our fate. Without considering the feelings of the Ba brothers, Lin Fan returned to the house at the bottom of the lake with the evening meal. First, he checked on the beautiful woman to assess her condition, confirming that everything was progressing positively. Humph, even daddy no longer loves me, Xiaoguo remarked, watching Lin Fan's attentive demeanor towards the woman, her small face contorting into a mock-angry expression. Xiaoguo, you are still daddy's favorite, Lin Fan said, leaning in closer with a grin. Humph. Xiaoguo continued to feign displeasure. Being a steadfastly masculine man, Lin Fan was at a loss on how to cheer a girl up. So he resorted to his secret weapon. Xiaoguo, look, daddy has specially roasted some delicious food for you. Would you like to try some? Lin Fan presented a platter of fragrant roasted meat before her, deliberately wafting the enticing aroma towards her nose. It smells so good. The naive Xiaoguo succumbed to the temptation, casting aside her anger. Lin Fan, resembling a somewhat lecherous uncle, relentlessly offered her the roasted bear paw. It is so delicious, Xiaoguo exclaimed with delight. Oh, you love daddy? Lin Fan asked, using the food to entice her, and Xiaoguo did not disappoint, biting into the bear paw and joyfully declaring, I love you, daddy. You are my favorite. In the end, Lin Fan successfully quelled the anger of the upset Xiaoguo with 20 bears. Chapter 16. The Emergence of Xian Lao. Ha ha ha, observing Xiaoguo reveling in her meal. Lin Fan felt a surge of pride for successfully bringing joy to a girl, even if she was merely a minor. Life is indeed beautiful, with a cultivation of 100 trillion years. Lin Fan felt no fatigue. His body was unaffected by the need for rest, a habit formed from his previous life. As he often said, sleeping aids in bodily development, promotes metabolism, and keeps the skin firm, smooth, and radiant. Meanwhile, the trials of the Inter-sect continued unabated. Where has Lin Fan gone? Concerned for his well-being, Master Sister Zhou Inger had been searching for Lin Fan since the first day of the trials. Fearing for his safety, she, along with several elders, conducted a thorough search to locate Lin Fan, who possessed exceptional talent in talisman crafting. However, 3 days passed with no sign of him. I refused to believe he could have flown away. She declared, even Xian Lao taking matters into his own hands. With Xian Lao's formidable talisman abilities, he uncovered traces that should not have appeared in the Inter-sect's trial grounds, Ba's castle. Xian Lao remarked gravely upon observing the remnants on the ground. Ba's castle? The elders of the Qingyun sect exchanged glances, revealing their unfamiliarity with the organization. It is an assassination organization, and any task undertaken by them is guaranteed to be completed. Xian Lao's expression grew serious. An assassination organization? Zhou Ying'er's face turned pale with worry. After a moment's thought, Xian Lao ordered that all disciples currently in trials be summoned back to assess if there were any others missing. Numerous elders and disciples of the Qingyun sect swiftly returned those still undergoing trials. Moments later, an investigation revealed that not only had Lin Fan vanished, but also an additional 15 disciples had similarly gone missing. Scoundrels! Xian Lao's face darkened upon receiving this report. 15 disciples have gone missing. How could you fail in your oversight? He roared at the gathered individuals. Standing nearby, Zhou Ying'er anxiously mumbled, Lin Fan, please be safe. Shortly thereafter, the Qingyun sect entered a state of heightened vigilance, initiating a search for the Ba's castle assassins and the missing trial disciples. Find them, in stark contrast to the Qingyun sect's heightened alertness. Lin Fan remained blissfully roasting meat, amusing Xiao Guo, and checking on the beautiful woman's condition, eager for her to awaken. Once she did, many things could be accomplished. Lingering in a state of unconsciousness was quite inconvenient for Lin Fan. This secondary fire talisman proved to be extraordinarily potent, its power doubling in effectiveness. Lin Fan remained dedicated to studying talismans, believing that genius comprises 1 talent and 99 hard work. Brother, we strive to become talisman ancestors. The pinnacle of talisman cultivation is to attain the status of a new talisman ancestor. Just as in other fields, formations, refining, alchemy, those who excel ultimately become ancestral figures. The talisman ancestor represents the highest echelon of talisman cultivation. However, due to the vastness of the subject, no talisman practitioner has ever dared to publicly declare themselves as a talisman ancestor. It has thus been stated that the path of talisman cultivation has no endpoint. Regardless of one's combat prowess or cultivation level, in the end, one is merely a small pattern within the world of talismans. I will persist in learning new talismans for an hour, and dedicate an additional hour to crafting new ones. Crack, crack, crack. After 2 hours of practice, the time felt interminable, and a break was necessary. Lin Fan initially intended to play with Xiao Guo for a while, but discovered that she had fallen asleep in her room. Eating and then sleeping, what a little pig, Lin Fan said with a, you should rest well here. While I step out to attend to some matters, I shall return at noon with delicious food for you. Perhaps due to the fact that the essence of Xiao Guo is by Zhe, historical records indicate that the more powerful a beast's bloodline, the more likely it is to exhibit lethargy during its early years. Lin Fan once again assumed the guise of a formidable underworld figure as he approached the cave behind the waterfall. Before he even entered, he could hear a cacophony of voices emanating from within. Tiger brother, is what you said truly the case? I find it hard to believe, remarked a man with triangular eyes, a smile plastered across his face. Leaving the Ba family castle? Tiger brother, have you lost your mind? Chuckled another stout Ma and I in response. Ba, who glared furiously at the two who had just spoken, his voice low and steely. If you do not believe my words, feel free to leave. Why should I leave? I haven't yet seen the child who conquered Tiger brother. How could I possibly depart? Another voice chimed in mockingly. After Lin Fan's departure the previous day, Ba, who had used the communication methods previously employed to summon everyone to this location, recounting Lin Fan's exploits, to his dismay, the audience had reacted with skepticism, believing he was merely a victim of delusion brought on by madness. As the crowd continued their jeers at Bahu, a crisp sound of footsteps gradually approached the cave entrance, causing all to tense up in surprise. It seems there are doubts regarding my strength, Lin Fan remarked with a smile. Enough with the chatter. If you possess the ability, then first remove the restrictions within us. It was the triangular-eyed man again, his tone laced with menace directed at Lin Fan. Not a problem, I can assist everyone present in removing the restrictions within you. Restoring your freedom. Before Lin Fan could finish, another burly man interjected with a fierce expression, then hurry up, lest my fist finds you. Hearing this, Lin Fan turned to face the speaker, his expression one of exasperation. Why is it that some people never use their brains? The burly man, incensed by this remark, retorted loudly, you bastard. Are you seeking death? With that, his fist lunged toward Lin Fan. Yet, Lin Fan merely smiled, remaining utterly still. His eyelids not even fluttering. Clang! A gleaming blade appeared before Lin Fan, intercepting the man's fist. What does this mean, Ba Sanyong? The burly man demanded coldly upon seeing his attack thwarted. It means exactly what it sounds like. Ba San declared, brandishing her icy blade protectively in front of Lin Fan. You scoundrel! You treacherous wench! The burly man spat viciously. You seek death, Ba San replied, her 3-foot sword vanishing in an instant. When the blade reappeared, the furious man's complexion turned pale as a frost-laden sword aura descended upon him. With a whoosh, witnessing this, everyone scrambled away from Ba San in sheer terror, fearing they might be the next victim of her wrath. Lin Fan regarded the woman named Ba San with curiosity, noting her exquisite figure concealed beneath a dark robe, which remained intact even after she had just dispatched the burly man. "I'll gouge your eyes out," she hissed, her expression growing even colder in response to Lin Fan's brazen gaze, as she prepared to draw her sword against him. As a woman, being this frigid is unwise. "A touch of gentleness would enhance your beauty," Lin Fan remarked, lightly tapping her hand that clutched the sword's hilt. "What?" Ba San expression shifted slightly upon being touched by Lin Fan's finger. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unskilled child would possess such formidable power, rendering her utterly defenseless. "I referred to gentleness, not shock," Lin Fan stated as he dispelled the restrictions within her, retracting his finger while maintaining a gentle smile. The onlookers were astonished that this young man had dared to tease the infamous Ba San, a woman known for her ruthless nature. Even more bewildering was the fact that Ba San had refrained from retaliating. "What is happening?" they murmured, their faces reflecting confusion. Amidst Ba San astonishment, Lin Fan uttered another incomprehensible statement. "I do not desire the excessively ugly, nor those with heavy malice." Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with bewildered looks. Suddenly, the individuals who had previously challenged Ba Hu found a talisman appearing beneath their feet, and before they could react, it transformed into a thick vine that swiftly ensnared them, doing so with such speed that they could utter not a single word. "What?" The remaining dozen individuals, witnessing this scene, instinctively unleashed the power of their golden core. Unfortunately for them, before they could react, 15 talismans materialized above their heads. "Freeze!" Lin Fan uttered a single word, and the remaining 15 individuals were rendered immobile. "Now, I shall lift the restrictions within you, granting you your freedom." Before the 15 could resist, a faint glow emanated from the talismans above them, cascading toward their bodies. Once the glow dissipated, they were left in shock as the chains that had previously bound them to their golden cores vanished. Noting the astonishment and disbelief etched upon their faces, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. "I have removed the restrictions within you, restoring your freedom. Now, what do you intend to do next?" Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Lin Fan, whose expression was now devoid of scorn and mockery, replaced instead by admiration and even fear. The power he had demonstrated was overwhelmingly potent. Noticing their silence, Lin Fan shrugged and said nonchalantly, "I am quite accommodating. I can grant you time to ponder your choices." Chapter 18. The inscription of talismans. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, coupled with the sinister smile on his face, everyone understood the implications hidden within. Yet, one person cautiously inquired, "Can we truly decide for ourselves?" Taken aback by the question, Lin Fan maintained his smile, replying, "I am quite accommodating. You may choose how to proceed." After hearing Lin Fan's words, the questioner took a deep breath, his demeanor earnest as he proclaimed, "I, Ba Lang, wish to follow you, to clear the obstacles on your path, hoping you will accept me as your servant." The declaration left not only Lin Fan in a state of shock, but also drew peculiar gazes from the others, some astonished, others in admiration, some with bitter smiles, some with mockery, and even a few expressing anger at Ba Lang's brazen display of submission. How shameless, Lin Fan thought, laughing heartily at Ba Lang's audacity. Just as Lin Fan's laughter subsided, another voice emerged, this time that of a woman. "I, Ba Mei, wish to follow in your footsteps, never depart." As Ba Mei finished speaking, a rugged voice echoed, "I, Ba Shi, wish to pursue your path, never to depart." Following this, the remaining individuals echoed the same sentiment. "We wish to follow in your footsteps, never depart." After this unanimous declaration, the initially bold Ba Lang found himself cursing inwardly, "You lot are nothing but cowards, merely expressing a desire to follow." Observing Ba Lang's displeasure, some could not stifle their laughter, relishing his predicament. As the laughter subsided, Lin Fan regained his composure, reverting to the demeanor of a solitary master. "Since you all wish to follow me, I shall not treat you unfairly." Upon hearing this, many inwardly chuckled, recalling Lin Fan's earlier bravado and how, had they dared to voice any dissent, they would already be sprawled on the ground. just based on his earlier remark of, "I do not desire the excessively ugly, nor those with heavy malice." Before anyone could react, 5 talismans of different colors reappeared within the cave. Here are 5 talismans that enhance weapon attributes. Simply place your weapons within them to amplify their power. While speaking, Lin Fan took the slender blade from Ba Mei's hands. Like this, he instructed as he placed the blade inside a talisman. As soon as the blade entered, numerous light spots ascended from the talisman, penetrating the blade in but 5 breaths. Those light spots gradually vanished into Ba Mei's slender blade. Once she received her weapon back from Lin Fan, Ba Mei's first instinct was to gently wipe the area he had touched. Witnessing this, Lin Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could she so openly display her disdain? "Where do I save face as your leader?" After polishing her blade, Ba Mei finally swung it once more, revealing an expression of astonishment. How sharp! She had not anticipated her weapon would become so keen. Her attack power would undoubtedly increase significantly with this newfound edge. Initially indifferent, the crowd exhibited expressions of astonishment upon hearing the voice of Ba Mei. The mere act of placing a talisman for a brief moment enabled the power of the talisman to be inscribed onto the weapon. How astonishingly extraordinary this was! It required an immensely formidable cultivation to sustain the operation of these few talismans. As the onlookers rushed to enhance their weapons with the talisman's power, Lin Fan intercepted Ba Lang, the first to choose surrender, and said with a smile, "Wait a moment. I shall personally inscribe the talisman for you." Upon hearing this, Ba Lang's face lit up with excitement. Knowing that Lin Fan's handiwork would undoubtedly surpass the potency of the talismans imprinted elsewhere. Observing that most of the crowd had already inscribed their weapons with some talismanic power, Lin Fan took 2 small one-handed battle axes from Ba Lang. "Ba Lang, demonstrate the cultivation technique you have mastered," Lin Fan calmly instructed. Ba Lang, though initially perplexed, complied without further questioning and began to exhibit his practiced technique. After discerning the attributes of Ba Lang's technique, Lin Fan instructed him to halt. Ignoring the crowd's bewilderment, Lin Fan held one battle axe in one hand while, with the other, he began to inscribe talismans seemingly out of thin air. Inscribing talismans in mid-air. The spectators gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Lin Fan, without the aid of any tools, directly etching with his hand. Many talisman masters typically utilize powerful artifacts imbued with substantial spiritual energy during the inscription process. For inscribing talismans is an endeavor that heavily depletes one's spiritual energy. Even a 7th-level Grand Talisman Master would opt to employ potent artifacts to conserve their internal spiritual essence. Yet here stood Lin Fan, who not only forewent any tools but also inscribed directly onto the weapon, thereby exponentially increasing his spiritual energy expenditure. Just as the crowd was taken aback by Lin Fan's astonishing display, he executed yet another jaw-dropping feat. Generally, talisman practitioners strive to conserve their spiritual energy while inscribing. However, Lin Fan, while etching talismans onto the battle axe, exhibited no inclination to preserve his energy. In fact, he proceeded to expend his energy freely. As a yellow talisman neared completion, Lin Fan paused on the final stroke, then proceeded to inscribe another yellow talisman, similarly halting at the last stroke. In total, he left 10 talismans in a state of suspension at their final strokes, necessitating that Lin Fan continuously expend his spiritual energy to maintain their power. Ultimately, Lin Fan's actions left the crowd astounded. The last strokes of those 10 talismans converged to form a new talisman. Such a mysterious and unfathomable ability to inscribe talismans transcended the crowd's understanding. As the final strokes of 10 talismans coalesced into a brand new talisman, is it truly possible to inscribe talismans in this manner? One exclaimed in astonishment. Despite their ignorance of how to inscribe talismans themselves, they were certain they had never heard of such a method before. It was utterly remarkable. Upon completing the peculiar 11 talismans, Lin Fan stood in place, scrutinizing the talismans etched onto the battle axe, deep in thought. There should still be room for one more talisman, but then they would cease to be unified. Chapter 19. The need for improvement. The crowd erupted in a clamor upon hearing Lin Fan's words. He attempting to create a talisman of his own? Indeed, Lin Fan did not disappoint. He remarked nonchalantly, "This is my first attempt at such talisman inscription. It undeniably requires refinement." Ba Lang, hearing this, was both amused and exasperated. Practicing talisman inscribing with his own weapon, ignoring the crowd's reactions, Lin Fan seized another one-handed battle axe and resumed his inscription. His speed far exceeded that of before. There was no pause, and the process flowed smoothly. It truly is his first time inscribing talismans. Seeing this, the crowd began to contemplate internally. Could he be a long-hidden master of talismans? How else could he possess such formidable inscribing capabilities, even to the extent of creating new talismans? In the span of a mere incense stick, Lin Fan completed the talisman inscription on the second battle axe. Let us test the power of this weapon. Bia Lang, in a daze, took the newly inscribed axe from Lin Fan's hands, and the moment he unleashed his spiritual energy, a formidable force erupted from the axe. Whoa! Uncertain of the axe's true power, Ba Lang merely released a hint of spiritual energy. Astonishment washed over him as the force released nearly caused the entire cave to collapse. What? The crowd clearly perceived that Ba Lang had not unleashed much spiritual energy, yet the power he released was astonishingly formidable. Hiss! All gazes turned to the battle axe in Ba Lang's hands, filled with envy, as they recognized that he could now become an invincible being at the Golden Core realm with this weapon. Sensing the admiration in the crowd's eyes, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired, to display overwhelming power and earn their submission. This is merely an experiment. When I devise a better idea next time, I shall craft an even finer battle axe for you. Lin Fan feigned nonchalance, further deepening their allegiance. Subsequently, Lin Fan led this group of astonished Golden Core masters back to his underwater palace, preparing for the next phase of his plan. Before he could submerge into the lake's depths, Lin Fan noticed several powerful figures sealing off the entire lake's surface. Judging by their attire, it appeared that the enchanting woman he had rescued belonged to their family. With this in mind, Lin Fan intended to approach them and explain the situation regarding the young lady, aiming to forge a bond of goodwill. Before Lin Fan could make his move, a powerful individual emerged from the depths of the lake. Reporting in a low voice to a middle-aged man on the surface, report, family head. We have confirmed that the young lady is within a house at the lake's bottom. The expression of the middle-aged man darkened upon hearing this, and he shouted, then hurry and rescue her. What are you waiting for? The messenger, with an unusual expression, replied, that house is surrounded by a powerful defensive array. It would be difficult for us to breach it in a short time. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression hardened, and he bellowed, who dares to imprison a member of the Lin family? Attack with all your might. We must rescue the young lady. I shall remain here and see which little brat dares to abduct a member of the Lin family. The messenger led a group of 10 peak Golden Core masters into the lake's depths, beginning their assault on the small house's defenses. Upon seeing the figures on the lake's surface, Ba Lang and the others exchanged glances of recognition. That appears to be the Lin family's personal guard. Indeed, they are the personal guard of the Lin family. The man at the center is Lin Tianhao, the second in command of the Lin family, a peak Golden Core master who once wielded the Frostwind sword, dominating many peak Golden Core practitioners. BMA, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, spoke with a hint of gravity. As the Lin family was indeed a formidable force in this region. What are they doing standing atop the lake? Are they all bathing together? Ba Hu chuckled. Just as curiosity swept over the crowd, Lin Fan suddenly interjected coldly, daring to attack my palace? You seek death. Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, Lin Fan strode forward, his voice icy. If you wish to follow me, do not fall behind. Who goes there? Lin Fan's sudden appearance caught the attention of the Lin family members, who coldly admonished, the Lin family is conducting business here. Unrelated individuals should leave at once. Unfazed by their threats, Lin Fan didn't even spare a glance. With a flick of his hand, he sent one Golden Core master flying. Should anyone dare to attack me again and remain hidden, the consequences will be as he faces. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Fan conjured 10 yellow talismans from thin air, instantly binding a Lin family Golden Core master. The bound Lin family master barely had time to emit a scream before he was reduced to ashes by the overwhelming power of the talisman. Scattering into the air, witnessing this scene, Ba Lang and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They had not anticipated Lin Fan to be so formidable, effortlessly slaying 2 Lin family Golden Core masters. What are we waiting for? Charge! Ba Lang shouted, brandishing the 2 battle axes enhanced by the talismans, rushing toward Lin Fan to intercept a Lin family Golden Core master. Should we engage? That is the powerful Lin family. Many observed Lin Fan and Ba Lang's retreating figures, hesitating, for in their eyes, no matter how powerful Lin Fan might be, he was still but one man, while the Lin family was a colossal force. Kill! Following Ba Lang, Ba Hu and 3 others soared into action, confronting 4 Lin family masters attempting to attack Lin Fan. Seeing this, the crowd gritted their teeth, stepping in to shield Lin Fan from the Lin family's might. Clang! Clash! Although only a dozen of Lin Fan's allies stood against nearly 100 from the Lin family. Under the enhancement of Lin Fan's powerful talismans, Ba Lang and his companions managed to completely hold off the Lin family's numbers. This is the first time. I have forgiven your hesitation. Should there be a next time, you shall face the consequences. Upon uttering the final word, Lin Fan continued to inscribe talismans in mid-air: speed, shield, strength. In an instant, Lin Fan inscribed a multitude of powerful talismans to arm Ba Hu and the others. Initially, as they accepted the power of Lin Fan's talismans, Ba Lang and his companions struggled to gauge their strength, but they quickly adapted, being golden core masters themselves. Ha ha ha! Ba Hu, wielding 2 battle axes, moved through the Lin family's elite guard as if traversing an uninhabited realm. His formidable defenses and immense strength rendered every gold core expert of the Lin family his inferiors. Come and strike me, he bellowed. Even more astonishing was Ba Hu's ability to amplify his defenses to an extraordinary degree, thanks to the powerful talismans inscribed by Lin Fan. Even a Yuan-ing realm expert would find it nearly impossible to slay him with a single blow. Despite being besieged by 5 or 6 Lin family warriors, he continued to shout defiantly, unscathed. Chapter 20. Outrageous. The most astonishing of all was Ba Mei, who, with a long and sharp blade, transformed into a flurry of shadows after being empowered by the talismans. Before her adversaries could even discern her weapon, they were already grievously wounded. Had it not been for Lin Fan's order to refrain from killing, this lake would have long been stained red with blood. The middle-aged man, Lin Tianhao, the second in command of the Lin family, was taken aback by the ferocity of Lin Fan and his companions. More than a dozen had defeated the Lin family's most elite guards. You fools, do you not realize that your actions will provoke the wrath of the Lin family? Lin Tianhao roared, brandishing a 3-foot cold sword and charging at Lin Fan. He understood that it was Lin Fan's talismans that had emboldened their foes to conquer the formidable Lin family guard. Your opponent is me, Ba Lang declared, battle axes in hand, displaying no trace of fear, reminiscent of the erstwhile strongest gold core expert launching an attack. Fool! Lin Tianhao scowled at Ba Lang, who dared challenge him despite being merely in the late gold core stage. He unleashed his most powerful frost sword technique, aiming to slay him in one stroke. Clang, clang. Alas, under Lin Fan's unceasing talisman amplification, Ba Lang, even at his late gold core cultivation, remained unharmed in the face of a Yuan-ing attack. Those sent by Lin Tianhao to rescue the Lin family young lady from the lake surfaced, initially astonished at the sight of their incapacitated comrades. Kill, led by the captain of the guard. Over 50 more formidable Lin family warriors charged at Lin Fan and his companions. Do not kill them. Merely incapacitate them, Lin Fan calmly instructed from the center of the chaos. Upon hearing these words, the Lin family guards were consumed by rage, feeling utterly insulted. Meanwhile, Ba Lang and his companions erupted in exhilaration. What is true dominance? This was it, even when faced with foes outnumbering them several times over. One could still calmly declare, do not kill them, merely incapacitate them. This was an expression of utter disdain. When encountering our leader, consider yourselves fortunate, Ba Hu shouted exuberantly on the battlefield. All the Lin family guards looked on in disbelief. This was sheer audacity, unparalleled arrogance. Lin Tianhao's expression darkened at the sight of Ba Lang, who appeared unscathed despite his relentless assault. He glanced towards Lin Fan, pondering who this individual truly was. Despite employing talisman powers for such an extended period, Lin Fan remained unfazed, his energy seemingly inexhaustible. If Lin Tianhao had known that Lin Fan possessed a cultivation spanning 100 trillion years, he would never have dared to engage him. As time passed, the Lin family guards that had rushed from the lake were all defeated by Ba Hu and his companions, lying motionless upon the water's surface, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Only Lin Tianhao remained steadfast. Ba Lang had to concede that Lin Tianhao, once the foremost gold core expert, possessed a terrifying combat prowess that even typical Yuan-ing experts would struggle against. Ha! After repelling Ba Lang's shell-like defenses with a single strike, Lin Tianhao withdrew, his expression growing increasingly grim as he surveyed the Lin family guards who had lost their fighting spirit, a pallor washing over his face. At this juncture, Lin Tianhao had to acknowledge that Lin Fan was an extraordinarily powerful talisman master, yet one question lingered in his mind. Why had Lin Fan intervened? Why, possessing the strength to easily overpower them, did he refrain from direct confrontation and instead allow his subordinates to do the fighting? What grievance could the Lin family have committed against this elder? Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, Ba Lang and his companions displayed shock. Realizing they had attacked the mighty Lin family, yet instead of facing retaliation, the Lin family appeared apologetic. This was the benefit of immense strength, all thanks to the individual before them. Indeed, why did we engage them? This was a shared doubt among Ba Lang and his comrades. Lin Fan's words continued to astound. "Don't compel you to inquire of me this question," he replied nonchalantly. This time, not only did Ba Lang and his companions contemplate kneeling, but even the Lin family guards who had lost their fighting spirit looked bewildered, realizing that they had been so thoroughly bested. "Brother, you truly are formidable," they thought. Lin Tianhao stood frozen for a few moments, his mind momentarily blank, even his heart pausing briefly. He'll provoke such a conflict merely to elicit this question. He coughed up a mouthful of old blood, utterly infuriated. Typically, it was they who bullied others. Never had they envisioned being so ruthlessly overpowered. Lin Tianhao took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. "Might I inquire why the elder has taken action?" he asked, suppressing his ire. "Because you attacked my dwelling?" Lin Fan replied with an expression of calm indifference. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in a state of confusion. "This fierce and overwhelming powerhouse resided here? Your dwelling is?" Lin Tianhao cautiously inquired. "The palace beneath the lake?" Lin Fan continued without a hint of concern. "Palace." At this revelation, all eyes turned towards the lake, searching for the residence of this formidable individual. Moments later, they confirmed that beneath the lake lay only a modest wooden house shielded by a protective barrier. Lin Tianhao cautiously inquired once more, "Might I ask where the elder's palace is located?" "Do not overthink it. It is that small house you previously assailed," Lin Fan gestured. Following his, they beheld a rather dilapidated abode. Seeing this, Lin Tianhao suddenly bellowed, "I address you as elder, yet you truly believe the Lin family fears you. No matter how powerful a talisman master, once your spiritual energy is exhausted, we shall see how you withstand the might of the Lin family's forces." Lin Tianhao discarded his previous politeness, reverting to his initial brashness. Ba Lang and his companions exchanged speechless glances with Lin Fan, questioning how far one could go to provoke another. "You have indeed abducted a Lin family young lady. And yet here you are, attempting to cleanse your actions." Little did they know the depths of their elder's cunning. Bia, who, lacking a filter, laughed heartily. "This underwater palace is truly simplistic." Hearing this, Shawnee shot him a fierce glare before smilingly asking, "Do you think this place lacks the grace of a palace?" The tactless Ba Hu retorted, "It does not." Continuing, Lin Fan, with a smile gracing his lips, inquired of them, "Do you not share this sentiment?" The others, upon witnessing the sly grin on Lin Fan's face, sensed that misfortune was imminent. Indeed, before they could respond, Lin Fan, wearing an expression of calm, stated, "In truth, I, too, hold that opinion." A chill ran down the spines of Ba Lang and the others as they anticipated impending trouble. "Since we all agree that this place does not embody the essence of an underwater palace, let us collectively transform it into one." Lin Fan observed their nonchalant demeanor and was momentarily swayed by Ba Lang and the others' reactions to solidify his decision. With so many young men at hand, it would be a waste not to assign them tasks. Without so much as glancing at them, Lin Fan continued, "From this day forth, the responsibility of constructing the underwater palace shall rest upon your shoulders." Each of Ba Lang's companions wished to voice their objections, yet they were silenced by a mere glance from Lin Fan. "The singular requirement for this underwater palace was that it must meet my satisfaction." Upon hearing this declaration, Ba Lang and his cohorts relinquished their resistance, understanding that Lin Fan's words were a form of retribution. They cast glances filled with fury towards Ba Hu. The towering figure of Ba Hu, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, bashfully remarked, "Why are you all looking at me? It's rather embarrassing." Before he could finish his sentence, someone seized the moment and struck him soundly across the face. "Who did that?" Ba Hu seethed, his anger palpable. Slap. Another resounding hit followed. Regardless of whether Ba Hu noticed, Ba Lang led the others in a rhythmic assault, encircling Ba Hu and delivering strikes in unison. Hearing the ensuing commotion, Lin Fan chuckled and addressed Lin Tianhao. "My apologies for the ruckus. These subordinates are newly acquired and have yet to grasp the proper decorum." Observing Lin Fan's cheerful demeanor, Lin Tianhao inwardly scoffed, "You appear utterly unashamed, employing a dozen golden core cultivators to overpower my family's elite guards and claiming they are newly recruited. Who do you think you are belittling?" Lin Tianhao waved his hand dismissively, choosing to ignore him, lest he be provoked into action. It was infuriating to witness someone so ancient trying to feign youthfulness. Did he not have any shame? Naturally, Lin Tianhao refrained from voicing such thoughts in Lin Fan's presence, as it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Lin Fan led Lin Tianhao into a wooden cabin, instructing Ba Lang and the others to guard the entrance, forbidding entry without his command. Chapter 22. A heart full of malice, Daddy. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Guo rushed over, her face a portrait of grievance, and clung to Lin Fan's leg, exclaiming, Daddy, just now, many bad people tried to rush in. It was so frightening. Fear not, my dear. Your father has already chased those villains away, and no one dares to bully you now, Lin Fan replied, his affection evident as he embraced Xiao Guo. What is this? Lin Tianhao, as the second in command of the Lin family, had encountered all manner of demons and had traversed the mystical realms of the immortal forest. His discerning eye immediately recognized that Xiao Guo's lineage was extraordinary. Although he could not ascertain her true nature, he was certain she was no mere human, nor an ordinary forest beast. The faint aura she exuded suggested she was likely a formidable beast of great power. This realization only deepened Lin Tianhao's curiosity about Lin Fan. Despite his own peak golden core strength, he could not perceive Lin Fan's true prowess, compounded by Lin Fan's remarkable mastery of talismans and the enigmatic presence of Xiao Guo. All of this indicated that Lin Fan possessed an extraordinary and powerful background. With this in mind, Lin Tianhao's demeanor shifted once more, and he inquired softly, Might I ask where the young lady of the Lin family is? Lin Fan turned to Xiao Guo and instructed, Xiao Guo, lead us to that beautiful sister's room. Following Xiao Guo, Lin Fan casually remarked, For all these days, it has been Xiao Guo caring for your young lady. Lin Tianhao was perplexed as to why Lin Fan would specifically mention this, yet he responded earnestly, The Lin family shall undoubtedly express their gratitude. Upon entering the chamber and seeing Lin Xiaoya still lying in bed, looking pale and unwell, Lin Tianhao's heart surged with emotion, his body trembling in anticipation. Xiaoya. Since Lin Xiaoya's disappearance, the Lin family had mobilized all available resources for her search. It was only when a diviner of great renown intervened that her whereabouts were finally revealed. For Lin Xiaoya was of paramount importance to the Lin family. Is this indeed the Lin family young lady you seek? Lin Fan inquired pointedly at Lin Tianhao. Thank you, young Master Lin, for rescuing my young lady. Once I return her to the Lin family, there will surely be ample rewards, Lin Tianhao expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Confirming that he had not been mistaken, Lin Fan gestured for Lin Tianhao to step aside while Xiao Guo continued to tend to the unconscious Lin Xiaoya. Clearing his throat with exaggerated pretense, Lin Fan regarded Lin Tianhao with a knowing smile. Feeling as though he were under the scrutiny of a lecherous old man, Lin Tianhao cautiously inquired, Does young Master Lin have any instructions? Let us discuss the matter of compensation, Lin Fan said, an impish grin spreading across his face. First, your attack on my underwater palace requires restitution. Secondly, my selfless rescue of your young lady also calls for some form of recompense. Lastly, my adorable daughter has tirelessly cared for her over these past days. Surely some form of compensation is in order for her efforts. Upon hearing Lin Fan's demands, Lin Tianhao stood frozen in disbelief, incredulous at the audacity of such a shameless individual. And one more thing. My underwater palace needs to be rebuilt. Surely, you should also provide appropriate compensation for that, Lin Fan shamelessly added. Ultimately, Lin Tianhao reached an agreement with Lin Fan, converting all forms of compensation into the construction of the underwater palace. After clarifying all matters, Lin Tianhao swiftly departed with the unconscious Lin Xiaoya and 5 relatively weaker members of his guard. Only after distancing themselves from the lake did Lin Tianhao finally erupt in fury, exclaiming, A thief! An absolute brigand! The memory of how Lin Fan had manipulated the situation to seize all his possessions under the guise of soothing Xiao Guo's injured spirit left him with a grim countenance. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood over the lake, surveying the nearly 100 guards and Ba Lang's group left behind, and proclaimed, Brothers, shall we embark on the construction of an underwater palace together? Upon hearing his words, the leader of the guards, Pang Chong, a late-stage golden core cultivator, regarded him with a look of disbelief, preparing to voice his dissent. However, the second in command, Lu Jian, quickly intervened, smiling broadly, Absolutely, to ensure that young Master Lin's underwater palace is completed swiftly. We shall exert our utmost efforts. Noticing Pang Chong's confusion, Lu Jian whispered, Have you forgotten Elder Lin's instructions before he left? Recalling Lin Tianhao's solemn warnings, Pang Chong quickly donned a smile and addressed Lin Fan in a fawning tone. From this day forth, let us together construct this underwater palace. Pang Chong's sudden shift in demeanor stemmed from the realization that Lin Fan, who had elicited such a response from the cunning Lin Tianhao, was no ordinary individual and likely possessed deeper schemes than Lin Tianhao himself. Satisfied with the responses from the 2 leaders of the Lin family's guards, Lin Fan nodded approvingly, thinking, These two fellows are quite astute. In the following days, Lin Fan took Ba Lang, Ba Mei, and Ba Hu into the mountains for hunting to provide sustenance for Xiao Guo. Night. He assigned tasks to Peng Chong and Lu Jian, gradually sculpting the underwater palace from his vision. Amidst a forest rife with perilous beasts, a cadre of formidable golden core cultivators transformed the landscape around the lake, rendering it increasingly picturesque. Furthermore, Lin Fan even set up a dozen small gathering arrays at the lake's bottom to amplify the energy, transforming the ordinary lake into a sanctuary for cultivation. During their hunting excursions, Lin Fan intentionally honed the trio's teamwork, aspiring for them to evolve into a perfectly coordinated unit capable of thriving even in his absence. As Lin Fan diligently constructed the underwater palace beneath the lake, the Qingyun sect suddenly found itself under siege from a mysterious force. Elder Xian stood atop Qingyun Peak alongside the sect's leader, Shun Xuan, gazing at the fully fortified Qingyun sect, both men bearing expressions of grave concern. Elder Xian broke the silence, saying, "Junior brother, it is I who have brought calamity upon the Qingyun sect. I should not have returned. Senior brother, although the Qingyun sect may not be a top-tier sect, it has stood tall for thousands of years. If we cannot protect even a single person, we would be unworthy of our standing in this region," said Sect Master Shan Chuan with a grave expression. "Alas, junior brother, why must you go to such lengths?" Elder Xian gazed at Sect Master Shan Chuan, reminiscing about their days of cultivation together in the Qingyun sect. A smile creeping onto his face. "Senior brother, our master regretted until his dying breath that he could not stop you after that incident occurred." Shan Chuan looked at Elder Xian with a serious demeanor and said, "This time, I will not allow the past to repeat itself." Seeing that Elder Xian wished to say more, Shan Chuan interjected sternly, "Fear not, I have already sent all disciples of the Qingyun sect back home as of yesterday, especially ensuring that the more promising talents are well arranged." Upon hearing Shan Chuan's words, Elder Xian's expression turned somber, a hint of reluctance surfacing as he gently remarked, "I did not expect them to return so swiftly. It is a pity about that young lad named Lin Fan. I observed his remarkable talent in the path of talisman crafting. Had I known they would come back so soon, I would have passed on the art of talisman crafting from the Qingyun sect to him, thus preserving a spark for the sect." Upon hearing this, Shan Chuan too wore a look of regret, lamenting that he had vanished during the trial. Meanwhile, Lin Tianhao, who had departed with Lin Xiaoyan and others, fell into an ambush, nearly facing total annihilation. Even when invoking the name of the Lin family, those lurking in the shadows pressed on mercilessly. "Bastards!" Lin Tianhao roared as he prepared to strike back. A 1,000-foot-long sword blade descended from the heavens. Upon witnessing this blade, Lin Tianhao's expression changed drastically, shouting to the 3 surviving guards, "Run! Seek out young Master Lin." Immediately afterward, Lin Tianhao unleashed his terrifying power at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Frostwind Sword Technique. The bone-chilling sword aura surged forth from Lin Tianhao, spiraling outwards violently. Boom! The 1,000-foot sword blade collided with the Frostwind sword aura, unleashing a cataclysmic force. After just a brief moment, Lin Tianhao coughed up blood, his body uncontrollably hurtling away. Spurt! Blood splattered upon the ground as the Frostwind sword aura gradually dissipated. Truly, Lin Tianhao of the Frostwind sword is formidable, able to withstand my strike and remain alive. Shortly after, a towering figure emerged from the confrontation, observing the retreating Lin Tianhao with an indifferent expression. Were it not for the orders to guard this place, I would have been tempted to test how many strikes the foremost Golden Core expert of the past could endure. Having spoken, the figure brandished a long sword, gazing at the direction in which Lin Tianhao had vanished, casually remarking. Lin Tianhao had instructed the 3 guards to escort Lin Xiaoyan back to Lin Fan, primarily due to the information he had just received. The area within 1,000 miles centered around the Qingyun sect had been completely sealed off. If escape was impossible, the only outcome would be suppression or death. Lin Tianhao understood that with his own strength alone, he had no chance of escaping. The only hope lay in relying on the mysterious Lin Fan to facilitate their escape. At this moment, Lin Fan was still directing Peng Chong and others as they diligently renovated the area he had named Panyang Lake. Chapter 24. A cataclysmic transformation after 3 days of intensive restoration by 100 Golden Core experts. Panyang Lake underwent a dramatic transformation. The uneven lakebed and walls were now remarkably smooth in accordance with Lin Fan's directives. Only the more aesthetically pleasing spiritual plants were retained, organized into designated zones for cultivation. All other aquatic life was selectively exterminated based on Lin Fan's aesthetic preferences, leaving only the most visually appealing and docile specimens. Following these monumental changes, Panyang Lake resembled more of a private swimming pool, albeit a rather expansive one. Furthermore, Lin Fan had audaciously installed numerous second-tier luminous talismans at the lakebed, alongside a multitude of isolation talismans, designating areas for observation and the construction of an underwater palace. Surprisingly, the laborious tasks did not evoke a single complaint from Pang Chong and the Lin family guards. Rather, they eagerly vied to assist Lin Fan. This was due to Lin Fan's stipulation that for every hour they toiled, they would be permitted to cultivate in one of the 10 areas rich in spiritual energy. Today, Lin Fan assigned Pang Chong and others the task of clearing the environment surrounding Panyang Lake. Captain, I think I've grown fond of this simple daily task of cleaning. I find myself reluctant to leave this place. Pang Chong chuckled at his subordinates, teasingly admonishing. Speak honestly, do you genuinely enjoy this cleaning work? Or is it the experience of cultivating in that gathering array that captivates you? In truth, Pang Chong himself had come to appreciate the process of cultivation within the gathering array. The rich spiritual energy not only alleviated the fatigue from a day's labor, but also doubled their cultivation progress. 1 day of cultivation in the gathering array equated to 5 days of prior effort. While Pang Chong conversed with his comrades, 3 figures swiftly descended from the sky, their voices calling out in desperation. Young Master Lin, help us! Please, young Master Lin, lend us your aid. Observing this, Pang Chong swiftly approached the trio, noticing the severely injured and unconscious Lin Tianhao, his expression tightening as he asked gravely, "What happened? Weren't you supposed to escort the young lady back to the Lin family? We were ambushed." Elder Lin sacrificed himself to buy us a chance to escape, but he was gravely injured. The 3 of them briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon arriving, Lin Fan personally examined Lin Tianhao's condition. His breath was erratic, meridians shattered, and powerful sword energy lingered within him, slowly damaging his body. Seeing this, Lin Fan's expression tightened. He had not anticipated Lin Tianhao would suffer such severe injuries. Yet, I am no divine healer. Ultimately, Lin Fan had no choice but to place the unconscious Lin Tianhao and Lin Xiaoyan at the center of the gathering array, allowing the pure spiritual energy to gradually mend their injuries. Are you suggesting that their target may be the Inter-sect? Lin Fan inquired of the 3. Before Elder Lin lost consciousness, he mentioned something about the Inter-sect. Hearing this, Lin Fan recalled that the Inter-sect trials seemed to be concluding in these very days. Then let us return and investigate. Before leaving, Lin Fan deliberately set up a massive illusion array at Panyang Lake, instructing the Lin family that until he clarified the situation, they should remain hidden at the lakebed, as it would be the safest refuge. Lin Fan and the 3 others set out, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the Inter-sect trials in favor of constructing the underwater palace. The 4 arrived at the location where the Inter-sect disciples had previously undergone their trials, only to find no trace of the sect whatsoever. Then let us return to the sect. The trial site was merely 100 miles from the Inter-sect, and within moments, the 4 reached their destination. Before they could ascend the mountain, Lin Fan noticed an eerie silence enveloping the entire Inter-sect, devoid of any sounds of cultivation. This is bad. A foreboding sensation washed over Lin Fan as he hastened up the mountain. As they approached the outer gate of the Inter-sect, Lin Fan discovered that it was not the Golden Core experts of the sect who were guarding the area. Capture them and inquire about the situation. After several days of coordination, the combat prowess of Ba Lang and his companions had surged dramatically, their teamwork becoming increasingly seamless. Even without Lin Fan's talisman enhancements, the trio could hunt Golden Core peak-level beasts. Clang, clash. In a brief skirmish, the 2 Golden Core experts were swiftly subdued by Ba Lang and his team without uttering a single cry for help. Who are you? The 2 individuals thrown before Lin Fan glared at him in fury, shouting, "How dare you lay hands on us? Are you seeking death?" Lin Fan was taken aback by the audacity of the 2 seemingly unimposing Golden Core experts. Rather than fear, they exhibited blatant arrogance and anger upon capture. "Beat them, until they comply." Lin Fan lightly gestured to Ba Lang and Ba Hu, casting a silencing talisman to muffle the area. He. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Ba Lang and Ba Hu exchanged cruel smiles as they prepared to proceed. Chapter 25. There is only one path, Mad. You dare glare at me? I'll show you what it means to glare. Do you still dare to glare? Listening to Ba Lang and Ba Hu's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but rub his forehead, pondering. What sins did I commit in my last life to be burdened with these 2 fools, incapable of even interrogating a person? Originally, Lin Fan intended for them to pry open the mouths of the 2 Golden Core experts and extract some valuable information. However, the duo instead launched a flurry of punches, leaving the proud Golden Core experts dazed. The 2 gatekeepers thought, "Aren't you here to interrogate us? Why are you attacking without asking anything? You must not want us to speak. Ultimately, it was Lin Fan who intervened, halting the increasingly exuberant Ba Lang and Ba Hu before they could unleash further punishment on the two Golden Core experts, who now lay wailing in despair. Big brother, we were wrong. You ask, and we will answer anything. Just please, don't let them come near us. What a profound psychological shadow this must have cast to result in such a situation. From the lips of these two disciples of the Golden Core, it was revealed that they hail from Inter-sect, and their purpose for coming here is to annihilate the Qingyun sect. Upon their arrival, they initially intended to launch a massive assault on the Qingyun sect, only to discover that it lay desolate, with only a handful of elders and the sect leader guarding the grand formation atop the mountain. Upon receiving this news, Lin Fan swiftly ascended the mountain with Ba Lang and the others, as for the two disciples of Inter-sect, whose minds were gravely traumatized. Lin Fan cast them out from the mountain gate, instructing them to keep their distance. The four of them made their way up the mountain, encountering no disciples from either Inter-sect or Qingyun sect along the way. The vast expanse of Qingyun sect emanated an unsettling silence that gnawed at the heart. Just as they reached the foot of the main peak, Qingyun Mountain, a cold voice from ahead pierced the air. Xian Lao, if you comply and come with us willingly, perhaps the Qingyun sect can be spared today. Otherwise, you shall find only a path to death. Hearing the woman's words, both Xian Lao and the sect leader's expressions shifted slightly, recalling a similar phrase from years past, which had become a lifelong torment for their master. One from which he never escaped even in death. Zhao Yin'er, should you wish to take my senior brother's life, you must first step over my corpse, Shan Chuan, the sect leader Shan Chuan declared angrily, glaring at the astonishingly beautiful woman before him, whose figure could only be described as perfect. Even though Zhao Yin'er stood there coldly, devoid of any expression, her presence was enough to overshadow everything around her. Drawing all gazes to her in response to Shan Chuan's words, Zhao Yin'er remained impassive, her enchanting eyes scanning the elders and disciples of Qingyun sect standing before her, as she coldly remarked, should you utter another word that displeases me, not only will you, a mere sect leader of Qingyun sect, perish, but the entire sect shall meet its end. Then let us see who shall prevail, Shan Chuan retorted, his face frosted with rage, as the immense spiritual energy within him surged wildly. Humph! The frosty beauty, Zhao Yin'er, lost her patience, and a 3-foot-long icy blue sword began to spin rapidly in her hand. Die! Under her command, the 3-foot ice blue sword surpassed the spatial barrier, releasing an overwhelmingly potent chill. Towering ice blue crystal pillars, each 3 zhang long, began to coalesce around Zhao Yin'er, their tips aimed at every remaining disciple and elder of Qingyun sect. A single strike would instantly obliterate them, even causing the expressions of several elders at the pinnacle of the Golden Core to shift subtly. In the face of the terrifying ice crystal blades, Xian Lao, who had remained silent until now, narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, softly declaring, "Do you truly consider me a mere puppet to be toyed with?" As soon as his words fell, a red talisman appeared out of thin air. Strangle! The red talisman transformed in Xian Lao's hand into a massive space filled with wind blades, and before the ice crystal blades released by Zhao Yin'er could approach, they were shattered by the whirlwind's might, slowly advancing towards Zhao Yin'er and her companions. Please do not deceive yourself. We have come merely to invite you back, Xian Lao implored, but sensing the overwhelming power emanating from the wind blade space, Zhao Yin'er's icy visage darkened with malice. You little brat, if you wish for me to return, then that old fool must come in person. Otherwise, you have no hope. Without sparing Zhao Yin'er a glance, Xian Lao directed the wind blade space toward her position. Just as it drew within half a meter of her, a soft sigh echoed from above. Alas! A brilliant beam of ice crystal light streaked through the air, instantly shattering the terrifying wind blade space that threatened Zhao Yin'er and her companions. Xian Lao, my father has recently made new breakthroughs in his cultivation and is currently in seclusion. He has sent me specifically to invite you back. As the words fell, a man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yin'er descended from the skies. At that moment, Lin Fan noticed a massive ice blue ship floating in the air above Qingyun Mountain. It was evident that formidable beings resided upon that vessel. Drawing upon his immense cultivation accumulated over 100 trillion years, Lin Fan sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from above. Just then, his attention was drawn back to Xian Lao's voice. Zhao Kong. Upon uttering those two words, Xian Lao's expression darkened considerably, even more so than when he had first glimpsed the ice blue ship. Xian Lao? Zhao Kang's demeanor was far more agreeable than Zhao Yin'er's, wearing a smile as he regarded the elder atop Qingyun Mountain. Though Zhao Kong appeared amiable, those who had truly interacted with him knew him to be a cunning individual, his smile often concealing his true intentions until the moment of action. Xian Lao had previously spent some time in Inter-sect due to certain circumstances, and he was acutely aware of Zhao Kang's true nature. His strength was as inscrutable as his smile, leaving even a seasoned 8th-level talisman master like Xian Lao feeling a sense of trepidation regarding his ability to leave unscathed. Over the years, I have often dispatched forces to quell the disturbances caused by the beasts in the seas, seldom having the opportunity to converse with you, Xian Lao, Zhao Kong said, presenting himself as an unassuming middle-aged man with long, dark hair flowing elegantly behind him, evoking the image of a celestial being. We have nothing to discuss. Xian Lao remained grave, fully aware of the threat posed by Zhao Kong, as he slowly formed a silver talisman in his hand. Chapter 26. The ever-changing divine talisman. The silver talisman. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the silver talisman in Xian Lao's hand. The earlier appearance of the red talisman had already left him astounded. Yet the emergence of this silver talisman shocked him even more. In the realm of talismans, there were 10 distinct levels, represented by the colors yellow, blue, purple, red, and silver. The ability to wield any of the first 8 colors signified formidable talisman mastery. However, the final silver talisman was associated with the esteemed title of Divine Talisman Master, each capable of unleashing cataclysmic power. Becoming a Divine Talisman Master and comprehending silver talismans was not merely a matter of time. It required extraordinary innate talent, as each possessed an acute sensitivity to the myriad spiritual energies of the universe. To Lin Fan's surprise, this seemingly ordinary Xian Lao turned out to be a rare divine talisman master. Gazing at Xian Lao, who was inscribing the silver talisman, Lin Fan resolved to protect Qingyun's sect at all costs, especially in light of the elder's extraordinary abilities. Xian Lao, I truly wish to avoid conflict with a divine talisman master like yourself. Zhao Kong maintained his smile, though his gaze remained unyielding. You must understand, in Inter-sect, you are not the only divine talisman master. What? Lin Fan's expression shifted as he abruptly looked up at the floating ship above. Noticing his reaction, Zhao Kong chuckled softly, rest assured, no other divine talisman masters have come today. Despite Zhao Kang's reassurances, Xian Lao's expression remained stern. Even if no other divine talisman masters were present, facing Zhao Kong alone was beyond his capacity. Xian Lao, do not deceive yourself. We are well aware of your talents in talisman crafting. As long as you cooperate with us, this small Qingyun sect can continue to exist, and you may even learn more about divine talismans. As Zhao Kong continued to smile, the silver talisman in Xian Lao's hand radiated an even more intense light. Xian Lao, have you forgotten that your talisman skills were cultivated within my Inter-sect? In response to the silver talisman, Zhao Kang's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor placid as he extended a hand, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy into his palm. Frozen Realm. A beam of silver light erupted from his hand, instantly materializing a colossal ice crystal gate before him, which served as the epicenter for the emergence of an entire town crafted from ice crystals, with hundreds of exquisitely detailed houses appearing within. The towering Qingyun mountain was shrouded in the shadow of this ice crystal town, and dozens of the strongest elders from Qingyun sect turned pale at the sight of it, even the sect leader Shan Chuan appearing ashen. The previous thoughts of fighting to the death now seemed laughably naive. It's over. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by the terrifying ice crystal town, the members of Qingyun's sect felt hopeless. Divine Talisman, Skyward Blade. Xian Lao's expression shifted as he beheld the dread-inducing ice crystal town, and though he felt compelled to act, he gritted his teeth and hurled the silver divine talisman skyward. Striving to counter Zhao Kang's frozen realm, blades measuring 3 zhang in length surged forth from the silver talisman, racing through the air toward the terrifying icy domain. Zhao Kong, witnessing this, felt a chill of surprise. Not anticipating that the power of his divine talisman would be met with such resistance, and he smiled once more, saying, Xian Lao, it seems you have been concealing your strength within Inter-sect. Humph. Only a cold snort from the elder Xian answered him. Lin Fan, hiding at a distance, knew that once the silver divine talisman was unleashed, without his intervention, the Qingyun sect would vanish within this terrifying crystal kingdom. Prepare yourselves. At my command. Strike immediately, Lin Fan instructed the 3 companions beside him, Ba Lang and the others. The trio, already petrified by the events unfolding atop Qingyun Mountain, looked at Lin Fan in astonishment upon hearing his words. Realizing he was not jesting, Biehu hesitantly spoke. Elder brother, you can't be serious. The 3 of us, with our golden core cultivation, are to confront a formidable opponent at the ascendant stage. I assented that akin to seeking death? Lin Fan regarded the already dazed Ba Lang and his companions with a calm demeanor and replied, Did I say you should seek death? Ba Lang, halting Ba Hu, who was about to protest further, firmly declared, This life is for the fight. Even if I perish here today, I shall not utter a word of complaint. Observing Ba Lang's resolute willingness to sacrifice, Lin Fan teased, You wish to die? I won't allow it. If you perish, who shall return my investments from these past days? Very well, since I have pledged to keep you alive. Rest assured that you shall be unharmed. As the Crystal Kingdom clashed with the Divine Talisman and the Flying Sword, Lin Fan swiftly inscribed countless yellow talismans onto the bodies of Ba Lang and his companions. In mere breaths, he inscribed millions of yellow talismans, categorically enhancing their speed, strength, and defense, as they felt the immense power bestowed upon them by the talismans. The expressions of Ba Lang and his companions shifted from surprise to shock. They sensed boundless strength surging within, ready to face formidable opponents spanning the realms of yuanying, fusion, and integration, possessing the capability to engage in battle. Roar, battling tiger, overwhelmed by the terrifying power coursing through him, could not suppress a roar. Boss, whoever you say I should strike, I shall strike without hesitation. Ba Lang and Ba Mei echoed his sentiments, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. Hearing their words, Lin Fan smiled slightly, Fear not, I shall handle the most powerful ascendant. As for the rest, apart from those of the Inter-sect, give them a thorough beating. Lin Fan surveyed the battlefield at Qingyan Mountain, smiled at the three, and declared, Now is your time to shine. Allow me to lend you a hand. Ignoring their astonished expressions, he summoned the formidable power of 100 trillion years of cultivation and delivered a powerful kick to their behinds. Like a football, the three were propelled skyward. Ba Lang and Ba Hu, initially letting out cries of surprise, soon erupted into hearty laughter. Ba Mei, the stunning beauty, had not anticipated Lin Fan's forceful kick. Feeling the power at her rear, she exclaimed in outrage, You scoundrel, I shall kill you. Upon hearing Ba Mei's shout, Lin Fan realized with a start that he had just kicked the behind of a beautiful woman, and it felt rather soft. Chapter 27. The strange power of the talismans. The bizarre entrance of Ba Lang and his companions left the onlookers from Qingyun Mountain, including Zhao Kong and the elder Xian, staring in disbelief as they watched the three glowing yellow orbs rapidly descend. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of three earth-shattering impacts followed. Upon landing, Ba Lang and his companions quickly regained their feet, their expressions serious as they shouted, Protect the Inter-sect. With that, the trio, having made a peculiar entrance, unleashed terrifying combat prowess amidst the disciples of Lingxi sect. Who dares approach? Zhao Yin'er, her demeanor icy, bellowed. Those who seek your demise. Ba Lang, brandishing his sharp sword and golden shield, charged toward the frost-faced Zhao Yin'er. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yin'er's expression shifted to one of rage. How dare a mere golden core cultivator attack her? With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful sword aura infused with the essence of the fusion stage. The icy blue sword blade hurtling straight towards Ba Lang. Boom! The icy blade was perfectly deflected by Ba Lang's golden shield, and upon realizing he was unscathed, he erupted in laughter, charging toward Zhao Yin'er once more. Impossible! Seeing Ba Lang seemingly unharmed, Zhao Yin'er's expression faltered, her disbelief evident. She was acutely aware of the power behind her previous strike. Even a typical fusion stage cultivator would find it challenging to withstand it. How could this mere golden core cultivator have survived? Ha ha ha! Ba Lang laughed heartily as he prepared to charge at Zhao Yin'er again when a dazzling yellow figure suddenly appeared before him. She is mine. Seek other opponents, Ba Mei declared with fury. Recalling her earlier shout while airborne, Ba Lang's expression shifted, and he replied with a grin, Very well, she is yours, I shall find others to engage. With that, he gleefully dashed toward Ba Hu's position, thinking to himself, Never provoke an angry woman. Once Ba Lang departed, Ba Mei, wielding her own sword, let out a fierce roar and charged at the equally furious Zhao Yin'er. The latter, recognizing Ba Mei as a fellow golden core cultivator, felt an unusual rage welling within her, particularly at Ba Lang's earlier words, She is yours. Did she believe Zhao Yin'er to be an easy target? Zhao Yin'er swiftly unleashed over 100 strikes with her long sword, each slash conjuring a razor-sharp icy blade. In a brief moment, thousands of frigid and piercing icy blades hurtled toward Ba Mei. What a peculiar power of the talismans, Elder Xian mused, recognizing that while the talismans on Ba Lang and his companions were merely of the yellow grade, their sheer quantity had elevated their potency to a qualitative transformation, prompting him to commend their unique application. Quite an intriguing method of utilizing talismans, Zhao Kong remarked with a smile, equally impressed. It is a pity that the one wielding these talismans must possess exceptional talent, yet is constrained by their own cultivation level, limiting them to yellow-grade talismans. After offering his assessment, Zhao Kong glanced at Elder Xian, still grinning. I never imagined this humble Qingyun sect would harbor such a talented talisman master. However, Elder Xian remained perplexed, observing the three unusual golden core cultivators, pondering who could be the one wielding the yellow-grade talismans. He looked down at the sect leader, Shun Chuan, noting that Shun bore a similarly bewildered expression. Confirming that the talisman master had indeed been invited by him, as the disciples of Qingyun sect and Lingxi sect wrestled with their astonishment. A hearty laugh suddenly echoed through the air. Ha ha ha! Lin Fan did not reveal the 100 trillion years of cultivation hidden within him. Instead, he presented himself as merely a lowly Qi refinement disciple before the crowd. How dare you attack the Qingyun sect without my permission? Lin Fan proclaimed with a flourish, his gaze steady upon the Lingxi sect disciples engaged with Ba Lang and his companions. Finally, he fixed his eyes upon Zhao Kong, who had unleashed the frost, declaring, would you not agree that this is rather excessive? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Ba Lang and the others, fighting against Lingxi sect, could not help but think, truly the boss. Only he could deliver such audacious lines. Meanwhile, Ba Mei, embroiled in battle with Zhao Yin'er, caught sight of Lin Fan and her expression shifted in surprise, muttering, scoundrel. Renewing her frenzied assault on Zhao Yin'er, she inadvertently drew the latter's curiosity toward Lin Fan. Sensing an intriguing connection between him and the fierce woman before her, Elder Xian recognized Lin Fan as the one who had vanished during the earlier trials, the one endowed with a talent for talismans. While he felt a mix of surprise and displeasure, he could not fathom how this mere outer disciple dared to appear here. Interesting, he thought. Upon hearing Lin Fan's declaration, Zhao Kong initially felt taken aback, not anticipating such an audacious young lad. With a chuckle, he replied, from your tone, it seems I must seek your permission before acting against the Qingyun sect. No, what I mean is, as long as I am here. You shall not harm the Qingyun sect, Lin Fan retorted, maintaining his air of superiority. The sect leader of Qingyun and the elders exchanged glances, bemused by his claim. Why your words? It seems this Qingyun sect belongs to you. Zhao Kong smirked. Pausing to contemplate, Lin Fan stood still for a moment before calmly stating, not quite. At Zhao Kang's signal, a golden core disciple from the Lingxi sect charged at Lin Fan, intent on attack. Die, brat. What followed was an unexpected spectacle as the disciple, still several meters from Lin Fan, was sent flying by an unseen force. What? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. A golden core cultivator had been struck down by a mere Qi refinement disciple. How could this be? The strongest present, Zhao Kong, regarded Lin Fan with newfound gravity, tossing forth an icy blue orb. Swish! A powerful ice blue orb hurtled swiftly towards Lin Fan. Zhao Kong understood that while this orb appeared to be casually unleashed by him, the force it contained was formidable enough to challenge even the mightiest cultivators of the Great Ascension realm. However, before the immensely powerful Lin Fan, boasting a cultivation level of 100 trillion, a mere flick of his wrist reduced the orb to mere fragments, vanishing into nothingness. Chapter 28. This is not the end. A notification from the system echoed. Ding. Congratulations, player Lin Fan. You have ascended to a heavenly grade alchemist and triggered a challenge quest. Do you accept? Accept. Ding. Player has accepted the challenge. Concoct a martial spirit pill. Invoke the thunder tribulation and elevate the martial spirit pill to the transformation pill. Rewards. Level 1, title of Alchemy Master, and special skill, Thunder Summoning. Special reward. During the thunder tribulation, if the player withstands using only their physical body, each resistance will grant 100 points to alchemy proficiency, 100 points to weapon refinement proficiency, and 100 points to formation proficiency. Wow, such an abundance of rewards. Seems rather appealing, Lin Fan thought to himself, filled with delight. Yet, before he could prepare himself mentally, a thunderous boom resounded as a bolt of lightning struck down. Ouch, Lin Fan cried in agony. Swiftly activating the first layer of the Xian iron battle body. You treacherous heavens, I wasn't ready. Why strike me? He erupted in a torrent of curses directed at the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In response, 3 successive bolts of thunder descended upon him. Damn it, come on, strike me if you dare. I'm not afraid. Lin Fan brandished the martial spirit pill, roaring at the spot where the lightning was about to land. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, 3 lightning bolts, each as thick as a barrel and imbued with a rainbow hue, descended. This time, The lightning was evidently far more powerful. Relying solely on the first layer of the Xian iron battle body was insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan activated the 5 elements battle body. Boom! His aura surged, and he faced the descending rainbow lightning with defiance. When the multicolored lightning struck him, it did not inflict harm. Instead, it merely left some crackling arcs on his skin. Meanwhile, the martial spirit pill in his hand began to evolve. Its surface entwined with radiant colors, transitioning from its original gray to a soft golden hue. Just as Lin Fan anticipated the end of the thunder tribulation, the sky suddenly darkened, revealing a purplish tint amidst the ominous clouds overhead. Moments later, the entire sky erupted with a deafening roar, like the resounding beat of war drums, shaking the very air around. From within the clouds, a colossal eye appeared, and with a crack, a bolt of purple lightning as thick as a tree trunk crashed down, not merely striking but obliterating everything in its path. Boom! The alchemy chamber where Lin Fan stood was utterly destroyed, engulfed in a torrent of purple lightning. What the hell? Lin Fan felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, a tingling sensation enveloping him. Just when he looked up and noticed the enormous eye in the sky gathering energy for another even thicker bolt of purple lightning, he screamed, "Is there no end to this?" The task required him to resist with his physical form alone, leaving him utterly speechless, suspecting the system was conspiring against him. Crack! Without a moment's respite, the 9th bolt of lightning struck down, this time. It was not merely purple. It bore a hint of crimson black. Boom! The earth trembled, the heavens seemed to tear asunder, and the very fabric of space appeared on the verge of rupture. The spot where Lin Fan stood was blasted into a deep pit, smoke swirling around, accompanied by arcs of electricity flickering in the air. Onlookers covered their mouths, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief at the cataclysmic scene before them. What is happening? Oh my God. What is that? Did that kid just get struck dead? Unbelievable. The first person in history to perish while refining a pill. Amidst the chaos, Master Kurigane stood in shock, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding. Eventually exclaiming, "Wait, that's not just the rainbow thunder tribulation. It's the legendary 9 turns purple gold thunder. What on earth is this boy refining?" Meanwhile, the colossal eye in the sky retracted back into the clouds as they gradually dispersed, restoring the initial clarity of the sky. The crowd cautiously approached the collapsed pit, eager to uncover the truth. Yet, they found it empty, save for some torn rags scattered about. Ha ha ha, Master Qing, your sect truly produces talents. To fail in alchemy and have the practitioner struck dead instead is quite the achievement. At first, Sima Gue expressed concern, but upon peering into the pit and seeing only scraps, he burst into laughter. How about that? Did the lightning also take you out? Just then, Wang Bo sprang forth, pointing an accusatory finger at Sima Gue. His master had just perished, and here was this old man mocking him. That's enough. How dare you taunt us? Sima Gue's expression soured, fury igniting within him as he prepared to retaliate against Wang Bo. How dare you? My sect is still standing, and you dare threaten my disciple? Xiao Tian intervened, standing protectively in front of Wang Bo despite the Qing Tian sect's repeated losses to the Xin sect in competitions. The higher-ups remained unperturbed, with Xiao Tian's strength even slightly eclipsing that of Sima Gue. Keep a close watch on your disciples. They won't last long, Sima Gue retorted, mocking Xiao Tian as he turned to leave. Cough, cough. This is really painful. A voice emerged from beneath the pit, abruptly silencing the gathering. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone turned towards the pit, where the earth began to rise, and slowly, a figure emerged. None other than Lin Fan himself. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Lin Fan spat out dirt, cursing at the heavens. Damn it! Were you trying to bury me alive? It was just a pill refinement. In truth, Lin Fan had been momentarily stunned by the last strike of the 9 turns purple gold thunder, only regaining awareness when the system notification sounded in his mind. Chapter 29. A series of unexpected surprises. Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the task and receiving 1 divine grade transformation pill. Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the task and receiving a level 1 reward. Would you like to upgrade? Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the task and earning the title of Alchemy Master. Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the task and obtaining the special skill, Thunder Summoning. Would you like to learn it? Ding. Congratulations, player, for completing the task and gaining 900 points in alchemy proficiency. You now need 700 more points to ascend to Divine Grade Alchemist. A flurry of system notifications made Lin Fan instantly forget his previous discomfort. his heart swelling with excitement as he contemplated his newfound rewards. Divine Grade Transformation Pill. A low-grade divine pill forged from the 9 turns purple gold thunder. Consuming it instantly enhances 1's cultivation by 3 levels. Below Martial Sovereign. Wow, this is incredible. If I take this, plus the 2 levels from the task reward, I could reach the 8th level of Martial King. Unbelievable speed. Lin Fan was overwhelmed with exhilaration, realizing he could ascend 5 levels in one go. He continued to read further, discovering the title of Alchemy Master. Those who obtain this title achieve a 100 success rate in concocting all pills within their alchemical level, with a 300 yield rate. There is also a certain chance to produce Imperial grade pills. Wow, this is amazing. While the 100 success rate didn't seem too significant, the 300 yield rate was monumental. Typically, one batch of materials would yield a maximum of 5 pills. But now it could produce 15, and the possibility of creating Imperial grade pills. Although he was uncertain of their true tier, they were undoubtedly superior to divine grade pills. Just imagining producing one of those was tantalizing. However, since he had primarily focused on alchemy recently, his skills in weapon refinement and formations had stagnated at the entry level of Earth grade. Thus, despite advancing to heavenly grade, he had only slightly increased his proficiency. Still far from the divine tier. His alchemy proficiency, however, had reached the mid-tier of heavenly grade, indicating he could now concoct pills independently without relying on the system, allowing him to practice openly without fear of revealing his secret. He envisioned the future where he could simply gather materials, use fire and wood techniques to cultivate and refine pills in mid-air. It would be quite a spectacle. Finally, Lin Fan turned his gaze to the unique skill he had obtained. Eager to discover its benefits, Thunder Summoning. Beginner, upon learning, you can summon ordinary alchemical thunder tribulations, with the power scaling alongside your own strength. At maximum proficiency, one can summon the legendary 81-turn Annihilation Thunder to transcend the tribulations. Wow, this is incredible. From now on, I can easily summon thunder tribulations to refine heavenly and divine grade pills. This is indeed feasible. Observing the fruits of his labor, Lin Fan wore a beaming smile, completely forgetting the disarray and pain inflicted upon him by the 9 transformation purple gold thunder moments prior. Release level. With a mere thought, Lin Fan felt 2 streams of warmth instantaneously radiate within him, causing his own prowess to surge several-fold, as if he had suddenly acquired boundless strength, capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. 5th level of Martial King. After sensing his own might, Lin Fan refrained from consuming the Huazong pill. Mindful of the many onlookers surrounding him, Lin Fan, are you all right? At that moment, Xiao Tian and Wang Bo rushed over, their expressions filled with concern. I'm fine. Haha, sorry to have worried you, Lin Fan reassured them, feeling a warmth in his heart at their evident care. Well, Lin Fan, about the alchemy, Xiao Tian awkwardly inquired, fully aware that it was not the best moment to ask, yet he had no choice. The sect's alchemy competition hinged on his performance, and if he failed, their hopes would be dashed, leaving them vulnerable to ridicule from the Inter-sect's Sima Gue. However, Sima Gue had already begun to mock, cackling, "Look at this! He is still alive after such an explosion. He truly is blessed. But tell me, Qing Tian, does your disciple still have any alchemical pills left? His clothes are in tatters. What a joke! Ha ha ha! You're bound to lose." You, Xiao Tian seethed. Yet, deep down, he too felt a sense of despair, for Lin Fan's attire was indeed shredded beyond recognition, leaving little hope for any remaining pills. Old fool, who said we are destined to lose? Lin Fan retorted defiantly, glaring at the derisive Sima Gui, as his words echoed. Sima Gue, Xiao Tian, Wang Bo, and the surrounding crowd were momentarily taken aback. What? This kid is courting death, after such a calamity. He still claims he hasn't lost. Indeed, surviving is commendable enough. How dare he confront Sima Gue? Is he seeking his own demise? I think he has genuinely lost his mind. Sima Gue is a formidable martial sovereign, and he dares to speak to him like that. Perhaps he was struck senseless by the lightning? The onlookers exchanged astonished glances as they whispered among themselves. However, Xiao Tian and Wang Bo held different thoughts. Lin Fan's audacity indicated confidence, and both wore expressions of hope. Sima Gue, stunned by Lin Fan's boldness, quickly regained his composure, his face darkening. Kid, you must be tired of living to speak to me in such a manner. Who are you trying to intimidate? Do you think I'm a mere child of 3? Come at me. Lin Fan, still simmering from the earlier incident with the 9 transformation purple gold thunder, felt a surge of anger. He thought to himself, what are you posturing for? If you keep this up, I'll obliterate you in an instant. Lin Fan possessed a divine artifact set with a skill capable of annihilation, which he had been holding back until now. If this old fool continued to provoke him, he wouldn't hesitate to unleash it, sending him to the afterlife regretting his insolence. Despite his attire being in tatters, Lin Fan still wore the divine artifact armor obtained from previous missions, which had a hidden function invisible to outsiders. At that moment, Sima Gui's expression darkened ominously. "You seek death," he declared, preparing to strike. Xiao Tian stepped forward, blocking Lin Fan. "Old ghost, do you think I'm invisible? Dare you lay a hand on him in my presence?" Humph. The two clashed in an intense standoff, the air crackling with tension. Just as they were about to engage, Elder Ku Rong interjected. "Enough. This is Tianwu Imperial City, and we are amid a sect competition. You cannot resort to violence here. Any grievances can wait until after the match." Although Elder Ku Rong's strength was only at the second level of Martial King, his exceptional alchemical skills commanded respect, as he was on the verge of becoming a heavenly grade alchemist. Various factions sought his favor, and Sima Gui dared not act recklessly. Furthermore, the ancient powerhouses of the Tianwu dynasty were not to be trifled with. Were a fight to erupt, Sima Gui would likely regret it. With a huff, he angrily waved his sleeve. "Today, for Elder Ku Rong's sake, I shall not hold this against you, but mark my words, the tide will turn, and I will return to teach you a lesson." Chapter 30. Provoked Fool, Lin Fan spat. "You?" Sima Gui was about to unleash his fury, but upon noticing Elder Ku Rong's fierce gaze fixed upon him, he could only snort coldly and retort. "Stupid boy, let us see how you will win the alchemy competition." "Hemph, keep your eyes wide open," Lin Fan defiantly replied. "Young friend, may I ask your name?" Elder Ku Rong inquired with a smile. "Elder Ku Rong. This child is Lin Fan," Lin Fan replied, offering a respectful bow. "Lin Fan, my young friend, you drew down that 9-transformation purple gold thunder. I presume you must have concocted some extraordinary elixir. Might I have the honor of observing it?" Elder Ku Rong asked with a smile. Elder, that pill was destroyed during the tribulation," Lin Fan, after a moment's thought, decided to fabricate a lie. After all, that was a divine-grade pill he intended to consume later. How could he possibly present it? "Oh, I see," Elder Ku Rong remarked, his brow furrowing slightly in disappointment. "Ha ha ha, I told you that Brattis pills were all obliterated. Let us see how you win the competition." "Qing Tian, your disciple truly loves to boast." Sima Gui laughed mockingly once more. Xiao Tian, upon hearing Lin Fan claim the pills were destroyed, also frowned, thinking to himself, "This is bad. We're done for." Yet Lin Fan merely scoffed. "Elder Ku Rong, while that divine pill was lost, I have successfully crafted all the pills required for this competition." Oh? Elder Ku Rong's curiosity was piqued. After all, Lin Fan's attire was in tatters, and the spatial pouch he carried would undoubtedly have been obliterated by such a powerful 9-transformation purple gold thunder, leaving no room for pills. However, he inadvertently caught sight of the ring on Lin Fan's hand. "A spatial ring," he nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "Continue to boast, then. If you've truly succeeded, why not present them?" Sima Gui continued to taunt, oblivious to the ring on Lin Fan's hand. As he had lost his sense of smell during a battle in a secret realm, Xiao Tian feigned disappointment, his face drooping as he fell silent. "Ha ha ha, I've always said your disciple is worthless. He simply refuses to accept reality. He won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. What good elixir can this fool possibly produce?" Sima Gui continued to laugh derisively. However, he soon noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him. Even the disciples and elders of his own sect cast him strange looks, some even blushing with embarrassment. As he pondered this oddity, the voice of Master Korong erupted. "What the hell do you understand? The pills he concocted are trash. If his pills are rubbish, then those previous ones are not even fit to be called trash. Gah!" Sima Gui was momentarily stunned by Korong's outburst. What was happening? Could it be that the pills this young man refined were superior to those crafted by the low-tier alchemists of his own sect? Just then, an elder, unable to bear it any longer, rushed over to whisper the details about those pills, oblivious to the fact that he was standing in a blind spot, unable to see what the pills looked like, which led to such a grand embarrassment. Upon learning the truth, Sima Gui's expression turned as sour as if he had bitten into something foul. Huffing disdainfully, he turned to leave, utterly humiliated, wishing to escape to the martial arena. "Hey, old ghost. Getting senile. Are we? The martial arena is that way. You're heading the wrong way." exclaimed Xiaotian, teasingly. Upon hearing this, Sima Gue stumbled slightly, and with no face left to argue, he set his sights straight ahead and headed toward the martial arena. Ha ha ha! This scene drew laughter from countless disciples of the four sections. The disciples of the Inter-sect, their faces flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly fled the scene. But the most unfortunate were the 3 disciples and the elder from the Inter-sect participating in the alchemy competition, who found themselves unable to leave as the results had yet to be announced. They felt as if they could die from the disgrace of having such a foolish sect leader. Elder Korong, with a cold smile, then shifted to a warm demeanor, nodding at Lin Fan before announcing, "In this alchemy competition, the Qingtian sect emerges victorious and shall receive a 10-year supply agreement for medicinal herbs with the Tianwu imperial family." Cheers erupted from the Qingtian sect. Securing this agreement meant their finances would be fully replenished for the next decade, sparing them from tedious tasks to fill their sect treasury. Xiaotian excitedly patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. "Lin Fan, you did splendidly. Our sect takes pride in you." "Ha ha, sect master, you flatter me. Am I not also a member of the Qingtian sect?" "It's only right," Lin Fan replied with a grin. Indeed, you speak true." Xiaotian laughed heartily. Meanwhile, not far away, a beautiful maiden was intently watching the scene, observing this young man, whose tattered garments did not hinder his skillful confrontation with the martial master, a smile curving gracefully at the corners of her mouth. "Sister, you're smiling again. What brings you joy?" asked a similarly lovely and charming girl beside her, tilting her head. "Hee, it's nothing. I merely discovered something intriguing," replied Song Lingshan. "Right, the alchemy competition has concluded. It's time for our martial competition," she added, turning to head toward the martial arena. "Wait for me, sister," Song Yuner exclaimed, bouncing after her. Chapter 32. Unwelcome. The alchemy competition concluded with a spectacular display, featuring the 9-turn purple gold thunder, a prodigious alchemy genius, and the comical antics of a foolish sect leader from the Inter-sect. As the martial competition was about to commence, Lin Fan took a moment to greet Wangbo, requesting him to draw lots while he headed to the lounge to freshen up and change his attire. Having been sent flying by the 9-turn purple gold thunder, he was quite vexed. Strangely, he noticed that after the lightning strike, he could vaguely sense a remnant of thunder within him, though it occasionally eluded his awareness. Since the system gave no indication, he decided to let it be. After changing his clothes, Lin Fan decisively consumed the divine-grade Huazong pill, and the moment he did, his entire body trembled as 3 warm currents exploded within, radiating through his limbs. Under this surge, his meridians expanded several-fold, and his muscles became more defined and explosive. Martial King Level 6, Martial King Level 7, Martial King Level 8. In that moment, Lin Fan's eyes widened. 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth, his aura surging, creating a cacophony in the surrounding air. Ha ha ha. The power of Martial King Level 8 is indeed formidable. Lin Fan laughed heartily. With his 5-element battle body and the artifact armor granting him 40% damage immunity, plus an additional 40% attack boost, he felt confident that even against a martial sovereign level 8 opponent, he could hold his ground, especially with the devouring heaven secret technique allowing him to engage in a protracted battle across a significant realm. Moreover, he possessed an artifact's passive skill, Extreme Instant Kill, that could directly eliminate any opponent up to 3 major realms below him. Now, being a Martial King Level 8, he could swiftly eliminate any adversary below Martial Emperor Level 8. Unless he found himself amidst a crowd of experts, he would be doomed, as this instant kill ability could only be used once within 48 hours. Furthermore, while rummaging through his spatial ring earlier, Lin Fan discovered a wealth of 5-element crystals. He nearly forgot that his 5-element battle body was still in its nascent stage. With so many recent events, he had yet to find time to cultivate. He needed to prioritize perfecting his 5-element battle body before seeking out the Tianyuan crystals in the secret realm to merge with and forge the chaos battle body. Noticing that the time was nearly upon him, Lin Fan set these thoughts aside and dashed toward the martial arena. "Master, you're just in time. I've drawn your lot. Number 268. Coincidentally, your opponent is Li Hui from the Inter-sect, a martial general at level 8. This is an easy win. Make sure to show him who's boss and let that old Sima know he can't just flaunt around," Wangbo exclaimed as he ran toward Lin Fan. "All right." Lin Fan chuckled lightly. He then glanced at the arena, where the matches had already begun. Each sect had brought 100 elite participants, totaling 500 contestants, with the final goal of selecting the top 100. This meant that each individual must win at least 2 matches before eliminating 25 from the remaining 125. Though labeled as a friendly competition, the reality was that, once on the arena. Life and death were at stake, and injuries or fatalities among disciples were unavoidable. Unless one conceded or perished, the matches would continue unabated. Such was the brutal nature of the martial arts and cultivation world. Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head at that moment. The competition was heating up, with each disciple employing their utmost skills, eager to make a name for themselves. The most notable were Lu Hui from the Huyan sect, He Huli from the Xianyun sect, Situ Yi from the Liantian sect, Tu Hong from the Xianin sect, and Song Lingshan, all of whom had effortlessly defeated their opponents in a single move, showcasing their prowess as they faced competitors around Martial General Level 8. Xiao Tian approached Lin Fan, settling beside him to share insights on the events that Lin Fan had missed, including information about other martial kings from the 3 remaining sections, although Lin Fan was indifferent to the strength of his opponents. As the sect leader, he felt obliged to listen attentively. After about a stick of incense's worth of time, the announcement rang out. Number 268, Qingtian sect Lin Fan, step forward, opponent 267, Xianin sect Li Hui. Upon hearing the referee's call, the two ascended the arena, while Wang Bo continued to cheer from behind, urging Lin Fan to crush the Xianin sect. Lin Fan smiled and turned to face Li Hui, who, unaware of Lin Fan's identity, was perplexed. Most of the competitors had remained nearby to warm up, having not witnessed the earlier alchemy contest. Isn't that the kid from the alchemy competition? Why is he here for the martial battle too? One bystander remarked, wow, he can refine pills and fight. That's impressive. Another chimed in, bewildered. Is it possible? Generally, those skilled in alchemy dedicate their efforts solely to that craft, leaving little time for martial training, someone else speculated. Yet, Lin Fan stood confidently in the arena, not likely to be a mere punching bag. Those who had witnessed the alchemy competition began to murmur amongst themselves. Sima Gue spotted Lin Fan and furrowed his brow. He then shouted at Li Hui, don't hold back. Take him down and let this kid see the might of our Xianin sect. Ha ha ha. Sima Gue's command drew the attention of everyone nearby. As he unabashedly expressed his murderous intent, clearly wishing for his disciple to eliminate Lin Fan without mercy. Kid, you heard that? Bad luck for you, but the sect leader has spoken. Just do your best. Li Hui grinned at Lin Fan as he received Sima Gue's order. Fool, Lin Fan scoffed dismissively. Begin. With the referee's signal, the match between Lin Fan and Li Hui commenced, and the crowd erupted into a clamor of speculation and excitement. This kid is finished. Li Hui is a peak martial general at level 8, and that kid looks no older than 16. He stands no chance. Indeed, what a pity. He had to face Li Hui right from the start. That one is notorious for being ruthless. Did you not see that their sect leader ordered Li Hui to eliminate this brat directly? This is going to end badly. What a pity for a genius alchemist. What kind of alchemy is this? Some who had not attended the alchemy competition inquired. That lad just now was the champion of the alchemy contest, possessing skills that were nothing short of extraordinary. Even the master Ku Rong was in awe of him. What? He's that impressive? Is their sect filled with fools? Such a talent participating in a martial contest? That's courting death. Indeed, everyone knows that those who excel in alchemy typically lack in martial prowess. It truly is a travesty. Their sect leader will surely be in tears soon. Chapter 33. Like ants as the crowd exchanged banter, Sima Gue ominously addressed Xiao Tian. Humph. Xiao Tian, has victory clouded your judgment? Sending your precious disciple to the martial contest? Ha ha ha. Prepare to collect his remains. Xiao Tian shot him a warning glance, choosing to ignore him, finding it amusing that he had never noticed this old fool's stupidity before. It was evident that someone with such prodigious alchemical talent would not be sent to the martial contest without confidence. Surely, he was not foolish enough to do that. Humph. Li Hui, stop dawdling, finish him off. With Xiao Tian completely disregarding him, Sima Gue shouted again at Li Hui on the stage. Li Hui assumed his stance, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Boy, you've met your misfortune. Remember, the one who ends you is Li Hui. Let us go. With a hearty laugh, Li Hui charged forward with incredible speed, swiftly reaching Lin Fan's right side, delivering a punch aimed directly at his temple, intending to obliterate him. Yet, Lin Fan appeared completely oblivious to his presence. Standing still and motionless. Alas, this lad is finished. He doesn't even move. The disparity in strength is too great to match Li Hui's actions. How pitiful, and Li Hui won to hold back. Just as it seemed Li Hui would succeed, his smile widened, only to suddenly notice Lin Fan's lips curling into a smirk. Was he laughing? That thought flickered through Li Hui's mind. Whoosh, Lin Fan vanished. Instantly reappearing beside Li Hui, delivering a resounding slap in your next life. Don't be a fool who boasts without knowing your opponent's strength. Prepare to meet your end. With a loud crack, the sound of the slap echoed, followed by a horrific scream, as blood and flesh erupted into the air. Li Hui had been reduced to a gruesome spectacle, dissipating like smoke. Gasp! The onlookers, unaware of Lin Fan's strength, were left in shock, their mouths agape, eyes wide. What just happened? A one-hit kill? No way, that was beyond a mere instant kill. He obliterated Li Hui with a single slap. How is that possible? Wait, weren't you just saying he was the champion of the alchemy contest? How can he be so formidable in martial combat too? Did you misjudge? No, it's definitely him, Lin Fan of the Inter-sect. My goodness, my mind can't comprehend this. So, the alchemy champion also excels in martial prowess? Li Hui was a master at the 8th level of martial generals, and he was finished with just one slap. Does that mean this lad is at the martial king level? The crowd felt as though 1,000 mythical beasts were stampeding through their minds. The scene before them utterly shattered their understanding. Impossible! Sima Gue, more shocked than anyone else, gaped at Li Hui's obliteration. Is this lad truly the son of heaven? This is blatant cheating. Being an alchemical prodigy is one thing, but his martial prowess clearly exceeds the first level of martial kings. Sima Gue understood Li Hui's true strength. Even an ordinary first-level martial king should be able to defend themselves, let alone be defeated in one blow, especially not by Lin Fan's mere slap. Oh dear, old ghost, your sect's disciple is indeed impressive. Turning someone into a firework with a single slap, truly remarkable. How do you train them? Share your secrets. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tian mocked Sima Gue, feeling a surge of satisfaction. In past competitions, this old man would incessantly prattle on, driving him to the brink of fury. But now the tide had turned, with Lin Fan's prowess rendering all others insignificant. Only the 2 disciples from the Inter-sect at the 3rd level of martial kings might pose a challenge. The outcome remained uncertain. After all, the first place had always been claimed by the Inter-sect, their overall strength undeniable, yet Xiao Tian dared to hope for a top 3 finish for Lin Fan. Little did he know, Lin Fan had already ascended to the 8th level of martial kings. Otherwise, he would have been even more confident. Lin Fan clapped his hands and strolled off the stage leisurely. Humph, you wait, daring to kill my sect's disciple. Your fate is sealed. Sima Gue grumbled darkly. Lin Fan, splendid work. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tian beamed at Lin Fan. Master, praise indeed. That slap was simply extraordinary, striking at that old fool's heart. Ha ha ha, what a relief. Wang Bo joined in the hearty laughter. Lin Fan glanced at the 2 elders, a wry smile crossing his face. It seemed they had indeed suffered under the Inter-sect suppression in the past. After exchanging pleasantries, they resumed watching the subsequent matches. As each participating disciple took their turn fighting, a few unexpected outcomes did occur. Yet the audience found them rather dull. It wasn't until half an hour later that a bout captured everyone's attention. A disciple named Lu Outyan from the Inter-sect against Chen Batian from the Inter-sect. Everyone knew Chen Batian was a 2nd-level martial king, while Lu Outyan was a newcomer, seemingly in his 20s. Initially, it was expected to be a one-sided match, as Lu Outyan began evading, appearing inexperienced and making numerous mistakes, almost allowing Chen Batian to strike several times. The match devolved into a farce, with one fleeing and the other chasing, reminiscent of a game of hide-and-seek. What began as amusing soon turned serious. For Chen Batian was a legitimate 2nd-level martial king. How could he fail to catch this lad? The only explanation was that Lu Outyan's strength was on par with Chen Batian's. Observers perceived this, while Chen Batian remained oblivious and raged, "Damn it, are you here to fight or play hide-and-seek? Stand still." Upon hearing this, Lu Outyan halted, his previously panicked expression transforming into one of icy calm. "Oh? Tired of playing? Well, I've had my fun. Since you're in such a hurry, allow me to send you on your way." With that, his face twisted into a fierce snarl, casting aside the earlier terror of being pursued. What is happening? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Is he really a fool? Just a moment ago, he was fleeing, and now he is acting tough? You're the fool. Haven't you noticed how Chen Batian has been chasing him for ages without even brushing the hem of his garment? Clearly, he has been toying with him. How rude. It's a competition, not a game. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and at that moment, Sima Gue shouted, "Batian, why are you hesitating? Use all your strength." With that command, Chen Batian's aura surged, fully unleashing the power of a 2nd-level martial king. Chapter 34. Overbearing and arrogant with a roar, his muscles swelled dramatically, and his physique seemed to grow taller. You dare to boast. Claiming you'll send me on my way? I'll be the one to obliterate you first. Qin Batian charged forward, roaring, but Lu Outyin made no attempt to evade or flee this time. He simply raised a hand, pointing a single finger toward the oncoming Chen Batian. Tianji, one finger to annihilate all. As he spoke, his aura transformed, becoming immense, and behind him appeared a phantom, towering like an ancient emperor. The phantom synchronized with Lu Outyin's movement, extending a finger in unison. Boom! The phantom's finger collided with Chen Batian's fist, swiftly devastating him. Aya! A scream erupted as Qin Batian's fist began to shatter upon contact with the phantom, gradually disintegrating from his hand to his forearm, shoulder, and ultimately erupting into a cloud of blood. Gasps filled the arena as everyone stared in horror at the scene, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the phantom. Reminiscent of an ancient emperor, causing all to tremble in fear. This is imperial aura. How can a disciple of the Lai Tian sect possess imperial aura? Is it exclusive to the disciples of the Tian Wu royal family? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Even the royal members in the stands looked utterly astonished. No, wait. This is merely imperial aura. It's the aura of a divine king. What? Divine king aura? How is that possible? The aura of the spirit king exists solely in the realm of legends. How could it possibly manifest in that young man? I did not hear him call out. Is this technique known as the sky-splitting finger? This skill is classified as a mid-tier heavenly technique. It is said that no one from the sky-splitting sect has mastered this set of finger techniques for a considerable time. It is worth noting that this technique was initially discovered by the ancestors of the sky-splitting sect in an ancient secret realm, later renamed the sky-splitting finger. Since that venerable ancestor, no one has been able to achieve mastery. To witness it in this young man today is truly astonishing, remarked an elder who was in the know. What the heck? This is utterly outrageous. At that moment, Sima Gui's expression darkened like the depths of water. Lamenting his unfortunate fate, every time one of his disciples stepped up, they encountered such bizarre opponents. At that juncture, Lu Outyin clapped his hands, standing on the stage, and directed his gaze towards Lin Fan below. Lin Fan also sensed Lu Outyin's scrutiny and met his gaze. You are impressive. You are quite strong. I await our battle, Lu Outyin said, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he addressed Lin Fan. Under Lu Outyin's intense gaze, which seemed to penetrate his very being, Lin Fan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in men, Lin Fan retorted with a smirk. Hee, you are quite amusing. I like that. I look forward to our duel. Lu Outyin chuckled nonchalantly, then turned and descended from the stage to return to his camp. Lin Fan, be cautious. This fellow is not simple, Xiao Tian remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. He began to feel uneasy. There was nothing in the records about Lu Outyin. However, judging by the earlier battle, Lu Outyin had not exerted his full strength and easily dispatched a master of the second level of the Martial King realm, indicating his prowess far exceeds that level. This suggests that he is even more formidable than the apparent top expert of the sky-splitting sect, Situ E, who is a peak expert of the third level of the Martial King realm. Given that the information is from a year ago, it is entirely possible that he has surpassed the fourth level of the Martial King realm. Lin Fan, adapt as circumstances dictate. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, concede that I do not harbor any illusions about winning first place in this competition. The key is to place in the top 3. You must not come to harm, understood? Xiao Tian reiterated. Sect leader, rest assured. I am well aware of my limits. If it truly comes to it, I will not foolishly seek death. I have yet to exhaust my lifespan, Lin Fan replied casually with a laugh. Good. I am glad to hear you say that. Haha. However, it is not guaranteed that you will draw him in the lottery, Xiao Tian joked. Subsequently, everyone resumed watching the competition. Approximately another hour passed, and the first round of matches concluded, with 500 participants advancing to the next round of 250. Each sect had 10 disciples of the Martial King realm among them. However, the Xianin sect was down 1 disciple, as the unfortunate Chen Batian, a second-level Martial King, had encountered Lu Outyin and was swiftly eliminated. Next, the 250 participants began to draw lots for the second round of matches. Lin Fan drew number 218, a relatively later number, and thus returned to his seat to observe the ongoing battles. As expected, Lu Hui from the Tiger Flame sect, He Huli from the Immortal Cloud sect, Situ Yi from the Sky-Splitting sect, Tu Hong from the Xianin sect, and Song Lingshan all emerged victorious with ease. Notably, Lu Outyin faced a disciple of the 9th level of the Martial General realm from the Tiger Flame sect, who conceded without a fight, prompting awe from the crowd. The most surprising moment for Lin Fan was witnessing Song Yuner from the Immortal Cloud sect advance past the first round and into the second round. It was now her turn to take the stage. Number 197, Song Yuner from the Immortal Cloud sect versus number 198, Imo Chongqing from the Xianin sect. Please step onto the stage. As the referee's voice faded. The two approached the arena. How did this girl reach the 8th level of the martial general realm? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Song Yuner's strength. In truth, she had been fortunate. Her sister had given her some medicinal pills brought back from the secret realm, but despite consuming them, she had not trained diligently. Her nature was such that, although her talent surpassed her sister's, she lacked the desire to practice. Had it not been for their master's insistence, she might not have even reached the martial general realm, with the accumulation of so many medicinal pills and minimal training. Her body had retained the effects. Her previous battle was quite comical. Her opponent was a 7th level martial general, and initially, Song Yuner was overwhelmed. Just as she contemplated surrendering, she unexpectedly broke through during the fight, astonishingly ascending 3 levels from the 5th to the 8th level of the martial general realm, which was utterly unfathomable. The scene then flipped, with her going from being pursued to chasing her opponent. Much to her delight. After winning the match, she proudly boasted to her sister and master, eagerly anticipating the upcoming battles. However, her opponent now was Imo Chongqing from the Xianin sect, a master of the 1st level of the martial king realm. This time, the little girl faced a tough challenge. Her master and sister, Song Lingshan, had already advised her to concede before she stepped onto the stage, reminding her that disciples from the Xianin sect were not like those from the Sky-Splitting or Tiger Flame sects. While the latter two sects' disciples were indeed arrogant, they still possessed some restraint. The Xianin sect, however, was entirely different, lacking any moral boundaries, making them incredibly dangerous to confront. Chapter 35. Disregarding the rules, however. This little girl, contrary to her usual demeanor, was determined to compete. Deep down, she harbored no expectations. After all, her strength was lacking. Yet, having suddenly advanced 3 levels to the 8th level of the martial general realm sparked a desire within her to give it a try. Should she win, she could join her sister and Lin Fan in participating in the 5 Nations Elite competition. Go for it, little girl, Lin Fan cheered from the stage. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Song Yuner beamed. Replying, yes, I'll do my best. She flashed her adorable little tiger teeth and waved her tiny fist, utterly charming the audience below. Instantly, cheers erupted from the crowd, rallying for this sweet little goddess. Meanwhile, Sima Gue, witnessing this scene, narrowed his eyes and darkly instructed Imo Chongqing. Longqing, make sure to entertain this girl, understand? Imo Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. Then a sly smile crept across his face as he replied, He, understood. Sect leader. The match commenced. With the referee's words still resonating, Imo Chongqing stepped forward, grinning wickedly. Little beauty, it seems you are out of luck. Being connected to Lin Fan is your misfortune. Come, let me play with you, haha. Observing Imo Chongqing's malevolent grin on stage, both Song Lingshan and Lin Fan frowned in unison. Your smile is truly unsightly, humph. Song Yuner made a face at Imo Chongqing, then assumed a fighting stance. Despite knowing her opponent was formidable, she still wished to give it her all. Ah, still full of spirit. Are we? Imo Chongqing chuckled as he approached Song Yuner slowly, occasionally licking his lips. How revolting! Song Yuner scowled as she cursed, then lunged with her sword. Hee, quite the bold tongue you have. Unfazed by Song Yuner's attack, Imo Chongqing wore a disdainful smile. Although Song Yuner had now reached the 8th level of the martial general realm, her strike was fierce, seemingly imbued with a hint of the power to split the air. Unfortunately, the opponent she faced, Imo Chongqing, was significantly more powerful and renowned for his speed. Just as her long sword was about to strike its target, she suddenly lost sight of Imo Chongqing. Oh no. Both Lin Fan and Song Lingshan silently exclaimed. They then saw Imo Chongqing reappear instantaneously behind Song Yuner, pointing a finger that struck her sword arm directly. Clang! With a sound, Song Yuner's arm went numb, causing her sword to clatter to the ground. You? Song Yuner, clutching her arm, leaped back to create distance, gazing at him in shock. Hee. Do you feel as though your right arm has lost all strength? Imo Chongqing laughed triumphantly. Song Yuner attempted to move her right arm but found it utterly powerless, a trace of panic beginning to surface within her. Ha ha ha, don't waste your energy. You've fallen victim to my sunflower ceiling pulse technique. You think you can still move? Dream on. Seeing Song Yuner still trying to lift her right arm, Imo Chongqing scoffed. Humph. Even without my right arm, that doesn't mean I can't fight. Song Yuner had calmed herself. quickly picking up the sword with her left hand and resuming her stance. "Oh, you truly possess some fighting spirit, but do you not realize you are utterly no match for me, even if I cannot win? I will at least give it my all." Beads of sweat began to form on Song Yun'er's brow, yet she spoke defiantly. "Hee hee. Excellent. I was genuinely afraid you might concede. Then I would have nothing to play with." Mo Changqing's lips curled into a cruel smile. As his words fell, he lunged towards Song Yun'er. "Be careful, Yun'er." At that moment, Song Lingshan rushed anxiously to the edge of the stage, her fists clenched tightly, a hint of worry breaking through her usually icy demeanor. Clang! With another sound, Song Yun'er's sword fell once more, and this time her left arm hung limply, completely devoid of sensation, with beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. "Ha ha ha, how do you feel now?" Mo Changqing taunted with a sinister grin. Song Yun'er merely gritted her teeth, staring defiantly at Mo Changqing, her eyes filled with resentment. Ultimately, her strength was too weak, unable to keep pace with the speed of a martial king. At that moment, she caught sight of her anxious sister at the edge of the stage, and Lin Fan approaching the arena. Revealing a bitter smile in her heart, she lamented, "Sister, Lin Gidge, it appears I will not be able to join you in the Five Nations Grand Tournament." Just as she was about to cry out in surrender, a sudden dark shadow flashed by, rendering her throat numb. Although her mouth opened, not a sound escaped. "Heh, did you really think I would give you the chance to concede? Our sect leader has instructed me to entertain you properly. At this point, Mo Changqing lowered his voice and said to her, "I am quite curious to see what the so-called sister flowers of the 5 major sects truly taste like." As he spoke, he extended his tongue to lick his lips. At that moment, Song Yun'er realized Mo Changqing's intentions, her eyes filled with panic. However, she was utterly unable to produce any sound. Strangely, she instinctively glanced towards Lin Fan at the edge of the arena, her eyes pleading for help. Unfortunately, Mo Changqing's back was blocking her view of him. "Heh, it's time to enjoy myself." Mo Changqing advanced step by step towards Song Yun'er. Observing this, she dragged her numb arms and quickly retreated to the edge of the stage, contemplating jumping down to concede. Yet, her speed was no match for Mo Changqing's. He caught up to her in an instant, striking 3 precise points, causing her legs to buckle and her body to slump helplessly onto the arena, drenched in sweat and utterly drained of strength. Then, with a rip, Mo Changqing tore away the sleeve of her left arm, revealing her snow-white, delicate arm. Song Yun'er glared at Mo Changqing with a mixture of shame and anger. Trying to scream but unable to produce a sound, tears streaming down her face, reflecting her helplessness. "Heh, what a captivating creature." Mo Changqing approached her once more, and with a swift motion, he tore away the sleeve of her right arm. "Stop!" Song Lingshan shouted furiously, ready to rush onto the stage. However, she was obstructed by the referee standing nearby. During the competition, unless one party concedes, falls off the stage, or dies, outsiders are not allowed to interfere. My sister has already lost. Do you not see that Mo Changqing is doing this deliberately?" Song Lingshan, losing her usual composure, shouted angrily. "Rules are rules," the referee replied expressionlessly. Although he was also displeased with Mo Changqing's actions, as a referee, he had to adhere to the regulations. Mo Changqing, now gazing at Song Lingshan from the stage, revealed a glint of intrigue in his eyes. "Heh, enjoy the show slowly, rules, my foot." An enraged voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 36, The Wronged Foolish Girl. With a thunderous shout, Lin Fan stormed to the front of the stage, his fury palpable. "Himph! Outrageous!" The referee was taken aback by Lin Fan's outburst before becoming incensed. Though he despised Mo Changqing's behavior, he was bound by his role as a referee and could not violate the established rules. However, now a young boy was shouting at him. After all, he was a martial king of the 4th tier. When had it come to the point where these young ones could dare to shout at him? His aura flared up, intending to intimidate Lin Fan. However, after a moment, he realized that Lin Fan appeared unfazed, seemingly indifferent to his pressure, his gaze fixed solely on Mo Changqing. What the hell? Why is this kid not reacting at all? Initially doubting if he had made some mistake, he glanced at Song Lingshan, who had been pushed back, and was suddenly struck with shock. Could it be that this boy had surpassed him in strength? As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat broke out on him. The records indicated that the strongest disciple in this competition was merely at the 3rd tier of martial king, and there was no mention of Qingtian's sect possessing a disciple at that level. Where had this boy emerged from? In his estimation, it was not impossible for someone to conceal their cultivation level, but such occurrences were typically confined to the top-ranking sects, such as Inter-sect and Inter-sect. When had this almost bottom-ranked Inter-sect produced such a formidable talent? At this moment, the referee's gaze toward Lin Fan shifted, but he did not expose him. Instead, he spoke in a softened tone. Competitions have their rules. Please do not act impulsively. If you do not think of yourself, consider your sect. Such behavior may lead to repercussions. Hearing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, saying nothing further, his focus solely on the situation on the stage. Meanwhile, Imo Changqing coldly laughed, looking at Lin Fan and Song Lingshan. What? Are you both worried? The real performance has only just begun. As he spoke, he turned back towards Song Yuner, who was unable to move or speak, desperately shaking her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. If she had known it would come to this, she would have conceded earlier, avoiding this humiliating predicament. You better think carefully. If you continue, what kind of consequences will follow? A voice, devoid of any emotion, rang out, causing Imo Changqing to tremble involuntarily. He frowned and turned to face Lin Fan, staring for a long moment. For some reason, he felt a twinge of retreat. Changqing, what are you hesitating for? Just proceed. This kid cannot do anything, nor would he dare. After all, this is a competition. At this moment, Sima Gui's voice echoed, noticing Imo Changqing's hesitance after the exchange of glances with Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, Imo Changqing no longer hesitated, chuckling coldly as he continued to approach Song Yuner. With a rip, a large portion of her dress was torn away, exposing her fair skin. Song Yuner's tears flowed even more profusely, yet her arms remained completely immobile, unable to shield her exposed body, her face a picture of shame and anger. You bastard! Song Lingshan screamed in fury, ready to charge up onto the stage. Are you seeking death? Lin Fan roared, his voice steady and fierce, his entire demeanor exuding an overwhelming aura. Boom! The wave of energy surged forth, bearing down on Imo Changqing. At that moment, Imo Changqing, who had been reveling in the sight of Song Yuner's exposed form, stumbled back, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Fear surged within him. How could this boy's aura be so strong? He must have reached the third tier of martial king by now. Meanwhile, the referee had already furrowed his brow and positioned himself in front of Lin Fan. Do not act impulsively. Such actions will only harm yourself and your sect. The referee knew that the youthful figure before him possessed strength that surpassed his own. Yet as a referee, he had to fulfill his duty. Although he was also displeased with Imo Changqing's actions, the rules of the Tianwu dynasty were unyielding, leaving him with no alternative. Step aside. What nonsense rules are these? Do you not see that Song Yuner is currently incapacitated and unable to speak? Even if she wished to concede, she cannot. Are you going to stand idly by while she is humiliated to death? Are you even human? Lin Fan shouted. At that moment, Shout Eon and others rushed over, including Song Yuner's master, Zhang Xinlan. Lin Fan is right. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Imo Changqing from Inter-sect has indeed gone too far. You must intervene. Seeing the influential figures from various sects gathering, the referee felt torn. Though he wanted to side with them, he was also helpless. He glanced at the stands, where the third prince of Tianwu dynasty, Wu Xuanqing, was observing the ongoing match, his attention piqued by the commotion. Once he grasped the situation, he paused for a moment, then frowned and said, "In this match, Inter-sect wins. Sima Gue, this is merely a competition. Do not take it too far." Upon hearing this, the referee sighed in relief. If this influential figure did not intervene, he would have found himself in a very difficult position. At that moment, Lin Fan leaped onto the stage, rushing to Song Yuner's side to check on her. Fortunately, aside from her clothing being torn, her meridians were sealed, but there were no severe injuries. Song Lingshan also climbed onto the stage, quickly presenting a piece of clothing for her sister to cover herself. Her voice filled with concern. "Sister, are you all right?" "She's fine, just her meridian sealed," Lin Fan remarked as he casually pressed a few points on Song Yuner's body, unsealing her meridians. "Wow, Brother Lin." As soon as her meridians were unsealed, Song Yuner threw herself into Lin Fan's embrace, crying uncontrollably. This sudden action left both Lin Fan and Song Lingshan in shock. Song Lingshan frowned slightly, wondering why her sister was being so intimate with Lin Fan. "It's all right, foolish girl, everything's fine now." Once he regained his composure, Lin Fan smiled and patted Song Yuner's head in reassurance. Song Yuner sobbed in Lin Fan's embrace, looking utterly pitiful. At this moment, Imo Changqing snorted coldly and began to walk off the stage. "Stop! Did I let you go? I challenge you directly." Lin Fan's voice rang out. Imo Changqing paused, momentarily taken aback. Though he felt a twinge of wariness toward Lin Fan, he turned back with a mocking smile. "You challenge me? Do you think you have the qualifications? Moreover, I don't believe this competition allows for direct challenges. Lin Fan glanced at the referee, who, upon seeing this, shook his head helplessly. There was indeed no provision for direct challenges in the competition rules. Just then, an elder approached Wu Xuanqing, whispering a few words in his ear. Wu Xuanqing's face first displayed surprise, followed by a knowing smile. Kid, you want to challenge Mo Changqing? You're still too inexperienced. Hee, are you feeling frustrated? Wait until you have the luck to draw him before you consider it. Sima Gue laughed, reveling in Lin Fan's predicament, relishing the thought of humiliating him further. Chapter 37. Defeating you at that moment. A voice echoed, the competition has been rather monotonous, so I shall make an exception this once and allow Lin Fan to challenge Mo Changqing. What? Upon hearing these words, Sima Gue and Mo Changqing were both taken aback, as if they had just swallowed a dead fly. Their expressions turned exceedingly awkward and unsightly. What on earth is happening? The speaker was none other than the third prince, Wu Xuanqing. Sima Gue had no choice but to stifle his anger. For Wu Xuanqing was one of the most formidable powers in the Tianwu dynasty, possessing the peak strength of a martial sovereign, far beyond what he could contend with. Lin Fan was also momentarily stunned by the announcement. But soon a playful smile graced his lips, while Mo Changqing wore a face full of despair. Why, dear girl, I shall avenge you, Lin Fan said, patting the girl in his arms. Song Yuner. With a light chuckle. Yes, brother Lin, please defeat him, Song Yuner exclaimed, shaking her tiny fist in indignation, tears brimming in her eyes. Not a problem. You go down with your sister for now, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Song Yuner obediently nodded and descended the platform with her sister. The referee glanced at the two on stage, sighed, and announced, Lin Fan from the Inter-sect versus Mo Changqing from the Inter-sect. The match begins. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame anyone else, Sima Gue said, handing Mo Changqing 2 pills. Take these, do not hold back, and finish this quickly. Mo Changqing was momentarily stunned. Then a bloodthirsty grin spread across his face as he accepted the pills and consumed them without hesitation. Instantly, he let out a howl that reverberated through the air, his aura surging dramatically, his muscles swelling to more than double their size, his eyes turning a fierce crimson, exuding a bloodthirsty ferocity. Frenzy pill? What the? He's taking drugs, Xiao Tian exclaimed in dissatisfaction, realizing that Mo Changqing, already at the peak of the Martial King first level, would experience a significant boost in power from just 1 pill. 2 pills would elevate him to the 2nd level, maintaining that effect for an entire day, albeit with a week of weakness to follow. Clearly, Sima Gue was intent on being ruthless this time. Xiao Tian believed Lin Fan was still at the 3rd level of the Martial King. Thus pitted against the peak of the 1st level, he would undoubtedly suffer. Xiao Tian, are you foolish? There are no rules against using pills in this competition. If you had the ability, you could use them too, Sima Gue cackled mockingly. Xiao Tian was momentarily speechless. Indeed, there were no such regulations, and even if allowed, he had no frenzy pills to use against Lin Fan. The frenzy pill was a precious earth-grade pill, and the materials required for its creation were exceedingly rare, with a low success rate. Despite having an earth-grade alchemist in his sect, there was no way to produce such a pill on demand. Glaring at Sima Gue with rage, he wished he could tear him apart on the spot. Sima Gue, however, looked at Lin Fan with a smug expression. Kid, your days are numbered. In your next life, be more discerning and avoid offending those you cannot contend with. Fool, Lin Fan scoffed, then turned his gaze towards Mo Changqing, who had just consumed the frenzy pills. You've taken your pills and made your noise. Now come forth. I still need to fulfill my promise to the little girl and defeat you. What the hell? Lin Fan is truly reckless. Even after Mo Changqing's drug-enhanced state, he dares to say such things. At this point, Mo Changqing must possess nearly the strength of the 4th level of the Martial King. Even the leader of the Inter-sect, Situ Yi, would be wary. This is bad news for Lin Fan from the Inter-sect. Sigh, the Inter-sect operates in a despicable manner. It's no wonder this kid is overestimating his capabilities, the crowd murmured, their doubts about Lin Fan growing, as he was merely an obscure figure. Ha, kid. I am now at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King. And you remain so arrogant, truly ignorant of your own mortality. Since you are so eager to perish, I shall oblige. Mo Changqing, now intoxicated with power, launched himself at Lin Fan, throwing a punch. Lin Fan is in trouble. Song Lingshan frowned. No way. Brother Lin will surely win, Song Yuner declared with unwavering determination, waving her tiny fist. She then shouted towards the platform, Brother Lin, go for it, defeat him. Yet those around them shook their heads. Anyone could see that Mo Changqing's power had surged, and there was no way this previously unremarkable disciple could withstand him. If he continued to flaunt his bravado, he would only end up with a bruised ego. But by that time, Imo Chongqing had already reached Lin Fan, and a resounding slap echoed. "What?" Gasps filled the air as the crowd watched in astonishment. What did they just witness? Is this a dream? This is nothing like I expected. This is simply outrageous. As the crowd gasped, it was revealed that while Imo Chongqing had charged at Lin Fan with overwhelming force, Lin Fan remained unfazed. Just as Imo Chongqing was about to make contact, Lin Fan casually delivered a single slap, which sent Imo Chongqing sprawling to the ground, several teeth flying from his mouth. Imo Chongqing was momentarily dazed, but upon regaining consciousness, he clutched his mouth and let out a wail of disbelief. What the hell is going on? Sima Gue outside the platform stared, bewildered. What is happening? Imo Chongqing had taken 2 frenzy pills and was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King. Had it not been for the humiliation he suffered at Lin Fan's hands earlier, he would have never wasted such precious pills. Yet, despite consuming the pills, Imo Chongqing was laid low by one slap from Lin Fan. This was utterly inconceivable. Is this all you've got? Lin Fan approached the downed Imo Chongqing, looking down at him as he writhed in agony. He had deliberately restrained his power. Otherwise, he could have finished him off in an instant. A promise is a promise, and he intended to fulfill his word. You, Imo Chongqing, now missing several teeth, looked at Lin Fan in terror, struggling to form coherent words. You? How dare you? Lin Fan exclaimed, delivering another slap. Ah! A scream echoed again as blood and shattered teeth erupted from Imo Chongqing's mouth. Soon, slaps rained down in a relentless barrage upon Imo Chongqing's face, transforming it into a grotesque visage. Initially, he could still manage a few cries of despair. But soon only muffled whimpers escaped his lips as his face became unrecognizable. The entire audience stood in shock, frozen in place, witnessing the spectacle unfold before them. Chapter 38. Unrivaled skills at that moment. One individual swallowed hard. This is brutal. Wow, those slaps are impressive. I wish I could do that too. You? Dream on. Imo Chongqing is at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King. He would wipe the floor with you. Watching Lin Fan mercilessly slap Imo Chongqing, Sima Gue's lips twitched uncontrollably, as if each slap landed on his own face. Finally, unable to contain himself, he shouted, Lin Fan, you are going too far. Stop this at once. Lin Fan did pause momentarily, lifting his head to glare at the enraged Sima Gue outside the platform. His eyes blazed red, and his face contorted with fury, resembling a beast ready to pounce. Teach, fool! If you have the guts, come up here. If not, shut your mouth, Lin Fan sneered, resuming his assault. Ugh! Imo Chongqing had never endured such humiliation and abuse, his eyes filled with resentment and fear, tears streaming down his face. Yet Lin Fan pretended not to notice, continuing to rain down slaps on his already swollen visage. This is for your arrogance, for bullying the little girl. Take this, wow, brother Lin is so cool. Outside the ring, Song Yuner gazed at Lin Fan with adoring eyes, her face illuminated with admiration. The grievances she had suffered moments ago evaporated with each resounding slap. Song Lingshan, too, looked on in astonishment at Lin Fan, her eyes reflecting a strange light. He had acted so fiercely for the sake of his little sister. Amid her shock, she couldn't help but feel an odd sensation stirring within her heart. Damn it, Lin Fan, you little brat, stop this at once. Referee, we concede. Sima Gue shouted. Realizing that Imo Chongqing had been beaten to a pulp, he didn't want to see him dead. After all, a martial king was not easily cultivated within a sect. Imo Chongqing, however, did not concede. The match was not concluded, and outsiders were not permitted to interfere. The rules, as the referee pointed out, were clear, and it was Sima Gue himself who had previously stated them. The referee remained indifferent, smirking internally at Sima Gue's predicament. Did his disciple not flaunt his arrogance earlier? Now that he was being struck, he wanted to concede. Not a chance. Seeing the referee's response, Sima Gue was momentarily speechless. Before angrily shouting at Imo Chongqing on the platform, Chongqing, concede. Hurry and concede. Imo Chongqing felt utterly helpless. He wished to do so, but how could he? His mouth was too busy enduring Lin Fan's relentless slaps. His lips already deformed beyond recognition, making it impossible to utter a single word. Yet he still struggled, attempting to muster the last of his strength to roar out the words I concede. But with a mere flick of Lin Fan's finger, his voice was silenced, leaving him gasping in vain for utterance. What? Want to give up? Don't even dream about it. Lin Fan sneered as he continued to strike. At that moment, Imo Changqing felt as though he were caught in the throes of death, deeply regretting his foolish decision to provoke this calamity. Now, it seemed, even death was elusive. At this point, he bore the marks of Lin Fan's relentless assault. His face bloodied and his body convulsing, a sight too tragic to behold. Initially, Song Yuner had been quite excited, but as the scene unfolded, her heart ached, prompting her to call out, "Brother Lin, perhaps we should stop? You've beaten him for quite a while. Oh? Are you satisfied?" Lin Fan turned to Song Yuner with a smile, inquiring. She nodded, her expression one of gratitude. "Since the little girl feels vindicated, then let it be," Lin Fan declared. Imo Changqing, taken aback by these words, felt a surge of joy. Did this imply that Lin Fan was about to relent? However, the next moment, he added, "But you can still die." With that, Lin Fan delivered a decisive blow. As Imo Changqing's breath ceased, the system notification chimed in. Lin Fan glanced at his explosive value, which had reached 500 once more. It would be a shame to waste it, especially considering that this opponent was also at the Martial King level. Thus, with a thought, he activated the explosive value. Ding, congratulations, player Lin Fan has slain Imo Changqing, earning 50 million experience points. Ding, congratulations, player Lin Fan has slain Imo Changqing, receiving 50 middle grade spirit stones. Ding, congratulations, player Lin Fan has slain Imo Changqing, acquiring 50,000 silver notes. Ding, congratulations, player Lin Fan has slain Imo Changqing, obtaining the talent skill, Berserk Transformation. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned by the rewards from the system. Although the quantity was modest, the names of the items brought him unexpected delight. The previous rewards were trivial, but this Berserk pill was likely something Imo Changqing had consumed earlier, casually dropped as loot.as for the final reward, the Lingyun boat. He leaned in to read the description. Lingyun boat, Earth-grade treasure, capable of soaring through the skies, accommodating up to 20 individuals, with incredible speed, able to travel thousands of miles in a day. The hull is inscribed with defensive runes, capable of withstanding all attacks from those below the Martial Emperor realm. Wow, this is impressive. Having previously glimpsed the sect leader's magnificent treasure ship, Lin Fan had longed for such a vessel, dreaming of the day he could soar through the skies aboard it. Now, in an unexpected turn of fate, he had acquired one himself, feeling a surge of exhilaration. This item was undoubtedly the ultimate accessory for travel, flaunting, and courting, and judging by the model in the system, the Lingyun boat was a silvery gray hue, adorned with numerous, auspicious clouds, with a mythical dragon faintly visible within, exuding an air of majesty. Next, he turned to the final reward, astonished to discover yet another skill, Berserk Transformation. Superficial enhancement, capable of elevating the user's actual power by a significant level. Stackable with other skills or states, lasting for 1 minute, during which the user is immune to all physical damage, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Goodness. This skill is outrageous. Lin Fan was left speechless. This ability not only significantly boosts his power but also stacks with other skills. With this skill activated alongside the enhancements from his artifacts and current state, could he not directly contend with an 8th layer martial sovereign? What was crucial? During its duration, he would be immune to all physical damage. Although it lasted only a minute and had a lengthy cooldown of 1 hour, this was akin to the invulnerability enjoyed by a certain wild king from his previous life. A 3-second true man. Not to mention, here it extended to a full minute. In high-stakes battles, victory often hinges on a fleeting moment, and now he possessed a full minute of invincibility to unleash his assaults without restraint. How utterly formidable! Even if he were to falter, a minute would suffice for him to retreat. The prospect of this skill sent Lin Fan into a frenzy, and he instinctively glanced towards Sima Gue outside the arena. Sima Gue, too, was fixated on him, and upon catching Lin Fan's gaze, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. Why am I suddenly feeling cold? Sima Gue mused, perplexed. This match, the Inter-sect, Lin Fan wins. The voice of the referee rang out. Hooray! The supporters of the Inter-sect erupted in cheers. Junior brother Lin is truly remarkable. Indeed, he faced an opponent at the pinnacle of the 3rd layer Martial King. Although he had taken drugs, the disparity with a true 3rd layer Martial King was negligible. Impressive. He delivered such a stylish defeat. From now on, he shall be my idol. Meanwhile, the female disciples of the Inter-sect gazed at Lin Fan with starry eyes, utterly enamored, from his fierce retort to Sima Gue, to his gentle comfort of Song Yuner, and his promise of vengeance for her, as well as his furious strikes against Imo Changqing, all of which ignited a flutter of affection in the hearts of these blossoming maidens. Senior brother Lin is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Yes, yes, I want to bear his children. Get lost? Who do you think you are? He is mine. Ugh, just look at yourself. You're nothing but a hag. Lin Fan had not anticipated that his earlier actions would incite such wild fantasies among the female disciples. He was still basking in the joy of the system rewards when Song Yuner, brimming with excitement, dashed to his side and planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, brother Lin. You are the best. I like you so much. Hee hee. Little sister. Song Lingshan and Jiang Xinlan were taken aback by the girl's boldness, immediately reprimanding her. Their actions set off a commotion in the audience, with male disciples lamenting heartbreak as their goddess had chosen to kiss Lin Fan, filled with envy and resentment. Some worshipped Lin Fan, praising him for his charm, while others glared at him in hatred, blaming him for stealing their beloved. The female disciples began to voice their dissatisfaction. Who do you think you are? How could you do this? Exactly. She hadn't even reacted before you swooped in. It's disgraceful. Yet, some could only envy, sighing at the audacity of this little sister from the Inter-sect, wishing they had the gall to act. This scene left Lin Fan at a loss for words, chuckling softly. This little girl was truly daring. Lin Fan, you dare harm my sect's disciples? You are doomed. Sima Gui's voice rang out. Gazing at Sima Gui, whose anger was barely contained, Lin Fan merely offered a cold laugh. Fool. Now armed with the berserk transformation skill, coupled with his various hidden trump cards, he was more than capable of confronting this old fool head-on. Yet, sometimes, delivering a more exquisite form of suffering by watching his disciples perish before him was far more satisfying. Moreover, he needed to kill to expedite his own ascension. Just moments ago, he had seen that he required only a small amount of experience to level up again. At this juncture, he could hardly wait for the old man to leap forth and deliver him experience points. However, to his surprise, the old man remained curiously aloof, instead casting a derisive glance at the sect leaders of the Liantian and Huyan sects, tauntingly remarking, hee hee, you two need not stand by and watch the show. With this prodigy emerging from the Qingtian sect, it seems your standings are in jeopardy. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the Liantian sect, Situ Xiong and Huyan sect, Zhuge Yan, simultaneously furrowed their brows. They had previously observed from the sidelines, having recognized Lin Fan's extraordinary talents. Initially, when Lin Fan had appeared, they were informed that he was the one who had just participated in the alchemy competition, securing first place. This news had indeed surprised them. However, upon seeing him now competing in martial arts, they were skeptical, unable to fathom how a disciple so gifted in alchemy could also excel in martial pursuits. Yet, after witnessing Lin Fan's performance against Mo Chongqing, they were forced to reconsider. His displayed prowess stirred ripples of concern in their hearts. While their sects had always held the first and second positions with confidence, they also recognized that among their own disciples, there were those capable of contesting with him. However, as sect leaders, with their formidable strength, they discerned that Lin Fan had not yet fought with his full might. This indicated that Lin Fan's abilities could indeed surpass what had been demonstrated. Thus, the implications for their sect standings were significant. Now, with Sima Gui's words unveiling the truth, they realized the old man was attempting to sow discord. Yet they couldn't help but shift their focus onto Lin Fan. The competition continued, and soon Lin Fan's name was called again. Since his previous match was a voluntary challenge, it did not count as part of his rotation, thus requiring him to face another opponent to qualify for advancement. Contestant 217, Wang Chong from the Xianin sect versus contestant 218, Lin Fan from the Qingtian sect. Please prepare, the referee announced. Damn, I've run into this kid again. Sima Gui silently lamented his misfortune. Wang Chong was merely at the first layer Martial King level. Having seen what Lin Fan did to Mo Chongqing, it was clear he would pose no challenge. Thus, Sima Gui bitterly instructed Wang Chong, just concede right away. Don't engage him. Wang Chong, with a bitter smile, nodded slightly. There was no way around it. That individual was simply too formidable. If he were to rashly engage, he would undoubtedly be on the receiving end of a beating. Moreover, from their earlier encounters, it was evident that Lin Fan was a person without any moral constraints, striking ruthlessly and without mercy. As the two ascended the stage, the referee glanced at them, and the match commenced. Just as Wang Chong clasped his fists and began to speak, I concede. Bang! Before Wang Chong could finish, Lin Fan appeared before him in an instant and delivered a punch. A scream erupted as Wang Chong was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth mid-air, leading to his demise. Chapter 40. A strong assurance. What a brutal display. Truly a ruthless individual. Wang Chong had clearly intended to concede. Yet Lin Fan offered him no opportunity. Did no one notice that Sima, the sect leader, had been at odds with him? It seems that in the future, one must avoid provoking Lin Fan. Otherwise, a similar fate awaits. The spectators, witnessing Lin Fan's decisive annihilation of Wang Chong, regarded him with newfound respect, bestowing upon him a dangerous reputation. One must befriend him, lest they become enemies, for the consequences could be dire. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly ascend the ranks swiftly. Offending him would be foolish, unless one could eliminate him in one fell swoop, or else they would face severe repercussions. Sima Gue, too, was taken aback by Lin Fan's actions, showing no mercy to his own disciples. His gaze darkened as he spoke to the equally grim-faced Tu Hong beside him. If you encounter him in the next round, do not hold back your strength. Eliminate him without hesitation. Tu Hong nodded, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan, who was about to leave the stage. A glint of malice crossed his gaze. This young man had developed a close rapport with the ice goddess he had long pursued, and was even becoming familiar with the goddess's sister, Song Yunqi. He had long harbored a desire to teach Lin Fan a lesson. In his mind, he had already claimed those two sisters as his own. No one else should dare encroach upon them. So, even without Sima Gue's urging, he planned to make Lin Fan pay dearly if they crossed paths in the competition. Humph! How dare you covet a woman I have set my sights on? Do you truly believe you can kill a Mo Chongqing, who relies on drugs to barely reach the peak of the martial king realm? Just wait for my wrath. Meanwhile, disciples of the Lai Tian sect, including Situ Yi, were also glaring at Lin Fan, their eyes ablaze with fury. Humph! Although he possesses some strength, how dare he think he can approach Song Lingshan? She is destined to be my future wife. If we meet in the arena, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Conversely, Lu Outyin of the same sect burst into hearty laughter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How intriguing! This is going to be quite entertaining. After descending from the stage, Lin Fan sauntered back to the Qingtian sect's ranks, receiving respect and flattery from his fellow disciples along the way. Strength commands respect, and with his remarkable power, he naturally garnered their admiration. Master, you've made quite a name for yourself, bringing honor to our Qingtian sect. Wang Bo laughed heartily from the side. Sect leader Xiao Tian also praised. Indeed, Lin Fan has accomplished a great feat. However, this means you have completely severed ties with Sima the old ghost. Be cautious if you venture out alone from now on. That old fellow harbors a grudge and is known for his insidious methods. I understand, sect leader. Rest assured, he cannot kill me, Lin Fan replied confidently. Oh, is that so? Xiao Tian was taken aback. Sima Gue was of comparable strength to himself, slightly inferior at best, yet Lin Fan boldly claimed that the old ghost could not kill him. After all, Sima Gue was a martial venerable of the 5th realm, while Lin Fan was merely at the 3rd realm of the martial king. By conventional logic, eliminating someone like Lin Fan should be as easy as crushing an ant. But can Lin Fan be judged by conventional standards? Clearly not. Xiao Tian scrutinized Lin Fan for a moment, choosing not to press further. After all, if Lin Fan wished to speak, he would have done so already. Sometimes, one must hold back a bit. The second round of the selection tournament concluded, and the 115 contestants who advanced would face off in the next round, engaging in a chaotic battle that would eliminate 25 participants. The final 100 contestants would secure their spots in the elite competition of the 5 nations of the North and receive a week's worth of training rewards in the Timu blood pool. The matches were scheduled to commence at noon the following day. At that moment, the voice of the third prince, Wu Xuanqing, rang out, resonating in the ears of everyone present. After finishing his announcement, he turned to leave. We bid farewell to the prince, the crowd responded respectfully. The chaotic free-for-all? Xiao Tian's brow furrowed. This was unlike previous events. Typically, the 3rd round would allow all martial kings among the remaining contestants to advance automatically, with the remaining participants in the martial general tier facing off in pairs until the final 100 spots were filled. This format was not particularly favorable for the Qingtian sect, whose martial king disciples were already in short supply. In the earlier battles, several first-realm martial kings had drawn the short straw, facing off against the likes of Tu Hong from the Xianyin sect, Guohuli from the Xianyun sect, Situ Yi from the Lai Tian sect, and Lu Hui from the Hu Yin sect, resulting in the elimination of 4 martial kings at once. Later, Zhang Long also faced misfortune, encountering Lu Outyin from the Lai Tian sect and suffering a stunning defeat, as Lu Outyin dispatched him with a single move. Originally, there had been 10 martial kings, including Lin Fan, but now only 6 remained. While other sects had suffered fewer losses, with a chaotic battle looming, it was evident that the overall strength would be a challenge for the Qingtian sect. Xiao Tian's expression darkened with concern. Currently, The Qing sect had only 13 participants, including 6 martial kings, while the Lai Tian sect boasted a maximum of 45, followed by the Hu Yin sect with 34, the Xianin sect with 20, and the Xianyuan sect also with 13. Disciples from various sects engaged in discussions about the dais matches as they gradually exited the arena. Lin Fan silently followed his sect back to the inn, his mind already plotting. With tomorrow's match approaching, he planned to return and finally perfect the 5-element battle body, ensuring he would be thoroughly prepared for the upcoming chaos. Moreover, given that he had now openly severed ties with Sima Gue, a confrontation could arise at any moment. Achieving mastery of the 5-element battle body would make dealing with Sima Gue a breeze. Lin Fan, about tomorrow's chaotic battle, Xiao Tian began, hesitating momentarily. Rest assured, sect leader, I will emerge victorious, Lin Fan interjected, understanding his concerns. Ah, good. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Xiao Tian chuckled, initially worried that his disciples might falter in the chaotic battle, potentially failing to secure a single position, especially since Zhang Long, whom he had hoped for, had unexpectedly been eliminated. However, seeing Lin Fan's unwavering confidence brought him an inexplicable sense of relief. Satisfied with Lin Fan's response, Xiao Tian returned to his quarters with a smile. Lin Fan locked his door upon returning to his room, then proceeded to set up several illusionary and defensive formations at the entrance and window using the formation foundation stone. He took out all the 5-element crystals, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating the 5-element battle body. Chapter 41. Innocence. Last time, he had only reached the introductory stage of the 5-element battle body. Closing his eyes and regulating his breathing, he began to absorb the energy from the 5-element crystals. The crystals surrounding him gradually levitated, swirling around Lin Fan. Then, wisps of energy were drawn from the crystals, surging towards him, and upon contact with his body, were directly absorbed within. His body began to radiate light, a faint aura forming around him, growing increasingly bright. After half an hour, there was a sudden contraction, boom. His entire being trembled. He had achieved the minor completion of the 5-element battle body. Continue. Closing his eyes once more, Lin Fan continued to absorb the essence of the 5-element crystals. After about 2 hours, his body began to emanate a spectrum of colors, indicating that he was on the verge of mastering the 5-element battle body. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes shot open, a brilliant multicolored light shooting forth. Ah! He let out a long howl, his body trembling as the sound of cracking bones filled the air, his muscles tightening and condensing. Huh! I have reached the perfected state of the 5-element battle body. Humph! Tomorrow's chaotic battle is going to be fun. A smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips. Early the next morning, a knock echoed at his door, rousing Lin Fan from his slumber. He groggily opened the door to find a cold voice saying, "Here is your breakfast." Huh? It's you? Lin Fan was taken aback, realizing that it was Song Ling Shan from the Xianyuan sect standing outside. "Didn't you say you would bring me breakfast as a token of gratitude?" she replied, her face suddenly flushing. "Oh dear, Lindagu, you even sleep with your weapons?" A sweet voice chimed in at that moment. Huh? Weapons? Lin Fan, still dazed, glanced down at himself. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, having just awakened and not yet fully aware. He had opened the door without considering his appearance, completely unprepared for Song Ling Shan's visit. Now, his rather unrefined side was exposed before 2 lovely ladies, causing him immense embarrassment as he hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover himself. "Hey, what are you hiding? Do you have some precious treasure? Show me what you have." Yet, Song Yuner relentlessly pressed on, eager to catch a glimpse of this treasure. Perhaps it would be better if you didn't look," Lin Fan said with a chuckle, casting an awkward glance at Song Ling Shan, who stood at the doorway, blushing profusely. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, and upon seeing her sister's insistence, she furrowed her brow and pulled her younger sister aside. "But I'm just curious about what it is," Song Yuner pouted, feeling aggrieved. "Ah, this is my grandsword, a secret weapon. It cannot be shown to just anyone," Lin Fan replied, a smile gracing his lips as he thought it through. At his words, Song Yuner was momentarily taken aback, while Song Ling Shan's expression turned even redder, and she spat out, thinking to herself, "So he has his indecent moments too, yet why am I not repulsed by him? Oh, it sounds impressive. I want to see." Lin Fan's words ignited Song Yuner's curiosity, prompting her to rush over to lift his clothing. Both Lin Fan and Song Ling Shan exclaimed in unison. Song Ling Shan was aware of what it was, but she was taken aback by her sister's boldness. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was completely flustered, drenched in sweat. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, You cannot just look at the grand sword, sister. How could you be so reckless? Song Ling Shan scolded, but her voice trailed off as she struggled to find the right words. Reckless about what? Song Yuner paused, looking at her sister with a puzzled expression. Reckless, reckless, reckless. How can you just take someone else's weapon? He said it's his, and the grand sword cannot be shown casually. Song Ling Shan bit her lip to finish her sentence, her face as red as a ripe apple, almost dripping with embarrassment. She felt helpless. She couldn't just say it was Lin Fan's private matter. Now, she herself couldn't believe she had said such things, especially since Lin Fan was looking at her with a knowing smile. What is this? You're the one leading me astray, causing my sister to act like this. Song Ling Shan was filled with indignation, stamping her foot before turning to leave. However, as she took a step, she stumbled over her own feet. Ah, she gasped, and just as she was about to fall face first, a figure rushed over and caught her from behind. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Upon realizing it was Lin Fan who had caught her, she immediately felt her cheeks flush. Oh, that is good. Hee hee. Be careful next time. Pay attention to where you're walking. Oh. Song Ling Shan was perplexed by her own willingness to engage in conversation, but as she responded, she sensed something was off. Lin Fan, momentarily surprised, tightened his grip on her, thinking she was about to fall again. What are you doing? You. Song Ling Shan was too embarrassed to articulate her thoughts, once again held tightly by Lin Fan. Their bodies pressed closely together, an awkwardness enveloping them. Yet, rather than feeling anger, she found herself overwhelmed by an unusual sensation, her body softening as she leaned into Lin Fan's embrace. Lin Fan, bewildered, asked, What is happening to you? You're so bad. Song Ling Shan murmured, her face aflame as she twisted her body slightly. At that moment, Lin Fan felt something unusual, and he gasped, I don't know. I've inadvertently offended this ice goddess. But it seemed she's not resisting, he thought, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. After all, he was a man, and such a beauty should not go unclaimed, so he tightened his embrace, leaning in closer. Song Ling Shan, breathing softly, her eyes shimmering, struggled internally to maintain her composure, but the masculine aura emanating from Lin Fan rendered her defenseless. Lin, big brother, sister, what are you two doing? Are you preparing to play kiss-kiss? Just as Lin Fan was about to make further advances, Song Yuner fluttered over with wide eyes, innocently inquiring, Lin, big brother, sister, are you two going to kiss? At that moment, Lin Fan realized with a jolt that there was indeed another young beauty present, and embarrassment washed over him. Song Ling Shan's face was so red she could hardly bear to look at her sister. How could she behave like this in front of Song Yuner? Yet, Song Yuner's next words made Lin Fan chuckle. I heard from another senior sister that kissing and hugging someone you like feels really good. Can I join? She said, giggling as she approached. Wait, what? Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, then glanced at Song Ling Shan, who was too busy blushing to show any signs of refusal. Hee. It seems I am indeed enjoying a stroke of luck today. He mused, feeling immensely grateful to the senior sister Song Yuner mentioned, who had inadvertently provided him with such an opportunity. Yes, your senior sister is absolutely correct. Let us all join in, he said with a grin. I have a thrilling game for you called Rolling in the Sheets. Sure. I love playing games, Song Yuner exclaimed excitedly. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. Master, are you up? It's almost time to set off, came Wang Bo's voice from outside. The two girls gasped and quickly ducked under the covers. Oh, perfect timing, Lin Fan muttered under his breath. Realizing it was time to face the music, he quickly dressed and opened the door a crack. Hee, master, it's time to go. Everyone is waiting downstairs, Wang Bo cheerfully announced, attempting to enter, only to be blocked at the threshold. You go ahead. I'll tidy up and join you shortly, Lin Fan replied awkwardly. Wang Bo looked at Lin Fan, puzzled by his unusual demeanor, then peered through the crack in the door. What's moving on the bed? Oh, why are there women's clothes on the floor? He then turned back to Lin Fan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and a sly grin spread across Wang Bo's face. Hey, master, take it easy and save your strength. You'll need it for the battle ahead. Got it, quit the chatter. Just go down first. I'll be right behind you, Lin Fan retorted with a laugh. Sure. Say hi to the mistress for me, Wang Bo said with a cheeky grin before darting away. Closing the door, Lin Fan turned to see the sisters peeking out from under the covers, and he couldn't help but smile. Before long, the three of them were ready and descended the stairs together. Upon their arrival, all the disciples of the Qing Tian sect were astonished. Aren't those the sister flowers of the Xianyun sect? What are they doing here? Wow, Song Yuner is actually holding Lin Fan's arm? Not only that, but look at Song Ling Shan. She seems unusually shy today. Has my ice goddess melted? Could it be that Lin Fan is not only a genius alchemist and formidable fighter, but also a master in romance? Absolutely. He is incredible. From now on, Lin Fan is my idol. Idol one at that moment. Wang Bo was equally stunned. Initially, he had speculated which beauty had caught their master's eye, but now he was witnessing not one, but two renowned beauties from the 5 major sections. He mentally gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Master, you're amazing. Once the shock subsided, envy and admiration followed. The two girls, blushing profusely, exchanged greetings with Xiao Tian and hurriedly departed. The scrutiny of so many people made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. All right, everyone quiet down. Today marks the final round of our chaotic battle. We are at a numerical and strength disadvantage. So be cautious and support one another. Do not wander off alone. Xiao Tian began to address the group. Lin Fan, do you have any suggestions? Lin Fan pondered for a moment before responding. As for suggestions, during the chaotic battle, you should stick together and focus on defense. I will swiftly eliminate 25 opponents. What? The crowd stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, including Xiao Tian, who was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Eliminate 25 opponents? Everyone remaining is an elite among elites, not to mention the top disciples from the other 4 sects lurking nearby. How can you easily take out 25 opponents? Seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Lin Fan frowned. Trust me, just focus on your defense. After a moment's thought, Xiao Tian realized there were no other options left. Lin Fan was their only hope, so he nodded. Let us follow Lin Fan's lead. The others could only acquiesce, and soon the entire group set off towards the Imperial City's martial arts arena. The arena. 125 contestants were gathered, standing in formation, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Today was the final round of the 5 major sects tournament, where the last 25 contestants would be determined. The contestant with the highest number of defeated opponents would earn first place for their sect, followed by second, third, fourth, and fifth places accordingly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter, while Lin Fan was taken aback, thinking, isn't this just about snatching kills? The more you take, the higher your rank. How interesting. The match has commenced, with the sound echoing through the air. The disciples of the 5 major sects clustered together, each group vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Lin Fan, prepare to meet your demise. At that moment, Tu Hong from the Xianin sect and C2E from the Lai Tian sect both bellowed simultaneously. Lin Fan was taken aback. He could comprehend that Tu Hong from the Xianin sect would target him. But what was C2E's motive for joining in? Moreover, the glare C2 cast upon him resembled that of someone harboring a vendetta. Hey, C2E, do I have a grudge against you? Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. Are you unaware that Song Ling Shan is the future wife I have chosen? How dare you entertain thoughts of her? That is tantamount to seeking death, C2E roared, his annoyance escalating upon witnessing their flirtation the day prior, compounded by the news that Song Ling Shan had visited Lin Fan that morning. She had emerged, blushing, completely devoid of her previous icy demeanor. Even a fool could perceive that something had transpired between them, and how could he not be enraged? Oh, so that's how it is, then come at me, Lin Fan scoffed as soon as he finished speaking. Both C2E and Tu Hong charged at him, igniting a fierce battle across the arena. You all hold your ground here, do not initiate attacks, support one another, and leave the rest to me, Lin Fan instructed before darting forward. Lin Fan, prepare to die. Tu Hong and C2E's power surged dramatically, astonishingly elevating them to the 5th level of Martial King. What? 5th level of Martial King? They were concealing their strength? Lin Fan is done for. Chapter 43. Another instant kill master. Be careful. Observing the scene unfold, Xiao Tian and Wang Bo panicked. They had not anticipated that their opponents would conceal 2 levels of strength, especially when attacking Lin Fan together. What were they to do now? Xiao Tian, now you know despair, right? That brat is doomed. Did he think he was impressive for defeating a Mo Changqing? Under Tu Hong, he is but an ant, and this is the consequence of his disrespect towards our sect. Sima Gue cackled ominously. Just as those words left his mouth, Tu Hong and C2E's attacks were upon Lin Fan in an instant. Lin Fan's aura erupted, a radiant silver light enveloping him. 0.5 elements battle body, activate, boom. Simultaneously, their strikes collided with Lin Fan, and a victorious smile crept upon Tu Hong and C2E's faces. However, the next moment, what? How is this possible? They exclaimed in disbelief. It turned out that their punches had landed solidly against Lin Fan, and they had expected him to be bloodied or even obliterated. Yet, there he stood, unfazed, as if their blows had struck an indestructible treasure, a playful smile adorning his face. Did they truly think they could harm him? It was utterly laughable. Lin Fan's 5 elements battle body was now perfected, impervious to any harm from divine artifacts or below. Even a full-force attack from 2 5th-level martial kings could not breach the defenses of a top-tier Earth-grade treasure, let alone his body fortified by divine artifacts. Such feeble power attempting to assert dominance, they could perish, Lin Fan declared, unleashing 2 powerful punches. Boom, ding. Lin Fan's casual punches sliced through the air with a thunderous roar. With terror-stricken eyes, Tu Hong and C2E were sent flying. Unable to utter a single scream before meeting their demise, the arena fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, as onlookers gazed at Lin Fan in disbelief, as if beholding a monster. I can't believe it. Incredible. 2 punches obliterated 2 5th-level martial kings? Instant kill. Is he even human? Can he be this powerful? Xiao Tian and Wang Bo stood frozen, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared exhilaration and uncontainable excitement. Ha ha ha, with Lin Fan in our sect, how can we not claim the first position? Xiao Tian laughed heartily, feeling a joy he hadn't experienced in ages. Indeed, it is evident who your master is, Wang Bo proudly declared. Yes, yes, yes. This time, brother, you truly picked a treasure. Ha ha ha. Not only is Lin Fan a genius alchemist, but he is also a martial prodigy, an absolute monster. Our sect is truly blessed, Xiao Tian exclaimed on the other side. However, Sima Gue appeared as if he had swallowed a multitude of dead flies, struggling to voice his words. Lin Fan, may you die a miserable death. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to roar this out. His heart ached. Tu Hong was the most gifted disciple of their generation in the Xianin sect, having concealed his strength to compete with the Lai Tian sect. In fact, with Tu Hong, he had even dismissed the Hu Yin sect, aiming for first place. Now, to see him felled by a single punch was infuriating. As the arena remained profoundly quiet, Sima Gui's shout stood out sharply. Lin Fan shot him a cold glance and scoffed, a miserable death. I shall ensure all your disciples meet that fate. Humph. He then turned his gaze toward the remaining 19 disciples of the Xianin sect, remarking, blame yourselves for entering the wrong sect. With a swift motion, Lin Fan vanished from sight. Not good, run. A disciple from the Xianin sect shouted in realization, attempting to flee the arena. How could they possibly contend against Lin Fan, who had just dispatched Tu Hong with ease? Lin Fan's intent was clear. He aimed to annihilate all disciples of the Xianin sect, and if they didn't flee now, when would they? Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded. While disciples from the other sects stood frozen in shock, the 19 disciples of the Xianin sect scattered like frightened ghosts, desperately attempting to escape. However, Lin Fan would not grant them such an opportunity. Appearing before them in an instant, delivering a punch without even a glance back, swiftly moving on to the next target. The moment he reached another disciple, the first was obliterated, reduced to nothing but a gruesome mess. His speed and ferocity left them astounded, driving the remaining disciples into a panic, wishing they had been born with even 2 more legs. In mere moments, only 1 disciple from the Xianin sect remained. Having reached the edge of the arena and leaping out, just as he believed he had escaped, a gust of wind heralded Lin Fan's approach, and with a resounding crash, he was reduced to a cloud of blood. No, Lin Fan, you vile monster, I will make you pay. Sima Gue had gone mad, no longer able to contain his wrath, charging at Lin Fan. Old ghost, do not act recklessly. Xiao Tian had been monitoring Sima Gui's movements and stepped in front of him. Get out of my way, Sima Gue roared. Humph. In a sect competition, casualties are inevitable. Your disciples from the Xianin sect have not spared mine in the past, have they? I am not as cowardly as you. Xiao Tian retorted coldly. You. Sima Gue pointed angrily at Xiao Tian, rendered speechless. After taking a deep breath, he realized that with Xiao Tian present, his attempt to kill Lin Fan was futile. Therefore, he begrudgingly stated, Humph, Lin Fan, consider yourself fortunate today, protected by your sect leader. I will remember this. Pray you do not fall into my hands. Otherwise, were it not for the sect leader standing in my way, you would be the one dead. However, once the competition concludes, your end will come. Humph. I could use your experience. With that, he turned to leave. Lin Fan cast a disdainful glance, spitting contemptuously, thinking to himself, Humph, old ghost, you are the fortunate one. Lin Fan chuckled. For he had noticed a red boss marker appear above Sima Gui's head, and he was on the brink of leveling up, only needing the experience from this martial sovereign. Let us continue. With this thought, Lin Fan turned, his piercing gaze sweeping across the remaining participants. The onlookers recoiled in fear, their expressions reflecting their terror. They had witnessed the earlier scene. Lin Fan's strength was terrifying, and the combined attack of two fifth-level martial kings had proven utterly ineffective against him. What chance did they stand? This man was nothing short of a divine being. Deliberately avoiding the Xianyun sect, Lin Fan strode toward the arena where the Lai Tian sect and Hu Yin sect disciples were located. With each step he took, his aura intensified, causing the disciples from the two sects to retreat once more. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Lin Fan, let us battle." Chapter 44. A clash of talents. Lin Fan turned to the source of the voice, observing a youth striding forth from the ranks of the Lai Tian sect. This was Liu Aotian, who had previously defeated a martial king expert from the Xianyun sect in the first round of eliminations. "Oh? You wish to challenge me?" Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Yes, I have sensed from the beginning that you are exceptional, and I find you intriguing," Liu Aotian responded, his gaze filled with excitement as he fixed it upon Lin Fan. Feeling a chill run down his spine at Liu Aotian's fervent gaze, Lin Fan retorted, "I am not interested in you. Please do not look at me like that. It makes me uncomfortable." "Oh? I did not expect Lin Xiong to be so bashful. Ha 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 ha." Liu Aotian laughed dismissively. Lin Fan rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Forget your bashfulness. I suspect you might be a glass cannon." Out loud, he declared, "If you wish to fight, then let us do so. Good, excellent. I have awaited this moment for long. Come forth." Upon finishing his words, Liu Aotian retracted his playful demeanor, his entire being radiating an overwhelming aura, which escalated in intensity, from the fourth stage of Martial King to the fifth stage, the ninth stage of Martial King, culminating at the peak of Martial King. The terrifying power surged relentlessly until it reached its zenith. What? Liu Aotian possesses the strength of a peak Martial King. How is this even conceivable? Xiao Tian stared in disbelief at Liu Aotian on the stage, his expression one of utter despondency. Just moments ago, witnessing Lin Fan's formidable prowess as he effortlessly dispatched two top disciples from the Lai Tian sect and Xianyun sect, his spirits had soared, contemplating a certain victory. Yet now, the emergence of Liu Aotian, a peak martial king, cast doubt on Lin Fan's chances. Xiao Tian could hardly fathom any possibility of victory for Lin Fan, for the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. A third-stage martial artist could not possibly transcend such vast levels in combat. How intriguing! Observing Liu Aotian unleash his full combat potential momentarily stunned Lin Fan, before he broke into a smile. "Brother Lin, there's no need to conceal your true strength any longer. Let us engage in a worthy battle," Liu Aotian declared earnestly. "Well, I didn't realize you were such a martial enthusiast, so eager for a fight. Very well. I shall oblige." Lin Fan expressed his respect for such an opponent and subsequently unleashed his own strength. What? Lin Fan still had hidden power? Xiao Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Lin Fan on the stage, incredulous. Fourth stage of Martial King, fifth stage, up to the eighth stage of Martial King. Lin Fan's strength surged until it reached the eighth stage, and just when everyone thought he would cease, he activated the five elements battle body. With a resounding crash, Lin Fan's aura surged once more. Though his level remained at the eighth stage, the intensity of his pressure far surpassed that of Liu Aotian. "I truly did not misjudge you. Let us begin." Liu Aotian clasped his fists and charged toward Lin Fan. Out of respect for such an adversary, Lin Fan restrained his strength to match Liu Aotian's level, engaging him in combat. Instantly, the disciples on other platforms momentarily forgot their own battles, retreating to the edges of the stage to observe the duel between these two prodigies. The figures of the two warriors intertwined and collided, the air reverberating with the sound of tremendous impacts. As time progressed, their speed increased to such an extent that many disciples could no longer track their movements, relying solely on the resounding clashes to discern their positions. Goodness, these two are extraordinary, operating on an entirely different level. Indeed, it is hard to believe that they have yet to unleash their full potential. This is the epitome of a formidable duel. Had we known such masters existed, we wouldn't have bothered to compete. We might as well have returned home to seek companionship. Exactly, what a lost cause. So, who do you think will emerge victorious? It's hard to say, but it seems Liu Aotian may hold the advantage, given his peak martial king status, while Lin Fan is only at the eighth stage. Not necessarily. Although Lin Fan appears to be at the eighth stage, did you not notice the aura surrounding him? I have a feeling he may be stronger than Lu Outyin. Who can tell? Let us just watch. Perhaps Lin Fan will surprise us. Surprise? Can you even keep up with their pace? What a joke. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the Tiger Flame Sect S camp, identifying a disciple from the Lition sect who had spoken so provocatively, inciting outrage and leading to a violent confrontation. Hey, you insolent fool from the Tiger Flame sect. How dare you lay a hand on our Lition sect brother? Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. A fierce shout rang out from the Lition sect disciples, who charged towards their adversaries. In an instant, the disciples of both sects were embroiled in a chaotic brawl, leaving the disciples of the Qingtian sect and Xianyun sect observing in bemusement. However, they were quite entertained by the fray, as long as it did not spill over to their side. Meanwhile, earlier that morning, the arrival of the Song sisters and their seemingly intimate relationship with Lin Fan had caught the attention of the Qingtian sect disciples, who could not resist approaching them during the spectacle. Hello, sister-in-law. Rest assured, Brother Lin will undoubtedly triumph. A disciple from the Qingtian sect approached Song Lingshan, who was anxiously watching the aerial duel, causing her to momentarily freeze, her cheeks flushing crimson. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through. Oh, in the blink of an eye, you've already connected with that Qingtian sect lad. Sister, your skills truly leave me in the dust. Recognizing the voice, Song Lingshan furrowed her brow. It was none other than Go Huli, who had nearly caused her to lose her powers previously. Filled with jealousy, Go Huli glared at Song Lingshan, astonished that their pure and untainted Song Lingshan had already ventured into a man's room to offer warmth so early in the morning. You? Song Lingshan seethed with rage. What's the matter? You met just yesterday, and now you're already flirting. You truly are impressive, Go Huli retorted, her irritation palpable. Hearing the Qingtian sect disciples address her as sister-in-law, Go Huli's displeasure escalated. Typically, whenever she stood beside Song Lingshan, all male gazes gravitated toward her. During this grand competition, she had also been captivated by Lin Fan's prowess and extraordinary alchemical talent. Moreover, Lin Fan's audacity in confronting the sect leader, Sima Gue, had stirred feelings of admiration within her, prompting her to plan a closer acquaintance post-competition. However, upon witnessing Song Lingshan and her sister engaged in animated conversation about Lin Fan that morning, Go Huli was infuriated. Now, with several Qingtian sect disciples calling her sister-in-law, her jealousy boiled over. Chapter 45. Clamor, shut your mouth. How dare you speak of our sister-in-law? She and our Lin Fan are a match made in heaven. You re merely envious because you cannot attain the grapes you desire. Song Lingshan was so enraged she struggled to find words, but a disciple from the Qingtian sect interjected. Now, Lin Fan was the pride of their sect, and after his previous matches, he had brought honor to the Qingtian sect. Thus, upon hearing someone maligning Lin Fan's future wife, they could not contain their outrage and lashed out. Surprisingly, although their words were unrestrained, they struck a chord. Indeed, Go Huli had harbored intentions of approaching Lin Fan. Enraged, Go Huli retorted, "You insolent fool, you're courting death." With that, she swung her sword towards the disciple. At that moment, the disciple realized that the individual before him was none other than the second stage martial king, Go Huli of the Xianyun sect, and terror gripped him as he saw her sword descending. In a panic, he shouted, "Brother Lin, help! Someone is trying to bully my sister-in-law. Get lost." Just as his voice faded, Lin Fan appeared before the Qingtian sect disciple, waving his hand and sending Go Huli sprawling aside. "Humph! How dare you bully my woman?" Lin Fan barked. "You?" Go Huli, blood trickling from her lips, struggled to rise, her fury igniting. "Get lost! Stay away from my woman, or I swear I will kill you." Lin Fan glared at Go Huli. "Brother Lin, you're being unreasonable. How can you involve yourself in someone else's fight?" A mournful voice echoed from above. "I was enjoying myself until you interrupted." Suddenly, Lin Fan darted over to Go Huli, leaving me utterly frustrated. Lu Outyin remarked, "Apologies, Brother Lu. Someone sought to bully my woman and my sect brother. I couldn't just stand by, could I? Now, let us resume," Lin Fan declared, charging back into the fray. "Humph! Women are nothing but trouble. Get lost and stop being a nuisance." Lu Outyin, feeling irritated at the interruption, unleashed a surge of energy directly into Go Huli's body. Ah! A scream erupted. My cultivation! My cultivation!" It turned out that Lu Outyin's seemingly casual strike had shattered Go Huli's dantian, rendering her a cripple in an instant. As they witnessed Go Huli's sudden decline, groaning on the ground, the crowd shook their heads in dismay, acknowledging the cruel justice of fate. while the heavens may be merciful. Humanity's transgressions often lead to dire consequences. Lin Fan stood momentarily stunned, having not anticipated Lu Outyan's decisive action. Haha, thank you, Brother Lu. Brother Lin, you're too polite. It's best to rid ourselves of such scoundrels. Had her elder not been a senior elder of the Xianyun sect, I would have killed her outright. Oh, a senior elder? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating a visit to the Xianyun sect to eliminate this potential threat once and for all. Let us continue, Lu Outyan urged eagerly. All right, let us go. The two clashed once more, engaging in a lively exchange, and Lin Fan felt exhilarated. Although he could easily defeat Lu Outyan if he unleashed his full power, he refrained for several reasons. Firstly, they bore no animosity. Secondly, Lu Outyan was clearly a martial enthusiast deserving of respect. And thirdly, he could hone his skills through this encounter, as he had advanced too rapidly and needed to adapt to his newfound abilities. The disciples watched in awe and admiration as the two combatants clashed in the sky, dreaming of being in their place, marveling at Lin Fan's ability to consistently surprise them. Qing Xiaotian, with tears in his eyes, spoke with great excitement, completely taken aback by Lin Fan's ability to effortlessly contend with Lu Outyan, who had just revealed his peak strength as a martial king. Showing no signs of being at a disadvantage, Lin brother, the time has come. I shall unleash my ultimate technique. If you can withstand it, I will concede. At that moment, Lu Outyan's arrogant voice echoed through the air. All right, bring it on. As Lin Fan's words fell, Lu Outyan's aura transformed dramatically, expanding once more until it reached a limit and then suddenly contracted. Gradually, a spherical ball of light materialized in Lu Outyan's right palm, growing larger and spinning incessantly. This rotating orb emitted a sizzling sound, releasing arcs of electricity. Goodness, it looks just like the Rasengan from Naruto, Lin Fan thought, rolling his eyes. Lin brother, catch this. It's my self-created technique. Called the Hunyuan Thunderball. With a thunderous shout, Lu Outyan hurled the formed electric sphere towards Lin Fan. Sensing the formidable energy of the Hunyuan Thunderball, Lin Fan braced himself, thinking, let me experience the full power of the perfected 5 elements battle body. Facing Lu Outyan's ultimate move, Lin Fan chose not to reveal any hidden cards, relying solely on his physical prowess to withstand the attack. Boom. As he was struck, a mushroom cloud crackled with arcs of electricity erupted into the air. With the explosion of the Hunyuan Thunderball, all the disciples engaged in the competition paused to gaze upwards. Wow, that's incredibly powerful. Even a third-level martial sovereign might not withstand that. Indeed, it's terrifying. I wonder if Lin Fan is all right? It's hard to say. Although Lin Fan is formidable, that attack is too fierce. I'd say it's over for him. If he were fine, he would have already emerged from that cloud. Suddenly, someone nearby seized the moment and struck with a club. How dare you ambush me? Damn those scoundrels from the Tiger Flame sect. They're starting to resemble the Xianyun sect, brothers. Let us take them down. As his words fell, the disciples from both sects ceased their observations and plunged back into combat. Screams and frantic escapes echoed throughout. Damn, we're getting hit while just standing here? The disciples from the Xianyun sect, who had not participated and were watching from the sidelines, glared angrily at the one who had just insulted them, shouting, Tiger Flame sect brothers, give it your all and wipe out those trash from the Split Sky sect. How dare you call anyone trash? A disciple from the Split Sky sect, displeased, jumped out. I'm saying you're the worthless one. What is it to you? Initially, the Xianyun sect had suffered continuous defeats, and their leader had been frequently humiliated, filling them with resentment, which now erupted in anger. What? Brothers, let us take him down. With that shout, he charged forward, followed by other disciples from the Split Sky sect. Unable to tolerate the insult to their sect. Chapter 46. The end of the competition. Oh, how dare you think you can have brothers? Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let us take them down. With his words, the disciples from the Xianyun sect, who had been holding back their frustrations, erupted in a roar, seizing their weapons and engaging in battle with the Split Sky sect. Damn it. I can't stand those arrogant fools from the Split Sky sect, shouted a disciple from the Tiger Flame sect, joining the fray, with others quickly following suit. The scene descended into chaos, with even the leaders of the 3 sects shaking their heads in disbelief. Meanwhile, the clouds began to dissipate, revealing the situation within. A tall figure remained standing amidst the clearing smoke, and as the mist cleared, Lin Fan's handsome face reappeared before everyone, wearing a satisfied smile. I didn't expect the 5 elements battle body to be so powerful, Lin Fan marveled, realizing the Hunyuan Thunderballs might exceeded his initial estimations. Only when the technique struck him did he feel the unexpected pressure. Yet he remained composed, channeling the five elements battle body to its utmost limit. Boom. After the collision, he surprisingly found that he could absorb the electrical arcs emitted by the Hunyuan Thunderball, and when the energy sphere struck him, it caused no harm whatsoever, merely leaving him with a tingling sensation from the impact. What? Lu Outyan's previously confident expression froze. Although he had fought Lin Fan for quite some time, he assumed that even if he unleashed this technique, it would at least inflict some damage. Yet now, Lin Fan stood there smiling, completely unscathed, with not even a tear in his clothes and a faint shimmering barrier enveloping him. Ha ha, brother Lu, your technique is indeed impressive, Lin Fan praised. Though Lin Fan was unharmed, it was due to the powerful techniques and artifact armor bestowed upon him by the system. Had it been someone else, they might have truly faced defeat today. Ha ha, Lin brother, don't flatter me too much. If you remain unscathed, then I concede. Lu Outyan replied with a bittersweet smile, acknowledging his defeat. Brother Lu, I admire your straightforwardness, Lin Fan sincerely commended. Ha ha, it has been a pleasure to battle with you. Lin brother, let us descend. It's time to conclude this competition. After Lu Outyan finished speaking, they both flew down to the arena. All right. The two landed on the competition stage, grabbing the nearest participants and tossing them off the stage until only 100 remained. At which point they paused and exchanged smiles. The competition is over. At that moment, the judge outside announced loudly, as the judge's words echoed. The martial sovereign disciples ceased their skirmishes and gathered together. At this point, Prince Wu Xuanqing stood up and proclaimed, the elite competition of the 5 sects concludes here. First, congratulations to the selected 100 elites. You have performed admirably. In 3 months, you will represent our Tianwu kingdom in the northern continent's 5 kingdoms talented battle. And those who place in the top 100 will gain entry into the only known ancient secret realm on the northern continent. Wow! A leap of a major tier. That's incredible. Yes, I've heard of it too. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be so eager to secure a top 100 position, as the resources and opportunities inside are boundless. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. At that moment, Wu Xuanqing waved his hand again, signaling for silence. Now, I shall announce the latest sect rankings. First place, the Strike Sky Sect. Second place, the Split Sky Sect. Third place, the Tiger Flame Sect. Fourth place, the Immortal Cloud Sect. Fifth place, the Xianin Sect. Oh, as the announcement concluded, the members of the Strike Sky Sect erupted in joyous laughter. Qing Xiaotian, overwhelmed with emotion, wiped tears of joy, exclaiming, after so many years, we finally secured first place. May our ancestors bless us. It wasn't just me, it was all thanks to my master, right? Wang Bo chuckled, rolling his eyes. Yes, yes, yes. All credit goes to Lin Fan. Qing Xiaotian, now smiling through his tears, appeared utterly elated. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Split Sky Sect and Tiger Flame Sect could only shake their heads in bitter amusement, lamenting how the emergence of such a prodigy as Lin Fan had overshadowed their own talents. Even Lu Outyan, the super prodigy they had kept hidden, had fallen, leaving them resigned to the fact that with Lin Fan, the Strike Sky Sect was destined to rise. The leaders, elders, and disciples of the Immortal Cloud Sect were also quite pleased, as they had historically ranked at the bottom due to their lower physical capabilities compared to men. However, they unexpectedly secured fourth place today, a delightful surprise, all thanks to Lin Fan, who had single-handedly eliminated all the disciples of the Xianin sect from the competition. Thus, the leader of the Immortal Cloud Sect, Yun Xiaoxiao, gazed at Lin Fan and the Song sisters with newfound appreciation, contemplating the significance of nurturing a relationship with such a prodigy, despite him not being from their sect. However, at that moment, 2 individuals from the Immortal Cloud Sect glared at Lin Fan with malice. The recently incapacitated Go Huli and her aunt. The most tragic fate befell the Xianin sect, as they were completely wiped out in this competition, failing to secure a single disciple in the top 100. This left Sima Gui's expression as dark as storm clouds, his resentful gaze fixated on Lin Fan, wishing he could tear him apart at that moment. Following this, the top 3 contestants of the competition were announced. Third place went to Lu Hui of the Tiger Flame sect, second place to Lu Outyan of the Split Sky sect, and first place is. At this point, Wu Xuanqing paused for effect, smiling as he looked in the direction of the Strike Sky sect, prompting everyone to follow his gaze. Indeed, first place goes to Lin Fan of the Strike Sky sect. And he has achieved double firsts, both in alchemy and martial combat. Well done. Wu Xuanqing praised loudly, bursting into laughter. He had not anticipated that this competition would yield such exceptional talents, one being Lu Outyan and the other Lin Fan. 2 individuals, one at the pinnacle of the martial king realm and the other seemingly only at the 8th level of the same realm, but in truth, possessing combat prowess far surpassing that of the martial king pinnacle. This individual's strength is already comparable to the extraordinary talents cultivated by the dynasty itself, filling him with immense satisfaction. With such a formidable ally, the odds of success in the Five Nations tournament have undeniably increased. It is essential to note that the 5 nations of the northern lands are Tianwu Kingdom, Beihan Kingdom, Cheng'an Kingdom, Yushui Kingdom, and Tianlong Kingdom. Currently, ranked from strongest to weakest, they stand as Tianlong Kingdom, Cheng'an Kingdom, Tianwu Kingdom, Yushui Kingdom, and Beihan Kingdom. Chapter 47. Entering the secret realm. Tianwu Kingdom has always maintained a moderate position. However, this time 2 prodigies have emerged within the dynasty, Wu Li and Wu Zixuan. Together with Lin Fan and Liu Outyin, they now possess a genuine chance to vie for the second place. It is worth noting that even a mere change in ranking can bring long-term benefits to a nation. Countries that rank higher tend to attract more merchants seeking to settle and conduct business, as a stronger nation offers better security. This, in turn, stimulates the national economy, yielding greater profits. As the population increases, it becomes possible to select more talents from within to bolster the nation's strength. Thus, during each 5 nations tournament, every country exerts its utmost effort to ensure that as many representatives as possible secure a position within the top 100 and enter the secret realm. Once inside the secret realm, as long as one survives, their strength will inevitably surge upon exiting, making it difficult not to grow stronger. Now, the 100 selected elites will soon be guided into the Tianwu secret realm. You will have 1 week to train within, and it is imperative that you strive to reach your saturation point in absorption. How much you can enhance depends solely on your own efforts. During this week, if you encounter any rare fruits, you are permitted to pick and consume them, but they cannot be taken outside. Wu Xuanqing announced loudly, his gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. The 100 chosen disciples were all visibly excited. The Tianwu secret realm and the Tianwu blood pool were tales they had long heard of, and entering even once would greatly benefit their own strength. All right, enter the secret realm. Before entering, the leaders of each sect stepped forward to impart important advice to the selected disciples, urging them to seize this opportunity for breakthroughs. Subsequently, the 100 disciples followed their designated guides into the depths of the imperial city. As they walked, they admired the scenery of the royal city, pavilions and towers, artificial mountains and streams, all presenting themselves before their eyes. Occasionally, beautiful maidens from within the palace would pass by, causing the group to pause and whisper among themselves. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at a mountain range behind the imperial palace, where a cave awaited them. The cave entrance seemed to shimmer with a layer of light, continuously emanating a faint glow. Heavily armed guards were stationed on either side of the entrance, with patrols frequently passing by, ensuring tight security. The guide spoke. This is the Tianwu secret realm. You have 1 week. Do not squander this precious opportunity. You may now enter. The crowd nodded, their hearts brimming with excitement as they stepped into the secret realm. At this moment, Lin Fan stood alongside Song Lingshan. As their relationship had already been acknowledged by both sections earlier, the leader of Xianyun-sect, Yun Xiaoxiao, had specifically brought Song Lingshan and her sister to greet Lin Fan and Qing Xiaotian. Hoping to foster a good relationship between the 2 sections, Qing Xiaotian naturally welcomed the alliance, as the mutual friendship would undoubtedly strengthen their respective strengths. Moreover, Lin Fan and Song Lingshan were indeed a handsome couple. And in this realm, it was common for men to have multiple wives. A man without several women would lose face when stepping out into society. This caused the surrounding disciples to cast envious glances at Lin Fan. For Song Lingshan was the prime target pursued by all 5 major sections. Now that she had chosen Lin Fan, it was hard for anyone not to feel envy. However, the rest could only harbor admiration. Who would dare to harbor jealousy or resentment after witnessing Lin Fan's extraordinary abilities? Even Liu Outyin had been defeated by him. What could these lesser beings do? Lin Fan, be sure to focus on your training once you enter. Strive to advance several levels. I've heard from Master that the blood pool here is quite remarkable. A soak could awaken one's latent potential and enhance internal strength. Generally, it's not uncommon for individuals to advance 2 or 3 levels. Song Lingshan said softly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan gazed at the enchanting figure before him, his heart fluttering. The once cold demeanor of hers had transformed into one of compliance and gentleness towards him. He thought to himself, women are indeed obedient once they are won over. Yes, I understand. And you, do your best? Lin Fan replied with a smile, playfully pinching Song Lingshan's delicate nose, causing her to blush. People are watching. I won't pay attention to you, she said, turning away with a flushed face as she entered the secret realm. The little girl is shy? Lin Fan chuckled as he followed her into the secret realm. Upon entering, the scenery before them underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing a vast expanse of grassy meadow surrounded by a myriad of flowers and trees, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. An array of unfamiliar yet delightful scents wafted through the air, lifting their spirits and creating a euphoric sensation within them. As they ventured deeper, they encountered fruit-laden trees, and one disciple casually plucked a fruit to taste. "Wow! This fruit can enhance mental acuity," he exclaimed after just a couple of bites, feeling a surge of energy within him. The others, upon hearing this, quickly gathered fruits to try for themselves. Indeed, the results were as proclaimed, leading to a frenzy as everyone scrambled to seize the fruits. It is well known that while physical strength is crucial, mental acuity holds equal importance. In battles against opponents of higher levels, adversaries often employ pressure to hinder one's movements, at which point the strength of one's mental acuity becomes paramount. A strong will can resist or even immunize against such pressure attacks. Lin Fan, however, found little need for such fruits, yet he swiftly gathered 2 or 3 dozen, offering them to Song Lingshan, as he had the system and did not require them, but she certainly did. "Thank you," Song Lingshan replied with a smile. "Must you still be so polite?" he teased, and as others were preoccupied fighting for the fruits, he quickly leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek before dashing away. "You, how dare you?" Song Lingshan was taken aback by Lin Fan's boldness in front of so many people. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she chased after him. The two laughed and frolicked as they ventured deeper, soon arriving at a large pool. Though it was called a pool, it resembled an outdoor hot spring. Vast in size, yet the water was a deep crimson, with a viscosity akin to blood, yet devoid of any foul odor, instead emanating a fragrant aroma. "This must be the blood pool," Lin Fan inquired. "Yes, it seems so. Let us go over there and soak." Song Lingshan nodded, surveying the area before pointing to a slightly secluded spot. The blood pool was irregularly shaped, reminiscent of modern hot springs, segmented into various circular or square bathing areas. Lin Fan looked towards the chosen spot and grinned. "Ah, that is perfect. Lingshan, you have a knack for selecting well. We can enjoy a romantic bath together. How come I never noticed your mischievous side before?" Song Lingshan exclaimed, momentarily stunned before playfully scolding him. "Hee, that is only for you." Without waiting for her to respond, Lin Fan wrapped his arm around her slender waist and leaped toward the designated spot. Chapter 48. Envying onlookers. Lin Fan brought Song Lingshan to a secluded corner where a circular blood pool, approximately 8 meters in diameter, awaited them. After pausing to admire it, they exchanged glances and stepped into the pool together. Upon entering, they both shivered. The surface of the blood pool appeared to be shrouded in mist. Initially expecting the water to be warm, they soon realized that it was not only cold, but even somewhat chilling. "Brr, it's so cold." Lin Fan shivered once more but quickly felt the icy sensation seep into his body, colliding with his cells and meridians. He discovered that with each collision, his meridians expanded slightly, and the energy within his body became more refined, though the effects were not immediately apparent. "Yes, it is quite cold," Song Lingshan admitted, also shivering. "This blood pool is indeed miraculous. I can already feel my energy becoming more refined, and my meridians expanding slightly. Let us make the most of our time," Lin Fan suggested with a smile. Song Lingshan nodded in agreement, and the two adjusted their positions, closing their eyes to begin their cultivation. Meanwhile, the other disciples had yet to reach the blood pool, still engaged in seizing the fruits along the way, for such extraordinary fruit trees lined their path. The two focused solely on their training. And as time passed, the cold air entering their bodies increased, continuously refining their meridians and strength, with increasingly significant results. Their power steadily grew, and Lin Fan relished this experience, discovering the exhilarating sensation of leveling up without relying on the system. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Boom! Not long after, a resounding roar echoed through him. "Martial King 9th level. Keep going," Lin Fan thought, keeping his eyes closed as he continued to absorb the cold energy from the blood pool. With such a leveling up cheat at his disposal, when else would he seize this opportunity? Inspired, he suddenly decided to attempt cultivating using the Devouring Heaven secret technique to see if he could accelerate the process. Inspired by a moment of determination, Lin Fan activated his heart technique, unleashing the Swallowing Heaven and Devouring Earth. Instantly, the blood pool began to churn violently, transforming into a swirling vortex. Within this vortex, a chilling aura coalesced, surging towards him with fervor. Remarkably, this phenomenon also benefited Song Lingshan, who stood beside him. Initially, her absorption of the cold air was slow, requiring her to painstakingly extract it from the blood pool. However, thanks to Lin Fan's secret technique, the cold air now formed in abundance, flowing directly towards her, simplifying the process considerably. The sudden change startled her, prompting her to open her eyes and witness the chaotic rotation of the blood pool. Filled with astonishment, she observed Lin Fan, who remained undisturbed in his meditative state. Realizing that this commotion was indeed his doing, she felt compelled to seize the opportunity to enhance her cultivation. Without hesitation, she closed her eyes once more, endeavoring to absorb the chilling energy. As time passed, Song Ling Shan soon achieved a breakthrough, a resounding sound echoing as she ascended to the third level of the Martial King realm. Yet, like Lin Fan, she kept her eyes shut, relentlessly absorbing the cold air to forge her strength and meridians. Martial King 4th level, Martial King 5th level. A crackling sound erupted when Song Ling Shan reached the 5th level, causing both to open their eyes in unison, taken aback by the sight before them. The blood pool had entirely lost its crimson hue, transforming into clear water, which gradually began to freeze. They exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. It appeared they had absorbed the essence of the pool too vigorously. Seems we've been a bit too zealous in our absorption. Let us move on to another pool. Lin Fan exclaimed with a grin, as he was on the brink of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Martial King 9th level and could not afford to waste time. There were hundreds of such blood pools available. Having just experienced the exhilaration of leveling up, Song Ling Shan readily agreed, and the two promptly shifted to another pool to continue their training. Though it may seem slow, their advancement took only a brief moment, merely the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Lin Fan broke through to the Martial King 9th level. Nearing the peak of that realm, while Song Ling Shan had ascended 2 levels to reach the 5th level. They became increasingly fervent, seizing the opportunity to absorb the essence from numerous blood pools as others continued to vie for fruits of labor. As time elapsed, they had drained the essence from about 100 pools, just as the other disciples, who had been scrambling for the fruits, began to arrive. Hey, why are there only ice blocks in this pool? Devoid of blood color? One queried. I heard blood pools are supposed to be filled with crimson liquid. Why is this one frozen? Another chimed in. Look over there. That pool is red. Lin Fan and Song Ling Shan are over there. The crowd turned to see Lin Fan and Song Ling Shan meditating in a pool, prompting them to seek out the blood-colored pools to commence their own cultivation. Upon stepping into the pool, they quickly realized its remarkable properties and, suppressing their excitement, closed their eyes to absorb the essence. However, their speed paled in comparison to Lin Fan's. With the swallowing heaven's secret technique, he absorbed the energy as if wielding a cheat, while they could only extract it painstakingly, strand by strand. Suddenly, a loud explosion emanated from Lin Fan's blood pool. At that moment, he opened his eyes. After absorbing the essence from approximately 100 pools, his strength surged, propelling him from the Martial King 8th level directly to the Martial Sovereign 5th level. The earlier explosion marked his breakthrough, catching the attention of some disciples. However, upon realizing it was Lin Fan, they returned to their own practices, accustomed to his extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, Song Ling Shan benefited from Lin Fan's fortune, leaping from the Martial King's 2nd level to the pinnacle of the Martial King realm. Now striving for the Martial Sovereign realm, observing the remaining essence in the pool, Lin Fan shook his head in resignation. He sensed that further absorption would yield diminishing returns, at most allowing him to attain one more level. Yet, with Song Ling Shan still pushing for the Martial Sovereign realm, he decided to seize the opportunity to elevate himself to the Martial Sovereign 6th level as well. He roused Song Ling Shan from her meditation, explaining that the pool's essence was nearly depleted and insufficient for her breakthrough. The pair then relocated to a larger pool, preparing for their final ascension. After approximately half an hour, 2 thunderous sounds erupted, more powerful than before, causing the water in the pool to erupt and scatter. Martial Sovereign 6th level, Martial Sovereign 1st level. They both broke through simultaneously, exchanging smiles. That moment, gratitude filled Song Ling Shan's eyes. She had not anticipated such a swift ascent to the Martial Sovereign realm. It was entirely thanks to Lin Fan, and unable to contain her emotions, she leaned in and kissed his cheek. Thank you, Lin Fan chuckled. Is there a need for such formality? If you truly wish to express your gratitude. He pulled Song Ling Shan into an embrace, their lips meeting in a gentle kiss. Wow, it truly is Lin Fan, diving right in, exclaimed some disciples who had been awakened by the commotion of their advancement, filled with envy. Hey, there are people around. Song Ling Shan blushed, pushing Lin Fan away. How reckless, she chided, before darting towards the trees along the shore. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan laughed heartily, turning to the onlooking disciples. Don't be infatuated. I'm just a legend. Hurry back to your training, with a playful toss of his hair. He chased after Song Ling Shan. Wow, how cool. Are they heading into the woods? Jealous. Why aren't you all training faster? They have their rewards, and we can only watch. With a collective sigh, the disciples returned to their training, filled with envy and longing. Meanwhile, Lin Fan caught up with Song Ling Shan in the grove, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Why are you running so fast? He teased. How embarrassing. There were so many people watching. Song Ling Shan pouted. What is there to fear? We merely shared a kiss. They can only watch in envy, Lin Fan jested. Such a rogue, Song Ling Shan retorted, playfully hitting him with her small fist. Rogue, am I? Then I shall show you just how much of a rogue I can be. He lifted her and laid her gently on the grass, leaning over her. Stop, someone might come, Song Ling Shan exclaimed, her heart racing. Ever since their relationship had deepened, she felt herself becoming more open, yet Lin Fan's advances left her momentarily unprepared. What is there to fear? Watch this, I'm a formation master, he declared, casting several formation stones into the air, creating an illusionary barrier that enveloped them. Lin Fan thought to himself, with the rare opportunity of being alone in such a picturesque setting, it would be a shame not to indulge. Wow, you really are a formation master. That's a rare profession. How did you come to learn it? Song Ling Shan asked, astonished. Hee, I have many skills, but let us not dwell on that. We must not waste this precious moment. Lin Fan grinned, and thus began their passionate embrace beneath the stars. After a long while, as they lay entwined, Song Ling Shan nestled against him and asked, Lin Fan, with such prowess, do you have any dreams? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then playfully pinched her nose, replying, of course, men have dreams. And what is yours? She inquired, gazing up at him. My dream is to reach the pinnacle of the ancient heaven continent. To pursue the highest realm of martial arts, he stated with pride, his eyes fixed on the vast sky above. Listening to Lin Fan's confident declaration and admiring his striking features, Song Ling Shan felt herself captivated, realizing only a man like him could inspire such a willingness to change within her. Let us go. Shall we explore the forest? I heard there are rare treasures and exotic fruits here. Let us test our luck. The two decided to venture deeper into the woods, eager to uncover the legendary treasures hidden within. As they walked, Lin Fan suddenly realized he had not seen Lu Aotian or Lu Hui from the Tiger Flame sect since their arrival. Were they not seizing the opportunity to enter the blood pools? Unable to speculate further, he dismissed the thought, assuming they must have discovered some treasure elsewhere. Hand in hand, as they strolled and chatted, they were suddenly startled by an eerie sound emanating from the left side of the forest. They exchanged glances. Shall we go take a look? Lin Fan inquired, to which Song Ling Shan nodded in affirmation. And together they proceeded towards the site of the occurrence. Upon arriving at the left side of the forest, Lin Fan was astonished to discover a vast clearing, at the center of which stood a towering tree. Judging by its size, it appeared that it would require nearly 20 individuals to encircle the trunk, which was an astonishingly deep black, crowned by an enormous canopy. The leaves, too, were of a similar dark hue. Heavily adorned with hundreds of purple fruits, the surface of which bore faint, intricate patterns, at intervals, the tree would tremble slightly, emitting a plume of white smoke from its pinnacle, accompanied by a hissing sound. What is this? Song Ling Shan asked, her voice laced with confusion. I have no idea, Lin Fan replied, pausing to observe, unwilling to approach just why at that moment. A voice resonated in his mind. Ding, evil fruit tree detected. Hidden mission activated. Will the host accept? Huh? What hidden mission? Lin Fan mused. I accept. Without hesitation, he agreed. Ding. The host has accepted the hidden mission. Collect the fruits from the black iron demon tree. Every 100 collected can be exchanged for 1 genuine demon fruit. With a collection limit of 200 fruits. Mission reward, level 2. Alchemy, artifact forging, and formation mastery will reach divine level. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Just for gathering fruits, I get a level up? In my skills in alchemy, artifact forging and formations could reach divine level? How is this so easy? Lin Fan pondered, a sense of doubt creeping in. Furthermore, what had the system just referred to? The black iron demon tree? And every 100 fruits could be exchanged for a real demon fruit? Good heavens, demon fruits. He recalled that in the world of One Piece, those who consumed a demon fruit possessed superhuman abilities, truly incredible. And now it seemed he could obtain 2. Could one consume 2 demon fruits simultaneously? Regardless, the system would not provide answers, so he dismissed the thought and resumed observing the imposing black iron demon tree. Ling Shan, stay here. I will take a closer look, Lin Fan said after a thorough examination revealed nothing particularly unusual. He turned to Song Ling Shan, instructing her to remain in place while he approached the tree. Be careful, she cautioned. With a smile, Lin Fan slowly advanced towards the black iron demon tree, approaching to within 30 meters of it. Where he halted to survey it once more. Upon getting closer, he noticed a large hollow in the trunk, and the hissing sound he had heard earlier was not from the white smoke, but emanated from within this cavity. Following the sound, he was astonished to find a bear sleeping soundly within the hollowed at that moment. As if sensing an unfamiliar presence, the bear's nose twitched, its eyes suddenly snapping open, and it swiftly emerged from the hollow. Its movements surprisingly swift, appearing right before Lin Fan in an instant. Lin Fan was taken aback by the bear's sudden speed. Oh no, such swiftness, he exclaimed silently. He quickly used the system to scan the creature. Black Rock Demon Bear, Supreme Tier Magical Beast, immensely strong, remarkably fast, with the innate skill. Earth Collapse, no way. Are you kidding me? Supreme Tier? That means this bear possesses strength equivalent to the pinnacle of martial sovereign level? Lin Fan thought, disgruntled. I knew the system wouldn't assign me such a simple task. Apparently, I have a formidable adversary awaiting me. The Black Rock Demon Bear, having detected the intrusion of this diminutive human into its domain, disturbed from its nap and fixated its gaze on the fruits hanging from the black iron demon tree, was instantly consumed by rage. Those fruits were its food, and this little creature dared to covet them. It would surely crush him. With a roar, it struck down with a paw. Whoa! Attacking right away. Are we? You little rascal, Lin Fan muttered under his breath, narrowly dodging the blow. Boom! The bear's paw struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Goodness! This is indeed a supreme tier magical beast. Its attacks are no trifling matter. Lin Fan retreated rapidly, creating a safe distance. The bear, momentarily stunned by its missed strike, glared at Lin Fan in fury, thinking, how can this little creature be so nimble as to evade my grasp? It lunged forward again, preparing to strike once more. Lin Fan nimbly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a punch to the bear's shoulder, sending it flying. Both man and bear were momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan was astonished that despite delivering a powerful blow, the bear sustained no damage whatsoever. Its defenses were astonishingly formidable. Meanwhile, the Black Rock Demon Bear was equally shocked that such a diminutive human could send it flying with a single punch. Enraged, it let out a roar, its eyes turning blood red as it began to channel its energy. Is it preparing to unleash a special move? Lin Fan thought, recognizing the bear's posture as a sign of impending danger. Remembering the system's note about the bear's innate skill, Earth Collapse, he shouted, 5 elements battle body, activate. Instantly, a shimmering aura enveloped him, boosting his power to its zenith. After all, this Black Rock Demon Bear was indeed a martial sovereign at its peak. Although Lin Fan had reached the 6th level of martial sect, his actual combat prowess was only capable of contending with opponents at the 5th level of martial sovereign. Facing a creature of this caliber, he felt the need to be cautious. However, armed with his divine armor and the 5 elements battle body, he was confident he could withstand any potentially fatal harm. He decided to engage the bear in combat, allowing himself to adapt to his newfound strength. With a deafening roar, the Black Rock Demon Bear struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The ground trembled and fractured, creating massive fissures that rapidly spread outward from beneath the bear's paws, causing the earth to shake violently, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. Lin Fan leapt about, dodging the growing pits that formed around him. This innate skill was indeed formidable. The chasms appeared bottomless, and falling into one would surely spell doom. Moreover, he felt an immense gravitational pull emanating from the ruptured earth, continuously drawing everything within its vicinity downward. Were it not for Lin Fan's considerable strength, he might have been ensnared by that force and dragged into the abyss. This innate skill is truly impressive, coupled with a gravitational effect. With a chuckle, Lin Fan contemplated the possibility of exploding the bear and acquiring this skill for himself. Licking his lips, he decided not to toy with it any longer. For he noticed Song Ling Shan nearby, her expression fraught with worry as she could hardly contain herself, eager to assist him. Humph! Berserk transformation, he bellowed, unleashing the innate skill he had recently acquired in an instant. Lin Fan's aura surged dramatically, his hair standing on end, transforming into a vibrant crimson hue, his eyes mirroring the change. His muscles rippled, enhancing his physique to perfection, and a layer of crimson energy surrounded him like flames. Oh my! This berserk transformation is astonishing. It's utterly magnificent, akin to a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball. Lin Fan reveled in the explosive power and striking demonic appearance that the transformation granted him. Even Song Lingshan, who was on the verge of rushing in, was momentarily captivated by Lin Fan's transformed visage. He was no longer the refined young man she knew. Instead, he radiated an aura of wildness and allure. His hair flowed in fiery red waves, complemented by the blood-red aura that enveloped him, exuding an irresistible charm. But that was not the end. Lin Fan shouted once more, "Heaven swallowing secret art, devour." A series of explosive sounds erupted around him as the enhanced heaven swallowing secret art unleashed its terrifying might. The spiritual energy within a 10-meter radius was instantly absorbed. "Come on, foolish bear." Lin Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. The black rock demon bear, furious that its innate ability had failed to harm Lin Fan, could hardly contain its rage upon seeing the audacious challenge presented by this little creature. It charged at Lin Fan like a frenzied beast. "Humph! Come at me!" Lin Fan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared to the bear's right side. With a powerful punch, bolstered by the berserk transformation and the divine armor enhancing his attack by 40%, he struck with an intensity that could shatter mountains and cleave through metal. A howl escaped the bear's mouth as its massive frame was sent flying, a deep imprint from Lin Fan's fist visible on its skull, drawing blood as it arced gracefully through the air before crashing to the ground. With a single punch, Lin Fan inflicted grave injuries upon the black rock demon bear, bringing it to the brink of death in a desperate bid to avoid the final retaliatory strike before succumbing. Lin Fan once again teleported above the beast as it was about to crash to the ground. He delivered a devastating blow from above, unleashing his fury. Boom! Accompanied by Lin Fan's roar, the black rock demon bear was sent crashing to the earth, the force of the impact creating a deep crater as the ground buckled beneath. The creature lay motionless within the pit, devoid of breath. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying the black rock demon bear, earning 1 billion experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying the black rock demon bear, receiving 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying the black rock demon bear, obtaining 1 million gold. Oh, what luck! I've truly struck it rich. Chapter 51. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. Upon hearing the rewards from the defeated black rock demon bear, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged pause, he exclaimed, "Damn! I've hit the jackpot." The gold and spirit stones were expected drops from any monster, but the subsequent low-grade armor was of little use to him, as he already possessed a set of divine artifacts. It would likely end up being a gift for someone else. However, the mid-tier skill, Earthshatter, could replace his previous advanced skill, Earthquake, thus enhancing his Earth-based attack power. As for the high-grade bloodline that had dropped, although it was 2 minor ranks above his own, Lin Fan decided to let Song Lingshan merge with it later. After all, his current strength was sufficient, and if the need arose, he could easily hunt a high-level monster for another one. Besides, wasn't he the leader of the Inter-sect a ready-made boss? There was a chance he could drop a rank 3 or even rank 2 bloodline. The most intriguing aspect was the final item, the passive aura, permanently enhancing Earth-type attributes, increasing his defense by 50% and Earth attack power by 40%. What an extraordinary concept! With this, Lin Fan's defense would be virtually invincible, even standing still against a martial goddess assault. He might not be defeated. With his 5 elements battle body fully realized, he was impervious beneath the divine artifacts. The artifact set already reduced damage by 40%, and with this passive aura boosting defense by another 50%. He was practically untouchable. Unless his opponent possessed a skill capable of breaching defenses, he would be akin to an indestructible cockroach. Overwhelmed with excitement at this realization, Lin Fan then turned his attention to the final item, the high-grade elixir, Yin Yang Spirit Travel Pill. What on earth was this? Yin Yang Spirit Travel Pill, a high-grade elixir. When consumed by a man, it enhances stamina, allowing him to battle for 3 days and nights without fatigue. When consumed by a woman, it bestows irresistible charm and a surge of energy. After reading this, Lin Fan's forehead was adorned with countless black lines. What the hell? Isn't this just an enhanced version of the pill? What use is there in dropping something like this? At that moment, Song Lingshan approached, concern etched on her face. Lin Fan, are you alright? I'm fine. Haha. Lin Fan chuckled, glancing at Song Lingshan and then back at the Yin Yang Spirit Travel Pill. Pondering, it might be fun to try it out with Lingshan sometime. After all, why not make use of it? Seeing Lin Fan grinning foolishly at her, Lin Shan waved her hand in front of his face. Lin Fan, what's wrong? What are you laughing about? Huh? Oh, cough, cough. Nothing at all. I was just thinking about how I managed to take down that demon bear. It made me happy, Lin Fan replied awkwardly with a smile, then turned his gaze to the black iron demon tree behind him. Now it's time to complete my task, Lin Fan murmured, while Lin Shan looked at him quizzically as he spoke to himself. Ling Shan, wait here for a moment. I'll go check on that fruit, Lin Fan instructed, uncertain if there were any dangers above, so he deemed it safer for her to remain below. Ling Shan nodded obediently, saying, I'll wait for you down here. You don't need to worry. I'm now a first-level martial sovereign, and even Lu Outyin isn't my match. Hee. All right, good. Lin Fan playfully flicked her nose and ascended the black iron demon tree. After observing for a while, he carefully plucked a fruit, discovering no immediate danger, which set his mind at ease. With a space ring for protection and the tree yielding hundreds of fruits, and considering there were only himself and Ling Shan present, Lin Fan swiftly began harvesting the fruits. Approximately the duration of a tea break later, Lin Fan had collected 200 fruits when the system notification sounded. Ding! The host has satisfied the task requirements, possessing 200 black iron demon tree fruits. Would you like to submit the task, system? I'd like to know the effects of this fruit, Lin Fan inquired, recalling that only during task submissions would the system provide answers, as it ignored him otherwise. Moments later, the system responded, this fruit is called the demon spirit fruit. Consuming one can double one's mental strength, with a maximum of 2 fruits per person. Additionally, there is a chance to acquire 2 random nature-based magic spells. The black iron demon tree should not exist in this plane. Wow, nature-based magic, boosting mental strength? How incredible! I need to gather more of these. There are still over 200 left after completing the task. And if each person can have 2, I could create over 100 magic users. Haha, imagine forming a magic team. How impressive would that be? Host, you are overestimating the situation, I forgot to mention. Only those at the martial sovereign level or above can consume it. Those below will face dire consequences. Wait, there's a restriction? Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? Regardless, I'll gather them anyway. They might prove useful in the future. With that thought, Lin Fan decided it was too early to speculate and opted to submit the task first. Submit the task, ding, congratulations to player Lin Fan for completing the hidden task. Reward, level 2. Would you like to release it? Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fan for completing the hidden task. Alchemy skill has reached divine level. Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fan for completing the hidden task. Crafting skill has reached divine level. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Lin Fan was overwhelmed with excitement, shouting joyfully, wow, this is a transformation from a bird gun to a cannon. Ha ha ha, I've struck gold. This is truly going to be revolutionary. Hearing the system announce the rewards, Lin Fan could hardly contain his exhilaration, repeatedly exclaiming, this is it. I've truly hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha, the tremor fruit and flame fruit. These were powers possessed by Whitebeard and Ace from One Piece before his transmigration. If that's truly the case, wouldn't he be virtually invincible? Yet, for safety's sake, Lin Fan decided to examine the descriptions of these 2 fruits. Tremor fruit, a modified spatial fruit that grants the ability to create spatial tremors upon consumption. Its strength increasing with the host's power until it can obliterate the heavens and the earth with a mere thought. Flame fruit, a modified spatial fruit that grants the ability to create flames upon consumption. Its strength also amplifying with the host's power until it can incinerate the heavens and the earth with just a thought. Oh my! This is amazing! Lin Fan laughed heartily again, realizing it resembled the fruit abilities from One Piece perfectly. But what did the modified version entail? System, what does the modified version mean? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled. Because this fruit does not belong to a lower plane, and the original fruit had the drawback of rendering the user powerless upon consumption. It has been specially optimized to align with our system's principles, ensuring that consumption won't lead to incapacitation. Chapter 52. Exchange. Wow, that's incredible. This is even better, Lin Fan exclaimed in delight. Watching Lin Fan talk to himself, alternating between silence and laughter, Ling Shan called up from below, Lin Fan, are you okay? Huh? Oh, I'm fine. Just a moment, I'll be right down. Lin Fan, interrupted from his thoughts, smiled at Ling Shan and quickly resumed collecting fruits from the tree, ultimately gathering a total of 236 fruits. Level released, boom, boom. 2 resonant sounds echoed within him, as Lin Fan felt 2 warm currents coursing through his body, enhancing his strength immensely. Martial Sovereign Level 7. This trip to the heavenly martial secret realm had yielded tremendous rewards. The blood pool had propelled him from martial king level 8 to martial sovereign level 6, and now a single task had elevated him another 2 levels to martial sovereign level 8, while also advancing his alchemy, crafting, and formation skills to divine level. Coupled with the powers of the tremor fruit and flame fruit, along with the passive aura obtained from slaying the black rock demon bear, Lin Fan's strength had multiplied beyond measure. Now, even when facing experts below Martial Emperor level 3, he felt confident in a confrontation, uncertain of who might emerge victorious. Lin Fan promptly chose to learn the mid-tier skill, Earth Shatter, dropped by the demon bear, then opened his status panel for review. Player, Lin Fan, level, Martial Sovereign level 8. Cultivation technique. Devouring Heaven's secret method, Imperial grade mastery maxed, capable of devouring all beings not exceeding 1 major rank below his own. Chaos Overlord body technique, Imperial grade 2nd level, 5 elements battle body fully realized. Lingbo Weibo, Mystic grade peak mastery maxed, additionally enhancing speed. Thunder God decision, Yellow grade high tier mastery maxed. After organizing his power changes, Lin Fan smiled as he descended from the tree, swiftly pulling Song Ling Shan into his embrace for a deep kiss. Ugh, how annoying! Song Ling Shan exclaimed, her cheeks instantly flushing a rosy hue from the unexpected kiss. Hee hee hee, Lin Fan chuckled joyfully. What has you so elated? Song Ling Shan inquired, noticing his cheerful demeanor. I have a delightful gift for you. With that, Lin Fan presented the high-grade 4th-tier bloodline he had just obtained. Curiously, Song Ling Shan accepted the jade box he offered. What is this? A gift for my dear wife. Lin Fan teased. You little tease, she retorted playfully. Yet, her heart brimmed with sweetness as she opened the box. Exclaiming, this is, she was left speechless, staring at the dazzling bloodline within, her small hand covering her mouth in astonishment. A 4th-tier high-grade bloodline. But I thought you only possessed a 6th-tier high-grade bloodline. You must have fused it, allowing you to ascend further in the future. Hee hee. Lin Fan gazed at Song Ling Shan with adoration, appreciating his lovely wife more and more. This is far too precious. You should keep it and fuse it yourself. Song Ling Shan was overwhelmed with excitement, never expecting Lin Fan to gift her a 4th-tier high-grade bloodline. With such a bloodline, as long as she accumulated strength, she could almost effortlessly strive towards the martial sovereign realm, and even had a chance to break through to the martial emperor realm. Such a bloodline would cause even the sect masters outside to scramble for it. Touched by his gesture, she ultimately decided that Lin Fan should fuse it. After all, it was better for her man to grow stronger. Hee hee, I have more. I already possess a low-grade 4th-tier bloodline. Even if I fuse this high-grade 4th-tier bloodline, the enhancement will not be substantial. You should fuse it now. Also, take these 2 fruits. Lin Fan then produced 2 fruits he had gathered from the black iron demon tree. What are these? These fruits are likely not from this plane. They are quite extraordinary and known as demon spirit fruits. Consuming one can double your mental strength, but one can only consume a maximum of 2, and only upon reaching the martial sovereign realm can one partake. Moreover, after consuming each fruit, one will gain a random nature-based magic, Lin Fan explained. With wide eyes, Song Ling Shan listened in disbelief. Increase mental strength by double? 2 would mean quadruple, but enhancing mental strength isn't something that can just be done at will. Generally, it only increases slightly with each advancement, while the rest depends on consuming rare fruits. I've never heard of a fruit that can immediately double mental strength. Even gaining a slight increase is impressive. As martial artists know, high-tier martial artists often rely on their mental pressure to crush lower-tier opponents. The strength of this pressure, aside from one's own power, heavily relies on mental strength, which is essentially soul power. If my mental strength doubles now, it means I've reached the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm, allowing me to remain unaffected by the pressure of others at that level. Moreover, I could also wield nature-based magic. Magic? This term is quite foreign in this realm. Thus, she looked at Lin Fan again and asked, what is this magic? Lin Fan paused, suddenly realizing that this realm was unfamiliar with the concept of magic. He then smiled and explained, this nature-based magic is akin to the 5 elemental arts here: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, though it includes other attributes, such as lightning and wind. However, its power far exceeds the 5 elemental arts. The 5 elemental arts rely on one's inherent strength to activate, while this magic requires only mental strength to unleash, allowing for thought-based attacks. Ah? Is that so? It sounds incredibly powerful. Song Ling Shan was astonished, feeling that Lin Fan had become even more enigmatic. How did he know so much? Perhaps few on the entire ancient heaven continent possess such knowledge. All right, stop daydreaming. While no one is around, fuse your bloodline, and then consume these fruits. I want to see what nature-based magic you will acquire, Lin Fan urged with a smile. Nodding in agreement, Lin Shan sat down to begin fusing her bloodline, while Lin Fan settled nearby. Exchanging thoughts with the system regarding the 2 demon fruits he had just redeemed. System, is it safe to consume 2 demon fruits at once? I recall that one person can usually only consume 1. Right? Host, I have stated that this is a modified version. Consuming even 100 would pose no problem. Ah, that's amazing. I still have 200 demon spirit fruits here. Can I exchange for 2 more? Lin Fan inquired. Well, exchanging 1 for 100 is already a preferential treatment for the task. If you wish to exchange more, it is feasible, but it would require 1,000 demon spirit fruits for 1. What? 1,000 for 1? That's rather steep, Lin Fan exclaimed, taken aback. System, respond. Are you ignoring me? The system fell silent. Fine. If you won't exchange, I'll just consume these 2 and see what happens. With that, Lin Fan opened his mouth and began to devour the 2 demon fruits. Ugh, this is truly awful. The taste was unbearable as he swallowed the fruits. However, shortly after consuming the fruits, he began to feel a transformation within himself. 2 distinct energies surged through his body. One felt like a raging inferno, coursing through his meridians, filling him with a potent force that made him feel he could summon flames to incinerate everything in his path. Moments later, a cool sensation also began flowing through him, following the same pathway, saturating him entirely. Whoa! Lin Fan stood up abruptly. Having completed the consumption of the 2 demon fruits, he noticed that Lin Shan was still fusing her bloodline, so he quietly distanced himself to explore his newfound abilities. Hey! With a mere thought, a brilliant fireball appeared in his palm. Dancing gently, he sensed that while the fireball appeared ordinary on the outside, it concealed explosive energy capable of obliterating a mountain with a single throw. Recollecting the fire, he glanced back at Lin Shan, then tossed several array talismans, setting up an illusion array around her before dashing towards a nearby mountain, eagerly anticipating the capabilities of his newfound powers. Within a few breaths, he arrived at the base of the mountain, instantly conjuring the fireball, and without a second thought, hurled it at the mountain. Boom! The fireball collided with the mountain, producing a thunderous explosion that sent a mushroom cloud spiraling into the air. A spectacular sight that even stirred the terrified roars of beasts in the valley below, indicating that the explosion had startled the magical creatures dwelling there. As the smoke cleared, Lin Fan stood in shock at the scene before him. The once towering mountain was now reduced to nothing but a barren cliff, devoid of remnants, as if the fiery blast had incinerated the very rocks themselves. Wow, that's incredible. Absolutely phenomenal, Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement. Then, with a thought, he activated the nature-based abilities from the fruits, seemingly capable of phasing into nothingness and transforming into flames, rendering him immune to physical attacks. With only those possessing domineering powers able to strike him, he began to experiment, and with a slight thought, he transformed into a swirling inferno, exhilarated like a child with a new toy. Darting back and forth, testing his ability to partially shift into flames, discovering that this power was indeed extraordinary. He could alter any part of his body into flames instantaneously. Ha ha ha! With this ability, who could ever hit me? It seems I shall be the one dishing out the hits. Lin Fan laughed heartily, confident that no one here possessed the strength to challenge him. After experimenting with the abilities of the flame fruit, Lin Fan then turned his attention to the tremor fruit, which belonged to the legendary Whitebeard. He had long admired the ability to shatter space with a mere grip, causing the ground to fracture and summoning tsunamis. Containing his excitement, Lin Fan focused his thoughts. Shatter, he commanded, reaching out towards a large tree not far away. Crack, crack, boom. The massive tree groaned as if the very fabric of space had contorted, and with a resounding crash, it exploded into splinters. Shatter, shatter, shatter. Lin Fan continued to direct his grasp at the distant trees and mountains, watching as they crumbled and collapsed, resembling the end of the world, as if the very ground beneath them threatened to rupture. The magical beasts in the valley were in for a rough time. First, they were terrified by the mountain's explosion, and now they were faced with Lin Fan's relentless tremors, causing them to flee in panic towards the valley's exit. Oh my! Where did these magical beasts come from? We must eliminate them. We can't let them disrupt our cultivation. What a ridiculous situation. Did you not see that several of those beasts have already reached the pinnacle of the Martial King realm? We must flee quickly. It's an onslaught of beasts, goodness gracious. What do you mean by the pinnacle of the Martial King? Look at that one over there. It must have attained the Martial Sovereign level. Hurry, evade. Lin Fan's carefree actions, however, inadvertently brought calamity upon those at the other end of the valley who were absorbed in the blood pool, as all the beasts made a beeline in that direction. While Lin Fan was reveling in his moment, a cold sweat broke out on his brow, and an expression of embarrassment crossed his face. He never anticipated that his actions would incite a beast tide. Just as he was about to rush over to eliminate those beasts and rescue the disciples, he noticed two figures soaring into the sky. It was none other than Lu Outyan from the Likong sect and Lu Hui from the Huyan sect, who had not been seen previously. The two ascended into the air and swiftly unleashed their fists, instantly dispatching several of the beasts at the sect level. Subsequently, they joined forces with the disciples to cleanse the area of the Martial King realm beasts. To his surprise, Lin Fan mused with a chuckle, I never imagined that both of them had already reached the sect level. With their presence, he felt assured that the situation was under control and did not wish for them to discover that this beast tide was related to him. Therefore, he quietly returned to the place where Song Lingshan was cultivating that moment. Song Lingshan had completed the fusion of the 4th-tier advanced bloodline and had consumed 2 demon spirit fruits. Opening her eyes, "How do you feel?" Lin Fan asked with a smile, as he dispelled the surrounding illusion formation. "How should I put it? I feel that my power has at least doubled, if not more." "This bloodline power is truly formidable," Song Lingshan expressed with amazement. "Had it not been for you, even if I had passed the competition and entered this secret realm, I would not have been able to gain such benefits from the blood pool or the opportunity to fuse this 4th-tier advanced bloodline. Moreover, after consuming those 2 demon spirit fruits, my mental strength surged 2 levels. Even if a martial sovereign were to exert pressure on me now, I would not feel the slightest bit of it." Reflecting on this, Song Lingshan gazed gratefully at the man before her, the one she had fallen deeply in love with, filled with excitement. "Hee, don't look at me like that. What kind of natural magic did you acquire after consuming the demon spirit fruits?" Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing his question, Song Lingshan playfully smiled at him. "Hee. Look," as she spoke, a whirlwind inexplicably encircled her, enveloping her completely as the whirlwind flowed. Song Lingshan gradually levitated, soaring into the air and gracefully changing her poses. "Resembling a fairy dancing lightly, wind magic? Quite impressive," Lin Fan remarked with a smile. The acquisition of wind magic would invisibly enhance Song Lingshan's speed and perception, allowing her to evade dangers more swiftly in the future. With heightened perception, her ability to anticipate danger would improve, enabling her to avert crises in advance. Additionally, wind magic could augment her speed, allowing her to escape perilous situations swiftly. Aside from the wind magic's offensive capabilities, it was also quite enigmatic. The wind is invisible and can launch attacks from various angles unexpectedly, making it difficult to discern the source of the attack, often leading to surprising victories. This was somewhat akin to the abilities of a spatial manipulator. "Incredible, you have truly grasped wind magic. Is there anything else?" Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Song Lingshan descended and approached Lin Fan, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Well, there is, but it's not an offensive type." "Oh? What is it?" Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Look with that." Song Lingshan suddenly vanished before Lin Fan's eyes. A voice then resonated from behind him. Can you see me?" "What? An invisibility ability? This is simply too extraordinary," Lin Fan exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that Song Lingshan could acquire such an ability, especially one that completely concealed her presence. If she could appear behind someone undetected and strike, the mere thought of facing such an adversary was chilling. At that moment, Song Lingshan revealed herself and smiled. "So, what do you think? Am I impressive?" she teased Lin Fan playfully, a stark contrast to her earlier persona as the ice goddess. With that thought, Lin Fan embraced Song Lingshan warmly. "You are truly amazing. I am astounded that you have gained such abilities. What's so remarkable about it?" "This ability has another impressive aspect," Song Lingshan replied, being held by Lin Fan, her tone brimming with pride. "Another impressive aspect? What is it?" Lin Fan asked, intrigued. "This ability not only allows me to become invisible, but I can also grant invisibility to those around me. Up to 5 people including myself," Song Lingshan declared. Her words leaving Lin Fan genuinely astonished. Such a skill was indeed remarkable. In the future, if you attempt to do anything nefarious while carrying me, just wait and see how I deal with you." Song Lingshan laughed nimbly. "Feeling bold, are we? Just wait until I teach you a lesson," Lin Fan replied, noticing her smug demeanor, and promptly lifted her off the ground, laying her down on the grass, ready to give her a proper lesson. "Ah, are you coming again?" Song Lingshan playfully protested, her voice laced with charm. "Oh dear, Who would have thought my seemingly aloof darling has such a passionate heart? Lin Fan teased, eliciting a blush that spread across Song Lingshan's face. Isn't that only for you? She retorted, her face aflame. Hearing her words, Lin Fan felt a surge of mischief and was about to conquer Song Lingshan right then and there. Why not set up an illusion formation to conceal us? What if someone comes? Song Lingshan gently pushed him away. Why bother with an illusion? Don't you have invisibility? Come on, let us try it out. I've never done anything like this before. Hee. Let us experience something new. Lin Fan suggested, his mind racing with excitement at the prospect of such a thrilling escapade. Song Lingshan paused, then teased, I didn't expect you to be so unruly. I never noticed that before. Hee. I isn't it because you are simply too beautiful? My resistance is low. They do say that love makes one foolish. Come on, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. I have something special here for us to try. Lin Fan exclaimed, recalling the yin-yang spirit travel pill he had previously acquired. Under Lin Fan's persuasion, Song Lingshan consumed the pill, and soon, an unseen battle unfolded in this meadow, where two souls embraced, lying on the grass and gazing at the sky. Reminiscing about their past experiences, enveloped in warmth. Lin Fan, do you have confidence in the upcoming Five Nations tournament? Absolutely, Lin Fan replied confidently. I've heard that the representatives from Tianlong Nation and Qing'an Nation are quite formidable. The top-tier ones are likely above the martial sovereign level. It is said that there are already 3 representatives from Tianlong Nation who possess the strength of peak martial sovereigns. Song Lingshan expressed her concern. 3 peak martial sovereigns? Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. In the past, aside from the lethal skills granted by his divine artifact set, he would have struggled to contend with more than 1 peak martial sovereign. But now, he felt unfazed. Do not worry. I shall emerge victorious. Lin Fan gazed skyward, anticipating the forthcoming Five Nations tournament. After sharing tender moments with Song Lingshan, the two began to explore the secret realm together. Knowing they could remain there for a week, they had only been inside for a little over 3 days, and the environment was filled with enchanting sights and rare fruits, an opportunity they could not pass up. While others entering this celestial martial secret realm had no time to collect these rare fruits, consumed by the urgency of refining the essence of the blood pool, Lin Fan and Song Lingshan stumbled upon a valley teeming with magical beasts. Although their levels were not high, mostly martial generals and martial kings, the sheer quantity made it worthwhile. Lin Fan treated it as a chance to accumulate his rage value, utilizing his skills to great effect, resulting in numerous high-tier techniques and 3 spatial rings. These 3 rings, however, were far inferior in capacity compared to his own. Thus, Lin Fan decided to gift them to Song Lingshan and Luo Linger. As all 3 would eventually become his partners. Lingshan, here, this ring is for you, Lin Fan said with a smile. Huh? A spatial ring? For me? Song Lingshan asked in astonishment. It was common knowledge that even a sect leader would only possess 1 spatial ring, and it would typically be of a lower grade, only spanning a few dozen square meters. When she saw that Lin Fan's gift had hundreds of square meters, she was left in awe for some time. This ring has such a vast space. Is yours this large? If yours is smaller, we can switch, Song Lingshan inquired considerately. Mine is even larger than this. You need not worry. If I acquire something better in the future, I will save it for you. Think of this as a token of my affection. Lin Fan smiled. Thank you, Lin Fan. Song Lingshan said excitedly, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek, her eyes brimming with gratitude. I truly have chosen a wonderful man. Silly girl, why are you crying? You deserve this. Lin Fan chuckled. But where did you get all these things? You have bestowed upon me several volumes of extraordinary and earthly techniques. Song Lingshan inquired with a hint of perplexity. Chapter 55. An unexpected turn. I possess magical abilities. Lin Fan, for the time being, preferred not to reveal the existence of his system, even though she was his woman. Knowing too much can sometimes be detrimental. Song Lingshan also recognized Lin Fan's reluctance to divulge certain matters and wisely chose not to press further. The two continued to gather spiritual fruits within, intending to leave some for Song Yuner and Lin Fan's family elders after their exit. As time flowed, 3 days swiftly passed, marking the 7th day since the opening of the talent's secret realm. In the vicinity of the blood pool, a series of thunderous roars reverberated as the 98 disciples of the martial sovereign engaged in their final breakthroughs. Boom. I've reached the 2nd level of martial king. Boom. I am now at the 3rd level of martial king. Boom. The 5th level of martial king. Boom. I have attained the 7th level of martial king. These disciples continuously broke through several levels, with the lowest reaching the second level of martial king. Although their advancement could not compare to Lin Fan and his companion, it was still quite remarkable. It is worth noting that the weakest disciple upon entering had merely been at the 8th level of martial general. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed through the valley as two figures, one on each side, sprang forth from the blood pool. They were Lu Hui of the Tiger Flame sect and Lu Outyin of the Sky Splitting sect. The aura emanating from them was terrifying, far surpassing that of the earlier disciples. Lu Hui wore an expression of exhilaration, having successfully broken through to the first level of martial sovereign. According to records, he had been at the 3rd level of martial king, though he had concealed his true strength, which had actually reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of martial king. During the previous chaos, he had realized that even unleashing all his power would not make him a match for Lin Fan and Lu Outyin, so he wisely chose not to contend for the 1st or 2nd positions, prioritizing his own safety and securing 3rd place. After soaking in the blood pool, he had achieved 5 breakthroughs within 7 days, reaching the 1st level of martial sovereign and felt an overwhelming surge of power. His face alight with excitement. Conversely, Lu Outyin remained relatively calm. Having entered at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial king, his innate talent was extraordinary, coupled with a mid-tier 4th-grade bloodline, allowing him to surpass even Lin Fan at present, resulting in his rapid advancement to the 5th level of martial sovereign. However, he seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Where is Lin Fan? Why has he not been seen? Lu Outyin, after assessing his own strength, made it his first priority to locate Lin Fan. Since their earlier clash, Lin Fan had become his target. He was eager to discern Lin Fan's current prowess. Senior Lin left here with Song Lingshan on the 2nd day and went to the nearby woods. A disciple from the Qingtian sect politely informed, "Oh, he only stayed here for 2 days?" Lu Outyin furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why Lin Fan would depart the blood pool early. He and Lu Hui had lingered for 2 days. Drawn by the sight of a heavenly spirit fruit tree, waiting for the fruits to ripen before heading to the blood pool, thus missing the opportunity to meet Lin Fan. Lu, are you looking for me? A voice suddenly rang out. All the disciples near the blood pool turned to see 2 figures emerging from the eastern woods, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and charming, a playful smile gracing his lips, while the woman, clad in a form-fitting white outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure, had her long hair flowing in the wind, her gaze fixed adoringly on the man beside her. Radiating affection and infatuation one could not help but admire the pair. Hee, it turns out to be Brother Lin and Sister Song. Lu Outyin exclaimed with a hearty laugh, then frowned slightly. Brother Lin, how refined of you to enjoy such leisure with a beautiful companion. However, having only trained in the blood pool for 2 days, do you not find it somewhat wasteful? In Lu Outyin's mind, the enhancement of martial prowess was paramount. He believed a man should aspire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, viewing romantic entanglements as mere burdens. Thus, he regarded Lin Fan's leisurely demeanor as a squandered opportunity. Lin Fan, aware of Lu Outyin's martial obsession, smiled wryly and replied, "Martial cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Solely burying oneself in rigorous training can sometimes yield counterproductive results. As for the advantages the blood pool offers, I have already reaped my rewards, so there is no need for concern, Brother Lu." Upon hearing this, Lu Outyin paused briefly, but upon seeing Lin Fan's confident demeanor, he nodded in agreement, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. At that moment, Lu Hui interjected, "Brothers, it seems the time has come. Shall we not head out? I believe our sect leaders and elders are waiting anxiously outside the secret realm in the presence of Lin Fan and Lu Outyin, both of whom were evidently superior in strength." Lu Hui had lowered his stance, for in this world, martial prowess was held in the highest regard. The two nodded in response and proceeded towards the exit of the secret realm, with the other disciples gathering their thoughts and following suit. Look at how much closer Brother Lin and Sister Song seem to have become. Isn't it obvious? What woman could possibly resist Brother Lin's charm? If I were a woman, I would surely fall for him. Ha! If you were a woman, you'd undoubtedly be an ugly one. Ugh, hey, how rude. Do you need to practice your manners? Who is afraid? I may not have been as strong as you before, but after this trip to the blood pool, I've reached the 4th level of Martial King. We are now on the same level. Do you truly think you can still suppress me? Alright, enough chatter. Save your energy for the upcoming 5 Nations tournament. Whoever achieves a higher rank will be the real champion. A group of disciples debated and bantered as they gradually exited the secret realm, the entrance, apart from the leader of the Xianin sect. The leaders of the other 4 sects and the 3rd prince, Wu Xuanqing, had long awaited their return. As various disciples emerged, Their eyes lit up with excitement and broad smiles. Indeed, aside from Lin Fan, Lu Outyin, and Lu Hui, the other disciples had entered with strengths ranging from the 8th level of Martial General to the 2nd level of Martial King, and upon exiting, the lowest was now at the 2nd level of Martial King. With many achieving the 5th level, how could they not be elated? These individuals represented the future backbone of their respective sections. Excellent, excellent. You have all performed admirably. Your efforts have not been in vain. As I have opened this celestial martial secret realm for you, Wu Xuanqing exclaimed joyfully. Witnessing their significant power increases filled him with delight, for their strength would enable the Tianwu dynasty to secure better rankings in the forthcoming 5 Nations tournament. Yet, upon spotting Lin Fan, Lu Outyin, Lu Hui, and Song Lingshan, his eyes widened in surprise. He had witnessed Lin Fan and Lu Outyin's prodigious abilities firsthand. Yet how was it that Lu Hui and Song Lingshan, who had entered with only the 2nd level of Martial King and the 1st level of Martial King, had both emerged as martial sovereigns? Chapter 56. Facing imminent peril. However, this shock was quickly replaced by elation. Such unexpected outcomes were welcomed, the more the merrier. You 4 have done exceptionally well. For the upcoming 5 Nations tournament, I hope you will join forces with our royal disciples to strive for outstanding results. Wu Xuanqing said with a smile. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. We shall exert ourselves to the utmost. The 4 responded respectfully. Wu Xuanqing nodded in approval and then addressed all 100 chosen elites. 3 days from now, gather at the martial combat platform. You 100 contestants will depart alongside our royal family's 25 selected disciples to the heart of the Northland, Supreme City, where you will participate in this 5 Nations elite tournament. Although you all possess remarkable talents and have been selected as the strongest elites from the 5 major sects, remember that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. The other 4 nations have their share of prodigious geniuses, especially the Tianlong nation, which boasts several participants who have already reached the martial venerable stage, with some even at the pinnacle of martial venerable. Thus, our goal should simply be to secure 3rd place. While striving for 2nd place would be a commendable achievement, upon hearing this, the crowd could not contain their astonishment. The Tianlong nation had long maintained its status as the leading nation, with martial venerable experts and even those at the pinnacle of martial venerable. Just moments ago, they had reveled in their accomplishments of reaching Martial King, but in an instant, their spirits dampened. The prince himself had stated that they should not aspire for 1st place, but rather focus on maintaining 3rd. Nevertheless, Lin Fan and Lu Outyin in the crowd displayed glimmers of excitement in their eyes. True experts found solitude in their strength and sought targets to conquer, deriving pleasure from the challenge. Martial Venerable? How intriguing! After Wu Xuanqing had outlined the details of the 5 Nations elite tournament, the disciples of the 4 sects returned to their respective inns under the guidance of their leaders. Lin Fan took Song Lingshan back to the inn, where he shared some of the rewards he had garnered from the secret realm with Song Yuner and provided her with the martial spirit pills he had produced in excess during the alchemy competition. After all, the girl had not qualified among the top 100 and thus had not entered the Tianwu secret realm. However, Lin Fan intended to use the martial spirit pills to help her ascend to the Martial King stage. 2 hours later, Song Yuner successfully advanced from the 8th level of Martial General to the 1st level of Martial King. Lin Fan had once again obtained several lower-grade 4th-tier bloodlines from the mystical beasts within the secret realm. At that moment, she was bestowed with one such bloodline to fuse, accompanied by some spirit fruits that aided in enhancing one's essence, which allowed her to forcibly elevate her cultivation to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Since she had not yet advanced to the Martial Sovereign realm, Lin Fan refrained from presenting her with the magical fruit for consumption. Song Yuner was immensely elated at her swift ascension to the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Joyfully hugging Lin Fan, showering her with affection. This girl, with her sweet appearance akin to a lowly, possessed an unexpectedly voluptuous figure, which caused Lin Feng to be engulfed in a surge of primal desire. Naturally, this led to an intimate exchange thereafter. Additionally, Song Lingshan was also drawn into the fray by Lin Fan. The last time they had consumed the yin-yang spirit travel pill, they had experienced unparalleled ecstasy, and even now, they were still yearning for more. Thus, under Lin Fan's suggestion, the 3 of them indulged together, engaging in their revelries for a full 4 hours before gradually concluding their spirited activities. The commotion inevitably caught the attention of Qing Xiaotian and Wang Bo, who had initially intended to discuss the 5 Nations elite competition with Lin Fan, causing them to pause outside the door. Wow, my master truly is formidable. Has it been 4 hours already? Wang Bo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, such is the vigor of youth. Qing Xiaotian laughed in response. At that moment, after their intense bout, Lin Fan and the two women felt a pang of hunger. So they donned their attire and opened the door, preparing to venture out for food. Sect leader, Wang Bo. Upon opening the door, Lin Fan was taken aback to find Qing Xiaotian and Wang Bo standing there. Hee, master, are you done? Wang Bo asked with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Lin Fan's face flushed crimson, and the two women behind her shyly hid behind Lin Fan. Haha, what a lovely day it is today. I suddenly feel hungry, so let us go out for a meal. By the way, what brings you here? Lin Fan chuckled nervously. Wang Bo glanced at the dark night sky and rolled his eyes. It's the middle of the night. Where's this lovely sun you're talking about? Lin Fan, I originally wanted to discuss the Five Nations competition with you, but since you are all hungry, let us eat first. We can discuss it tomorrow. After all, we leave in 3 days, Qing Xiaotian said with a wry smile at all right, then we shall talk tomorrow. With that, Lin Fan took the two blushing sisters and hurriedly left. Qing Xiaotian and Wang Bo exchanged glances, sharing a smile filled with admiration. The two sisters had indeed captivated Lin Fan, leaving many martial sovereign disciples heartbroken. The following day, Qing Xiaotian and Wang Bo approached Lin Fan once more, sharing with him the information they had gathered on the other four nations' prodigies, particularly detailing the combat prowess distribution of Tianlong Nation and Cheng'an Nation, which ranked first and second, respectively. Although Lin Fan's current strength rendered such so-called prodigies inconsequential, he listened attentively, fully aware of the wisdom in knowing both oneself and one's adversary. After their discussions, Lin Fan prepared to visit the Xianyun sect to meet with the Song sisters. As their sect leader was privy to his relationship with the sisters, and it was only proper to pay a formal visit. Thus, he bid farewell to Qing Xiaotian and exited the inn, heading towards the lodging of the Xianyun sect. However, after walking for a short distance, he sensed someone trailing him. He paused momentarily but did not turn around, instead allowing a smile to grace his lips. He then feigned ignorance, casually observing the street vendors while subtly changing his direction to lead outside of Tianwu City, curious to discern the intentions of his follower. After approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Fan arrived outside Tianwu City. He surveyed his surroundings before striding towards a nearby grove. The shadow behind him continued to trail at a distance, neither too close nor too far. As Lin Fan stepped into the woods, a sudden surge of murderous intent emanated from behind him. He couldn't resist any longer, could you? Come out, old man, Lin Fan remarked without turning around. Kikik, you little brat, knowing I seek your life, you dare to act alone and venture into this desolate forest? You truly have a penchant for courting death, the voice from behind retorted. Old man, it seems your wits have failed you. I thought you'd scurried back to your Xianyun sect, but here you are, delivering yourself to your demise. How convenient for me, Lin Fan scoffed, turning to face the figure that had emerged, revealing it to be the sect leader of Xianyun sect, Sima Gue. You insolent brat. Even at the brink of death, you still dare to taunt me. You killed my elite disciples, leading to the utter annihilation of my sect in this competition. I shall grind you to dust. Sima Gue declared, his presence erupting as he launched a powerful strike toward Lin Fan. Chapter 57. Fusion Xianyun Bone Shattering Hand. Perish, Sima Gue bellowed, unleashing the most insidious technique of the Xianyun sect. The Xianyun Bone Shattering Hand aimed viciously at Lin Fan. This technique was notoriously cruel. Once struck, the victim's bones would shatter while remaining connected, ensuring they would not die immediately but instead endure excruciating agony for 49 days before succumbing. Truly a ruthless maneuver. Sima Gue's immediate use of this technique underscored the depth of his hatred for Lin Fan. TCH, mere trifles, Lin Fan scoffed, observing the approaching Sima Gue with disdain, slowly raising his right hand. Little boss, let us see a good explosion. Boom. The palms of the two collided with a resounding crackle. The sound of shattering bones echoed, but it was not Lin Fan's. Sima Gue's face, once twisted in a malevolent grin, contorted from glee to shock, then to panic, and ultimately despair, as he faced Lin Fan. The anticipated scene did not materialize. Instead, he watched in horror as his own right palm began to shatter into pieces. No, I refuse to die. With a final, mournful cry, Sima Gue exploded into a cloud of debris, dead beyond recovery. Explosion value. Activate. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying Sima Gue, the sect leader of Xianyun sect, earning 5 billion experience points. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying Sima Gue, the sect leader of Xianyun sect, earning 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying Sima Gue, the sect leader of Xianyun sect, earning 2 million gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying Sima Gue, the sect leader of Inter-sect, earning a low-grade 3rd-tier bloodline. Would you like to fuse? Upon hearing the system's notifications, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile in delight. Such a generous bounty from this boss was certainly worth the effort. He hadn't anticipated acquiring these fragments of the secret realm. Previously, after dealing with Yun Feiyang, the leader of the Cloud Sword Villa, he had undertaken a quest to collect the fragments of the Xuanwu. With 3 pieces acquired from this encounter, he now needed only 2 more to complete the task. Once accomplished, he could enter the Xuanwu secret realm to obtain the Xuanwu light, potentially elevating himself by 4 levels and gaining some mysterious Xuanwu aura. Although he was unsure of what the Xuanwu aura entailed, it certainly sounded impressive. After securing the fragments, Lin Fan turned his attention to the unique ability he had acquired. Fusion. Utilize one of your learned techniques as the primary focus, combining it with a seemingly useless technique for enhancement. Elevating the primary technique's tier while incorporating special attributes from the auxiliary technique. Wow, this is exhilarating. Lin Fan marveled at the description of the fusion skill, utterly astounded. The prospect of continuously upgrading techniques was simply incredible. This meant that as long as he possessed sufficient techniques, he could perpetually fuse them, potentially elevating one technique to divine or even imperial tier. Lin Fan first fused the low-grade 3rd-tier bloodline and then began searching through his skill panel. After some experimentation, he realized that not all skills could be fused. Those that were incompatible appeared grayed out. Passive skills could not be fused, nor could those already at the imperial tier be further enhanced. Moreover, alternative powers such as the shock fruit and flame fruit also proved incompatible for fusion. Ultimately, he compiled a list of skills suitable for fusion. Lingbo Weibu, top-tier Xian grade proficiency maxed. Grants an additional speed boost of 200, Thunder God Technique, high-tier Huang grade proficiency maxed. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, high-tier Earth grade 100, Teleportation, level 1, allows for instantaneous travel up to 10 miles. Proficiency 1000. Cooldown of 2 minutes between uses. Weakness Scan, a divine skill of alternate dimensions, capable of revealing the target's weaknesses, inflicting 200 increased damage against those weaknesses, ignoring defenses, with no cooldown time. Gazing at these techniques, Lin Fan fell into contemplation regarding the optimal combination for fusion, determining which would serve as the primary and which as the secondary. He initially dismissed the special skill of Weakness Scan, as he had not encountered any suitable techniques for fusion. Furthermore, he hadn't anticipated that special techniques would be straightforward. They were not bound by tier. He pondered the fusion of Teleportation and Lingbo Weibu. Since the special skill could be fused, why not attempt it? In comparing the two, Lin Fan opted to retain Teleportation, as although Lingbo Weibu offered a speed enhancement, his current strength was already formidable enough, supplemented by Teleportation. Thus, he designated Teleportation as the primary skill and proceeded to fuse it with Lingbo Weibu. Fusion. As Lin Fan focused his intent, the two skills within the system overlapped. A cacophony of sounds accompanied by dazzling flashes of light heralded the fusion process. After roughly half a T's time, the system chimed in, "Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for successfully fusing skills, acquiring a new skill. Spatial Travel. Spatial Travel, divine skill allows for unrestricted traversal through space and various barriers. With no cooldown time. Permanently increases one's speed by 300. Wow!" Lin Fan was utterly astonished upon hearing this introduction. What on earth is this? The ability to traverse space and various barriers at will? Does that mean he could go anywhere he desired in the future? Absolutely no limitations. Those secret realms, as long as one finds the entrance, one could enter without waiting for them to open. Right? Moreover, isn't this spatial traversal equivalent to teleportation? And without any cooldown time. Haha, how exhilarating. Additionally, it comes with a permanent increase of 300% to his own speed. The original Lingbo Weibu only enhanced speed by 200% and required the use of techniques to achieve that. Now, this is a permanent enhancement, meaning he is essentially always at 300% speed. In that case, who could possibly catch up with him? Lin Fan laughed joyously. Ha ha ha. This truly is a divine skill. With this space travel ability, the vast world is his playground. After calming his excitement, Lin Fan turned his attention back to the remaining techniques. Thunder Goddess Decision, high yellow grade proficiency is maxed out. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, high earth grade 100 among these techniques. Lin Fan favored the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Although he had never truly utilized it, he was inexplicably thrilled when Everguijing executed the technique in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Thus, Lin Fan decided to make the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms his primary technique, merging all others into it. With that thought, he set about the task, merging. the system emitted a series of delightful chimes. And brilliant lights flickered. The merging process took a considerable amount of time, lasting the duration of a stick of incense before completion. Congratulations to player Lin Fan for successfully merging techniques and acquiring a new skill, 5-element Thunder Dragon Palm. 5-element Thunder Dragon Palm. What is this? Lin Fan looked at the description with curiosity. Chapter 58. Approved 5-element Thunder Dragon Palm, mid-heaven grade, a skill formed through fusion. The moves are identical to the original dragon subduing 18 palms, but with a power increase of 100-fold, infused with the power of the 5 elements, embodying the principle of mutual generation and restraint, and possessing a paralyzing effect that can incapacitate the target for 3 seconds. Oh my! This skill is impressive. Upon reading the description, Lin Fan felt immensely satisfied. Although it was only a mid-heaven grade skill, the paralysis effect is significant. One must understand that in a battle between experts, being dazed for even 3 seconds could lead to dire consequences. This skill is exceedingly useful. Lin Fan practiced a few moves, and each strike possessed an overwhelming force while retaining the original flair of the dragon subduing 18 palms. Each palm strike resonated with the roar of dragons, and the dragon-shaped phantom that emerged was adorned with vibrant colors, crackling with surrounding lightning, exuding an aura of grandeur. Lin Fan was overjoyed by such a display. With each strike, he could effortlessly flaunt his prowess. After thoroughly enjoying the moves of the 5-element Thunder Dragon Palm, Lin Fan tidied his attire and set off towards Tianwu City, intending to visit the Song sisters and pay a visit to their sect leader. However, shortly after he departed, a shadow gradually detached itself from a large tree not far from where he practiced. Watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, a fierce killing intent flickered in its eyes. Then, the figure paused for a moment before swiftly darting in the opposite direction. Had Lin Fan known, he would have been remarkably surprised to discover that, despite his presence here for quite some time, he had failed to notice that someone was hidden nearby. This person's skill in concealment was truly astonishing. Within the inn where the Xianyun sect was stationed, in the room of the sect leader, Yun Xiaoxiao, Lin Fan, you finally made it, she said, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at him. The 2 Song sisters, Song Lingshan and Song Yuner, stood behind her, heads bowed and faces flushed, secretly exchanging glances with Lin Fan. Sect leader Yun, please forgive me. I intended to come earlier, but I was preoccupied with various matters. As soon as I found some time, I rushed over. Lin Fan chuckled, attempting to ease the situation. I must say, Lin Fan, you have taken our sect's precious pair of sisters. They are our treasures, and it would be inappropriate if word got out without a proper standing. Wouldn't it? Yun Xiaoxiao teased, her gaze scrutinizing Lin Fan, implying that while he had won their hearts, he had yet to establish a formal recognition of their relationship. Seeing her expression, Lin Fan understood her intentions. With a playful grin, he waved his hand, and 3 large chests appeared on the ground. As for what sect leader Yun mentioned, I acknowledge my prior oversight, so here I present my betrothal gifts. Upon seeing the 3 large chests that had suddenly appeared, Yun Xiaoxiao's eyebrows twitched in surprise as she noticed the ring on Lin Fan's hand, realizing that this young man was no ordinary individual. He already possessed a space ring, and it appeared to be of considerable quality. Sect leader Yun, please accept these gifts. Lin Fan smiled as he opened the chests. The previously composed Yun Xiaoxiao, who had worn a slight smile, lost her composure the moment the chests were open. Is this the betrothal gift? She stammered, struggling to process the sight before her. Indeed, is sect leader Yun dissatisfied with the gifts? Lin Fan replied playfully. Enough, more than enough. Ha ha ha. Yun Xiaoxiao had never been so flustered, standing up with laughter as she rushed to the chests. The 2 Song sisters behind her covered their faces in embarrassment, thinking to themselves, sect leader, could you please maintain some decorum? The first chest contained approximately 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Although the Xianyun sect was one of the 5 top sects, it was the weakest among them, primarily composed of women. Their annual revenue barely reached 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones, so Lin Fan's gift of 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 2 years of their sect's income. The second chest was filled with techniques, the least of which were high yellow grade techniques, around 100 in total. The highest were high Xian grade techniques, numbering over 10. This provided the Xianyun sect with a substantial reserve of techniques. While the sect had some high Xian grade techniques, they only possessed a meager collection of a few dozen, and this chest offered dozens of high Xian grade techniques, not to mention over 100 high yellow grade techniques. The final chest was the true reason for Yun Xiaoxiao's astonishment. Although it was significantly smaller than the previous 2, it contained nearly 100 bloodlines, the least of which were low 7th grade bloodlines. and amongst them was a mid-4th grade bloodline. Spirit stones could be earned, and techniques could be accumulated over time, but bloodlines were not something one could easily acquire. Typically, outer disciples of sects possessed only 8th grade bloodlines, while inner disciples often had 7th grade bloodlines, with rare exceptions reaching 6th grade bloodlines. Yun Xiaoxiao herself possessed only a high 5th grade bloodline, and the most powerful elder in the sect had merely a low 4th grade bloodline. Initially, Yun Xiaoxiao had harbored some concerns regarding the potential outburst of the elder given the bloodline situation, as the elder had always kept her under control. However, with Lin Fan gifting a mid-4th grade bloodline, her strength would undoubtedly surge to a new level, freeing her from any fear of the elder. Sect leader Yun, may I inquire if you are satisfied with my gifts? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Very satisfied, haha, you are quite thoughtful, Yun Xiaoxiao replied, her gaze toward Lin Fan growing increasingly affectionate, akin to a mother-in-law regarding her son-in-law. Since sect leader Yun is pleased, what about Song Lingshan and Song Yuner? Lin Fan said, glancing at the Song sisters, who, upon noticing his gaze, blushed and lowered their heads, stealing glances at Yun Xiaoxiao. Haha, since you are so sincere, and both of you are mutually affectionate, I naturally will not object. Yun Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. However, she then adopted a serious expression and continued, that said, these two girls were raised by my junior sister Jiang Xinlan. I have always regarded them as my own daughters. If you mistreat or bully them, I will not let you off easily, rest assured. I will treat them well. To bully them would require stepping over my dead body, Lin Fan declared, walking towards Song Lingshan and Song Yuner. Taking their hands, the two girls complied, giggling as tears welled in their eyes, for the words spoken by the man they cherished were akin to a promise. Seeing this, Yun Xiaoxiao discreetly excused herself to arrange the materials, leaving the three a moment of sweet intimacy. Naturally, Lin Fan seized the opportunity. Since they had become close, it was a time of deep affection. Thus, they returned to the sisters' room, indulging in tender moments until night fell. Under Yun Xiaoxiao's enthusiastic invitation, they enjoyed a sumptuous dinner before hastily departing. Meanwhile, Guo Huli and her aunt, the elder of the alchemy hall, Guo Yusin, had been casting venomous glances at Lin Fan and the two sisters throughout the meal. Chapter 59. Cold mockery. Guo Huli's recent downfall left her aunt utterly helpless, and as a result, Guo Huli lost her standing within the sect. However, due to the intimidation of the elder, the other disciples did not press her too hard. They merely whispered behind her back, for she had made many enemies, having bullied new disciples, relying on her status as the elder's granddaughter. Watching Lin Fan and the Song sisters display their affection while the sect leader praised Lin Fan endlessly ignited envy and resentment within her. If glares could kill, Lin Fan and his companions would have perished countless times. Yet, she suppressed her urge to explode, silently vowing that she would ensure they would not have peaceful lives. Time swiftly passes, and the day has arrived for the Tianwu dynasty to embark on its journey to participate in the Five Nations Elite Competition. On this day, in the plaza of the Imperial City's martial arts arena, 100 disciples from the four sects stand in orderly formation, awaiting the appearance of the third prince, Wu Xuanqing. Shortly thereafter, Wu Xuanqing appears on the martial arts stage, accompanied by over 20 young men and women. Esteemed elites, today marks the departure of our Tianwu dynasty. This time, we shall bring along 25 royal elite youths to join us in this grand competition. I hope during this period you will cooperate and support one another, striving for excellent results in this contest. After his speech, Wu Xuanqing proceeds to introduce the 25 royal offspring, all nurtured by the royal family. Among them, the weakest possesses the strength of the 8th level of martial king, while 18 have reached the martial sovereign realm. Notably, Wu Li and Wu Zixuan stand out as the most formidable, having attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial sovereign. Well, that concludes the introductions. I will lead the team once again. Now, let us set forth. With Wu Xuanqing's words, a magnificent treasure ship materializes. 125 participants, along with the accompanying sect leaders, elders, and several servants, approximately 300 individuals, board the ship in succession, setting sail towards the heart of the Northland, the Supreme City. Along the journey, Liu Outyan, a martial arts enthusiast, persistently approaches Lin Fan, eager to find an opportunity to spar with him, insisting that he must agree. However, Lin Fan's current strength is far superior. Engaging in combat with Liu Outyan would be akin to bullying him. The mere facade of the 8th level of martial sovereign allows Lin Fan to effortlessly overpower Liu Outyan, who is only at the 5th level of martial sovereign, rendering any comparison futile. Thus, Lin Fan can only refuse politely. Yet, Liu Outyan, undeterred, resorts to force, and in a single encounter, he is knocked down by Lin Fan. This leaves Liu Outyan astonished for quite some time. He recalls a recent battle where he could at least hold his ground against opponents for a while, but now, in one swift exchange, he has been bested. Unbeknownst to him, during their previous skirmish, Lin Fan had deliberately restrained his strength to match Liu Outyan's level, admiring his fervor for martial arts. However, Liu Outyan's tenacity frustrates Lin Fan, as he continues to ambush him, compelling Lin Fan to retaliate each time. Ultimately, Lin Fan grows weary and decisively incapacitates Liu Outyan for an entire week, especially since the latter's ambushes always coincide with moments Lin Fan wishes to share with Song Lingshan. Even a Buddha would lose patience. Moreover, with over a week remaining until their arrival at the Supreme City in the Northland, this allows Liu Outyan ample time to recuperate in bed. Consequently, Lin Fan enjoys several peaceful days, indulging in sweet moments with Song Lingshan. However, this incident leaves the elites aboard the ship in a state of astonishment, including the newly joined royal elite youths. It is worth noting that Liu Outyan, despite being at the 5th level of martial sovereign, possesses various unique skills from the Inter-sect. Even those at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial sovereign, like Wu Li and Wu Zixuan, would find it challenging to defeat Liu Outyan in mere moments. Thus, it is evident how formidable Lin Fan's strength truly is, prompting Wu Li and Wu Zixuan to temper their previously arrogant demeanor. This situation does not escape the keen ears of Wu Xuanqing and the sect leaders, who, upon learning of the events, see a glimmer of hope. Lin Fan, already strong, has grown even more powerful since emerging from the Tianwu secret realm. This bodes well for the upcoming Five Nations elite competition, bringing a smile to Wu Xuanqing's lips. A week passes swiftly, and Lin Fan and his companions arrive at the Northland's heart, the Supreme City. In the distance, a grand city lies in wait, boasting 4 gates corresponding to the cardinal directions. The city walls, constructed of white jade, radiate a soft, ethereal glow, imparting a sense of solemnity and purity. At the very center stands a towering statue of a humanoid figure, reaching a height of 100 meters, crafted from mysterious iron. Its countenance is grave, standing in a poised manner, with eyes gazing into the heavens. This is the legendary figure of the Northland. The only one to attain the martial deity level, Tang Yuan. It is said that Tang Yuan possessed exceptional talent, reaching the pinnacle of martial deity by the age of 35, earning renown across the continent. Ultimately, in pursuit of higher martial arts, he vanished into the void. Throughout his growth, he left behind a series of astonishing legends and aided the Northland's populace in repelling numerous planar invasions, utilizing his immense power to seal off all permanently open multidimensional secret realms, ensuring the Northland's safety and prosperity to the present day. Thus, the people built this city at the center of the Northland and erected a 100-meter-tall statue of Tang Yuan. Every time the Five Nations elite competition is held, it takes place here, allowing future talents to pay homage to the legendary martial deity's honor. Upon disembarking from the treasure ship outside the city, the Tianwu dynasty's entourage proceeds into the city, a gesture of respect towards this legendary figure. Upon entering, they are met with a scene of prosperity. Laughter fills the air, and vendors can be seen hawking their wares. Supreme City is governed by the most powerful martial emperor of the Northland, Lu Xiaofeng. Within the city resides a unique alliance, the Northland Alliance, which oversees and maintains the 5 nations of the Northland, preventing incursions from other realms. As Wu Xuanqing walks along, he shares insights about Supreme City, including its origins, the current city lord, and the Northland Alliance's responsibilities. Most of the participants are visiting this legendary city for the first time. Although they have heard of it, none possess as much knowledge as Wu Xuanqing, prompting them to listen intently to the stories of this place. When they hear of how Tang Yuan showcased his prowess in his youth, how he ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts, and how he single-handedly resisted planar invasions, their blood surges with excitement. Just then, a chilling voice emanates from behind. Oh, is that not the 3rd prince of the Tianwu dynasty? Wu Xuanqing, what a surprise! Are you leading the team again? Ha! Does that mean you will always be the perennial 3rd? No wonder you're ranked 3rd, haha. Upon hearing the first word of this taunt, Wu Xuanqing's brow furrows, and his teeth grind audibly. Li Chengfeng, do not be so smug. Had it not been for your underhanded tactics, would we have lost to your Qing'an kingdom? Li Chengfeng, the 2nd prince of Qing'an kingdom, stands at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial sovereign, his power comparable to Wu Xuanqing's. However, his expertise in poison makes him a formidable opponent, as everyone from Qing'an kingdom excels in toxic arts. Not only are they adept in poison, but they also excel in cunning schemes, making them unpredictable and dangerous. In terms of raw power, Qing'an kingdom may not even surpass the 4th-ranked Yushui kingdom. Yet they consistently secure second place due to their unscrupulous tactics, willing to go to any lengths to achieve their goals. Consequently, the Tianwu dynasty often finds itself at a disadvantage against them. Whether from poison that undermines their capabilities or inexplicable disappearances before competitions. Though they suspect Qing Kingdom's involvement, the latter's operations are so deft that they leave no trace, rendering the Tianwu dynasty helpless against them. Wu Xuanqing's favored royal kin, Wu Zixing, was once poisoned heavily by them, ultimately succumbing during a competition, leaving Wu Xuanqing enraged. He clashed with Li Chengfeng, but their strengths were evenly matched and without sufficient evidence. As the Lord of Supreme City, he could not recklessly punish important royal figures from various nations. In the end, they merely compensated with some spirit stones, leaving the matter unresolved but deepening the enmity. Regrettably, the Tianwu dynasty has consistently struggled to counter Qing Kingdom's poisonous tactics. For every antidote they develop, Qing Kingdom unveils new poisons, keeping them perpetually at a disadvantage. Underhanded tactics? Do you have any evidence? You merely shout empty words without any progress. Li Chengfeng scoffs, then surveys the Tianwu dynasty's entourage. Upon seeing Wu Li and Wu Zixuan, his eyes narrow slightly. Martial sovereign pinnacle, quite impressive. But I hope you are not like before, beautiful on the outside yet useless. He gestures with his hand behind him. Wu Xuanqing, observing Li Chengfeng's subtle movement, quickly positions himself in front of Wu Li and Wu Zixuan, exuding an intimidating aura as he bellows, "You old fool. Are you plotting something again? Stay away. Haha. Look at your pitiful face, devoid of any achievement. Are you afraid of me? I merely have an itch in my ears and wanted to scratch it," he mockingly states. Before turning to leave, "Keep an eye on your young ones." He laughs heartily. "Curse." Wu Xuanqing can't help but exclaim, then anxiously turns to Wu Li and Wu Zixuan. "Are you both all right?" Both shake their heads. Is this the Li Chengfeng that the royal uncle always mentioned? Indeed, Zixing met his demise at his hands. At the outset of the competition, Zixing, at the first level of martial sovereign, swept through the Qing Kingdom's ranks, causing their disciples to falter before they could even unleash their poison. Regrettably, the old fellow stealthily struck later on, with just a slight movement of his palm, and Zixing fell victim to poison. In the subsequent match against Shengangguo, he utterly lost, being brutally killed in the process. Wu Xuanqing gritted his teeth as he spoke. He then glanced at Wu Li, Wu Zixuan, Liu Outyin, and Lin Fan, and solemnly stated, "During the competition, if you encounter opponents from Shengangguo, you must exercise utmost caution to prevent them from administering poison beforehand. Particularly when facing this old devil, one must remain exceedingly vigilant. His poison is such that even I cannot easily counter it." The four nodded in acknowledgement, yet Lin Fan reflected upon his own ability to devour all, believing that such trivial poison would not harm him. Rather, it could potentially serve as nourishment. Should that bird-brained individual dare to confront him, he would ensure that this old devil understands the true meaning of suffering. With this thought, Lin Fan leaned close to Song Lingshan and softly said, "Lingshan, please inform me if you plan to go out in the next few days. I shall accompany you." He feared not the deadly poison, but Song Lingshan could not withstand it. Among all, she was the only one he genuinely cared for, and thus he was determined to ensure her safety. He mused that as a divine-level alchemist, it was high time he sought out formulas for antidotes, so he could prepare some detoxifying pills for emergencies. Song Lingshan nodded obediently, and the two followed the group towards their lodging. Before long, Wu Xuanqing and his entourage arrived at the designated accommodation for the Five Nations Grand Tournament, Lingyun Inn. However, it was unfortunate that they encountered Li Chengfeng. It turned out that the disciples from Shengangguo who came to compete were coincidentally assigned to the same inn as Tianwu Kingdom. "Oh, what a coincidence to meet again so soon, haha," Li Chengfeng exclaimed upon seeing Wu Xuanqing and the others enter, momentarily taken aback, then forcing a smile. "Damn it, what bad luck," Wu Xuanqing spat, leading the group to check in. Noticing Wu Xuanqing ignoring him entirely, Li Chengfeng simply chuckled and signaled to one of his disciples, who then stepped forward. "Hey, that girl is truly beautiful. Is she not the renowned ice goddess of Xianyanzong from Tianwu Kingdom?" Song Lingshan? At that moment, a disciple from Shengangguo stepped forward, his expression lecherous. "Hey, that girl is indeed stunning. Could she be the famed ice goddess of Xianyanzong, Song Lingshan? No way. Wasn't it said that Song Lingshan always has an icy demeanor? Why does she look so delicate now? Ha ha ha. Could this be her sister, Song Yuner? I've heard that these two sisters have vastly different personalities." As the words left his mouth, the disciples from Shengangguo began to jest in unison. Song Lingshan's expression tightened, on the verge of retaliating, but a figure darted out faster. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps echoed. Subsequently, the 3 who had just spoken were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths as they crashed into the wall behind them, falling to the ground, lifeless. This scene unfolded so suddenly that everyone stood frozen in place. After a moment, Li Chengfeng regained his composure and roared at the figure. Who dares to kill my disciples in front of me? You old dog, are you seeking death? Lin Fan glared coldly at Li Chengfeng. Indeed, he was the one who had just acted. Song Lingshan was his woman. How could he allow such lowly creatures to mock her? The consequence of such actions was death, and thus those 3 insolent individuals met their end. Seeing the youth before him, Li Chengfeng felt no fear. Rather, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He was enraged. Throughout his life, no one had dared to dismiss him. You little brat, come here with that. Li Chengfeng moved to pounce. At that moment, Wu Xuanqing stepped in front of Lin Fan, shielding him and addressing Li Chengfeng. Li, do not go too far. If you wish to fight, I will accompany you. Upon witnessing Wu Xuanqing's intervention, Li Chengfeng hesitated. He still held some trepidation towards this old man. Although their strengths were on par and he excelled in poison, this old fellow had consumed a peculiar fruit in the secret realm, rendering him immune to all toxins. Thus, despite Li Chengfeng's expertise in poison, he felt powerless against such a formidable opponent. Moreover, being engrossed in poison crafting and usage, he was inherently weaker in combat compared to Wu Xuanqing, even if their realms were the same. Wu Xuanqing, we shall see. Li Chengfeng's eyes darted, but he ultimately refrained from attacking, turning away in anger and ascending the stairs. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianwu Kingdom erupted in cheers. Lin Fan, you are something else. Ha ha ha, what a relief. Only you would dare to act this way. I can't stand those guys. Lin Fan, I admire you. Everyone gathered around Lin Fan, showering him with praise, while Wu Xuanqing approached with a furrowed brow. Lin Fan, your actions were indeed satisfying, but you have drawn the ire of that old fool. From now on, be particularly careful about your food and travel. His poison is truly insidious. Yes, I understand, Lin Fan replied, saying little more. If Li Chengfeng dared to extend his claws, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. After they hastily ordered some food to quell their hunger, the group returned to their rooms to rest and recuperate for the grand tournament. The following day, in Lin Fan's room, Song Lingshan nestled in his embrace. Lin Fan, this grand tournament is filled with formidable opponents. I am uncertain if I can accompany you to victory, but I will do my utmost. Do not overthink it. Let it unfold naturally. Just be cautious of the Shengangwo participants during the competition. If you face them, do not give them a chance to poison you. End the battle swiftly. If you encounter someone stronger, do not engage recklessly. Your safety comes first, understood? Yes, I understand. You must also be careful. Now that you've acted, they will certainly hold a grudge against you, and I worry, do not fret. Their tricks will not work on me. I fear no poison. He chuckled. Seeing Lin Fan's unwavering confidence, Song Lingshan felt somewhat reassured. If he could say such things, he must have confidence. It's getting late. Let us rest. Once this matter concludes, I will take you and Yun'er to meet my parents, Lin Fan said with a smile. Ah? Oh. I wonder if they will like me. Song Lingshan replied shyly. Of course they will. How could they not appreciate such a beautiful daughter-in-law? With that, he rolled over and pinned her beneath him. The night was filled with tender intimacy, and the following morning, the two rose early, enjoyed breakfast downstairs, and awaited the main party to head to the competition venue in Jizuan City. Everyone here? Let us go to the arena. Under Wu Xuanqing's guidance, the group proceeded towards the fighting arena in Jizuan City. Upon arrival, they found the area densely packed with spectators, participants, local residents, and, of course, betting stalls were all present. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Shortly after, representatives from the 5 nations gathered. At that moment, a figure emerged from the main viewing platform above. He was tall and imposing, exuding a restrained aura, with piercing eyes. This was Lu Xiaofeng, the city lord of Jizuan City, a being of the 8th level of martial emperor. Welcome, heavenly talents from the 5 nations, to the decennial elite competition. I shall not say much. As per tradition, each nation will send forth 125 participants, totaling 625. Shortly, you will enter the beast's secret realm to hunt the realm-level magical beasts within. The top 200 participants who slay the most will advance to the second round of combat, culminating in a draw for duels. The 100 victors will then be ranked according to the number of participants from each nation and will gain entry to the ancient secret realm of the northern continent. Now, let the competition commence. Hearing Lord Lu Xiaofeng's announcement, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had only received information about some of the top talents from the other four nations, but had not realized that this competition involved hunting realm-level magical beasts and the quantity of kills. Wu Li, Wu Zixuan, Lu Outyin, and Lin Fan, you four are the most powerful in our team. I hope you will support the other disciples once we enter the secret realm. Although this competition revolves around the number of magical beasts slain, many have met their end within. Not all perish at the hands of magical beasts. Many fall victim to human treachery. This competition does not prohibit killings, so be very cautious if you encounter opponents from other sects. Wu Xuanqing earnestly advised. Rest assured, my lord, I will lead them, Wu Li confidently replied. You are mistaken. Within the secret realm, positions are assigned randomly, and the expanse is vast. Thus, encountering members of your own team in a short time will be quite challenging. Therefore, while hunting magical beasts, ensure you locate your comrades as soon as possible and band together. Being alone will be perilous. Wu Xuanqing frowned. We will be dispersed upon entry. If that is the case, those of us at the second level of Martial King will be in danger. Indeed. What shall we do? Some disciples, only at the second level of the Martial King, began to express their concerns. Particularly a few of the junior sisters from the Xianyun sect, whose faces were etched with worry. Just moments ago, they had taken a cursory glance at the strengths of the other four nations. The Yushui nation and the Beihan nation were relatively weaker than their own overall strength, yet they still boasted formidable masters of the martial sect. In contrast, the Cheng'an nation had nearly all its members above the fifth level of the Martial King. With an impressive count of 12 martial sect practitioners. In comparison, their side could muster only 8, including Lin Fan, Lu Outyin, Wu Li, Wu Zixuan, Lu Hui, and Song Lingshan, along with 2 royal disciples. However, this still paled in comparison to Cheng'an nation, especially considering their mastery of deadly poison techniques. As for the overall strength of the Tianlong nation, it was utterly despairing. Even their weakest members were at the 8th level of the Martial King, and they had as many as 50 martial sect practitioners, including 5 experts at the esteemed level. No wonder, the third prince had stated before his arrival that they should only aim to secure the top 3 positions. The first place seemed utterly unattainable, as the disparity was glaringly evident. Among these individuals, only Lin Fan and Lu Outyin harbored aspirations. Lin Fan was indifferent, driven solely by his desire to enter the ancient secret realm. Thus he was determined to rank among the top 100. Lu Outyin, a martial arts enthusiast, would not retreat simply because the opponent was at the esteemed level. Rather, he grew even more excited. Chapter 62. What do you wish to bet on? With a resounding roar, a massive wall on the left side of the venue suddenly split apart, resembling 2 grand doors, revealing a swirling membrane of light. Wow! The entrance to the secret realm? I never expected it to be within the Supreme City. Indeed, how convenient it is to enter at any moment. What do you know? This is only possible because the City Lord is at the Martial Emperor level. There are many esteemed level magical beasts within that secret realm. If it were someone else, they would lack the ability to control the entrance to the secret realm. The opening of the secret realm sparked fervent discussions among the crowd. All right, the secret realm is now open. You may enter in turn. This round of competition is limited to 3 months, after which you will be transmitted out. The top 200 contestants will advance to the second round of the finals. I wish you all a triumphant return, Lu Xiaofeng announced while gesturing for the contestants to enter the secret realm. After bidding farewell to their respective team leaders and sect masters, the contestants entered the secret realm, each harboring different emotions. Lingshan, you must be cautious. I will find you as soon as possible. Once you enter, stay alert. Self-preservation comes first. There's no rush on hunting magical beasts. Just hold on until we can reunite. Lin Fan earnestly instructed. Yes, I will take good care of myself, Song Lingshan nodded. Before their departure, Lin Fan had provided her with numerous resources, including the Earth-grade armor set he had obtained from the Black Rock Demon Bear. Although it appeared cumbersome and ill-suited for a woman, its defensive capabilities were formidable. Typically, opponents within the martial sect could hardly breach its defenses. The two embraced briefly before proceeding toward the secret realm. Wu Xuanqing and the others watched as they entered the secret realm, concern evident in their expressions, hoping that the disciples of Tianwu would not encounter the formidable group from the Tianlong nation too early on. Hee, Wu Xuanqing, why the long face? Do you lack confidence in your country's disciples? Indeed, this batch of disciples is not much stronger than the last. TSK, how pitiful, only 8 martial sect practitioners, while even Yushui nation has 9. Li Chengfeng mocked. Wu Xuanqing shot him a warning glance and snorted, choosing to ignore him. However, this time, your female disciples are much more attractive than last time. Some of your disciples will surely benefit. Ha ha ha, Li Changfeng continued to taunt. Damn it, how can the prince of a nation have such a sordid mindset? No wonder your Qing'an nation can never rise to prominence. Ba, Wu Xuanqing, filled with ire, retorted, Oh, are you angry? We can't rise to prominence, yet we consistently suppress your Tianwu. Spare me your pretenses of virtue. I can already envision your disciples wailing in despair. SKs, go to hell, get lost, while others may not dare to speak. You Chang'an nation's rabble? Winning against us this time seems highly improbable. Driven by pride, Wu Xuanqing shouted defiantly, Oh, shall we wager on this? Li Changfeng grinned, sensing victory. Wu Xuanqing paused, then frowned. What do you wish to bet? 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, plus 2 high-grade earth-level techniques. Do you dare to wager? Li Changfeng mocked, his expression tauntingly presumptuous, clearly relishing the opportunity to provoke. Wu Xuanqing felt a surge of anger. However, 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones was no trifling sum, and the truth was that the overall strength of the Tianwu nation's participants was indeed a notch lower than that of Qing'an nation. Just as he hesitated, Lin Fan, on the verge of entering the secret realm, turned back and called out, Prince, bet against him. Accept any wager. Wu Xuanqing was taken aback, looking at Lin Fan at the entrance of the secret realm. He saw Lin Fan smiling and nodding at him, which inexplicably instilled a sense of trust. Suddenly, he turned back to Li Changfeng and declared, Old man, I accept the wager. This time, it was Li Changfeng who was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated Wu Xuanqing would agree, thinking he would refuse and then mock him further. However, since he had accepted, all the better. In truth, the Qing'an nation's team comprised not merely the 12 visible martial sect disciples, but a total of 25 martial sect practitioners, merely concealing their true strength. All right, it's a deal. Don't back out now. Ha ha ha. You think I'm as shameless as you? Wu Xuanqing retorted sharply. Seeing the wager established, Lin Fan smiled as he entered the secret realm. Crossing through the layer of light, the scene transformed dramatically, revealing a vast expanse of dense forest, with distant mountain ranges visible. The trees here grew stout and thick, resulting in relatively dim lighting. Lin Fan scanned his surroundings, finding himself utterly alone, indicating that everyone had indeed been randomly teleported apart. Thus, he chose to head south and set off, preparing to hunt magical beasts while searching for Song Lingshan. Roar, not long after. A roar echoed, prompting Lin Fan to halt and look in the direction of the sound. A pitch-black leopard emerged, its 2 eyes fixed intently on him, its mouth opening and closing as it emitted a low growl. Heh, a martial sect beast has come to me. Since it has presented itself, I shall not hold back. Lin Fan leapt forward, delivering a powerful strike directly to the beast's head. The black leopard, which had initially regarded Lin Fan as a delectable meal, failed to react before being struck dead, its enormous eyes reflecting a human-like terror. Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying a 5th-level martial sect black leopard, earning 500 million experience points. Ding, congratulations to player Lin Fan for obtaining a high-grade movement technique, Shadow Phantom. Heh, the experience is quite rewarding, and I've even received a technique manual. Lin Fan chuckled to himself, then retrieved a knife from his spatial ring to slice off a hind leg of the leopard. Preparing to roast it later, after tidying up, he continued on his way south, encountering dozens of martial sect magical beasts along the journey and dispatching them one by one. Checking his experience, he realized he was on the verge of leveling up. Indeed, this secret realm is exhilarating. The leveling speed is astonishing. It hasn't been long since entering, and he was almost at the 9th level of the martial sect. Yet, throughout this journey, he had not encountered a single other person, leading him to wonder just how vast this secret realm truly was. After all, 625 individuals had entered all at once, yet he hadn't seen a soul. Shaking his head, he collected his spoils and resumed his journey southward. As Lin Fan continued his slaughter, he triumphantly reached the 65th martial sect magical beast, achieving his long-awaited promotion to the 9th level of the martial sect. Relishing the surge of power that accompanied his advancement, Lin Fan found himself thoroughly enjoying this sensation. It was undeniably pleasurable, almost addictive. Each time the warm flow coursed through him, it invigorated every pore of his being. Chapter 63. Rogues in Power. Lin Fan chuckled as he cleaned up the remains of the recently slain martial sect iron-bristled porcupine. Its meat was excellent for barbecuing, especially this unusually powerful variant that would be bursting with flavor. At that moment, Lin Fan's ears perked up, detecting a cacophony of footsteps approaching, accompanied by laughter and jeers. Hey, little beauty, don't run. Serve us well? and will ensure you live," a lewd voice called out. Then, with a loud crash, a woman's scream of pain followed. "Hee hee, I told you not to run. Did you think your third-level Martial King strength could escape our grasp? Ha ha ha, Anzi, stop rambling. I haven't had a taste in ages. What a delightful find. Ha ha, Xionggu, if you can't hold back, go ahead. We'll be waiting. Oh? Ha ha ha, then I shall not be polite." The sounds of their lewd laughter echoed. You beasts, a woman's voice exclaimed in rage. "Beasts? Hee hee, little beauty, you won't be cursing us like that later. We'll make sure you feel heavenly. Ha ha ha. The denizens of Qing'an country are truly a disgrace. It would be wise for you to cease your actions. If our esteemed Lin Fan were to learn of this, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences," the woman shrieked, yet her voice was laced with helplessness and fear. "Lin Fan? What kind of fool is he? If he dares to show up, I'll personally see to his demise. For now, you should simply enjoy your situation." Ha ha ha. The man known as Xionggu laughed as he lunged forward. "Oh? And how do you intend to kill me?" A voice laden with amusement rang out. In truth, this woman was quite unfortunate. She was a disciple of the Inter-sect, named Mu Wanqing. After undergoing the trials of the heavenly martial blood pool, she had ascended to the third level of the Martial King realm, making her a minor expert in her own right. However, amidst the elite of the 5 nations, she was evidently outclassed. Upon entering the secret realm, she was teleported to a random location. Historically, the competition among Martial King contenders was fierce, and the only way to slay the equivalent of a martial sect beast within the secret realm was to locate allies and unite against it. She was no exception, cautiously beginning to seek out companions. Unfortunately, she stumbled upon 3 disciples from Qing'an country who were in the midst of hunting a martial sect beast. These 3 possessed the strengths of a first-level martial sect, peak Martial King and 5th-level Martial King, far beyond her capacity to contend with. Just as she prepared to stealthily slip away, she inadvertently attracted the attention of a peak Martial King rodent nearby, leaving her with no choice but to run towards the 3 men. They had just finished dispatching the martial sect beast when they suddenly spotted a woman fleeing with a peak Martial King rodent in tow. And without hesitation, they swiftly killed the creature. Just as Mu Wanqing was about to express her gratitude for the timely rescue, she realized that upon witnessing her fair appearance, the 3 men's baser instincts ignited, and they demanded her servitude as recompense. Naturally, Mu Wanqing refused, yet she was clearly unable to withstand their combined might. Thus, she fled, relying on her exceptional agility to escape a considerable distance. However, lacking stamina, she was ultimately caught and brought down. Just as despair enveloped her, Lin Fan's voice cut through the air, causing her to freeze momentarily. Typically, she was a sheltered girl, rarely descending from the sect, and it was only due to her senior sister Song Lingshan that she had heard of Lin Fan. Moreover, Lin Fan had made a significant impression during the sect competition, so in her moment of desperation, she could only invoke the one name she knew, never anticipating that Lin Fan would indeed materialize. "You are Lin Fan?" Xionggu initially appeared taken aback, then turned to face Lin Fan with a question. "Am I to believe I'm your father? I have no son as inept as you." Lin Fan scoffed. "What the hell? You're courting death, aren't you? Brothers, seize him and kill him," Xionggu roared in fury. The 2 men beside him instantly drew their weapons and charged forward. "You little brat. There's a path to heaven that you refuse to take, yet you dare to trespass into hell, seeking to be a hero and rescue a damsel. Prepare to die." Lin Fan did not even lift an eyebrow at the approaching duo. Casually gesturing with his hand, bang, bang. After 2 muffled impacts, both figures were sent hurtling backward at an even greater speed, landing far away, twitching briefly before falling completely still. "What?" Xionggu, who had been anticipating a scene of brutal entertainment, was now utterly dumbfounded by this incredible turn of events. You, Xionggu stammered, pointing at Lin Fan, rendered speechless. "Enough with your stammering. In your next life, be reborn as a good person," Lin Fan remarked dismissively. Then pointed decisively. Whoosh! A surge of energy shot forth, piercing through the forehead of the man known as Xionggu. The first-level martial sect Xionggu fell with terror in his eyes, unable to comprehend why this Lin Fan possessed such formidable strength. He was a first-level martial sect, a contender of above-average prowess among the participants, yet he could not withstand even a single finger from Lin Fan. Watching the 3 men he could not hope to contend with fall effortlessly at Lin Fan's hands. Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment, her disbelief palpable. She was aware of Lin Fan's strength, yet she had not anticipated such overwhelming ferocity, and admiration filled her gaze. "Are you from the Inter-sect?" Lin Fan inquired. Yes, I am. Thank you, Lin Fan, for your assistance. Mu Wanqing expressed her genuine gratitude and no need for thanks. As a disciple of Ling Shan's sect, it is only right to lend a hand, Lin Fan replied casually. However, upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing felt a pang of melancholy, soon accepting that she could not compare to Song Ling Shan in terms of talent, strength, or beauty. Lin Fan, could you possibly take me along? I cannot fend off the assaults of those martial sect beasts alone. Mu Wanqing asked cautiously. Very well, let us proceed. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan decided to accompany her. Upon receiving Lin Fan's consent, Mu Wanqing's spirits lifted, and she joyfully bounced up, walking alongside Lin Fan towards the south. As they journeyed, Lin Fan handled the beasts while Mu Wanqing collected the hearts of the magical creatures, essential for their assessment. Lin Fan also agreed to share a portion of the materials with Mu Wanqing, as slaying these beasts was as effortless as chopping vegetables for him. Yet, Mu Wanqing was continually astonished. For others, even upon reaching the martial sect, it would take half a day to slay a single martial sect beast. And encountering a mutated one could prove fatal. To collect 100 magical creature hearts within 3 months was already remarkable. Yet, Lin Fan was nothing short of a reaper. Every magical beast encountered fell with a single strike. Never requiring a second blow. In just over a day, he had slain nearly 100 martial sect beasts, including one equivalent to a 9th-level martial sect creature, which he dispatched with ease, leaving Mu Wanqing dumbstruck. In fact, Lin Fan was not entirely satisfied with this pace. The beasts were scattered, and encountering one took time. Otherwise, he suspected he would have leveled up again. After the two had spent over 3 days slaying hundreds of magical beasts, Lin Fan successfully broke through to the first level of the martial sovereign realm. Just as he reveled in the euphoria of his advancement, he heard the distant sounds of clashing weapons. Lin Fan exchanged glances with Mu Wanqing, and they stealthily approached the source of the commotion. In a clearing within the forest, 2 groups stood opposed to one another. One comprised of 8 individuals, both male and female, while the other was a uniform group of approximately 10 men. On the ground lay the massive carcass of a magical beast, which, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a bloodthirsty swordtooth dragon from the Earth Dragon lineage. It appeared that both groups were vying for the spoils of this beast, as the Earth Dragon lineage was known for its valuable components. The bones could be forged into weapons of superior quality, the hide into high-grade armor, and the internal organs could be used in alchemy. The most coveted element was the bloodline of the Earth Dragon, capable of refining high-level bloodlines. You are truly despicable. This Earth Dragon was slain with considerable effort, so why should you receive a share? One man clad in azure attire exclaimed angrily. Those who witness must share. Had we not surrounded this Earth Dragon together, it would have fled long ago. That, of course, we deserve a share. A man in black scoffed in response. Nonsense. Are all of you from Qing'an country so shameless? You merely stood aside and did nothing. Yet you demand a portion? Dream on. Another man from the Yushui country retorted, seething with rage. Heh, young man, you are quite arrogant, aren't you? Just a few of you Yushui country scum dare to speak boldly before us? Seeking death, are we? The man in black sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. You Qing'an are the real scum, devoid of shame. At this moment, a female disciple from Yushui country joined in the fray. Oh, a foul-mouthed woman. Is it? Brothers, let us take them down. Leave the women for our enjoyment. With a commanding shout, the man rallied his comrades, and they swiftly surrounded the 8 disciples from Yushui country. What do you intend to do? The apparent leader of Yushui country demanded, furrowing his brow. What do you think? We intend to eliminate you and have our fun with these women. Kill them. The disciples from Qing'an wasted no time, launching into battle. Instantly, the 2 groups clashed, swords and spears connecting with a cacophony of sound, punctuated by the occasional scream of a wounded combatant. Lin Fan, should we assist them? Mu Wanqing whispered anxiously. Let us observe for now. We don't know either side, so there's no need to rush in, Lin Fan replied, disinterested in involving himself in this conflict. Ultimately, the disciples from Qing'an outnumbered their opponents and possessed superior overall strength, leading to a swift defeat for Yushui country. 5 of the 8 were slain, leaving only the leader and 2 female disciples alive. In contrast, Qing'an country suffered only 2 casualties, incurred during a final desperate struggle, leaving them with 12 remaining disciples. I warned you against futile resistance. Had you complied sooner, it wouldn't have come to this. The leader of Qing'an country approached the 2 female disciples with a lecherous grin. You beasts shall not escape retribution. Cough, cough. The Yushui country disciple, bloodied and battered, glared defiantly, still managing to stand in front of one of the female disciples. Heh, still defiant at death's door. Are we? Do you wish to protect her? Is she your woman? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. With a chilling cry, the monstrous beast collapsed into a pool of blood. We must hold our ground. Wang Shidi and the others have already gone ahead to seek reinforcements. Lu Shixiang shouted once more. Lu Shixiang. Wang Gang and his group have been gone for quite some time. Do you think they might have encountered some trouble? A companion inquired anxiously while fending off the beast's attacks. Chapter 66. Lower than beasts in truth. A sense of dread loomed over everyone, as they feared they might perish here. This group was primarily composed of disciples from the Tianwu Kingdom, who, after a challenging journey through the secret realm, had finally reunited under the leadership of Lu Hui from the Tiger Flame sect, comprising around 50 individuals. They had fought their way out of the forest and entered this valley, only to find themselves in an expansive grassland beset by a multitude of ferocious beasts. They were soon surrounded, and as they retreated deeper into the area, many brothers perished, though they managed to slay a considerable number of the beasts as well. Fortunately, they had not encountered further beasts on their way. However, there were still over 50 beasts remaining, all of which possessed formidable strength, with 2 of them being at the 5th level of the Zongjing realm. Thus, Lu Hui carved a bloody path for Wang Gang and his 5 companions, urging them to seek aid while he and the remaining 20 or so fought against the beasts. Yet, Wang Gang had been gone for over an hour without any sign of return, leaving everyone with a sense of foreboding. Let us not dwell on despair. Even without reinforcements, we cannot sit idly by. Fight! Lu Hui bellowed, seeing his comrades' spirits plummet. Listen to Lu Shixiang. If we must die, let us not allow these beasts to have an easy victory. Fight! If we slay one, we break even. If we slay 2, we profit. Fight! Damn it, I am a Wu Wang. If I can slay a beast of the Zongjing realm, I can boast about it. Moreover, we have already killed many. What is there to fear? Fight! Fight! With fervor ignited, the group rallied, charging towards the beasts with wild cries. The valiant spirit of these hot-blooded men was laid bare. The clash of blades rang out as they coordinated their attacks, bringing down beast after beast. Yet, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and their strength eclipsed that of Lu Hui and his companions. Though some had made breakthroughs after traversing the forest, Lu Hui had only reached the 2nd level of the Wuzong realm, while 2 others had attained the 1st level, and the rest were merely at the Wuwang realm, with the weakest at the 6th level of Wuwang. Thus, the tide soon turned, and one by one, the disciples fell victim to the beasts, their lifeblood staining the ground. Despite their coordinated formations enhancing their combat and defensive capabilities, prolonged combat led to exhaustion and numerous vulnerabilities. With a piercing scream, another disciple fell. Lu Qi? No! Lu Hui roared in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Lu Qi was his younger brother, who had qualified for the 5-nation elite tournament alongside him, now tragically devoured by the beasts. The pain of losing his brother drove Lu Hui into a frenzy. He retrieved 2 black pills from his robe and consumed them without hesitation. Instantly, his aura surged, and with a ferocious roar, he cried, "You beasts, return my brother's life." With his entire being ablaze, Lu Hui charged into the throng of beasts like a vengeful deity returned from the depths of hell. Upon witnessing Lu Hui consume the 2 pills, his comrades gasped, "Lu Shixiang, no! Those are the explosive divine pills. Lu Shixiang, do not act rashly." However, Lu Hui had already swallowed them, and with a surge of power, he leapt into the fray. The explosive divine pills were forbidden substances. Few would dare use them unless absolutely necessary. Though they could increase one's strength by 5 levels, they also dulled the mind and lasted only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Once the effect faded, the user would be left weak for a month, and even after recovery, their strength would drop a full realm. Seeing Lu Hui recklessly consume the explosive divine pills and plunge into the throng, the remaining disciples, filled with righteous fury, surged forward, weapons in hand. The battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically. Lu Hui, now at the 7th level of the Wuzong realm, fought with reckless abandon, trading injury for injury, carving a path through the beasts. "Brothers, push through this gap!" Lu Hui shouted hoarsely, his body drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was his own or that of the beasts. "Charge!" All the disciples followed Lu Hui, but the relentless beasts pursued them closely. "The situation ahead is unclear. Let us retreat back to the valley." Lu Hui, straining to maintain clarity of mind amidst the effects of the pills, urged his fellow disciples. Thus, they fought and fled, inching closer to the valley's entrance when the time limit of the pills drew near. Suddenly, Lu Hui's legs gave way, and he collapsed, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat and utterly drained. Lu Shixiang. Several disciples rushed to support him, concern etched across their faces. No, do not worry about me. You must flee. Lu Hui panted. No, we shall all leave together. Two disciples insisted, attempting to pull him along. Hurry. We have fought our way through. If we do not leave now, we will be surrounded again, Lu Hui shouted. Yet, all the disciples remained silent, tears in their eyes as they shielded Lu Hui. One even hoisted him onto his back as they retreated. You all. Lu Hui was touched yet sighed deeply. In that moment of delay, the beasts closed in around them once more. Lu Shixiang, there is no need for such sacrifice in this life. Death is inevitable. To die alongside you is a beautiful fate. Another spoke. Indeed. Ha ha ha, brothers, let us fight these beasts today. If we descend to the underworld, we shall reunite. Laughter erupted among them, and they abandoned the thought of fleeing, turning back to engage the beasts. The air was filled with the sounds of howls and cries, as more bodies fell, both beast and disciple. A scene of unspeakable horror. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his companions, having just arrived nearby, witnessed the unfolding tragedy. Brothers, it seems we shall meet in the underworld. One disciple said with a bitter smile. Only 8 of the strongest remained. With Lu Hui utterly spent, each bearing wounds while over 20 beasts still stood, the outcome now a foregone conclusion. The encircling beasts bared their fangs and charged forward, just as the 8 prepared for their final stand. A piercing howl echoed from afar, swiftly appearing between them and the beast horde. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding impacts rang out as the first 3 beasts lunged forward, sent flying and crashing to the ground, twitching before falling still. The remaining disciples stared in astonishment at the figure before them, the sunlight casting an ethereal glow that made the silhouette appear grand and majestic. When the figure turned, revealing a warm smile, the disciples gasped, Lin Fan? Lin Fan Shixiang. Ha ha ha, we are saved. Chapter 67. The eerie place. Ha ha ha. Heaven has opened its eyes. The group erupted in joyous cheers, tears streaming down their faces, the elation of survival overwhelming their hearts. Lin Fan, we never expected to encounter you. This is truly wonderful, Lu Hui said weakly. Lu Gu, do not speak further. Take this pill, rest well, and leave the rest to me, Lin Fan said, handing over a jade box. Hiss, these are exceptional gathering spirit pills, meridian opening pills, and spirit concentration pills? Fantastic. These 3 types are perfect for alleviating Lu Shixiang's after effects, especially since he has not taken them for long. These are the pills from the last alchemy competition, right? Hiss. It is said that Lin Fan won the last alchemy competition, crafting exceptional martial spirit pills. Who would have thought he would possess other exceptional pills as well? Truly a prodigy. The disciples murmured in astonishment, quickly administering the pills to Lu Hui. With Lin Fan's presence, Lu Hui felt a sense of reassurance, consuming the pills and settling down to meditate and recover. Lin Fan smiled at them before turning his attention back to the looming beasts. His expression hardening. Beasts, prepare to meet your end. The beasts, sensing his presence, huddled together, baring their teeth and growling ominously as they prepared to attack. Beasts, receive your punishment. Lin Fan's cold voice echoed as he leaped into action, charging into the beast horde like a bolt from the blue. The monstrous creatures fell one by one, their anguished cries echoing through the air. A dark figure wove effortlessly among the throng of beasts, each flicker of movement siphoning the very life force from another creature, akin to a reaper from the depths of hell, relentlessly harvesting their souls. After a few breaths, Lin Fan returned to his previous position, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes and hair billowing gracefully in the wind, exuding an air of mastery. Before him lay the once ferocious beasts, now sprawled lifeless in pools of blood, with not a single one surviving. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the scene, their mouths agape. It was worth noting that these beasts had previously driven the people here to desperation, yet with Lin Fan's arrival, they had all been dispatched in mere moments. The contrast was nothing short of staggering. The crowd's gaze toward Lin Fan transformed, filled with admiration and reverence. They had known of his strength, but never anticipated it would manifest in such godlike prowess. Let us take a moment to gather ourselves. Shortly, we shall set forth to find the others. Lin Fan observed the stunned crowd, cleared his throat, and chuckled lightly. Oh, Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable, one exclaimed. Indeed, it is fortunate you arrived. Otherwise, we might have perished here. The others chimed in, their gratitude evident, smiles spreading across their faces as the relief of survival washed over them. Following Lin Fan's suggestion, they began to recuperate. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Mu Wanqing set about severing the hearts from the fallen beasts, gathering them together to distribute among the group. As for himself, he had already amassed hundreds of hearts, so he generously shared, considering that slaying beasts was a trivial matter for him. An hour later, the group had sufficiently regained their strength. After consuming various healing potions, their wounds began to mend. Aside from Lu Hui, who still appeared somewhat weak, the others were largely unscathed. Thus, Lin Fan led the 10 of them deeper into the grasslands. Lin Fan, earlier we were surrounded. Wang Gang and 4 brothers managed to break through, hoping to find reinforcements, but they have yet to return. Seems they may have encountered danger. The path ahead might be fraught with peril. Lu Hui relayed to Lin Fan. Regardless, I must advance. There are still many from Tianwu Kingdom who have not regrouped, and I must find Song Lingshan. Lin Fan replied resolutely, his gaze fixed ahead. Lu Hui nodded silently. Originally, 125 had entered Tianwu Kingdom, and with over 20 lost and 5 having departed with Wang Gang, approximately 90 comrades remained unaccounted for. He hoped they would navigate the dangers unscathed. The group hurried forward, venturing into the depths of the grasslands. Remarkably, they encountered no beasts along the way, leading to a sense of unease among them. After 2 hours of travel, there has been no sign of beasts. Where could Wang Gang and the others have gone? One questioned. Indeed, even if they cannot find anyone, they should have returned to fight alongside us, another added. Perhaps Brother Wang has ventured further in search of help? They speculated as they continued onward. After another half hour, they arrived at a grove of trees. The group exchanged glances, their eyes turning to Lin Fan, who had become the backbone of their team. Everyone sought his counsel. Lin Fan surveyed the surroundings. Let us enter the woods, he commanded, and promptly, the group followed him into the forest. This woodland was unlike the previous. The trees were not overly dense, yet the air was thick with miasma, causing a dizzying sensation upon entry. It was evident that the miasma was toxic. Be cautious. This miasma is likely poisonous. Hold an antitoxin pill in your mouths, Lin Fan instructed, his brow furrowed. The others complied, retrieving the pills and cautiously advancing, aware that the area was not only filled with miasma, but also shrouded in fog that obscured their vision. Suddenly, a hissing sound pierced the art. Be careful. Snakes, Lin Fan shouted, swiftly discerning the source of the noise. He darted to the rear of several comrades and unleashed a flurry of strikes. With 3 resounding impacts, blood sprayed forth as 3 enormous snakes collapsed, thrashing briefly before falling still. The companions behind him were drenched in cold sweat. Traversing through a toxic, fog-laden forest was a harrowing experience. Are you all right? Lin Fan inquired. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you, Leader Lin. They responded gratefully, realizing that without him, they might have become a feast for the colossal serpents. Stay alert. This place is eerie. Do not disperse. Stay close, Lin Fan urged. The group nodded, closely following Lin Fan as they pressed onward. Hey, Leader Lin, there seems to be a commotion ahead, one sharp-eared brother suddenly exclaimed. Lin Fan listened and nodded. Stay here. I will investigate. Following the sounds of conflict, Lin Fan approached the source, observing from a distance. You shameless ruffians, what skill is there in using poison? A familiar female voice rang out. It was Song Lingshan, who appeared disheveled from a fierce battle, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. She stood poised with a long sword, flanked by several comrades from Tianwu Kingdom, glaring defiantly at a group before them. Heh, what of using poison? Our Cheng'an Kingdom is renowned for it. How would you know? A brash man taunted. Song Junior's sister, cough, don't worry about me. You all should leave and find Lin Fan. Tell him to avenge me. On the ground behind Song Lingshan lay Lu Outyin, weakly clutching his chest. Coughing violently, dark blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. It was evident he had been poisoned and gravely injured. Nearby, a dozen comrades from Tianwu Kingdom lay sprawled, also afflicted by poison, leaving only Song Lingshan and 7 others seemingly unscathed. Although they bore various injuries, opposing them stood around 40 men clad in Cheng'an Kingdom's uniform, their faces twisted with mockery as they jeered at the Tianwu Kingdom group. Initially, they had observed Lu Outyin and his companions hunting beasts. Recognizing Lu's formidable strength as he had remarkably advanced to the 7th realm of martial sovereign. Seizing the opportunity, they employed their usual tactics, utilizing the toxic environment to ensnare Lu and his comrades, leading to their current predicament. Just as they were about to claim their spoils, Song Lingshan and her companions appeared unexpectedly. Though not exceptionally powerful, they were adept at coordinated attacks, momentarily thwarting the Qing'an men. With Song having recently ascended to the third realm of martial sovereign and donning armor gifted by Lin Fan, her defenses proved formidable, rendering the attackers ineffective. Moreover, having consumed 2 demon spirit fruits, her heightened senses and wind magic allowed her to disperse their poison. Thus, the standoff persisted. However, as time passed, it became evident that only Song Lingshan and her 8 companions were barely holding their ground against over 40 foes. Slowly, her stamina waned, revealing cracks in her defense. Liu Outyin, clinging to consciousness, urged Song Lingshan to flee and save herself. "I cannot abandon you," she insisted, her resolute nature shining through. Deep down, she thought, "Lin Fan, perhaps I shall perish here today. I hope you will remember me always." With that thought, her determination solidified, gripping her sword tighter. "Are you still willing to fight? Beautiful, you truly fail to grasp the situation. Ha ha, if you seek death, I shall grant it." The apparent leader of the opposing group sneered, his expression chilling. Seeing that their strength was waning, he waved his hand decisively. "Brothers, charge, capture the woman, slay the rest." Frustrated by the unexpected interference, the Qing'an men surged forward. Weapons drawn. "Hemph! If you wish to kill us, you must possess the skill. Even in death, we shall not grant you an easy victory." Song Lingshan huffed defiantly, drawing her sword and swiftly dispatching 2 of the advancing foes. The clash of weapons resounded as Song Lingshan and her companions strained against the onslaught. A comrade fell, injured and crying out in agony. "Watch out, junior sister Song," Liu Outyin shouted, panic evident in his voice. As 5 men circled behind her, preparing to strike. "Humph! You think to ambush me? Dream on." Song Lingshan's figure vanished abruptly, leaving the assailants bewildered and without a target. Immediately, Song Lingshan's figure re-emerged, having circled behind the 5 individuals. With a swift motion, she thrust her 5 swords, piercing through each of them with lethal precision. "Be cautious. This woman is peculiar," exclaimed the leader of the Shengangwo contingent urgently, having acquired the ability to become invisible. Song Lingshan could vanish and reappear at will, akin to a phantom in the shadows, eluding capture. "Surround her. Tighten the encirclement and see where she can hide." The leader commanded once more, and in response, over 20 disciples formed a tight circle. Advancing towards Song Lingshan, a look of anxiety crossed her face as she observed the disciples of Shengangwo drawing closer, effectively encircling her. Though she possessed the power of invisibility, it was futile if surrounded. Once the encirclement closed in, her invisibility would be of no use. If 20 individuals struck simultaneously, she would be defenseless, especially considering many present were formidable martial artists. Panic gripped Song Lingshan as she sought an escape route. Realizing that 3 of her 7 companions had already fallen, leaving 4 to struggle against the onslaught. "Everyone, tighten the encirclement. This woman is growing desperate. Steady yourselves and trap her. Do not allow her to break free." The leader bellowed again. The disciples of Shengangwo, heeding his command, coordinated their efforts. As Song Lingshan attempted to break through in one direction, others swiftly moved to obstruct her path, while those behind her seized the opportunity to strike. This left Song Lingshan in a state of turmoil, her defenses weakening as she inadvertently tore her garments in the fray. She stumbled backward, steeling herself for the impending confrontation. "Junior sister Song, you must flee. Seek out Lin Fan and have him avenge me," Liu Outyin gasped, struggling to rise despite the poison coursing through his veins and his grievous injuries, determined to hold off 2 attackers to grant Song Lingshan a chance to escape. "Get lost, you worthless fool. You're barely clinging to life and still making noise. I'll send you on your way." One of the assailants kicked Liu Outyin in the chest, sending him flying, before raising his weapon to strike. "Brother Liu," Song Lingshan cried out, desperate to assist him, but was simultaneously blocked by 4 others, rendering her unable to break free, her anxiety mounting. With a sickening cough, Liu Outyin landed, spewing dark blood. Seeing the approaching assailant, he erupted into a wild laugh. "Ha! You rabble can only engage in cowardly tricks. Come on, I'll return as a hero even in death." A slap resounded as the attacker mockingly retorted, "You think you can die a hero? I'll ensure you leave this world in pieces. Curse you, just wait. When Lin Fan arrives, you will all meet your end," Liu Outyin declared, having revered Lin Fan as his idol ever since their encounter on the airship. "Lin Fan? What a joke. If he shows up, I'll still slay him," the assailant scoffed, bringing his weapon down. "No!" Song Lingshan shrieked. "Brother Lu, stop, you beast!" The others shouted in unison, their voices filled with urgency. Chapter 69. The demon Lu Outyin closed his eyes, bracing for the impending blow, yet a smile graced his lips, confident that Lin Fan would avenge him and that these scoundrels would tremble under Lin Fan's wrath. However, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated strike never came. Confused, he opened his eyes to find a familiar figure standing before him, fingers pinching the very blade aimed at him. Looking back with a smile, Lin Fan. Tears streamed down Lu Outyin's face. For he had never admired anyone until now. Throughout his life, he had never shed a tear, regardless of hardship or injury. Yet now, he wept, overwhelmed with emotion. "Finally, you've come. Lin Fan, kill them all. Annihilate these scoundrels." After his moment of excitement, he began to roar, summoning every ounce of strength to scream, tears flowing unabated. Just moments ago, he had felt utterly humiliated, believing he would leave this world in disgrace, but now, with Lin Fan's arrival, he yearned for vengeance. "All right. How do you want them to die?" Lin Fan inquired, his smile betraying a simmering anger beneath. Despite their brief acquaintance, Lu Outyin's straightforwardness and passion for martial arts had endeared him to Lin Fan. And witnessing his suffering at the hands of these ruffians ignited a fierce indignation within him. Coupled with the sight of his beloved Song Lingshan, her garments torn and disheveled, his fury reached a boiling point. "I want these scoundrels to die without a grave, to be annihilated." Lu Outyin shouted with his last reserves of strength, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Very well, I shall grant your wish," Lin Fan nodded. Then turned his attention to the disciple still attempting to wield his weapon against him. The disciple's blade was caught between Lin Fan's fingers, immovable. Startled, the burly man attempted to assert dominance, barking, "You think you can cause a stir all alone? Let go of me, Ant!" Lin Fan spat dismissively, applying pressure until, snap, the blade shattered under his grip. With the broken pieces, he casually gestured in the air. The disciple, initially shocked by the destruction of his weapon, began to curse, "You think you can scare me with your tricks?" But before he could finish, a horrifying scream erupted as his body exploded into pieces. "Who is next?" Lin Fan's voice resonated ominously. Eyes ablaze with fury, before anyone could react, he vanished, reappearing beside Song Lingshan, and with a sweeping motion, bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts echoed as the three closest assailants were sent flying, bursting midair, blood and flesh scattering in a gruesome display. "Are you unharmed?" Lin Fan gently brushed a strand of Song Lingshan's disheveled hair aside, his voice tender. "Yes, I am fine. Thankfully, you arrived in time, but regrettably, a few companions have perished," she replied, sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. "Do not worry. I will make them pay 100-fold. He embraced Song Lingshan before turning to face the leader of the Shengengwo disciples, extending his hand as a chilling voice commanded. "Bring forth the antidote." "Ha! You seek the antidote? Are you out of your mind? After killing our disciples, you still dare to ask for it? If you wish for it, it is not impossible. Kneel and call me grandfather 3 times. Then sever your own meridians, and I shall grant you the antidote and spare your lives," the man sneered. Although he was taken aback by Lin Fan's strength, he believed that since many of his comrades were poisoned and he alone held the antidote, he could leverage it to intimidate Lin Fan. "Fool!" Lin Fan's response was devoid of emotion, met with derisive laughter. Just as the man prepared to unleash a torrent of insults, he suddenly noticed Lin Fan had vanished once more, only to reappear beside him, reaching out with intent. "Ah!" the man shrieked, attempting to evade, but Lin Fan's speed was unmatched, capturing him by the throat effortlessly. "Antidote. Do not make me ask a 3rd time." Lin Fan's icy gaze bore into him, applying just enough pressure to render the man's face purple as he struggled for breath. The antidote. "Here, take it," the man stammered, hastily producing the antidote and offering it. Lin Fan accepted it with one hand, inspecting it for authenticity before tossing it to Song Lingshan. "Lingshan, administer the antidote." She nodded and rushed to the prostrate forms of Lu Outyin and others, administering the antidote one by one. After a brief interval, the group began to regain consciousness, and Lu Outyin's complexion visibly improved. Seeing that the antidote had indeed worked, Lin Fan turned his gaze back to the man he had captured. "Master, I have given you the antidote. Please, spare me," the man pleaded, trembling in fear. Snap! What ensued was the ominous sound of a cervical fracture. Yet, The spectacle was far from over. Lin Fan hurled the lifeless body of the individual into the air. And with a casual swipe of his palm, a resounding boom echoed. The corpse detonated, showering the area with a rain of blood. To my astonishment, the scattered blood was crimson, contrary to my expectation of it being black. Lin Fan grinned wickedly, then turned his gaze towards the other disciples of Qing Nation nearby. Chapter 70. A prime spot for experience points. Goodness, he is a demon. What the hell? Brother Liu was a 6th-level martial sovereign, and he met his end just like that? This is utterly grotesque. How are we supposed to fight now? Mother, I want to go home. This place is too terrifying. At this moment, the disciples of Qing Nation erupted in panic. Their faces etched with terror as they beheld Lin Fan advancing towards them step by step. The will to fight had completely evaporated, having witnessed 2 martial sovereigns perish in an instant with their bodies unrecognizable. Their hearts were gripped by fear, and they screamed in horror, desperately attempting to flee. Did I permit your escape? Lin Fan bellowed, unleashing the power of the tremor fruit for the first time. With a mere gesture towards the disciples of Qing Nation, the space around them suddenly solidified, then shattered like glass without warning. Watching the disciples disintegrate into pieces, even the numerous disciples from Tianwu Nation inhaled sharply. What sort of skill is this? Wow, this senior brother Lin Fan is incredibly powerful. Could it be that this is the space technique? I believe I just witnessed the shattering of that very space. So cool, senior brother Lin Fan is simply magnificent. Lu Outyin looked at the recent scene with a mix of admiration and despair. Chuckling bitterly, with such strength, I doubt I could ever match even a fraction of him in my lifetime. My admiration for him only grows. He truly embodies a formidable genius. Reflecting on the recent days when I could at least hold my own against him, I now felt a wave of insignificance wash over me. Yet, as a martial enthusiast, it wasn't long before the flames of battle reignited in my eyes. Lin Fan, you are my lifelong goal. Although I know I can never catch up to your pace, I will strive even harder to not fall behind. After dispatching the rabble from Qing Nation, Lin Fan approached Lu Outyin and the others. You all recuperate for a moment. Once you're ready, we shall set forth again. There are still some brothers waiting. I will go fetch them. The group stifled their joy from surviving and their earlier shock, sitting cross-legged to take medicinal pills and begin their recovery. Lin Fan also went to summon Lu Hui and the others, instructing them to rest and recuperate as well. Observing them close their eyes to recover, Lin Fan approached Song Lingshan. Have you been well these past few days? Yes, after entering, I encountered several of our companions, and together we managed to slay about 10 magical beasts. Not long ago, I also met Brother Liu and the others. I am glad you arrived in time, or else. As she spoke, Song Lingshan chuckled. Hee, I too am grateful for my timely arrival. The people of Qing Nation are indeed despicable. I encountered a few on the road earlier. But fortunately, after consuming the demon spirit fruit, my wind-based abilities were enhanced, allowing me to sense their ambush and avoid their poison. Song Lingshan replied with a smile. Lin Fan wrapped his arm around her and sat down gently, and Song Lingshan leaned against him, the two sharing their experiences from the past few days. Nearby, Mu Wanqing watched their figures with a tinge of envy, feeling inexplicably bittersweet. Several hours later, everyone gradually regained their energy and stood up. Lin Fan, thank you so much this time. Lu Outyin expressed sincerely. There's no need for formalities. We are a team, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Since you are all feeling better, let us set off and strive to hunt more magical beasts. How many have you all managed to slay? Not many. There are about a dozen of us here, and we probably hunted over 30 beasts, Lu Outyin stated. We 8 have only managed a few. Song Lingshan added. All right, Lu Hui, Mu Wanqing, please distribute the hearts we collected evenly among everyone. Afterwards, we'll continue hunting, aiming for each person to secure 100 beasts, thus ensuring our qualifications to advance, Lin Fan casually declared. 100 beasts each? The others looked at Lin Fan in astonishment, while only Lu Hui and his group, having witnessed Lin Fan's speed in slaying magical beasts, regarded it as a matter of course. The others could hardly fathom it. After all, they had struggled immensely to barely defeat a few dozen magical beasts, and these creatures were all above the level of martial realm. If divided, each person would end up with merely a handful. Now, Lin Fan was suggesting that each individual receive 100 beasts, which amounted to 3,000 magical beasts. Let us go, brothers, stop dawdling. Lin Degu is exceedingly fierce. Lu Hui's group jested, urging the stunned individuals. Lin Fan smiled and, having pinpointed their direction, led them onward. Indeed, the magical beasts in this misty forest were plentiful. As Lin Fan forged ahead, the others huddled closely behind him. Before long, they had slain over 100 magical beasts. With Lin Fan insisting on delivering the final blows, requiring little effort from the others. Observing Lin Fan's relentless ferocity, the group could not help but sigh in admiration. Truly, he was a prodigy. These magical beasts were not akin to those in the outer beast forests. Each possessed formidable strength. Were it anyone else, they would likely struggle to kill even a few in half a day. Yet with Lin Fan present, they had slain over 100 magical beasts in just 2 short hours, and the others hardly needed to lift a finger. If an ordinary person were to engage in such a prolonged battle, they would have long succumbed to exhaustion. In contrast, Lin Fan appeared to grow more invigorated with each kill. Experience points were rapidly accumulating. In no time, he would level up. How could he not rejoice? Moreover, he had looted over 44th grade bloodlines of varying ranks. The more he killed, the more exhilarating it became. This was a treasure trove of experience points, and he felt immensely pleased. The secret realm was indeed a marvelous place. A prime location for racking up experience. In preparation for the battles ahead, Lin Fan generously allowed his companions to fuse with these bloodlines, thereby enhancing their overall strength. He also distributed some high-tier techniques he had acquired from the magical beasts among them, instructing them to practice during their evening rest. After all, for most, high-tier techniques were rare treasures, and everyone was overjoyed, expressing their gratitude profusely. As for techniques of Earth grade and above, Lin Fan reserved them for Song Lingshan, Lu Outyin, and Lu Hui, keeping the rest for future fusion of skills. After 2 days of hunting, at last, by midday on the second day, Lin Fan achieved another breakthrough, reaching the 3rd level of Martial Sovereign. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Fan couldn't help but revel in the satisfaction. Each level up felt akin to a luxurious massage, every cell in his body brimming with delight. He clenched his fist, muscles taut with explosive strength, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he nodded in approval, ready to continue his slaughter. Time flowed like water, and after nearly half a month of relentless hunting, each member of the group had received 100 magical beast hearts, their faces radiant with joy. During this period, not only did they benefit from the hearts, but each individual had also fused Lin Fan's bloodlines. Coupled with the month of training, resulting in breakthroughs of 2 to 3 tiers in their realms. Among the 30-strong team, the weakest now stood at the 7th level of Martial King, while most had ascended to the 1st level of Martial Sovereign. Song Lingshan and Lu Hui reached the 3rd level of Martial Sovereign, while Lu Outyin made a remarkable leap to the 8th level, advancing 3 tiers in one go. Chapter 71. A mischievous spirit in these past 2 weeks. It wasn't just Lu Outyin and the others who made breakthroughs. Lin Fan too achieved a significant milestone, reaching the 4th level of Martial Sovereign. Satisfied with his burgeoning power, he opened his interface. Player, Lin Fan, level, 4th level of Martial Sovereign. Experience points, 50, 5092, 8600 987, 6877, 5400. Skill, Devouring Heaven's Secret Art. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lin Fan felt a twinge of pride. In less than a year since his arrival in this realm, his growth had been commendable. Upon noticing his explosive value, Lin Fan pondered. It had been ages since he had utilized it, and it was time to find a high-level magical beast to test it on. Lest it go to waste. Why have we not encountered anyone after traversing this path for half a month? Have we lost our way? Surely Wang Gang and his group must have emerged by now, heading in this direction too. Why have we yet to cross paths? Indeed, even if something went awry, we should have seen some remnants of bodies or bones along the way. Strange. Hey, everyone, look. We are about to exit the misty forest. The group, engaged in discussion, turned their gaze towards the speaker's direction and indeed spotted a bright light ahead, the mist thinning considerably in that area. Let us go, Lin Fan called out, leading the way. Before long, they crossed through a layer of glowing mist, stepping out of the fog-laden forest. Breathing in the fresh air that greeted them, everyone tilted their heads back, reveling in the moment. Ha! We have finally escaped this wretched forest. Indeed, I nearly perished in there. In recent days, everyone has been traversing through the fog-laden woods, permeated with the noxious miasma, even resorting to holding a purification pill in their mouths while eating. It has been quite stifling. And now that they have emerged, they are all exuberantly celebrating. Look over there, a small stream. The crowd followed the direction of the voice and indeed spotted a stream. Ha! It has been ages since I had a proper wash. Come on, brothers. With that, everyone rushed towards the water. You should go wash up upstream as well. I'll keep watch for you, Lin Fan said with a smile to Song Lingshan. She nodded obediently and, along with Mu Wanqing, headed towards the upper reaches of the stream, while Lin Fan began to set up a fire in the middle of the stream. During their time in the foggy forest, they had not enjoyed a proper meal, merely subsisting on hasty snacks. Now that they were finally out, it was time to reward their bodies with a hearty feast. Having previously been a scout, Lin Fan was no stranger to outdoor barbecuing, and with his newfound ability to control flames thanks to the flame fruit, he was quite the expert. He took out the leg meat of the magical beasts he had collected earlier, along with some spices, and began to grill them. Before long, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. "Wow, that smells incredible!" a melodious female voice exclaimed unexpectedly. Startled, Lin Fan turned to find a young girl clad in purple perched on a nearby large rock. She had a sweet visage and a playful aura, appearing to be around 16, similar in age to Song Ling Shan. With her eyes closed, she was inhaling the fragrant scent of the meat, utterly entranced. "Hey handsome, your barbecued meat smells amazing. It's unlike any I've ever encountered," the girl said playfully. Lin Fan gazed at her in surprise. His current prowess was far from that of a novice, and his perception was keen, yet he hadn't sensed her approach. This girl must possess exceptional skills. Even if her strength was inferior to his, her ability to conceal her presence was undoubtedly top tier. Noticing Lin Fan's cautious demeanor, she chuckled and casually introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Su Mei Air from the Tianlong Kingdom. I mean no harm. I've been alone here for many days and haven't had a decent meal. Your barbecue's aroma lured me over." She then put on a pitiful expression, though her eyes were fixated on the dripping meat. "Hello, we are from the Tianwu Kingdom. If you're hungry and don't mind, please join us," Lin Fan replied with a smile, sensing no ill intent from her. How can I impose?" She feigned reluctance, yet her cheerful demeanor revealed her eagerness as she approached Lin Fan, rubbing her hands together hungrily. Lin Fan chuckled, slicing a generous piece of meat and handing it to Su Mei Air. "Thank you. Hee, you're such a nice guy," she exclaimed before eagerly devouring the meat. Lin Fan was astonished by her appetite. Despite her petite stature, she consumed the food with astonishing speed, finishing the large piece in mere moments. This is delicious. What did you put on it? It's so sweet and tender," Su Mei Air asked, licking her fingers after finishing. "I added a bit of honey and some homemade spices. Do you like it? If so, feel free to have more," Lin Fan smiled, offering another piece. Then I won't hold back," Su Mei Air said as she took the meat, her lips covered in grease, a look of pure enjoyment on her face. "Lin Gu, this is so fragrant. Who is this lovely lady?" At that moment, the disciples who had gone to wash came over, drawn by the aroma of the barbecue. "Oh, this is our friend from the Tianlong Kingdom, Su Mei Air," Lin Fan introduced her while presenting her to the disciples of Tianwu Kingdom. After exchanging greetings, they all settled down to enjoy the feast together. "Ha, Lin Gu, this meat is truly delectable. Indeed, it's simply the best barbecue I've ever tasted." The crowd was full of praise. That's because you all haven't had a proper meal in a while, making it taste particularly delicious," Lin Fan replied with a grin. Just then, Song Ling Shan and Mu Wanqing, having finished washing up, approached. Upon seeing Lin Fan with a young beauty, Song Ling Shan cast a curious glance at him. This is Su Mei Air from the Tianlong Kingdom, who happened to pass by and was drawn in by the aroma of the barbecue," Lin Fan explained with a smile. He then introduced Su Mei Air to Song Ling Shan and Mu Wanqing. The three girls exchanged nods, but Su Mei Air exclaimed, "Wow, sister, you're so beautiful." Thank you. You're quite lovely yourself," Song Ling Shan replied, moving to sit beside Lin Fan. Lin Fan handed her a freshly grilled piece of leg meat. "Eat up, this is just off the grill. Best enjoyed hot." Song Ling Shan smiled as she accepted it. Su Mei Air observed the tenderness between them and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, sister, are you Lin Gu's woman?" Coughing, Song Ling Shan nearly choked on her bite of meat at the unexpected question. Seeing her flustered, Su Mei Air nodded sagely. I guessed right. Lin Fan and Song Ling Shan exchanged amused glances and laughed. By the way, Su Mei Air, why are you alone here?" Lin Fan inquired after a while. "Well, I got separated from my companions. I stumbled upon a powerful magical beast and, unable to fight it, I had to flee. In the chaos, we scattered," Su Mei Air said, tearing off a piece of meat and speaking with her mouth full. "Oh, a powerful magical beast? Where did you see it?" Lin Fan's interest piqued. He was eager to find a formidable opponent to test his skills. "It's to the east of this stream, in a valley. It's a tiger-like magical beast, probably at the 3rd level of martial sovereign," Su Mei Air explained, eyeing Lin Fan with excitement. Lin Gu, you're not thinking of going there, are you? Please don't. Although it seems to be at the martial sovereign level, its innate skill is quite monstrous. It can control fire. I nearly got burned last time. Thankfully, I was quick on my feet. Oh? It can control fire? How intriguing. I would love to meet it. Lin Fan chuckled, his eyes gleaming at the prospect. Lin Gu, you must be cautious. That beast's flames are incredibly hot. Even mid-grade profound weapons can melt instantly. You may look formidable, but you're no match for it. Su Mei Er warned seriously. Oh, hee, but I still want to pay it a visit, Lin Fan replied with determination. Just recently, 2 teams tried to hunt that beast. And within a TS time, over 60 people were incinerated, including 3 disciples at the 9th level of Martial Sovereign. Even their combined formations were no match for it, Su Mei Er recounted gravely. By the way, Miss Su, have you seen anyone dressed like us along the way? Lu Hui interjected. Su Mei Er glanced at his uniform, tilted her head in thought and replied, I think I saw 8 people dressed similarly to you. 5 men and 3 women, but it was several days ago. They seemed to be with some people from the Chang'an Kingdom, no? What did the 5 men look like? Lu Hui pressed on. Well, one wasn't he very tall and had a somewhat suspicious demeanor. Don't take offense. That's just the impression I got. One of them had a goatee, and I think someone called him Wang Gang. She answered. What? Wang Gang? They were with the Chang'an Kingdom. Have they been captured? Lu Hui exclaimed. Not exactly. They seem to be getting along quite well, laughing and chatting, Su Mei Er said, munching on her barbecue. The group frowned, puzzled by this revelation. Where did they go? Lu Hui asked again. They headed in the direction of that beast, but I have no idea if they are alive or dead. It's been 2 days. Su Mei Er replied. Lin Gu, should we go check it out? Lu Hui asked, still worried. All right, once we finish eating, we'll head over. I'm eager to meet the beast that Su Mei Er mentioned. Lin Fan nodded. Seeing Lin Fan's unwavering determination to confront the powerful beast, Su Mei Er could only shake her head in resignation. Sigh, I've warned you for ages, yet you still intend to go. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you. After all, I'm familiar with the area, and it's a way to repay you for this meal. Hee. Lin Fan smiled, and everyone continued to feast. After a while, once they were all satisfied and organized, they followed Su Mei Er towards the eastern side of the stream. The journey was surprisingly peaceful, with not a single trace of magical beasts in sight. Perhaps the presence of a powerful magical beast in the vicinity kept the lower-tier beasts at bay, as they generally maintained territorial boundaries within their claimed domains. That moment, a valley unfolded before their eyes. Where 2 groups of individuals were confronting each other. Wooly, you might as well save your breath and stop wasting your energy. Dio, you really think you can still struggle in your current state? What a joke. You lot are nothing but beasts. Wang Gang, you traitor. How dare you conspire with Chang'an against us? Wuli's voice rang out. Wuli, those who recognize the situation are wise. It is merely your own inability to discern reality that has led you here. Hee. With the poison coursing through your veins, do you really believe you can contend with brother Yuan Lin? Wang Gang sneered, while simultaneously flattering Yuan Lin, the leader aligned with Chang'an. You will suffer a most unfortunate fate for betraying your own comrades. If the leader of Xianyun's sect learns of your treachery, there will be no place for you to stand. Another companion from Tianwu Kingdom interjected. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you. Instead, you should be pondering how you will meet your end shortly. Wang Gang retorted, his expression one of defiance, as if impervious to the impending doom. Wuli, surrender the Bodhi fruit you have obtained, and I may still grant you the antidote to save your companions. I will even return these few Xianyun sect maidens to you. Yuan Lin chuckled. Though I must admit, I have grown rather fond of their company these past few days. Their service has been quite pleasurable. However, should you give us what we desire, I will release them and provide you with the antidote. What say you, Wu, save us? A few pitiful cries echoed from the crowd of Chang'an's followers. 3 female disciples of Xianyun's sect appeared, their garments tattered, exposing fair skin and disheveled hair, clearly having endured severe mistreatment. They were presently screaming for help, their expressions filled with terror as they were subjected to inhumane abuse. What are you wailing about? Did you not scream enough last night, you shameless harlots? One of the disciples nearby approached with a lewd grin, delivering a slap to the maidens and groping them, eliciting another round of terrified screams. Witnessing their tragic plight, Wu Li's jaw clenched, and his fists tightened in anger, cursing himself for having fallen into Wang Gang's trap alongside his companions, resulting in over 40 of them being poisoned, leaving only himself and 5 others unscathed. Seeing Wu Li hesitating, Yuan Lin furrowed his brow and commanded his followers, tear off their clothes and ensure they serve our young master Wu well. encouraging him to make a prompt decision. Understood, boss. The disciples laughed lewdly, turning to approach the maidens. Stop. Chapter 73. A change of heart. Upon witnessing Yuan Lin's command for his subordinates to engage in such depraved acts, Wu Li shouted vehemently, I will give you the Bodhi fruit. Just release them. Excellent. Now you are speaking sense. Toss the fruit over here. Yuan Lin replied with a smirk. Once I have the fruit, I shall release them and provide you with the antidote. How do I know you will keep your word? I want the antidote first, Wu Li stated firmly. Do not test my patience. Your companions cannot hold out much longer. You have no choice now. Rest assured, once I receive the fruit, I will release them and provide you with the antidote. Yuan Lin assured him confidently. After much deliberation, Wu Li reluctantly bowed his head and tossed the recently acquired Bodhi fruit to Yuan Lin. Yuan Lin greedily caught the fruit and burst into laughter. It is worth noting that the Bodhi fruit is a remarkable item, the main ingredient for the divine pill known as Bodhi God Pill. This pill is exceedingly potent, capable of instantly elevating individuals below the martial emperor rank by 5 levels without any side effects, and most importantly, it can evolve the user's bloodline to a pseudo-3rd rank, ensuring a smooth ascent to martial emperor. Previously, Yuan Lin had merely stumbled upon Wang Gang and his crew in the misty forest. Under pressure, Wang Gang had willingly submitted, becoming his lackey, and successfully lured 3 disciples from Xianyun's sect into becoming Yuan Lin's playthings. Days prior, they had encountered Wu Li's group battling a beast equivalent to the 9th level of the martial sect, ultimately defeating it and discovering the Bodhi root, from which 10 ripe Bodhi fruits were harvested. Yuan Lin had been tempted by the sight, yet upon witnessing Wu Li's formidable strength, which matched his own, he recognized that, as a royal offspring, Wu Li wielded superior techniques. Thus, he resorted to the old trick, sending Wang Gang and his cohorts to ensnare them, successfully poisoning over 40 of Wu Li's disciples. Wu Li, I have given you the Bodhi fruit. Can I now receive the antidote and see them freed? Wu Li demanded, noticing Yuan Lin's laughter without any sign of releasing the captives. Ha! Did you really think I would keep my promise? You are quite naive. I have not yet had my fill of these maidens. How could I let them go? As for the antidote, I am afraid I only possess the materials to concoct it, and I have yet to refine the antidote pill. Perhaps, once we exit, I can have my sect's elder brew it for you? But who knows if they can hold on until then? Yuan Lin scoffed dismissively. You dare deceive me? You seek death? Wu Li erupted in fury, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. Humph! Do you truly think a few of you can create any waves? Brothers, let us go. It's their turn, Yuan Lin commanded, and all his men surged forward, attacking Wu Li and his companions. Wu Li plunged into the fray, striking left and right with his sword, executing each attack with precision, causing blood to bloom with each thrust. Even if his foes did not fall immediately, they were left injured and reeling, displaying his ferocity. Humph! Everyone, attack! Seeing the situation unfold, Yuan Lin also joined the fray, and Wu Li found himself under immense pressure. As Yuan Lin was of equal strength, at that moment, Wang Gang and his 5 companions stealthily approached the poisoned Wu Zixuan, who was among the injured disciples, holding a knife to his throat. Wu Li, stop! Wang Gang shouted, forcing Wu Li to halt mid-attack. Turning to see Wu Zixuan being held hostage, his face a disturbing shade of purple-black from the poison. You? Release him, Wu Li bellowed. Wu Zixuan and Wu Li were brothers. Having trained together since childhood, both selected as elite members of the royal family to participate in the upcoming competition in Supreme City. Their bond was profound. Once, in their youth, Wu Zixuan had risked his life to shield Wu Li from a lethal blow, nearly losing his own life in the process. Therefore, Wu Zixuan's life was far more precious to Wu Li than his own. Release him? Then you must sever your own meridians, and I will let him go. Wang Gang sneered. Although Wang Gang was also an elite of the royal family, he had always been overshadowed by the 2 brothers. Having harbored deep-seated resentment, he saw this as an opportunity to curry favor with Yuan Lin while eliminating the 2 brothers. You? Wu Li's fury escalated. Wu Li, don't. Just go. Save yourself. Wu Zixuan gasped, mustering his remaining strength to shout. Slap! Wang Gang struck him across the face. Shut up, useless. You're near death. Save your breath. Wang Gang, you cowardly traitor. Do you think betraying us will lead to a favorable end? They will merely treat you as a dog. Wu Li roared, his eyes blazing red as he confronted Wang Gang. Get on your knees if you want him to live. Wang Gang fumed, his eyes wild with rage. Will you kneel or not? Seeing Wu Li's in action, Wang Gang pressed the knife closer to Wu Zixuan's throat, blood oozing from the wound. I kneel. Wu Li finally relented. His fists clenched tightly as he slowly bent down to the ground. Do not. You mustn't. I am a dying man. You cannot tarnish the honor of Tianwu dynasty. Wu Zixuan screamed, yet his voice was weak. In a desperate act, he tilted his head toward the blade, attempting to end his own life to spare his brother the humiliation. No? Wu Li cried out in horror at Wu Zixuan's intent. Bang, however, Wu Zixuan was too weak, and Wang Gang swiftly pulled the blade away, kicking Wu Zixuan to the ground and pinning him down, pressing the blade to the back of his head. How dare you attempt to die? You thought it would be so easy? Turning back to Wu Li, Wang Gang warned, my patience is limited. If you do not kneel soon, I will send him on his way. Wu Li halted, rooted to the spot. His eyes bloodshot as he glared at Wang Gang, gritting his teeth. Wang Gang, you will meet a most unfortunate end. Chapter 74. Scattering like birds and beasts. Get on your knees. Wang Gang raised his blade. Ready to strike. I kneel. Wu Li shouted, as the moment approached. Wang Gang's face contorted into a sinister grin. Do not kneel. A voice rang out, and suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, grasping the arm of the kneeling Wu Li. It's you? Wang Gang exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Fan, who had swiftly arrived after discerning the situation. Wang Gang then hoisted the fallen Wu Zixuan to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front while pressing a blade against the latter's throat. Lin Fan, I acknowledge your prowess, but this is an affair of our royal family. I hope you refrain from meddling. Let us coexist peacefully. Lin Fan, however, did not spare him a glance and instead surveyed the 3 female disciples of the Inter-sect bound amongst Yuan Lin's group of over 60. Upon noticing their disheveled appearance, his brow furrowed, and a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. Damn it. I told you so. Wang Gang seethed, feeling utterly humiliated as Lin Fan ignored him completely. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he felt a tremor in Lin Fan's figure, followed by a resounding slap against his face, propelling him skyward in a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground. What just happened? Wang Gang's bewilderment was palpable. Is this lunatic out of his mind? The onlookers gaped in astonishment at Wang Gang's unexpected flight, utterly confused as to how it had transpired, for Lin Fan had merely flickered in their view. In reality, Lin Fan's speed had been such that he had delivered a swift slap to Wang Gang before returning to his original position, rendering him invisible to their eyes. That moment. Yuan Lin furrowed his brow, for he had reached the 9th tier of martial cultivation. Although he had not witnessed Lin Fan's actions, his instincts informed him that the attack must have originated from Lin Fan. Silently, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan, his hand subtly reaching towards the Chinquan pouch at his waist. Lin Fan's eyes then shifted to Yuan Lin, and in an instant, he appeared within 5 meters of him. Sneering, I advise you against such futile actions, Yuan Lin shuddered, realizing that despite his cautious approach, Lin Fan had detected his every move. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and continued to rummage through his pouch, extracting a handful of dark, powdery substance and flinging it towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, watch out for his poison, Wu Li shouted anxiously. However, it was too late. The toxic powder settled upon Lin Fan. Ha ha ha, though your strength is formidable, I didn't expect you to be so overconfident, leaving yourself utterly defenseless. Now that you've been struck by my black wind powder, let us see if you can still stand. Yuan Lin laughed triumphantly. He had not anticipated the ease with which he had managed to douse Lin Fan in the poison, which acted quickly to infiltrate the skin, blood, and internal organs, effectively sealing his power and rendering him incapable of resistance. Yet Lin Fan remained icy and unyielding, gazing at Yuan Lin with a derisive smile. Trash, do you truly believe such a feeble tactic could restrain me? Devour. With a commanding shout, all the black powder on Lin Fan's body was swiftly absorbed, and the black wind powder that had entered his system transformed into a source of nourishment through the operation of the devouring sky secret technique. In a single breath, Lin Fan stepped forward once more, his aura erupting with overwhelming force, compelling Yuan Lin and his companions to stagger backward in retreat. Impossible! Yuan Lin shouted in shock as he beheld Lin Fan. Unscathed and unyielding, the efficacy of his black wind powder, which had never failed him before, seemed to have vanished against Lin Fan's indomitable presence. How can this be? You should be incapacitated. Panic seized Yuan Lin as he had never encountered such an anomaly. Onward, destroy him. After regaining his composure, Yuan Lin retreated hastily, urging his companions to charge at Lin Fan. Yet, the others remained frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. You heard him. Attack together. Finish him, Yuan Lin bellowed, drawing a profound blade as he rallied his comrades for a collective assault. Charge! Let us eliminate him, they cried, emboldened by numbers. He is but a single individual. What do we have to fear? With an air of disdain. Lin Fan derided them. You pitiful insects, today, I shall use you to test my fusion technique. 5 elements Thunder Dragon Palm. As he spoke, Lin Fan's aura transformed, radiating a formidable, steel-like pressure that surged forth as he advanced. With a single, sweeping motion, he unleashed the first stance of the dragon subduing 18 palms. Kong Long Yu Hui. Yet, through the fusion, while the posture remained unchanged, the dragon-shaped illusion that manifested was far more vivid, shimmering with radiant colors and crackling with electricity. The sudden appearance of the colossal dragon illusion, solid as reality and glowing brilliantly, sent the disciples of Cheng and Guo into a state of sheer panic, causing them to falter in their advance. However, once the technique was unleashed, there was no escape. The vibrant Thunder Dragon S phantom surged through their ranks, and in mere moments, all were frozen in place, their expressions of terror and confusion rendered immobile. Seeing this, Lin Fan smiled, muttering, "Indeed, it has a paralyzing effect." Those struck by the 5 elements Thunder Dragon Palm found themselves immobilized for 3 seconds. As the paralysis wore off, the 60 or so disciples of Cheng and Guo began to collapse one after another, with many succumbing to death, leaving only 8 survivors, all of whom were at least at the 3rd tier of martial cultivation. Though alive, they were severely injured, clutching their chests in shock as they regarded Lin Fan with disbelief. What is happening? This cannot be real. He is a monster, they exclaimed in horror. Mother, I want to go home. This is too terrifying. Is he even human? He just wiped out over 50 of us. The remaining 8, terror-stricken, began to wail, with 2 of the more cowardly even soiling themselves in fear. By heaven, Lin Degu is becoming increasingly formidable. One remarked, "What is this skill? I've never heard of it before. Indeed, it's astonishing. The Dragoness illusion is simply magnificent. Did you not see how those fools were paralyzed for seconds after being struck by Lin Degu's Thunder Dragon? Lin Degu, if I were a woman, I would certainly marry you. You are so dashing. You are hideous. Even if you turned into a woman, Lin Degu would not look your way. Get lost. You simply lack appreciation. I call this inner beauty." The crowd was captivated by Lin Fan's fusion technique, the 5 elements Thunder Dragon Palm, discussing it fervently. Meanwhile, Su Mei-er's eyes sparkled with excitement. She could have easily dispatched the rabble herself, but she had opted to observe for entertainment, intending to intervene only if Lin Fan faltered, thus repaying him for the earlier barbecued eye. In truth, Su Mei-er possessed the strength of the 2nd tier of martial sovereign, making it a simple task to slay these opponents. However, she had not anticipated Lin Fan's astonishing prowess and the grandeur of his techniques, which she had never encountered before, leading to her current starry-eyed admiration. As Lin Fan stepped slowly towards the remaining 8, each silent footfall resonated in their ears like war drums, sending shivers down their spines. They immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Great hero, please spare us. Yes, have mercy. We shall not dare to offend again. It was all Yuan Lin's doing. We had no choice." The 8 pleaded, casting all blame upon Yuan Lin as their lives hung in the balance. "You wretches!" Yuan Lin seethed, clutching his wound in fury as he glared at those who had recently fawned over him. Enraged, he spat blood. "How shameless! In times of crisis, you all abandon your master? Die!" Disgusted by the shamelessness of Cheng and Guo's disciples, Lin Fan declared with a look of revulsion, "You shall meet your end." With that, he unleashed a series of palm strikes, resulting in a cacophony of impacts that rang through the AI art in an instant. All 8 fell lifeless to the ground, their eyes wide open, revealing an expression of profound regret, bitterness, and fear. In the fleeting moment before death, they all felt regret, lamenting their decision to provoke the ruthless forces of the Tianwu Kingdom. After Lin Fan had dealt with the 60 or so individuals from the Yin Kingdom, he turned to face the 5 traitors led by Wang Gang. This moment, aside from Wang Gang, who lay gravely injured on the ground, the other 4 trembled uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. Everything had transpired too swiftly. The formidable masters from Yin Kingdom, whom they had regarded as invincible, were dispatched by Lin Fan in an instant. This sudden shift in circumstances was almost too much for them to fathom. As Lin Fan turned his gaze upon them, the 4 hastily discarded their weapons and knelt before him, trembling as they pleaded. "Brother Lin, we were wrong. We won't dare again. Please spare us," they cried. "We were forced into this, Brother Lin. We are weak and were captured by them. It was a matter of survival. Spare us, Brother Lin. We have elders and children depending on us. Spare you? How old are you? 16? And you claim to have dependents? Lin Fan had not yet spoken when Wu Li, beside him, kicked one of the men away in disgust. Before Lin Fan's arrival, these scoundrels had wielded their power arrogantly, even slaughtering several of their own comrades from Tianwu. Now, faced with Lin Fan's emergence and the reversal of their fortunes, they were reduced to pathetic pleas. They cannot be spared, Wu Li glared at the traitors, declaring vehemently, "Indeed, Brother Lin, such traitors deserve no mercy. Let us dispose of them." The crowd was fervently animated, eager to exact vengeance, yet they all awaited Lin Fan's command. Seeing the situation unfold, the 4 traitors were paralyzed with fear. Regretting their choices, "These 5 traitors are now yours to deal with," Lin Fan stated. The crowd erupted in fury as they closed in on the 5, unleashing their pent-up wrath. "You dared to betray us. You will pay dearly for your treachery," they shouted, brandishing their weapons. Amidst the cacophony of screams and curses, the 5 traitors soon met a gruesome end, their bodies mutilated beyond recognition. This did not satiate their thirst for vengeance. They spat on the remnants of their former comrades, observing the female disciples nearby who struggled to suppress their nausea. Yet not a trace of pity lingered in their hearts at that moment. Wu Li approached Lin Fan and suddenly knelt on one knee. "Lin, thank you for saving us, especially my brother Wu Zixuan. From now on, whatever you need, just command us, and we shall face any peril without hesitation." Seeing Wu Li's earnestness, Lin Fan quickly helped him to his feet. "Brother Wu, you are too serious. We are a team now. This is what I ought to do. Such great kindness cannot go unacknowledged. From now on, you are my leader," Wu Li insisted, though his expression darkened as he continued. "But my brother is gravely poisoned. Initially, I thought Yuan Lin was lying about not having the antidote, but we searched and found none. Only the formula and materials for the antidote." Alas, with a heavy heart, he lamented the dire circumstances, tears of sorrow streaming down his face at the thought of his brother's plight. "Do not grieve, brother. Death is a part of life. There is no need for such sorrow, as long as I see you safe. I can depart in peace," Wu Zixuan, weakened, managed to utter. Lin Fan shook his head in resignation, then smiled. "Do not worry. As long as we have the formula and materials, we can manage. Bring them to me. I will concoct the antidote." The group was momentarily taken aback before joy erupted among them. "Right? How could we forget that Brother Lin is the champion of the alchemy competition? Yes, this is wonderful. You are saved," they cheered. However, Su Mayer interjected, "But, as far as I know, crafting the antidote will take at least half an hour. And they are clearly deep in poison. Will they be able to endure until the antidote is ready? Time is of the essence." Chapter 76. The girl is jealous initially. Su Mayer was astonished to learn that Lin Fan was indeed the champion of the alchemy competition. How could one so powerful in martial prowess also excel in alchemy? It was unprecedented. However, she felt a pang of regret, realizing that the antidote might not be ready in time to save those deeply poisoned. Yet, observing the smiles on the faces of her companions, she wondered what had transpired. Did they not share her concerns? Only those who had witnessed Lin Fan's alchemical prowess understood that time was not a constraint for him. He could produce pills in an instant, each of the highest quality. Seeing Su Mayer's bewilderment, Song Lingshan approached, linking arms with her and said, "Just wait and see." Su Mayer, puzzled, looked around at the calm faces of everyone, who seemed to have unwavering confidence in Lin Fan. Could he truly accomplish this? At that moment, as the group handed Lin Fan the formula and gathered materials, he reviewed the formula briefly before a smile graced his lips. With a swift motion, a flame erupted from his palm. Following the order of the formula, he placed the medicinal materials into the flame, and with a thought, the fire transformed, enveloping the ingredients and lifting them into the air. Resembling an alchemical furnace, "Refine?" Lin Fan pointed at the floating flame furnace, and immediately, the flames within surged, voraciously consuming impurities and excess moisture from the materials. Before long, the impurities were eradicated, and the ingredients visibly began to coalesce at an astonishing pace. Showcasing a level of skill that astonished those present, Su Mayer's eyes widened in shock. Was it truly possible to refine pills in such a manner? Even within her own sect, their esteemed elder could not achieve such a feat. It was utterly miraculous. As the materials melded rapidly, Lin Fan gestured once more. "Condense." The ingredients swiftly crystallized within the furnace, revealing over 50 pill forms. A delightful aroma wafted through the air as Lin Fan issued another command. "Complete?" The flames extinguished, and the alchemical furnace vanished, allowing the newly formed pills to descend. In a flash, Lin Fan collected the over 50 antidotes. Though the entire process seemed lengthy, it had taken less than a dozen breaths. As Lin Fan approached with the freshly refined antidotes, Su Mayer's eyes widened further, her mouth agape in disbelief. "These are top-tier antidotes?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing the little girl's shock, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle. Recalling their own reactions during Lin Fan's alchemical competition, "Is it really that surprising?" Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "What's surprising? This is utterly extraordinary. To refine without a furnace is an accomplishment only a heavenly alchemist could achieve. And you produced over 50 pills, all perfect, without a shred of waste. You are simply beyond comprehension," Su Mayer exclaimed, her words tumbling out in a rush. "You're the one who's beyond comprehension." Lin Fan retorted, bemused. "I meant to say you are astonishing." Su Mayer corrected herself sheepishly. "All right, Wooly, quickly administer the antidotes." Lin Fan chuckled. With excitement in his eyes, Wooly took the antidotes from Lin Fan, nodded gratefully, and hurried to administer them to Wu Zixuan and the others. The top-tier antidotes worked wonders. Those who had been deeply poisoned began to regain their color almost instantly after consuming the pills, slowly regaining their strength. While they recover, let us take this opportunity to rest. It's getting late. We can enter the valley in the morning to confront that formidable beast, Lin Fan proposed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Recognizing Lin Fan as their leader, they readily trusted his words. Thus, they set up camp, organized their supplies, and prepared a meal, eager to enjoy a well-deserved rest after nearly 2 months of tension in this secret realm. With their companions gathered, numbering over 80, and only about 30 known casualties, they finally felt a semblance of safety. Although there is concern for the remaining dozen or so who have yet to be found, dwelling on it is futile. One can only hope that in the days to come, they will be located safe and sound. Among them, the one who weighs heavily on my mind is Song Lingshan. As most of those missing are female disciples of the Inter-sect, Lin Fan, perceiving her distress, approached her, wrapping his arm gently around her slender waist, and soothingly reassured Lingshan, "Do not be anxious. Tomorrow, after we slay this beast, I shall accompany you in search of your sisters. I believe that fate will favor them." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Song Lingshan felt a slight sense of relief and leaned into his embrace. Just then, an incongruous voice interrupted. "Cough, cough. What is that?" "Lin Fan, I want to eat the roasted meat you make." It was Su Mayer, frowning and shaking her head disapprovingly at the toot. "What is wrong? Aren't they already roasting?" Lin Fan, amused by Su Mayer's disgruntled expression, inquired. "Their roasting is utterly unpalatable. Your last roast was far superior, Lin Fan, brother Lin. Please, just make me some roasted meat." To Lin Fan's surprise, the little girl began to act coy. Ouch! Lin Fan was taken aback and felt a sudden pinch at his waist. It was Song Lingshan, who had discreetly pinched him, casting a sorrowful glare that seemed to say, "Look, you are flirting again. Dare you to cook for her and see what happens. Damn, this girl is jealous." Lin Fan thought to himself. "What is this? Can't you see I'm being intimate with my woman? Let us save the roasting for another time." He quickly replied, as he was still hoping to share a romantic evening with Song Lingshan later and could not afford to offend her. However, Su Mayer suddenly dashed over to Song Lingshan, grabbed her arm and sweetly pleaded, "Sister Lingshan, please let brother Lin cook me some roasted meat. I really want to eat the honey-glazed kind. Pretty please." Song Lingshan, swayed by her charm, softened and turned to Lin Fan, saying, "Lin Fan, how about making her a meal?" Chapter 77. The true self revealed. Lin Fan was instantly flabbergasted. Just moments ago, she was subtly hinting at him not to cook for Su Mayer. And now, with a simple act of persuasion, her resolve crumbled. What happened to your principles, Lingshan? Nevertheless, he was willing to prepare a meal for the adorable little girl, as the feeling of being needed by a woman was quite gratifying. He feigned reluctance and nodded, then proceeded to the roasting area to begin. Yay, yay. Su Mayer, the little glutton, was elated and bounced with joy, planting a kiss on Song Lingshan's cheek, declaring, "Sister Lingshan is the best. I adore you." She then scampered over to Lin Fan, eagerly awaiting her feast. "Oh, this girl," Song Lingshan mused, touching her cheek where Su Mayer had kissed her, and she followed suit with a wry smile. Lin Fan joyfully roasted the meat, for before his journey, he had enjoyed cooking, mastering various culinary techniques. Before long, the aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, causing those who had already feasted to salivate anew, gathering around in anticipation of a second serving. Hey, this is all mine," You can't take it, Sue Mayer exclaimed, hurriedly shooing away the greedy onlookers. After all, she was still famished, and these gluttons had already indulged themselves. Ha ha, there's plenty. Since everyone enjoys it, I'll roast more. We gathered a substantial amount of beast meat on our journey, enough to sustain us for a while. Ha ha ha, Lindigo is right. Oh wow, Lindigo. Your roasted meat smells divine, far superior to Lu Hui's. I should have saved my appetite for this. Lu Outyin chuckled as he approached, for everyone here called Lin Fan Lindigo. And he was no exception. He genuinely admired Lin Fan, willing to yield to him. Huh? You just complained about it being unappetizing, and now you want some? You devoured the most? Lu Hui mocked, his face filled with disdain. Lu Outyin, despite being a martial arts enthusiast, was quite the character. Earlier, when Lu Hui had roasted meat, it had been mediocre, yet Lu Outyin had gorged himself, claiming it was delicious, leading Lu Hui to feel quite proud of his culinary prowess. Now, upon smelling Lin Fan's delicious roast, he began to criticize Lu Hui. Wow. It's not that Lindigo hasn't he cooked yet. It's just that no one else can roast meat like him. What, am I supposed to starve? Lu Hui protested. Oh, really? So that's how it is? Next time, I'll never roast for you again. You can gnaw on dirt instead. Lu Hui retorted defiantly. Hey, little guy, you've got some skills now. Huh. Come on, let us have a little competition. I'm feeling quite eager. Lu Outyin jumped up, grinning mischievously at Lu Hui. Ha. You only bully those weaker than you. You want to team up? I'll just call Lindigo. Why don't you go challenge him? Lu Hui said, his face filled with indignation. I wouldn't dare. Upon hearing he should challenge Lin Fan, Lu Outyin instantly deflated. Given Lin Fan's current strength, seeking a duel with him was akin to courting disaster. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Lin Fan chuckled as well, enjoying the camaraderie they had developed after enduring trials together. It was a feeling he cherished greatly. All right, the meat is ready. We can eat now? Lin Fan announced, and as soon as he finished speaking, a figure darted forward, snatching a large piece of freshly roasted meat. It was Lu Outyin, acting with remarkable speed. Damn, you scoundrel. You are using techniques to grab meat? How shameless. Hey, that's cheating. Get him. The crowd surged toward Lu Outyin, eager to give him a good thrashing. Step aside. Let me handle this. A female voice rang out as Sue Mayer leaped down, landing beside Lu Outyin. Before he could react, she delivered a punch that knocked him out cold. Humph. Daring to steal my roasted meat? Just lie there. Sue Mayer triumphantly waved her little fist at Lu Outyin, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth in a beaming smile. She then joyfully bounded over to claim the meat he had pilfered. The spectators gasped in astonishment. They stared, bewildered, at Sue Mayer, their perceptions shattered. Her petite frame belied such formidable strength. She had dispatched Lu Outyin with ease. Is this the little girl I once knew? How fierce. Wow, that's Lu Outyin. Just like that, he's out cold. Truly, one's true self is often hidden. The crowd marveled at Sue Mayer's sudden display of power. But as their amazement faded, they noticed her squatting nearby, ravenously devouring the meat in her hands. In mere moments, she demolished the sizable portion and then scampered back to Lin Fan's side, pouting adorably. Lindigo, could I please have a few more pieces? I've exerted so much energy. Thud. The scene was nothing short of bewildering. Just moments ago, she was a fierce warrior, and now she had transformed into a cute little girl. Impressive. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking to himself, you could easily win an Oscar for your acting skills with such swift transformations. Despite having recognized her strength earlier, he now understood that her speed and raw physical power were extraordinary, as she had knocked out a peak 8th-level martial artist without revealing any energy. This girl is remarkable, Lin Fan mused internally. Nevertheless, as she acted cutely and playfully, he could only smile ruefully. All right, sit tight and wait. There's plenty of meat. Obediently, Sue Mayer settled beside him, her face glowing with delight as she watched him roast. Meanwhile, the others kept their distance, waiting until Sue Mayer had her fill before approaching Lin Fan with pitiful expressions, pleading for more roasted meat. They had witnessed her fierce meat-snatching antics and were not eager to find themselves on the receiving end of her wrath. Wow, this girl can really eat. Indeed, she must have consumed at least 8 large pieces. What is her stomach made of? Perhaps this is just how women are. What do you mean? Have you never seen a woman give birth? Their stomachs have remarkable elasticity. Makes sense. As Lin Fan listened to their nonsensical banter, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at their logic. He continued to roast more meat until everyone had their fill before finally taking out a couple of pieces of iron-armored bull meat from earlier. Seasoning them with his homemade spices, before long, the fragrant beef was ready, and after a little more preparation, he called out, "Ling Shan, here, this is for you." Ling Shan leaned closer and was taken aback to see that the beef Lin Fan had presented was cut into a heart shape. To her astonishment, there was also a plate, along with an assortment of vegetables and fruits, arranged in a manner she had never encountered before. The heart-shaped beef, complemented by the artistic display of fruits and vegetables, was indeed exceptionally unique and visually appetizing. "What is this?" Song Lingshan inquired with curiosity. "Hee, this is called a love steak. What do you think? Isn't it delightful? This is something meant to be enjoyed only by the one you cherish." Lin Fan replied proudly. Song Lingshan nodded earnestly, her heart swelling with sweetness. "You must try it. Let me know how it tastes," Lin Fan urged. With a smile, Song Lingshan took a delicate bite and exclaimed, "Wow, it's absolutely delicious, indeed." Although this steak was not pan-seared, Lin Fan had mastered the art of fire control, producing a grilled steak that rivaled the taste and texture of a traditionally cooked one. "I have never tasted such exquisite beef. Thank you," Song Lingshan said, leaning in to give Lin Fan a gentle kiss. "Hee, I'm glad you like it," Lin Fan responded with a cheerful grin. "Hey, Lingo, aren't you being a bit selfish? Hiding such delicacies for yourself?" At that moment, Su Mayer, who had just finished her meal and moved to rest nearby, caught a whiff of the exceptional aroma and hurried over. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Before they could react, Su Mayer dashed to Song Lingshan's side, sniffing the steak on the plate. This smells even better than the roasted meat from earlier. Lin Gu, you're playing favorites," she pouted. Well, this steak is meant to be shared only with someone special." Lin Fan deflected. Su Mayer paused, glancing between Lin Fan and Song Lingshan, then tilted her head in contemplation before suddenly declaring, "I've decided. I want to be the one you cherish." "What?" Lin Fan nearly dropped the plate of steak in shock. Was she really implying that she wanted to be his girlfriend just for a steak? This girl was truly one of a kind. Lin Fan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mayer was notorious for her insatiable appetite in the Tianlong kingdom. Gifted with extraordinary talent, she had reached the second level of martial sovereign at merely 16 and was a formidable body refinement expert. A rarity among women, her exceptional appetite was matched only by her discerning palate. She could not stomach poorly made food. This led her to develop an unyielding desire for fine cuisine, and she was notorious for her bluntness when it came to food. In fact, when she was 15, her family had attempted to set her up with a powerful man, only for her to declare, "Strength doesn't matter. I just want someone who can cook well." This sentiment had left her family elders in dismay, and they quickly abandoned the idea, as they belonged to one of the top families in the Tianlong kingdom and wished for her to marry a man of significant strength. Now, having crossed paths with Lin Fan, who was not only a talented cook but also appeared to be stronger than her, she thought he would be the perfect candidate. Moreover, Lin Fan was quite handsome and exuded a strong masculine charm. Thus, she confidently stated, "I've made up my mind. I want to be the woman you cherish." Both Lin Fan and Song Lingshan were rendered speechless by Su Mayer's sudden confession. Su Mayer, love between men and women is not something to be taken lightly. "Please don't act impulsively," Song Lingshan said first, bewildered that this girl, having known Lin Fan for such a short time, was already declaring her desire to be his partner. Lin Fan noticed that Song Lingshan seemed less resistant to the idea, likely due to Su Mayer's charmingly cute demeanor. "Although I don't fully understand what you mean by love, I really like Lin Ji's cooking and his grilled meat. Hee, it doesn't really matter," Su Mayer giggled. Song Lingshan found herself at a loss for words, thinking, "Is this really happening? You were captured by a meal." She shot an incredulous glance at Lin Fan, internally lamenting, this man's excellence is indeed a double-edged sword. However, in this continent, men often took multiple wives, so it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Still, Su Mayer's reasoning seemed rather frivolous, her affection for Lin Fan sparked by grilled meat. Just as she was about to guide the girl back to reason, Su Mayer spoke again. "Grandpa told me to find a powerful partner, but I want someone who can cook well. I thought it was hopeless until Lin Gu appeared. Isn't that just perfect?" Lin Fan was left speechless, realizing that Su Mayer merely sought a chef. "Besides, Lin Gu is also my type, and I like you too, sister. I think we would all get along splendidly," Su Mayer added after a moment's thought. Lin Fan and Song Lingshan exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's exasperation. "Oh dear. Is that settled then? Don't you both want to be with me?" Su Mayer exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of distress. As if she were about to see RY.to their surprise, her adorable pout melted their hearts, leaving them defenseless. No, that's not it. We enjoy your company, they replied, almost in unison. Yay, then it's settled. Sue Mayer exclaimed joyfully, her mood transforming from near tears to exuberant laughter in an instant, leaving Lin Fan and Song Lingshan momentarily stunned. Lin Gu, stop daydreaming. The steak. I want steak. Wait, you can still eat after all that? Lin Fan asked, utterly speechless, overwhelmed by disbelief. She had just devoured 8 pieces of roasted meat. A typical man could scarcely manage 5 pieces in one sitting without feeling stuffed. Of course, I need to eat a lot every day, she replied cheerfully. Hee hee, Lin Gu, please make some for me, without hesitation. Sue Mayer clung to Lin Fan's arm, playfully shaking it as she asked. Now that she had resolved to be Lin Fan's woman, she felt no need to be coy. Her feelings were genuine. All right, you can have this plate, and I'll grill another for myself, Lin Fan relented, handing over his plate to Sue Mayer and returning to the grill. Content, Sue Mayer settled down next to Song Lingshan with her plate of steak, saying with a mischievous grin, from now on, you're my sister. As she began devouring the steak, she finished the entire plate in mere moments, licking her lips in satisfaction. Song Lingshan, who had only eaten half of her steak, noticed Sue Mayer's hungry gaze lingering on her own plate, and couldn't he help but chuckle to herself, thinking, this girl can really eat. Sister, I have a small appetite. Why don't you have this one too? Song Lingshan offered with a smile. Oh, is that so? Hee hee, then I won't hold back. You're so kind, sister. Sue Mayer exclaimed, eagerly accepting the plate and savoring her meal. Once she finished the steak, she patted her belly contentedly, exclaiming, ah, that was wonderful. I haven't had a decent meal since entering this wretched secret realm for months. Now I'm full. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan and Song Lingshan exchanged amused glances, and after Lin Fan grilled a little more meat, they all settled in their tents for the night, leaving a few people to take turns on guard duty. After all, there was no absolute safety in this secret realm. A magical beast could appear at any moment. Lin Fan, are you really going to hunt that martial sovereign beast tomorrow? Song Lingshan asked softly, lying beside him, a hint of worry in her voice. Don't worry, I'm confident, Lin Fan replied, kissing her forehead and holding her close for comfort. With Lin Fan's reassurance, Song Lingshan nodded obediently. Just as they were preparing for a more intimate moment, a shadow darted into the tent. Startled by the sudden intrusion, both of them jumped, only to realize it was Sue Mayer. What are you doing here? Lin Fan asked in surprise. I was feeling a bit scared of the dark. I wanted to sleep with you guys, Sue Mayer said timidly. What? You're afraid of the dark? Lin Fan was taken aback. How could a martial sovereign like Sue Mayer be afraid of the dark? How have you been sleeping here for the past 2 months? Song Lingshan queried, equally puzzled. I've been sleeping in caves with a torch, but I never sleep well, Sue Mayer replied pitifully. But is it really okay for you to sleep here? Lin Fan was unsure, as he had planned to enjoy a romantic moment with Song Lingshan. What's wrong with that? I've already said I want to be your woman, so why should I be afraid? Without a second thought, Sue Mayer crawled into their bed. The 3 of them exclaimed in unison. Sue Mayer was the first to react, exclaiming, You 2 aren't wearing clothes? Lin Fan and Song Lingshan quickly covered her mouth, whispering, Shh, keep it down. Is it really such a big deal that we're not wearing clothes? Lingshan is indeed my woman. It seems rather unreasonable not to have seen her in the secret realm for so long. A display of affection is only fitting, isn't it? Lin Fan flushed with embarrassment, rolling his eyes at the girl. Oh, I see. So that's how intimacy between men and women works. I thought it was just a kiss. But why take off clothes? Is it for warmth? Sue Mayer nodded in realization. Lin Fan was at a loss, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. He then chuckled playfully. Are you very eager to know? Sue Mayer nodded with an expectant look, her curiosity piqued. Well, since you claim you want to be my woman, I shall demonstrate it for you. But you must cooperate and not make a sound, Lin Fan said mischievously. All right, hurry up with the demonstration, Sue Mayer replied eagerly. In a swift motion, Lin Fan embraced her. Pushing her down, Sue Mayer was momentarily stunned, about to protest, but was silenced by his kiss. She began to struggle slightly, but soon succumbed to the fervor of Lin Fan's embrace. Inside the tent, a scene unfolded, 1 man and 2 women entangled in a passionate display. As dawn broke, sunlight poured in, though it was perplexing how the secret realm could have sunlight, indicating that day had arrived. Everyone began to rise and pack their tents. After a night of battle, Lin Fan swiftly tidied up and stepped out of the tent, noticing that Sue Mayer now bore a more alluring expression. no longer the innocent girl but rather exuding a mature charm. Boss Lin, we are all set. Shall we head into the valley? Lu Hui and the others approached to inquire. Yes, after breakfast, we will enter the valley. Today, we shall engage that formidable beast, Lin Fan replied with a grin. Wait, what about that girl? She attacked me yesterday. I want to duel with her. At that moment, Lu Outyin burst forth, still embarrassed from being knocked out by Su Meier the day before, which had drawn laughter from the group. Seeing Su Meier standing next to Lin Fan, looking enchanting with a hand gripping his clothing, he couldn't help but suspect a deeper connection between them. Boss Lin, are you with her? Lu Outyin asked, tentatively. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. Yes, she is now my woman. Upon hearing this, Su Meier lowered her head further, her face flushed with embarrassment. Never mind then. I won't duel with my sister-in-law. Let's go eat breakfast. Lu Outyin scratched his head awkwardly and turned to leave. Laughter erupted among the group. What's so funny? If you dare, come and duel me. Lu Outyin shot a fierce glare at the others, who quickly stifled their laughter and returned to their tasks. Eager to avoid incurring his wrath, Lin Fan shook his head, bemused, recognizing Lu Outyin's jovial nature. After breakfast, the group convened and decided to enter the valley together. They planned to surround the beast when they encountered it, allowing Lin Fan to deliver the killing blow. This was also Lin Fan's intention, as defeating the beast would grant him an upgrade and the opportunity to use his explosive value. He did not want anyone else to interfere, fearing that the final strike might not be his own, thus rendering the effort wasted. However, Su Meier expressed her concern in a hushed tone. Lin Fan, that beast is incredibly powerful, especially with its fire control ability. Do you really think you can handle it alone? Come on. A man must never say he can't. Did you not see what happened last night? Lin Fan replied playfully, winking at her. You're so annoying. Su Meier blushed, retorting, Sister, look at him. He's bullying me. She then turned to complain to Song Ling Shan. Although Su Meier was indeed taller than Song Ling Shan and they were the same age, with Su Meier being born 3 days earlier, Song Ling Shan had known Lin Fan first, and thus addressed her as sister. He must be confident to say such things. As his women, we simply need to trust him unconditionally. Song Ling Shan reassured. Upon hearing this, Su Meier paused, glancing at Song Ling Shan before nodding slightly. Lin Fan felt warmth in his heart at Song Ling Shan's words. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? The group then made their way toward the valley. Chapter 80. You are not qualified yet. The entire valley lay in silence, strewn with boulders, as the group cautiously ventured deeper. Indeed, this was the lair of the beasts. For not a single beast of the sect level was in sight. Lin Gu, the lair of that beast is just ahead. There's a cave further on where it resides. You must be careful. Su Meier whispered, pointing in a direction. Lin Fan nodded, signaling to his companions to remain vigilant. Everyone, be cautious. Ahead lies the lair of the magic tiger. He then led the way, quickly spotting the cave as described by Su Meier. The cave entrance loomed about 100 meters high, shrouded in darkness. Lin Fan approached the entrance, peering inside to see a massive shadow lurking within, rising and falling with its breath. An occasional foul breeze wafted from within the cave. A clear sign of the magic tiger Su Meier had mentioned. Lin Fan boldly called out, Foolish tiger, come out and meet your demise. With his words barely echoing, the massive figure within the cave sprang forth. Unleashing a roar that reverberated through the in the distance, Lu Outyin and the others readied their weapons, prepared to assist at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Song Ling Shan and Su Meier watched Lin Fan with anxious expressions. Suddenly, Lin Fan vanished from the cave entrance, retreating 100 meters. As he did so, a colossal shadow burst forth from the cave. The magic tiger, towering nearly 100 meters, its imposing figure was adorned with black and purple stripes. To Lin Fan's astonishment, the tiger had 2 pairs of ears and fierce, penetrating eyes fixed on him, its massive jaws splitting open in another roar. Beast, what are you growling about? Prepare to die, Lin Fan shouted. Launching an attack. Though the magic tiger was enormous, it was surprisingly swift and perceptive. Lin Fan's strike missed, as the beast leaped aside, evading the blow. It then soared into the air, pouncing toward Lin Fan. Humph! Fast, but futile, Lin Fan thought, activating his time-traveling technique, weaving through the void and causing the magic tiger to miss wildly, its roars echoing in frustration. With a sudden flash, Lin Fan appeared behind the magic tiger, striking it on its rear. The tiger let out a piercing howl, its tail clamping down as it was sent flying, dragging along the ground for 100 meters before quickly regaining its footing. Roaring in fury, It was enraged. Many had come to the valley to provoke it, only to be sent fleeing. But now, a lone challenger had managed to strike it, and the humiliation stung deeply, with a furious roar. The magic tiger began to emit a red glow, its body seemingly igniting in flames. With a thunderous sound, it unleashed a barrage of fireballs toward Lin Fan, launching approximately 50 fiery projectiles in rapid succession. Boom! The ground where Lin Fan stood erupted in chaos, debris flying and smoke billowing. The earth crumbled beneath the onslaught, the flames consuming everything in their path, reducing rocks to ash in mere moments. A testament to the terrifying heat of the flames, Lin Fan, Song Lingshan and Su Meier shouted in alarm, "Boss Lin." The rest of the group cried out anxiously. The magic tiger, exhibiting a human-like smirk, roared defiantly into the sky, reveling in its perceived victory. "Damn it, let's fight back. For Boss Lin's honor, charge." The group, having received Lin Fan's kindness and fully recognizing his strength, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing him struck by the magic tiger's barrage. Believing him to be gravely injured, they were incensed, brandishing their weapons and preparing to rush in for revenge. The magic tiger, however, regarded these humans with disdain, sensing their weak abilities, a stark contrast to the man it had just battled. "Watch out! It's about to unleash fireballs," Su Meier warned sharply. Boom! A massive fireball soared toward Lu Outyin and the others, hurtling through the air with astonishing speed. As the imminent threat loomed before them, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. Just moments ago, they had been mere spectators to Lin Fan's battle, but now, experiencing the terror firsthand, they understood the true horror of the demonic tiger. The oppressive heat engulfing them filled their hearts with despair. At that moment, a fierce voice pierced through the chaos. "You vile creature, playing with fire in my presence? You are utterly unworthy," as the crowd despaired. Believing they were doomed to be consumed by the fireball of the four-eared demonic tiger, a figure suddenly emerged, swiftly positioning itself before the incoming inferno. "Dissipate," came the command, and to everyone's astonishment, the massive fireball disintegrated in an instant. This spectacle left the onlookers, including the formidable four-eared demonic tiger, in sheer disbelief. It had never crossed its mind that someone could so effortlessly dismantle its innate ability. Stunned, it stood frozen, its eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on Lin Fan. "Goodness, it truly is Big Brother Lin. Incredible!" Someone exclaimed. "I thought I was doomed." Yet Lin Fan effortlessly obliterated that terrifying fireball. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating their miraculous survival and Lin Fan's prowess. Su Meier, her hand covering her mouth in shock, gazed at Lin Fan in a "Was he truly unafraid of that flame?" Previously, when they had ventured here, their group from the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom had numbered in the hundreds, with their strongest member being a royal disciple of the 6th level of martial respect. Initially, that disciple could hold his ground against the four-eared demonic tiger, appearing almost evenly matched. However, once the tiger unleashed its innate skill, he was swiftly defeated, narrowly escaping with his life and losing an arm in the process. Yet now, Lin Fan had endured over 50 strikes from the tiger's fireballs. Emerging unscathed, his clothing not even singed. To add to the astonishment, Lin Fan had merely uttered a command to disperse the immense fireball, an act that seemed nothing short of miraculous. This extraordinary feat only deepened the crowd's admiration for Lin Fan. And Su Meier found herself increasingly drawn to him. As the saying goes, beauties love heroes, and Lin Fan was not only a striking figure, but also a talented and formidable individual, capable of culinary delights. The urge to embrace him in a fervent kiss overwhelmed her. Meanwhile, the four-eared demonic tiger regained its composure and unleashed another fireball toward Lin Fan, refusing to accept that its previous attack had been thwarted. "Fool!" it roared. The fireball struck Lin Fan once more, igniting around him. The tiger, reveling in its perceived triumph, wore a smug expression. Yet, as time passed, its expression morphed into disbelief and terror. For despite the flames engulfing Lin Fan, he remained unharmed, as if the fire were merely a harmless cloak. Gradually, the flames coalesced, condensing into a spherical fireball in the palm of Lin Fan's hand. Flickering with energy, a smirk graced Lin Fan's lips. "Have you finished playing with fire? Now, allow me to show you what true mastery looks like." With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the fireball toward the four-eared demonic tiger. Upon his mental command, the fireball transformed dramatically. With a resounding boom, it expanded into a colossal fire dragon, roaring with ferocity. The dragon surged forward, wrapping itself around the tiger's massive form, its head raised in dominance. "Devour!" Lin Fan commanded again. And the fire dragon obeyed, sinking its jaws into the tiger's head, consuming it whole. The four-eared demonic tiger writhed in futile struggle, only to be swiftly devoured, its form disappearing within the dragon's fiery belly. Moments later, smoke began to emanate from the tiger's body, its flesh searing and bones cracking, as it opened its mouth to scream. A torrent of flames invaded its insides. After a few agonizing breaths, the tiger ceased to struggle, melting away within the fire dragon's belly. As Lin Fan sensed the final flicker of the tiger's life extinguish, he activated his power. Explode. A notification resonated. "Congratulations, player Lin Fan has slain the four-eared demonic tiger, earning 30 billion experience points. Congratulations, player Lin Fan has reached the maximum experience for his current level. Would you like to level up? Congratulations, player Lin Fan has slain the four-eared demonic tiger, earning 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wow, this is a massive windfall." Lin Fan reveled in the cascade of system notifications. He learned that he had gathered all the pieces of the Xuanwu, and now he merely needed to locate the entrance to the Xuanwu secret realm, find the Xuanwu god, and activate the fragments to obtain the Xuanwu light, which would grant him the Xuanwu Qi and a 4-level increase in rank. This was part of the quest he had received after defeating the master of the Cloud Sword Manor. Though uncertain of the Xuanwu Qi's true nature, it sounded incredibly powerful. After all, in the novels, mentions of Xuanwu, White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Qilin were always associated with immense strength. Additionally, he had unexpectedly acquired 2 martial arts techniques, one of which was a mid-tier celestial skill, 6 Meridian's Divine Sword. Lin Fan had always admired the stories of the legend of the Condor heroes and demigods and semi-devils, and now he possessed the dragon subduing 18 palms and the 6 Meridian's Divine Sword. The 6 Meridian's Divine Sword was an exceptionally cool technique, and Lin Fan had previously researched its detailed explanations. Now, upon comparison with the descriptions, they aligned perfectly. His right thumb represented the Tianlong Meridian, Xiao Shang Sword. Characterized by a powerful and imposing sword style, his right index finger represented the Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, Shangyang Sword, known for its cleverness and unpredictability. His right middle finger represented the Juyan Pericardium Meridian, Zhongcheng Sword. With this skill, his ability to combat foes would become increasingly agile and elusive. What surprised him most was the acquisition of a devil fruit, a rare treasure indeed. He turned his attention to the fruit, eager to discover its random capabilities. "Would you like to open the random devil fruit ability for examination?" "Yes, congratulations, player Lin Fan has acquired the Thunder Fruit, improved version. Would you like to consume it?" Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in astonishment, "The Thunder Fruit? The one possessed by Enel?" This fruit was incredibly powerful, renowned as the strongest among the natural-type fruits. It allowed its user to transform into lightning or unleash electric attacks, granting them a body imbued with electric properties, enabling them to move at the speed of light. Similar to the capabilities of Kazara's light fruit, It also allowed for the generation of electrical energy to power machines or create intense heat through discharges. And in dire situations, one could even use electric shocks to revive their heart. Lin Fan was ecstatic. With such abilities, he could unleash lightning strikes at will. It was akin to wielding control over heavenly tribulations, simply exhilarating to envision. After regaining his composure, he glanced around at the others, who were still in shock, mouths agape. With a grin, he said, "Please wait a moment. I have some insights to contemplate. I'll be in the cave for a bit and will return shortly." Without waiting for their reactions, he dashed into the cave once occupied by the four-eared demonic tiger, eager to organize his newfound treasures. Wow, Big Brother Lin is just too incredible. Indeed, Big Brother Lin can control flames as well? Why have we never seen him do this before? Exactly. And it's even more formidable than the tiger's flames. I felt utterly hopeless against that fireball, yet it had no effect on Big Brother Lin. Just how powerful is he? Chapter 82. Cooking with flair. The crowd, recovering from their astonishment, began to praise Lin Fan, while Song Lingshan and Su Meier felt an immense pride swell within them. After all, he was their man. Inside the cave, Lin Fan focused his mind, merging his bloodline. Instantly, his blood began to boil, and soon a refreshing stream coursed through him, gradually merging and assimilating with his original bloodline. After a brief moment, he completed the fusion, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. Ultimately, one has attained a mid-tier bloodline of the 3rd rank and has ascended to the upper tier of the 3rd rank bloodline. Indeed, the disparity before and after is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Despite both being at the 4th level of martial sovereign, The distinction between the fourth and third rank bloodlines has doubled his current strength, enabling him to effortlessly subdue even a peak 9th level martial sovereign with mere physical might, devoid of any techniques. He then commenced his ascension, unleashing experience and level rewards, boom, boom. With 2 resounding roars from within, Lin Fan instantaneously elevated 2 levels, transitioning directly from the 4th to the 6th level of martial sovereign. His entire body pulsated with energy as his muscles contracted and expanded, continuously solidifying. At this moment, his muscles became even denser, brimming with explosive power, and he felt an inexhaustible strength within. Lin Fan opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He had reached the 6th level of martial sovereign. Following this, he acquired the 6 Veins Divine Sword and the Flame Manipulation Technique. Upon reviewing his recent gains, he discovered an abundance of fire-type techniques and decided to fuse them all into the 6 Veins Divine Sword to observe the results. Fusion. With a mere thought, Lin Fan designated the 6 Veins Divine Sword as the primary technique, merging it with dozens of fire-type techniques and the Flame Manipulation Technique. The system chimed melodiously, and after a brief period, the fusion was complete. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for successfully fusing techniques, acquiring the Divine Fire Sword Technique. The Divine Fire Sword Technique? Upon hearing the system notification, he eagerly examined the technique's introduction. Divine Fire Sword Technique. A fused technique, its maneuvers align with the original 6 Veins Divine Sword, imbued with fiery effects. Striking a target can incinerate their internal meridians, allowing for long-range attacks that ignore defenses. Capable of killing from a distance of 1,000 meters, my goodness, how remarkable, to slay from 1,000 miles away, and it ignores defenses. This is to my liking, ha ha ha. Upon reading the skill's description, Lin Fan erupted into laughter. With this ability, a mere flick would cause the opponent's meridians to be incinerated, rendering them immobile, akin to a slug on the ground. Finally, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the thunder fruit, hesitating not a moment before seizing it and consuming it. As unpalatable as ever, the fruit entered his body, instantly dissolving, and Lin Fan began to undergo transformations. Waves of thunderous roars echoed from within, and soon arcs of electricity emerged, crackling incessantly. His entire form gradually became translucent, then solidified once more, oscillating between the 2 states. Ultimately, with a violent explosion, Lin Fan vanished, only to reappear a short distance away, coalescing like a flash of lightning. Ha ha ha. The power of this thunder fruit is truly marvelous. It turns out that just now, Lin Fan had successfully fused with the thunder fruit, testing the subtleties of its speed. Now, his velocity was astonishingly fast, and his body could completely transform into lightning. Much like the flame fruit, Lin Fan could now embody both lightning and flame. In such circumstances, if the opponent lacked the will to resist, they would stand no chance of striking him, placing him in an invulnerable position. Surely, in this world, no one would possess such will, right? Thus, he would be invincible. If they couldn't strike him, they could only watch as he attacked, rendering even the martial gods helpless. With such thoughts, Lin Fan found himself daydreaming. A satisfied smile adorning his face. Why today? It seemed there was no one in the northern continent capable of placing him in peril. Having organized everything, Lin Fan adjusted his attire and walked towards the cave's exit. Upon emerging, he discovered everyone nearby engaged in lively conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter. He chuckled and inquired, "What brings you such joy?" "Ah, Boss Lin, you've come out," a brother remarked. "Everyone's saying that after your recent enlightenment, your strength has surged again. With that, we should easily pass this assessment, and just thinking about the rewards from the sect upon our return fills us with glee. Indeed, it's all thanks to Boss Lin." The crowd clamored to flatter him upon seeing Lin Fan's emergence. "Lin Fan, how was your enlightenment? Did you achieve a breakthrough?" Song Ling Shan approached, smiling softly. "Hee, there has been a slight breakthrough," Lin Fan nodded. Grinning, though confidence and pride radiated from his countenance. Observing his demeanor, the others quickly discerned that Lin Fan's breakthrough was far from minor, undoubtedly significant progress, as his joy was unmistakable. Yu Mei also approached, poking Lin Fan's abdomen and the muscles on his arm. "Wow, big brother Lin, your physical strength seems to have surged tremendously." This girl was a natural talent in physical cultivation, thus acutely aware of the nuances involved. A mere poke revealed the explosive increase in Lin Fan's physical prowess, eliciting her awe and envy. It was worth noting that despite her extraordinary talent, she had toiled for many years to reach her current state. And as one advanced, breakthroughs became increasingly challenging. hundreds or thousands of times more so than those who solely practiced internal martial techniques. Yet, Lin Fan had improved remarkably since their acquaintance, and now, just a few days later, his physical prowess had escalated dramatically, truly a prodigy. She couldn't help but feel envious of Lin Fan's aptitude and took pride in having chosen such a remarkable man. Hee, it's nothing much, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearing noon, prompting him to suggest a break for lunch before setting out to find the remaining companions and hunt magical beasts. He remained particularly concerned about the dozen or so female disciples from the Inter-sect. So Lin Fan intended to search for them as well, hoping to slay a few more magical beasts, especially after the substantial experience gained from defeating the four-eared magic tiger. He could level up again with just a bit more effort. The experience points were what truly attracted Lin Fan to this secret realm, as slaying monsters here was exhilarating. As for lunch, Lin Fan prepared to showcase his culinary skills once more. After the past 2 days of feasting on his cooking, the group had no desire to return to Lu Hui's roasted meat, all eagerly anticipating Lin Fan's culinary prowess. Su Mei, too, employed all her charms to cling to Lin Fan. Given that he had just leveled up twice and acquired several powerful skills, his spirits were high. He prepared a lavish lunch, far from mere roasted meat. This time, he had mysteriously retrieved pots, pans, and utensils, bringing forth the magical beast meat he had collected along the way along with various wild vegetables and fruits. Prepared through frying, boiling, and steaming, the culinary performance dazzled the onlookers until every dish was served, leaving them salivating. Who knew that cooking could be so captivating? Chapter 83. Simply dreadful. As everyone marveled at Lin Fan's culinary display, a small figure darted forward, beginning to devour the feast. Hey, sister, how can you just steal bites? The first to rush over and sneak a taste was none other than Su Mei. While the others praised Lin Fan's exceptional culinary skills, she had already succumbed to the aroma of the dishes and couldn't resist diving in. Who told you all to be so busy? When there's something good, I'm going to eat? Su Mei retorted, unabashedly continuing her feast. Oh my, brothers, let us go. Don't fall behind. With a resounding cheer, everyone rushed over, grabbing at the food as if fearful of missing out. Lin Fan watched them, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. Ling Shan, come here. I saved some for you. You girls shouldn't compete with them. Song Ling Shan approached, smiling as she accepted the plate Lin Fan offered, sweetly saying, thank you. Old couple already, still so polite, hee. As he spoke, he playfully smacked her backside when no one was looking. You rogue, Song Ling Shan exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she scampered away to join the other female disciples in enjoying the meal. Watching his dishes vanish within moments filled Lin Fan, as the chef, with a sense of satisfaction. After everyone had their fill and tidied up, they resumed their journey. Exiting the valley, they oriented themselves and headed southward. The magical beasts encountered along the way were few, and occasionally they spotted carcasses of magical beasts by the roadside, surrounded by others feeding on the remains. It seemed evident that someone had passed through this area. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many corpses, especially those with their hearts removed. Luaotian inspected one of the magical beast corpses before stating, our direction is correct. It's clear that someone has been here. Let us proceed. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. After approximately 3 more days of travel, the number of magical beast corpses they discovered increased significantly. During this time, although they encountered few magical beasts, the group experienced considerable breakthroughs. Among the 80 or so companions, even the weakest had reached the peak of the Martial King realm, with most breaking through to the 2nd or 3rd levels of the Martial Sovereign realm. Lu Hui had progressed to the 7th level of Martial Sovereign, while Song Ling Shan reached the 8th level, and Lu Aotian achieved a breakthrough to the 1st level of Martial Sovereign. Besides these 3 standout individuals, even little Su Mei had leveled up, attaining the 3rd level of Martial Sovereign. Lin Fan, as expected, also leveled up again, reaching the 7th level of Martial Sovereign, with experience points just a step away from the 8th level. His strength surging once more. This surge was catalyzed by an encounter with a pack of wolf-type magical beasts, during which the intense combat led to his breakthrough, unleashing a momentum that left everyone astonished. They were aware of Lin Fan's formidable prowess and surmised that he had likely reached the Martial Sovereign realm, especially since he had single-handedly confronted the 4-eared demon tiger of the Sovereign level. However, they presumed he was merely at the 4th or 5th tier of Martial Sovereign. Yet, the moment his aura manifested, it was evident that he possessed high-tier Martial Sovereign strength, prompting even greater admiration from the onlookers. Lin Fan, however, wore an expression of embarrassment. Caught up in the thrill of battle, He had inadvertently chosen to upgrade his level without realizing it, failing to manage his aura properly. Nonetheless, he felt confident in his current strength, knowing that in the North Continent, no one could pose a threat to him. Lin Gu, so you've reached the 7th tier of martial sovereign. You've been quite secretive, Lu Outyin remarked with a wry smile. Earlier, he had been elated about his own breakthrough to the 1st tier of martial sovereign, believing he had narrowed the gap between himself and Lin Fan. But now he realized how vast that chasm truly was. While he had just ascended to the 1st tier, Lin Fan was on the verge of the pinnacle. As he spoke, he took a sip of water and readied his weapon to strike at the approaching beasts. Heh, it seems I inadvertently leveled up again. There's nothing I can do about it. Look, I'm about to upgrade once more, Lin Fan retorted, casually dispatching a beast that was about to pounce. Splutter! Lu Outyin, who had just taken a drink, sprayed it out in shock, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Lin Gu, are you not mocking me? Upgrading by mere accident? How can I compete with that? Reaching the next tier in the martial sovereign realm is a monumental challenge. Yet you speak of it so casually. It's infuriating to compare ourselves. As Lin Fan spoke, he eliminated another peak-level beast, causing his aura to surge once again. This time, he did not bother to restrain it. Deeming it unnecessary, good grief, Lin Gu, have you leveled up again? Lu Outyin exclaimed, utterly speechless. Indeed, did I not mention that I upgraded by mere chance? Lin Fan continued to grin. Lu Outyin clutched his forehead, his expression a mixture of despair and indignation. Lin Gu, could you kindly step aside? You're far too stimulating indeed. He remained at the 1st tier of martial sovereign, finding it exceedingly difficult to reach the 2nd tier, while Lin Fan had ascended 2 levels in 3 days. This was the martial sovereign realm, not the martial king realm, where even those of the martial king level seldom experienced such rapid advancement in a secret realm. Lin Gu, how on earth do you manage to level up? Is there a secret? Lu Outyin pressed on. Yes, Lin Gu. If there's a secret, please share it with the brothers. Chimed in a companion nearby, eagerly joining the conversation. Oh, it's nothing much. My bloodline is simply of a higher grade than yours. Huh? How much higher? The crowd queried, perplexed. At most, it's only 4 tiers above. Oh, I currently possess a medium-grade 3rd tier bloodline. What? A medium-grade 3rd tier? No wonder your upgrades are as effortless as eating and drinking. A medium-grade 3rd tier bloodline allows for seamless advancement to the peak of martial emperor without any barriers. Lu Outyin exclaimed, envy written all over his face. He himself had merely a low-grade 4th tier bloodline, which was already considered exceptional within his sect. Yet, in comparison to Lin Fan, he felt utterly diminished. Stop looking so woeful. Here, take this, Lin Fan smiled as he handed Lu Outyin a jade box. What is this? Lu Outyin asked, perplexed, as he opened it. Good heavens! A low-grade 3rd tier bloodline? He stared in shock at the bloodline in his hand, excitement flooding his senses. This is for me? Of course. If not for you, why would I present it? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, having formed a profound camaraderie with these companions over time. Over the past 3 days, he had acquired numerous bloodlines, as the beasts within seemed to increase in strength the deeper they ventured, with many being above the 8th tier of the sovereign realm, and several even at the level of the sovereign beasts. Lin Fan had managed several explosive gains. Although he hadn't obtained anything particularly extraordinary or demonic fruits, he had amassed over a dozen low-grade 3rd tier bloodlines and several high-grade 4th tier bloodlines. Given Lu Outyin's commendable character and compatible personality, Lin Fan decided to gift him one. Not long ago, he had also given a low-grade 3rd tier bloodline each to Song Lingshan and Su Meier, leaving them both astounded. After merging the bloodlines, their advancement speed noticeably accelerated, which explained why Song Lingshan had surpassed Lu Hui by a level, and Su Meier had also managed to level up in such a short span. Chapter 84. You shameless! Lu Outyin clutched the box tightly, his face alight with excitement as he rushed over to give Lin Fan a bear hug. Boss, I love you so much, he exclaimed, attempting to plant a kiss on Lin Fan. Get off me, you rascal. I'm not into that, Lin Fan laughed, kicking him away. I'm just a bit too excited. So, boss, can I merge the bloodline now? Lu Outyin said, scrambling to his feet with a grin. What's the rush? Let us deal with these beasts first. Can't you see the brothers are busy fighting? Lin Fan chided, amused. Since Lin Fan had already slain enough beasts below the 4th tier of sovereign, he left those for them to practice against. He figured the few beasts wouldn't pose a challenge for his companions. Hey, wait for me, Lu Outyin called out, sitting down right there to begin merging the bloodline, fully trusting in Lin Fan's strength. Look at you, Lin Fan scoffed. watching as Lu Outyin confidently began the merging process, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding beasts. He shook his head with a wry smile. Lin Gu, don't be stingy. Give me one too. Lu Hui, having just finished off a beast, hurried over. With your keen eyes, how could you miss out? Here. Lin Fan handed him a low-grade third-tier bloodline in their group. These few were the mainstays, so he naturally provided them with third-tier bloodlines. Moreover, he had observed Lu Hui's commendable character as well. Thanks, boss now. Lu Hui glanced at Lin Fan and then at Lu Outyin, who was in the midst of merging his bloodline, clearly indicating he wanted to do the same. Look at you. You're just as impatient as Lu Outyin. Go ahead. I'll keep watch, Lin Fan laughed. Shaking his head. Thanks a lot, boss, Lu Hui said, sitting down to merge his bloodline as well before long. The beasts in their vicinity were dispatched, and the group collected their hearts with laughter, handing them over to Song Lingshan, who was tasked with distributing the spoils. Firstly, Song Lingshan was Lin Fan's beloved, and secondly, she was known for her fairness in distribution, so everyone willingly complied. Having followed Lin Fan on this journey, the 80 or so members now collectively possessed nearly 120 beast hearts. If this were to be revealed, the other nations would be left in utter disbelief, especially since the overall strength of Tianwu Nation was supposed to be several tiers below that of the Dragon Nation. Now, however, Lin Fan and his companions were undoubtedly capable of competing with the Dragon Nation, perhaps even surpassing them. Not long after, Lu Outyin and Lu Hui successfully merged their bloodlines, both leveling up once more. With Lu Hui leaping 3 tiers to reach the first level of Martial Sovereign, which astonished Lin Fan.it, turned out that Lu Hui had been diligently practicing, but his bloodline was limited to a medium-grade 5th tier. So although he was considered outstanding within the sect, his advancement speed had been slow. Now, having fused with a low-grade 3rd-tier bloodline, he experienced a significant surge in power, allowing him to break through the Martial Sovereign threshold and reach the 3rd tier. Ha ha ha, so this is the power of the Martial Sovereign realm, Lu Hui exclaimed, exhilarated as he felt the surge of strength coursing through him, gratefully looking towards Lin Fan. Boss, thank you. Lin Fan merely smiled, turning his attention to Lu Outyin, who had also completed his merging and reached the 2nd tier of Martial Sovereign. Given that he originally had a 4th-tier bloodline, his increase was moderate, yet advancing even a single tier in the Martial Sovereign realm was commendable. Now, with the 3rd-tier bloodline, he would have no difficulty advancing to Martial Emperor in the future. Thank you, boss, Lu Outyin said earnestly, tears glistening in his eyes. Come on, don't get all sentimental on me. It feels strange. Are we ready? If so, let us set off to find the disciples of Xianyun's sect. With that, amidst laughter and camaraderie, they continued on their journey. As they traveled, pausing intermittently to hunt beasts. Lin Fan distributed the high-grade 4th-tier bloodlines he had acquired to his companions. Days later, the entire team had reached the high-grade 4th-tier bloodline, and their strength surged remarkably. Even the weakest among them had attained the 2nd tier of Martial Sovereign. Wu Li and Wu Zixuan also successfully merged their low-grade 3rd-tier bloodlines, both breaking through to the 4th tier of Martial Sovereign. It was no wonder, as their foundations were already strong, being members of the royal family with access to abundant resources. One day, they arrived at a dense forest, where numerous corpses lay strewn about, some from the Yushui Nation, others from the Dragon Nation, and still others from the Northern Cold Nation. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently taken place. With no less than 100 bodies scattered in the area, and the scent of blood lingered heavily in the air, indicating the carnage had occurred not long ago. At that moment, shouts and curses echoed from within the woods, causing Lin Fan to furrow his brow. Boss, should we investigate? Lu Outyin inquired. Let me go take a look first. You all wait here, Lin Fan decided after a moment's thought. Although their collective strength was formidable, it was wise to ascertain what had transpired within. Thus, he briefly explained and set off alone towards the dense forest. Within the thicket, 2 factions stood opposed in a clearing. One group, clad in uniforms that appeared to be from the Tianlong Kingdom, numbered around 100. Of the other faction was a coalition of the Yushui Kingdom and the Beihan Kingdom, presumably united due to the overwhelming strength of the Tianlong Kingdom. Murong Yun, do you truly wish to shield those disciples of the Tianwu Kingdom? At this moment, a young man donned in a golden brocade robe, exuding arrogance, spoke from the Tianlong side. Long Tian, do you not feel any shame in bullying weaker women, relying solely on your formidable strength? Murong Yun stepped forward, retorting sharply, Humph, who permitted them to trespass into our hunting grounds? Long Tian replied coldly, we had no knowledge that this was your territory. Did you mark it? It was merely an unfortunate misunderstanding. and we have already apologized. Yet you continue to be aggressive. Your subordinates have acted shamelessly, even resorting to physical violence. At this juncture, a woman stepped forward, furiously denouncing them. If Song Lingshan were present, she would recognize this outspoken woman as Lin Xiaoru, a junior sister from their Inter-sect. Heh, this little girl is rather bold, isn't she? What does it matter to you? It's a privilege for you to be noticed by me. Besides, women are inherently the appendages of powerful men. Being admired is your fortune, interjected a man standing beside Long Tian. You, shameless, Lin Xiaoru exclaimed angrily. Enough with this nonsense. Hand over those few women, and I shall allow your 2 kingdoms to leave, Long Tian declared with impatience. Long Tian, do not pretend to be a wolf in sheep's clothing here. Your desire for them is merely to obtain the 3rd-grade bloodlines they inadvertently acquired. Moreover, let me remind you, Lin Fan from the Tianwu Kingdom has saved my life. And I will not let this matter rest, Murong Yun asserted. Although Murong Yun's strength was not formidable, his background was powerful. Despite being an apprentice at the Tianlan sect, he was of royal lineage. A direct descendant, thus the people of Yushui Kingdom would heed his command. Furthermore, Zhao Yun, a royal direct descendant from Beihan Kingdom, had always been on good terms with Murong Yun, aligning them in this conflict. Chapter 85. To die rather than submit. The female disciples of Xianyun's sect were indeed unfortunate. Having inadvertently trespassed into the hunting grounds of Tianlong Kingdom, they initially faced no issues. However, after slaying a magical beast, they fortuitously discovered a small cave housing 3 inferior 3rd-grade bloodlines. This incident attracted the attention of a disciple from Tianlong Kingdom, who, upon recognizing the beauty of these Tianwu Kingdom disciples, wasted no time in attempting to capture them. Envisioning the prospect of both wealth and allure within the secret realm, just as Lin Xiaoru and her companions were fleeing, they encountered Murong Yun and his group. Upon realizing they were from the Tianwu Kingdom, they were rescued. However, Tianlong Kingdom, known for its tyranny, showed no mercy, particularly towards the consistently weaker Yushui Kingdom, resulting in a fierce skirmish. Initially, the odds seemed overwhelmingly in favor of Tianlong Kingdom, given their formidable strength compared to Yushui Kingdom, which could only withstand the onslaught with great difficulty. However, they fortuitously encountered Zhao Yun from Beihan Kingdom, leading to a united front against Tianlong Kingdom, resulting in a protracted battle that persisted to the present. Despite their valiant resistance, the overall might of Tianlong Kingdom proved insurmountable, with their advanced combat power greatly surpassing that of the alliance. Thus, the forces of Yushui Kingdom and Beihan Kingdom found themselves encircled by Tianlong Kingdom. Murong Yun, cease your prattle. You have 10 breaths to decide. Either depart and leave those women behind or stay and face death together. Long Tian cast a disdainful glance at Murong Yun, declaring imperiously, Your Highness, for the sake of these few women from Tianwu Kingdom, we have already lost many elites. This is simply not worth the cost. A disciple from Yushui Kingdom whispered to him, Silence. A debt of gratitude must be repaid. Especially since Lin Fan saved our lives. How could we not repay this? Murong Yun admonished, forcing the disciple to retreat in resignation. Brother Zhao, I have brought you into this predicament. You should leave first. Murong Yun turned to Zhao Yun, bowing apologetically. Murong, after our years of friendship, you need not be so formal. A gentleman knows when to act and when not to. Tianlong Kingdom has truly overstepped. There is no need for apologies. Even if we retreat, the outcome of the upcoming grand competition may not be favorable. Perhaps it is better to fight now. There may still be a chance, Zhao Yun replied with a light smile. Agreed. To have a confidant like Brother Zhao in this lifetime is worth dying for. Murong Yun expressed with heartfelt sentiment. He then turned to Long Tian, saying, Long Tian, no need to count to 10. I shall tell you now, we will not hand over these individuals. If battle is what you seek, then let it commence. Hearing Murong Yun's declaration, Long Tian furrowed his brow, initially expecting them to retreat, only to find them resolute in facing him head-on, a rather foolish decision. Yet, this also simplified matters. Only the dead can keep secrets, thus preventing any adverse repercussions for Tianlong Kingdom's reputation. Since you seek death, do not blame us, attack, leave none alive. With a single command, all the disciples of Tianlong Kingdom surged forward, weapons drawn. Brothers, we fight to the death. 18 years later, we shall emerge as heroes. Murong Yun shouted, leading the charge. Brothers of Beihan Kingdom, let's kill. After years of silence, it is time for us to explode forth. Zhao Yun echoed, following suit into the fray. Kill. In an instant, the two factions clashed, blades meeting with a cacophony of battle cries. Blood spilling in torrents. The scene turned chaotic, limbs flying, wails of agony filling the air, a truly brutal spectacle. Countless bodies fell into pools of blood, yet as time passed, the tide of victory shifted increasingly towards Tianlong Kingdom, with casualties from Yushui Kingdom and Beihan Kingdom rising steadily. Nevertheless, they fought on without a hint of hesitation, driven by the resolve to perish honorably until the very last moment. Brother Morong, Brother Zhao Yun, do not concern yourselves with us. Flee now, Lin Xiaoru cried out amidst her tears. Despite the overwhelming defeat of their two kingdoms, they still shielded the 10 or so female disciples of Xian Yun's sect from the onslaught. Now you wish to escape. It is too late. Long Tian's furious shout pierced through the chaos, and he joined the fray, swiftly reaching Zhao Yun and delivering a powerful blow. A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhao Yun as he was sent flying like a marionette with severed strings. Zhao Yun, Morong Yun roared, charging forward in a fit of rage. You, an insignificant insect, dare to challenge me? Long Tian scoffed, effortlessly kicking Morong Yun aside, sending him sprawling. Morong Yun also coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. His breath growing faint. Brother Morong, Brother Zhao Yun, Lin Xiaoru and the other female disciples rushed forward, crying out as they supported the two. Cough. We have failed. We could not protect you, and I am unworthy of Lin Fan's life-saving grace. Morong Yun coughed, glancing at the barely conscious Zhao Yun. Brother Zhao, I am sorry for dragging you into this. Zhao Yun, clutching his chest, shook his head, his brow furrowed. Speak your peace in hell. Long Tian approached impatiently. Ready to strike. Stop, Lin Xiaoru interjected, placing herself protectively in front of the two. You seek those third-grade bloodlines, do you not? I will give them to you. Just spare their lives. Is it not too late to make such offers? What right do you have to negotiate with me? Even if you die, those bloodlines remain mine. Long Tian replied disdainfully, as long as you spare them, I will comply with your demands. Lin Xiaoru gritted her teeth. Resolute. I have no interest in you whatsoever. Long Tian was solely focused on acquiring the third-grade bloodlines to enhance his own power, showing no interest in anything else. However, at that moment, the earlier speaker, a man, rushed over, exclaiming, Brother, you may not be interested, but I am. Let her spend a night with me, and I'll let her go. Long Tian frowned at the mention of his brother, notorious for his lecherous nature. Unable to control himself around beautiful women, Long Tian had often cleaned up after him, but their elders had spoiled him, fostering his bad habits. Fine, do as you wish, Long Tian relented, turning to Lin Xiaoru. You heard him. Give me what I want, and I will spare these few lives. Lin Xiaoru gritted her teeth, glancing back at the barely conscious Zhao Yun and Morong Yun, before resolutely stating, Very well. No, Lin girl, you cannot do this. We would rather die. Morong Yun exclaimed vehemently. Shut your mouth and keep quiet. Longi kicked Morong Yun, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood, his energy waning as he collapsed to the ground, desperately signaling Lin Xiaoru not to agree with his eyes. He, my little beauty, shall we begin now? Longi could barely contain his excitement, ready to embrace Lin Xiaoru. Yet, just as he reached for her, a shadow darted past, and with a resounding crash, Longi was sent sprawling, his cries of anguish stifled before he hit the ground, his head askew. He was dead, filthy scum. A voice of disdain echoed through the chaos. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, as they beheld a figure clad in black warrior attire, tall and imposing, with a strikingly chiseled visage. His hair flowed elegantly in the wind, and he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of calm and suppressed power, a clear indication of a formidable master. At this moment, he stood with his back to Morong Yun and the others, and for a brief instant, they failed to recognize him. However, Long Tian, startled by this sudden appearance, quickly regained his composure and shouted furiously, Bold one, who are you to dare slay my brother? Such a beast should be left with no use. The individual did not disclose his identity to Long Tian. Instead, he disdainfully spat a remark, as if indifferent to the situation, and turned to face the prostrate Morong Yun with a smile. Morong Yun, are you all right? Upon recognizing the visitor's visage, Morong Yun's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Lin Fan. The unexpected arrival of Lin Fan left Morong Yun in a state of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into elation. He had witnessed Lin Fan's prowess and speculated that even if he could not overpower Long Tian, their strengths would likely be evenly matched, which could potentially lead to their escape. My sincere gratitude to you, Brother Morong, For caring for the disciples of the Xianyun sect from the Tianwu kingdom, Lin Fan said earnestly, bowing to Murong Yun. He had observed Murong Yun's determination to protect the female disciples of the Xianyun sect, even at the cost of his own life, as a means to repay the favor of his earlier salvation. Lin Fan held great admiration for such a grateful and fearless individual. People like him were indeed worth forging deep friendships with. Brother Lin, you are too kind. Alas, I am but a mere mortal, lacking the ability to ensure their safety. Had it not been for your timely arrival, who knows what might have happened? Murong Yun replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile. You are already injured, and there is no need for further words. I will remember this kindness. Here, take these healing pills, Lin Fan said as he approached, producing 2 exquisite rejuvenation pills he had refined during his leisure time and handed them over. Meanwhile, Long Tian, witnessing this stranger's blatant disregard for him as he conversed with Murong Yun, was instantly engulfed in rage. It was the first time in his life that he had been so openly ignored. You call yourself Lin Fan? Such audacity to venture here alone. But since you have come, you shall join them in death. With that, he vanished in a flash and lunged forward. Be careful, Murong Yun shouted anxiously. Observing that Lin Fan still had his back turned to Long Tian while he was handing over the medicine. Without looking back, Lin Fan casually waved his hand behind him, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. How dare you? Long Tian was sent flying 100 meters away by this force, a cry of pain escaping his lips as he clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? No way. How could this be? He actually sent Long Tian flying with such ease. The onlookers were incredulous. Am I seeing things? No, Long Tian has blood at the corner of his mouth. My heavens, this is simply unbelievable. As Long Tian was struck and sent reeling, everyone present was left in stunned silence. It was known that Long Tian was the second most powerful figure in the Tianlong kingdom, having achieved the 6th level of martial sovereign. Aside from the monstrous Long Batian, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, he was nearly invincible among the younger generation. Yet, this invincible Long Tian had just been bloodied and battered. And the one who struck him appeared to have done so with a mere flick of his wrist. What kind of strength must this individual possess? Even Murong Yun and Zhao Yun were rendered speechless. Although Zhao Yun had never seen Lin Fan before, Murong Yun had, and he had witnessed Lin Fan in action, holding him in high regard. But now, his current strength far exceeded what it had been during their last encounter. You all rest here. I will settle this matter, and then we can converse at our leisure, Lin Fan said to Murong Yun with a smile. He then turned to face Long Tian, taking deliberate steps toward him. Although Long Tian had not used all his strength previously and had underestimated Lin Fan, the power displayed earlier caused unease to stir within him. Even if he had exerted his full strength, he realized it would likely have been on par with that casual wave. Why was Lin Fan so formidable? Besides Long Batian, were there truly others among the younger generation who could surpass him? What are you all staring at? Attack together. He is but one person. Let us eliminate him, Long Tian bellowed, clutching his chest in anger. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly drew their weapons and charged at Lin Fan. A swarm of ants. Lin Fan scoffed disdainfully as he regarded the approaching throng. Against a master, a battle of numbers might prove useful, but against someone like Lin Fan, who possessed the devouring secret technique, it merely served to augment his experience and wealth. Thus, Lin Fan calmly waved his arm through the air, and with each motion, several disciples of the Tianlong kingdom were sent tumbling, crashing to the ground and crying out in pain. Following each wave, some were left bleeding profusely, while others lay lifeless, their eyes glazed over. As more individuals lunged toward Lin Fan, he unexpectedly gazed up at the sky, murmuring incantations that were indecipherable to those around him. Suddenly, with a series of crackling sounds, lightning cleaved the heavens above, revealing bolts as thick as barrels. What? Does the secret realm also summon thunder? How absurd. Is this really thunder? Have you ever seen such thick bolts of lightning? Speculation ran rampant among the crowd. As the sky darkened ominously, filled with dense clouds and rumbling thunder, Lin Fan intoned, Heavenly Fire Thunder Formation. This was the name he had crafted for this technique. Instantly, hundreds of lightning bolts materialized above the clouds, and with a deafening crack, they descended en masse, their overwhelming force rendering resistance futile. Boom, boom, boom. Each bolt, as thick as a barrel, plummeted from the sky, brutally crashing down upon the heads of the Tianlong kingdom's disciples. Cries of despair erupted as countless bolts of lightning rained down upon the crowd. They scrambled in a frantic attempt to evade the onslaught, but the speed of the lightning was far beyond their capacity to escape. In an instant, Aside from a few martial sovereigns who managed to evade, all the disciples of the Tianlong kingdom were left exposed, their bones visible as if X-rayed, soon collapsing to the ground. Charred and smoking, convulsing uncontrollably until they drew their last breath. My God, what have I just witnessed? Lin Fan is like a thunder god descended upon us. This is unbelievable. First, he could control fire, and now he commands lightning? Not to mention, I heard he could manipulate space as well, shattering those intruders from Qing'an country with a mere grasp from afar. Good heavens, this is utterly astonishing. Fire, lightning, and even space manipulation. What a force to be reckoned with. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, awestruck by Lin Fan's abilities. Meanwhile, the few martial sovereign experts from the Tianlong kingdom who had barely managed to escape the thunderstorm now trembled, utterly unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. This was beyond any logical understanding. Lin Fan, too, was taken aback by the immense power of his heavenly fire-thunder formation. Initially, he had merely aimed to incapacitate them, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming results. The system's notifications chimed incessantly in his mind, signifying the rapid accumulation of experience points from nearly 100 individuals, even if they were merely from the martial realm. It still amounted to a significant boost. Once the initial shock wore off, Lin Fan resumed his approach toward Long Tian and his remaining cohorts. "You, don't come any closer." Long Tian, now awakened from his stupor, shouted in panic. The others, too, regained their senses and turned to flee, shrieking in terror. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Lin Fan's cold voice resonated, and with a swift flick of his fingers, he unleashed a barrage of energy. With a series of piercing sounds, several figures crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony, as if beset by a multitude of biting ants, clawing at their own flesh in a frenzy, leaving their skin shredded. This scene left the entirety of the Tianlong kingdom in a state of horror, with only Long Tian remaining, clutching his chest, utterly transfixed by the sight of his comrades in torment, his face a mask of terror. As if he had encountered a ghost, he could not fathom what had transpired to reduce them to such a pitiful state. Similarly, Lin Fan's companions stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, struggling to comprehend the situation. What in the world did Lin Fan just do? How could they end up like this? Could it be that he has unleashed a poison? They speculated, witnessing the agonized writhing of their foes. Bloodied and desperate, in truth, Lin Fan had employed his fused skill, divine fire sword technique. This technique bore a fiery effect, incinerating the internal pathways of those struck, rendering their defenses meaningless, capable of killing from a distance of 1,000 meters. The agonized writhing and clawing of those afflicted were a result of their meridians being seared, leaving them in unbearable agony, akin to being devoured by myriad ants, a fate worse than death. Seeing the torment of his adversaries, Long Tian was gripped by panic and fear for the first time, as he watched Lin Fan approach him once more, retreating in dread until he stumbled and fell to the ground. "Please, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Long Tian cried out in terror. At this moment, Song Lingshan and Su Meyer, along with others outside, had also heard the thunderous crash from earlier. Fearing an unforeseen incident, they hurried over, only to be taken aback by the scene before them. At that moment, Long Tian spotted Su Meyer and, as if clutching at a lifeline, cried out, "Meyer, Meyer, please save me." Long Tian?" Su Meyer froze upon hearing the voice, realizing that the person sitting on the ground in disarray was Long Tian. However, he was now in a pitiful state, his face contorted with terror, entirely devoid of the previous arrogance he once exhibited. "It's me. Please help me. You know Lin Fan, right? Plead with him to spare my life." Though panic-stricken, Long Tian, upon seeing Su Meyer, who was in the company of people from the Tianwu kingdom, immediately thought of her potential connection with Lin Fan and thus began to plead for assistance. "Brother Lin, what on earth is happening here?" Su Meyer, perplexed by the situation, approached Long Tian, who, being a member of the royal family, had ties with her own family. "Is he your friend?" Lin Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. Seeing Lin Fan's frown, Su Meyer glanced around and seemed to piece things together. After a moment of consideration, she replied, "He is indeed a royal scion and has some connections with my family, though we are not particularly close." Long Tian, upon hearing her words, became infuriated. Such anger was not entirely misplaced, for this individual had previously relied on his exceptional talent and the royal family's support, acting with disdain towards others. Furthermore, he had once pressured her family to marry him off to his lecherous brother. "What? Are we that familiar?" "Humph. if it weren't for me nearly having to marry your lecherous brother. You wouldn't be in this predicament, Su Meyer retorted, sticking out her tongue at him. Dotto? He even pressured you into marriage. Lin Fan caught the implication in Su Meyer's words. Indeed, his talent and power rank second in our Tianlong kingdom. With the royal family's backing, he insisted that I marry that despicable brother of his. If it weren't for my family's standing in the Tianlong kingdom and my desperate measures, I might have been forced into that marriage. Su Meyer expressed her frustration. Oh, then he truly deserves his fate, Lin Fan declared, pointing decisively in the midst of Long Tian's horrified gaze. A hole appeared in his forehead as he fell backward, lifeless. Humph! Bullying my woman? Despicable! Lin Fan spat disdainfully before turning to lightly tap Su Meyer on the nose and walking towards Murong Yun and the others. At that moment, Murong Yun and the others sat in stunned silence, forgetting their injuries and the pain of their wounds, gazing at Lin Fan in disbelief. Murong brother, why aren't you healing? Do you think merely staring at me will cure you? Lin Fan teased. It was only then that they snapped back to reality. Moving their lips in disbelief, Lin brother, is that all? Indeed, Lin Fan replied with a smile and anod. And why goodness, Lin brother, you are simply extraordinary. Long Tian is a master of the 6th level of martial sovereign. And yet, you dispatched him with just a few strikes? Murong Yun still struggled to fathom the events he had just witnessed. Haha, what is so surprising? Our boss Lin is now a martial sovereign of the 8th level. Eliminating a few trifling opponents is as easy as slicing vegetables, Lu Outyin chimed in. 8th level of martial sovereign? Murong Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Lin Fan. While it was hard to believe that such a prodigy could arise from the Tianwu kingdom, the evidence was undeniable. All right, you all should heal quickly. Once you're recovered, we must hasten our beast hunting. Time in the secret realm is limited, Lin Fan urged with a smile. But Lin brother, you must be cautious after killing Long Tian. It seems that Long Batian, the most powerful figure of the Tianlong kingdom, has a close relationship with him. He is a pinnacle martial sovereign of the 9th level. Additionally, since you saved me earlier, you have also offended the Cheng'an kingdom, which, rumor has it, has produced a prodigy with the same level of power and a mastery of poison. Murong Yun informed Lin Fan of what he knew. Oh? Haha, no need to worry, Lin Fan replied lightly. A 9th level martial sovereign? Even if a 9th level martial emperor were to confront me, I would not falter. In fact, not even a martial god could contend with me. For I possess the power of 3 types of devil fruits, rendering me impervious to attacks. Even if I were to engage in a direct confrontation, my divine armor, 5 elements battle body, passive aura, and berserk transformation are not to be trifled with. Chapter 88. This generation is particularly strong. Seeing Lin Fan's unwavering confidence, Murong Yun could only offer a wry smile as he began to tend to his wounds. Meanwhile, Lin Fan directed the others to clear the battlefield, collecting the Chinquan bags from the corpses and distributing the monster hearts, silver, spirit stones, and elixirs among the brothers of the Tianwu kingdom. For his part, Lin Fan was not in want of silver or spirit stones. During this expedition into the secret realm, the wealth he acquired from defeating monsters was astronomical, complemented by numerous high-grade and earth-grade martial arts manuals, each of which could fetch an exorbitant price if sold. Meanwhile, Song Lingshan joyously joined Lin Xiaoru and her fellow senior sisters, engaging in lively conversation that was punctuated by laughter. Lin Fan, on the other hand, took Su Meyer aside to inquire about the situation in the Tianlong kingdom, as she was now his woman, and he wanted to find an opportunity to visit her family as time passed. Once Murong Yun, Zhao Yun, and the others had fully healed, they bid farewell to one another, for they all needed to hunt magical beasts for themselves. In the days that followed, an unexpected calm enveloped the group, as they encountered no further members from the Tianlong kingdom or Cheng'an kingdom. However, Lu Outyin roughly calculated that this expedition had resulted in a resounding victory for the Tianwu kingdom, as they still had 95 survivors, all of whom remained by Lin Fan's side. In contrast, while the numbers of the Yushui kingdom and Beihan kingdom were not fully accounted for, they had each lost over 40 members in the earlier battles, meaning they had fewer than 80 survivors remaining. The most unfortunate were undoubtedly the Tianlong kingdom and Cheng'an kingdom, as they had the misfortune of encountering Lin Fan, resulting in near total annihilation. Murong Yun remarked that, if not for the absence of 2 powerful figures from these nations, the number of survivors from those kingdoms would likely not exceed 10. The group rejoiced at their overwhelming success, but Lin Fan cautioned them. It is a bit premature to celebrate. A decisive battle awaits us. Ultimately, there are only 100 spots available. While we have 95 members, Do you all feel confident in advancing during the competition? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone nodded. Despite the Tianwu Kingdom's numerical advantage, the outcome of the competition was uncertain, as the remaining survivors possessed formidable strength. Thus, they tempered their pride and diligently sought out magical beasts to hone their skills. On the day when the 3-month period concluded, everyone within the secret realm sensed a wave of repulsion that propelled them out. The journey through the secret realm had come to an end. The ancient secret realm awaited their arrival. A smile graced Lin Fan's lips. The martial arts square of Supreme City. The city lord, Lu Xiaofeng, stood proudly on the stage, directing the exit of the secret realm with an imperious gesture. Below, the leaders from the 5 nations, along with various sect masters, elders, and accompanying disciples, eagerly awaited the return of their disciples. Wu Xuanqing anxiously gazed towards the exit of the secret realm, fists clenched tightly, praying for Lin Fan and the others to achieve remarkable results. Ha, Wu Xuanqing, are you feeling nervous? You're sweating profusely. Oh, right. Your Tianwu Kingdom's disciples are rather weak. I wonder if even half of them will make it back. Li Qingfeng's derisive laughter echoed. Emph. Wu Xuanqing snorted coldly. Ignoring him, it was not the magical beasts within the secret realm that posed the greatest threat, but rather the humans. Once disciples from different nations encountered each other, conflict was inevitable, and only the strong would survive the 3-month ordeal. Indeed, the overall strength of the Tianwu Kingdom was somewhat lacking. Aside from Lin Fan, Wu Li, Wu Zixuan, Lu Outyin, Lu Hui, and Song Lingshan, the rest were far inferior to the disciples of the other 4 nations. Thus, Wu Xuanqing felt a sense of urgency and uncertainty. Li Chengfeng, however, was brimming with confidence in his disciples. After all, their nation had produced an exceptional prodigy this time, one with the strength of a martial sovereign of the 8th level and a masterful command of toxins. The overall strength of his disciples was also commendable, making their expedition through the secret realm seemingly straightforward. As the exit of the secret realm burst into brilliant light, whoosh, 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 several figures emerged, revealing themselves to be Long Batian and several disciples from the Tianlong Kingdom. Ha, good, Batian, excellent. The leader of the Tianlong Kingdom, Long Lai, laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement, for he sensed that Long Batian's aura had transcended the martial sovereign realm and had reached the martial emperor realm. Indeed, after 3 months of trials, Long Lai had broken through to the pinnacle of the 1st level of martial emperor, mere steps away from the 2nd level. To attain the status of a martial emperor is to possess one's own domain. Once an opponent becomes ensnared within this realm, their attack and defense capabilities are immediately diminished to their lowest point, while one's own strength is augmented twofold in such a circumstance of mutual decline and rise. It becomes exceedingly effortless to vanquish the adversary. The Lord of Supreme City, Lu Xiaofeng, observed Long Batian with a glint of admiration in his eyes, nodding in approval. Long Batian, in turn, proudly lifted his head and positioned himself beside Long Lai. As the representatives of Tianlong Kingdom erupted in jubilant cheers, for having produced a martial emperor, the championship of this competition seemed to be theirs without a shadow of doubt at that moment. The exit of the secret realm radiated with brilliance once more, and a large group emerged, comprising the teams from Yushui Kingdom and Beihan Kingdom, totaling over 70 individuals. However, there was a significant enhancement in their strength. With every member having ascended at least 3 levels since their entry into the secret realm, the weakest among them reaching the 6th level of Martial King. The 2 teams exchanged cordial greetings before rejoining their respective ranks. The leaders of the 2 nations nodded in mutual acknowledgement, as their nations had always maintained amicable relations. Shortly thereafter, another group of 8 emerged, led by Ding Su from Cheng'an Kingdom. That moment, Ding Su had his eyes tightly shut, his aura surging impressively. With a thunderous roar, his momentum skyrocketed, sending the 7 individuals beside him tumbling away. What? Did he just break through? Incredible! To achieve a breakthrough upon being teleported? This aura, goodness, another martial emperor? The spectators gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. The prior emergence of martial emperor Long Batian was somewhat expected, as he was widely recognized as the foremost among the younger generation of the 5 nations. However, Ding Su, a relatively new contender, had not been previously known, making his sudden ascent all the more striking. Chapter 89. Nothing is impossible. Haha, Wu Xuanqing, do you still dare to dream of claiming 2nd place? You might as well follow behind and eat dust. Li Chengfeng boisterously laughed, brimming with arrogance. Wu Xuanqing's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a mix of despair and indignation. He had not anticipated the emergence of another martial emperor from Cheng'an Kingdom. complicating the subsequent rounds of the tournament. After waiting for a considerable time without any further arrivals, the crowd began to murmur in confusion. Where were the representatives of Tianwu Kingdom? Or any others from Tianlong Kingdom and Qing'an Kingdom? Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, and with a resounding thud, a figure was ejected from the secret realm, immediately letting out a wail of dismay, flailing about in panic. What on earth? I was merely taking a moment to relieve myself and got catapulted out? Is this necessary? The unfortunate individual turned out to be Lu Outyin from Tianwu Kingdom. Fate had not been kind to him that day, as he had been struck by sudden stomach pains and sought a secluded spot, only to be unceremoniously expelled from the realm with his pants still down, exposed to all. Ifd. Ha ha ha. You Tianwu Kingdom folks are truly something else. Ha ha ha. Li Qingfeng mocked, while Wu Xuanqing's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Lu Outyin had indeed proven to be quite the oddity, but why was he the only one to emerge? Wu Xuanqing felt a surge of anxiety. He could not comprehend why only Lu Outyin had been teleported out. Stretching his neck, he peered into the depths behind Lu Otian, Li Qingfeng. Seizing the opportunity for further ridicule, taunted Wu Xuanqing. There's no need to look. They must have all perished inside. Otherwise, why would only he be the one to come out? Cut it out. You only managed to bring 10 people out yourselves. Are your others also dead inside? Wu Xuanqing retorted. Can your people even compare to our disciples? If yours are gone, ours will certainly survive. Besides, Tianlong Kingdom only managed to bring out 15 individuals. Could they all have perished? Li Qingfeng countered. Not necessarily. Did I heard from my disciples that most of your Qing'an Kingdom's disciples have met their demise. Murmured Morong Jia, the leader of Yushui Kingdom, with a cold smirk. Stop spewing nonsense. Who possesses such power to slay our disciples? Li Qingfeng exclaimed. Li, do your disciples truly possess such prowess? Even the other disciples from Tianlong Kingdom have not emerged. Let alone yours. Zhao Zhong, the leader of Beihan Kingdom, chimed in, eager to sow discord. For Zhao Zhong and Morong Jia, the news that Lin Fan had single-handedly annihilated all the other disciples from Tianlong and Qing'an Kingdom within the secret realm was astonishing. They swiftly conspired to exploit the situation, hoping to instigate conflict between Tianlong Kingdom and Qing'an Kingdom, thereby benefiting from the ensuing turmoil, as they had no ties with Tianwu Kingdom, let alone with Lin Fan. What? Zhao Zhong, are you implying that our disciples cannot emerge? What do you mean by that? Clarify, Dragonlai of Tianlong Kingdom demanded, his expression darkening. Zhao Yun, you explain. Zhao Zhong gestured for Zhao Yun to step forward. Zhao Yun approached respectfully and stated, Your Highness, it is true that your other disciples cannot emerge. They have all perished within, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. Preposterous. Who possesses such ability? Who could possibly kill our disciples? Li Qingfeng shouted. Li, are your disciples truly formidable? Even the other disciples from Tianlong Kingdom have failed to emerge, let alone yours. Zhao Zhong taunted. Ridiculous. You managed to bring out 40 disciples. Surely ours cannot be inferior. Li Qingfeng retorted. Oh, are you angered now? Morong Yun, enlighten Li Qingfeng regarding the fate of their disciples. Morong Jia said with a gleeful expression. Yes. Morong Yun respectfully bowed before stepping forward to address Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng, it is indeed true that your other disciples cannot emerge. They have all perished inside, and I witnessed it firsthand. Lies. Who possesses such power? Who could kill our disciples? Li Qingfeng exclaimed. Li, do your disciples truly possess such strength? Even the other disciples from Tianlong Kingdom have failed to emerge, let alone yours. Zhao Zhong interjected, eager to stir the pot. Hearing the reports from their disciples about Lin Fan single-handedly decimating all the other disciples from Tianlong and Qing'an Kingdom left Zhao Zhong and Morong Jia astounded. They quickly conspired to undermine both kingdoms, hoping to reap the benefits of the ensuing strife, as they had no allegiance to Tianwu Kingdom, much less to Lin Fan. What? Zhao Zhong, are you saying our disciples cannot emerge? What do you mean? Clarify. Dragonlai's brow furrowed in disbelief. Zhao Yun, you speak. Zhao Zhong urged, motioning for Zhao Yun to explain. Zhao Yun stepped forward and said, Your Highness, during our time in the secret realm, Long Tian from your kingdom had a confrontation with us. Subsequently, Lin Fan from Tianwu Kingdom emerged and decisively eliminated those disciples led by Long Tian, numbering approximately 100. Hence, they cannot emerge. What? How is that possible? Long Tian is a martial sovereign of the 6th level. How could he die in the secret realm? You claim Lin Fan killed him. His disciples entered the secret realm without any having reached the martial sovereign level. Right? Dragonlai pressed, wanting clarification. I cannot say, but I do know that Lin Fan had already reached the 8th level of martial sovereign when we parted ways not long ago. Zhao Yun answered truthfully. What? The crowd was left in stunned silence. A youth who had not even reached the martial sovereign level prior to entering the secret realm had somehow attained the 8th level after 3 months? What kind of talent was this? A prodigy? Nonsense. To ascend from martial disciple directly to martial sovereign level 8 in just 3 months. Even if he had entered as a martial sovereign of the 4th level, such a leap would be impossible, Li Qingfeng roared. What is impossible? Your disciples from Chang'an Kingdom previously ambushed us with poison. It was Lin Fan who eliminated them all. Therefore, I calculated that only 8 of your disciples remain. Morong Yun coldly stated, harboring deep resentment towards Chang'an Kingdom. What? No way. You're lying. You're deliberately spreading alarmist claims. Li Chengfeng refused to believe Morong Yun's assertions, deeming them utterly implausible. What is impossible? Your Chang'an Kingdom disciples are all despicable. They resorted to poison in the shadows and deserve to be killed. Lu Outyin chimed in, now having pulled up his trousers, filled with rage at the thought of nearly losing his life at their hands. Brat, you seek death. Li Chengfeng, incensed by Lu Outyin's outburst, prepared to strike him. But Wu Xuanqing swiftly intervened, stepping in front of Lu Outyin. Li, do you treat me as invisible? Humph. Even if what you say is true. Lin Fan has yet to emerge, hasn't he? Only this wretched brat has come out. Ha ha ha. I wager they must have all perished inside. Li Chengfeng laughed mockingly. The crowd fell silent, contemplating the possibility. If Morong Yun's claims were accurate, then all the surviving members of Tianlong Kingdom and Chang'an Kingdom had emerged, leaving only Lu Outyin from Tianwu Kingdom. Did that mean Lin Fan and the others had all perished? Even Lu Outyin was taken aback. Muttering to himself, that can't be. Before I was expelled, Lin Gu was still leading everyone in a siege against a peak martial sovereign beast. How could he possibly be dead? Oh, ha ha ha. So it must be that peak martial sovereign beast that killed Lin Fan and the others. What a stroke of bad luck. Li Chengfeng chuckled importantly at that moment. The secret realm erupted in a dazzling display of light, and a voice resounded from within. Even if you perish, I shall remain unscathed. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd turned their gaze towards the entrance of the secret realm, where a large group of approximately 90 individuals began to emerge. Lin Fan. Wu Xuanqing instantly recognized the leading figure as Lin Fan, exclaiming joyfully, Your Highness, I hope all is well. Lin Fan greeted with a smile. Wu Xuanqing beamed with pride as he looked at Lin Fan and the 90 individuals trailing behind him. Excellent, excellent. You've all done wonderfully. I, too, am well. Ha ha ha. How could he not be joyous? Only Tianwu Kingdom had managed to retain 95 individuals alive from this secret realm competition. Moreover, he had just noticed that regardless of how they had trained within, the weakest among them had now reached the 1st level of martial disciple, while a staggering 18 had attained the level of martial sovereign. This was truly astonishing, leaving him utterly perplexed as to how they had achieved such feats. Chapter 90. Insufficient pennies. In truth, it was Lin Fan's contributions that enabled them all to obtain a high-grade 4th-tier bloodline fusion, significantly accelerating their ascension. Moreover, these 18 martial sovereigns had fused a low-grade 3rd-tier bloodline, resulting in a remarkable surge in their strength. Wu Xuanqing and the leaders of the 4 sects of Tianwu Kingdom approached with palpable excitement. Their faces radiating joy. Was evident to all that with their victory in the first round of the 5 Kingdoms Grand Competition, Tianwu Kingdom had secured the top rank, an achievement that warranted their elation to AS for the 2nd round, which merely determined the qualifications for entry into the ancient secret realm and the rankings of combat prowess. Even if they did not clinch 1st place, Tianwu Kingdom had still prospered immensely. With Tianwu Kingdom thriving, the domestic sects would undoubtedly reap the benefits. Brat, did you kill Long Tian and our disciples? At this moment, Long Lai questioned sternly. Lin Fan shot him a sidelong glance and replied with a smile, Indeed, he ambushed our disciples. Shouldn't he be killed for that? You? Long Lai was momentarily taken aback. The slaughter within the secret realm was tacitly permitted. Those who fell could only blame their inadequacy and skill, not others. Humph. Subsequently, Long Lai fell silent, though his gaze darkened, clearly harboring resentment towards Lin Fan. Consequently, their hopes for 1st place in Tianlong Kingdom had vanished. You little beast, you have slain so many of our disciples and still dare to be so arrogant. You are truly courting death. Li Chengfeng roared, charging forward and unleashing a palm strike. His fury was palpable. He had been elated at Ding Su's elevation to martial emperor, believing that perhaps they could compete with Tianlong Kingdom. Although Ding Su's strength might slightly lag behind Long Batian, his prowess and toxin release surpassed even Li Chengfeng's. In a battle against Long Batian, the outcome was uncertain. However, Lin Fan's actions had completely shattered expectations. Observing the battlefield, only 8 of his side had emerged alive, the lowest among the 5 nations. How could he endure such humiliation? As Li Qingfeng lunged to attack, Wu Xuanqing's temper flared. Old fool, do you truly think I am inconsequential? He too attempted to strike out, yet, at that moment, a figure darted out faster than him. Your Highness, I shall handle this. Boom. Before Wu Xuanqing could react, Lin Fan had already met Li Qingfeng's strike with his own. A resounding crash echoed, and Lin Fan stood unyielding while Li Qingfeng spewed blood, hurtling backward. Thud. Crashing to the ground. Li Qingfeng coughed up another mouthful of blood, his breath faltering as he struggled to rise. Pointing a trembling finger at Lin Fan in shock. How is this possible? How could you be so strong? Aren't you a martial sovereign at the 8th level? Having previously heard of Lin Fan's status as a martial sovereign at the 8th level and the news of him slaying so many of his disciples, Li Qingfeng had intended to obliterate Lin Fan with a single strike, confident in his own peak 9th level martial sovereign prowess. However, after their clash, he was left astounded. It felt as though he had struck a diamond, while Lin Fan remained entirely unfazed, inflicting severe injury upon him with a single blow. Who told you I am merely an 8th level martial sovereign? Lin Fan scoffed, releasing an overwhelming aura that sent shockwaves through the air. Martial Emperor? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their voices rising in unison. How is this possible? How could you be a martial emperor? Li Qingfeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic. The reason for his disbelief stemmed from the fact that just before the Lord of the Supreme City activated the secret realm to transport them out, Lin Fan and his companions had stumbled upon a den of magical beasts, discovering dozens of them at the level of sovereign. Naturally, they were exhilarated and engaged in a frenzied slaughter. Although they felt the realm's expulsion, Lin Fan was determined not to miss this opportunity for experience, and thus unleashed his domain. It was indeed curious how he could wield a domain without yet being a martial emperor. It was an unexpected discovery that the devil fruit had granted him such power, inadvertently allowing him to manifest a domain. By resisting the expulsion, he had inadvertently released it, explaining why they had not been expelled from the secret realm. With the domain at his disposal, Lin Fan accelerated his killing spree, ultimately clearing all sovereign-level magical beasts and ascending to the 1st level of martial emperor, a remarkable leap of 2 levels. Showcasing the vast experience he had gained from these creatures. Enough. Cease all hostilities. The slaughter within the secret realm was tacitly allowed. Those who perished can only blame their lack of skill at this moment. Lu Xiaofeng's voice rang out. Upon hearing the city lord, the crowd quieted, and Lin Fan also withdrew, turning his gaze toward him. He could easily deal with a pest like Li Qingfeng, but since the city lord had intervened, it was prudent to show some respect, as his primary objective was entry into the secret realm. Li Qingfeng stood silently, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at Lin Fan, wishing nothing more than to devour him alive. The representatives of each nation were then called forth to present the magical beast hearts they had collected for the final ranking of the 5 nations. Lu Xiaofeng continued, and the participants stepped forward in turn to submit their magical beast hearts, which were subsequently tallied. Tianlong Kingdom, currently 12 participants, accumulating a total of 1,352 magical beast hearts. Chang'an Kingdom, currently 8 participants, with a total of 795 magical beast hearts collected. Yushui Kingdom, currently 41 participants, with a total of 1,816 magical beast hearts collected. Beihan Kingdom, currently 44 participants, collecting a total of 1,742 magical beast hearts. Tianwu Kingdom, currently 95 participants, accumulating a total of At this point, even the announcer was left speechless. Huh? How many did they collect? Lu Xiaofeng inquired, frowning. Tianwu Kingdom has amassed a staggering total of 17,988 magical beast hearts. The announcer stammered, drenched in sweat after delivering the news. The crowd erupted in astonishment, a wave of disbelief washing over them. 17,988? Did I hear that correctly? How could there be so many? Indeed, the combined total of the other 4 nations doesn't even amount to a fraction of that. Unbelievable. Goodness, have they slain every magical beast in the secret realm? Upon hearing the crowd's discussions, the members of Tianwu Kingdom beamed with pride and joy, especially Wu Xuanqing, whose face was so wrinkled from laughter that it resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, exuding utter foolishness. It was clear that with this achievement, Tianwu Kingdom would claim 1st place, leading to exponential growth in population, economy, and resources over the next decade, thereby strengthening the nation even further. When he later learned that out of the 17,988 magical beast hearts, over 15,000 had been single-handedly slain by Lin Fan. He nearly fainted. Even the city lord, Lu Xiaofeng, was stunned. Such a feat had never before been recorded in the competition, with the highest accumulation previously being just over 3,000 hearts. Tianwu Kingdom excels. Lu Xiaofeng stood to commend them, stating that the results were now clear, and the rankings of the 5 nations would undoubtedly surprise everyone. Then, Lu Xiaofeng nodded at the announcer, signaling him to declare the rankings. Chapter 91. A bunch of ignorant fools. The rankings of the 5 nations are as follows. 5th place. Qingan Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng's teeth ground together, his fists clenched tightly as he glared furiously at Lin Fan. Fully aware that it was his actions that led to such a disgraceful outcome, he then instructed a disciple behind him, who nodded and departed. Turning to Ding Su, he added, "If you draw Lin Fan in the next match, eliminate him without hesitation." Ding Su's lips curled into a smirk, nodding slightly, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood. 4th place. Tianlong Kingdom. As the announcer continued, the members of Tianlong Kingdom furrowed their brows in discontent. Their expressions sour. The accompanying disciples from other nations and onlookers murmured among themselves, realizing the extent of Tianlong Kingdom's downfall, having only managed 4th place. Indeed, with Lin Fan emerging from Tianwu Kingdom, Tianlong Kingdom has suffered a significant embarrassment. As they overheard the chatter around them, Long Lai's fury deepened, turning to Long Batian beside him. In the next match, if you encounter Lin Fan, do not hold back. Long Batian, however, appeared dismissive, having just witnessed Lin Fan's exchange with Li Chengfeng. He was confident in his own ability to defeat Li Chengfeng with a single strike, even to kill him. Thus he did not regard Lin Fan as a threat. 3rd place. Beihan Kingdom. 2nd place. Yushui Kingdom. With the announcement, the disciples from Beihan Kingdom and Yushui Kingdom erupted in cheers, celebrating their unprecedented achievement of securing the top 3 spots after millennia of being at the bottom. They understood that this success was largely due to Lin Fan from Tianwu Kingdom, and although there was competition among the nations, the leaders of Beihan and Yushui Kingdom couldn't help but admire Lin Fan all the more. 1st place. Tianwu Kingdom. With the final announcement of 1st place, jubilant laughter erupted from the Tianwu Kingdom side. "Ha ha ha! We are first! We are first! Who would have thought we could achieve 1st place?" As he beheld the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Wu Xuanqing's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. The kingdom of Tianwu was poised for greatness. He glanced at the serene Lin Fan beside him, feeling a profound gratitude, understanding that it was Lin Fan who had brought this prestigious victory to Tianwu. Meanwhile, the leader of the Qing Tian sect, Qing Shaotian, and Wang Bo found themselves surrounded by the heads and elders of the other 3 sects, receiving fervent congratulations. The faces of those present were alight with flattery, their eyes reflecting boundless envy. The Qing Tian sect had produced such a remarkable disciple, a true boon. Qing Shaotian's face was radiant with a smile, while Wang Bo exuberantly proclaimed, "Lin Fan is my master." At that moment, he felt no shame. Being associated with Lin Fan was a source of immense pride. Naturally, the announcement of the rankings led to Lin Fan being encircled by the crowd, receiving their accolades and adulations. Even more so, at Lu Outyan's call, all the participants surged forward, lifting Lin Fan into the air, chanting, "Long live the boss. The boss is the most handsome." They had all been saved by Lin Fan in the secret realm, and it was thanks to him that they had achieved their current prowess. Their admiration for Lin Fan was genuine and heartfelt. After the commotion subsided, Lu Xiaofeng rose with a smile and declared, "Esteemed guests, the 1st round of the ranking matches concludes here. Congratulations on surviving the 1st round, and your strengths have all seen improvements. Next, we shall commence the 2nd round of duels. The top 100 contenders will earn the right to enter the ancient secret realm." Upon hearing the words of City Lord Lu Xiaofeng, the crowd fell silent, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the matches. Their eyes glimmered with hope and excitement. If they could enter the secret realm and emerge alive, they would become formidable powers in their own right, fulfilling the ultimate purpose of their arduous training. This time, only 200 participants would progress to the 2nd round, meaning that winning just one match would secure their ranking. "Now, let us begin the draw." With that pronouncement, the participants stepped forward in turn to draw their numbers. Given that Tianwu Kingdom had the largest contingent, accounting for nearly half of the total, it was likely that many would secure a spot among the 100. Lin Fan drew a number and opened it to reveal 88. A wry smile crossed his face. It seemed that he could always draw numbers containing the digit 8, which was quite amusing. At that moment, Su Meier rushed over and inquired, "Lin Gu, what number did you draw?" "I got number 12. Hee. I got 88. Lin Fan replied with a smile, then turned to Song Lingshan and asked, "Lingshan, what number did you get?" Song Lingshan approached, revealing her number to be 23. Hee. I'm glad we didn't draw the same number, Lin Fan chuckled, relieved that they wouldn't be pitted against each other. Soon, Lu Outyin, Wu Li, Wu Zixuan, Lu Hui, along with Murong Yun and Zhao Yun, gathered around to inquire about Lin Fan's number. They collectively sighed in relief at not having drawn Lin Fan as an opponent. Otherwise, they would have stood no chance. Before long, all the numbers were drawn, and the matches commenced. The first to take the stage was a disciple from the Cheng'an Kingdom, battling against a disciple from the Beihan Kingdom. As Cheng'an had consistently ranked second, the match was over in just a few exchanges, resulting in the Beihan disciples' defeat. Following that, it was the turn of Lu Qin from Cheng'an to face Su Meier from Tianlong. Numbers 11 and 12 respectively, Lu Qin, possessing a cultivation of martial sovereign at the 7th level, was no match for Su Meier, who had reached the 5th level of martial sovereign. Given the events in the secret realm, Su Meier held a strong resentment towards the people of Cheng'an. Without waiting for her opponent to make a move, she charged forward and delivered a punch that sent him crashing off the stage. Securing her victory, Lin Fan immediately gave her a thumbs up, causing Su Meier to beam with pride. After a few more matches, it was Song Lingshan's turn. She was fortunate, as her opponent was a disciple from Yushui Kingdom, only at the 5th level of martial sovereign, while she had already reached the 3rd level of martial sovereign before entering the secret realm. She easily dispatched her opponent, much to Lin Fan's relief, as it meant he could lead them into the secret realm, ensuring their safety and maximizing their gains. After another hour, Wu Li, Wu Zixuan, Lu Hui, and Lu Outyin also achieved victories, grateful not to have faced Ding Su and Long Batian. Following Lin Fan's assistance in the secret realm, Wu Li, Wu Zixuan, and Lu Outyin had all reached the 7th level of martial sovereign, while Lu Hui had attained the 3rd level, ensuring they would navigate the matches successfully as long as they avoided the top-tier opponents. Before long, Long Batian took to the stage, facing an opponent from the Lietian sect of Tianwu, who was merely at the 8th level of martial sovereign. Unsurprisingly, he was no match for Long Batian, who swiftly knocked him off the platform, rendering him unconscious. Standing on the stage, he arrogantly declared, "Kid, consider yourself lucky for not drawing me. Humph! In the secret realm, I'll make you weep, fool." Lin Fan regarded him with disdain, uninterested in engaging. Just because he had avoided Lin Fan did not make him fortunate. He would ensure that Long Batian would have more than enough reason to cry once they entered the secret realm. After several more matches, the referee's voice rang out. Next up, number 87, Ding Su from Cheng'an versus number 88, Lin Fan from Tianwu. Humph. Looks like you 1T have a chance to enter the secret realm. Long Batian sneered upon seeing Lin Fan's opponent was Ding Su. Humph. Lin Fan, prepare to die. Li Chengfeng mocked from the sidelines. I hope you perish soon. Lin Fan glared at Li Chengfeng, exerting his aura, causing the unprepared Li Chengfeng to stumble and fall, eliciting a roar of laughter from the crowd. Waste. Lin Fan scoffed dismissively before stepping onto the platform. Go, Ding Su, kill him. Li Chengfeng, furious and embarrassed, shouted. Kid, did you hear that? Prepare to die. Ding Su approached the arena with a sadistic grin, unleashing a wave of black mist toward Lin Fan. As Ding Su initiated his toxic assault, Li Chengfeng's previously furious expression turned into a sinister smile. Ha ha ha, let us see if you survive this time. This is Ding Su's infamous poison technique, Bloodthirsty Black Demon. What? Bloodthirsty Black Demon? Lin Fan is in danger. Gasps erupted among the onlookers. It was well known that this poison was no ordinary toxin. Once unleashed, the black mist would dissolve into the air, becoming colorless and odorless. Inhaling even the slightest amount would result in complete paralysis, solidified blood, and an endless descent into terror, ultimately leading to death amidst horrific illusions. Humph! This kid is finished, Long Batian remarked with indifference. Lin Fan is in grave danger. Despite having the 1st level of martial sovereign, Ding Su's expertise in poison is unparalleled. Others in the crowd shared similar sentiments, casting doubtful glances at Lin Fan. Those familiar with Lin Fan's strength and character felt a twinge of worry. After all, poison was not something one could simply counter with raw power. However, upon witnessing Lin Fan's calm demeanor, their anxiety dissipated. They understood he was undoubtedly composed and confident, and smiles of relief began to surface as they continued to watch the match. Lin Fan observed Ding Su's immediate use of poison with a slight upward curl of his lips. Entirely unfazed, possessing the devouring heaven secret technique, he had no fear of toxins. Moreover, he was now inclined to toy with his opponent. Had he wished to, his domain would have neutralized the poison long before it could even come close. Thus, he made no move, standing expressionless in place. Unbeknownst to Ding Su, he believed the bloodthirsty black demon poison would penetrate Lin Fan's defenses, leading to his demise. As he stood still, Ding Su crossed his arms, a cruel smile on his face, waiting for Lin Fan to succumb to the poison, thinking him immobilized. However, half a minute passed, then a minute, and even 5 minutes went by, yet Lin Fan remained expressionless, showing no signs of the expected horror. What is going on? Ding Su began to feel perplexed. Logically, Lin Fan should be trembling and contorted in fear by now. Why was he still standing there? Devoid of expression? Ding Su approached Lin Fan, aiming to investigate what had gone awry. Could it be that Lin Fan possessed a natural resistance to poison, causing a delay in its effects? But as he drew closer, within 3 meters, Lin Fan's eyes flickered, meeting his gaze with a smile. You're not poisoned? Ding Su exclaimed in shock, but he quickly regained his composure and unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, standing still. With a resounding crash, Ding Su's palm landed squarely on Lin Fan's chest, a sadistic grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha, now you will surely die. However, when he turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, he was taken aback to find him still wearing a disdainful smile, observing him with a nonchalant demeanor. The anticipated scene of Lin Fan being sent flying by his strike, blood spewing from his mouth, and collapsing in grievous injury did not materialize. How could this be? Ding Su was astonished. His poison had failed, and after delivering a powerful blow to Lin Fan's heart, the latter appeared utterly unscathed. Not even a hint of blood. This was utterly abnormal. At that moment, Lin Fan spoke. Is this all you are capable of? If so, you might as well perish. As soon as his words fell, Lin Fan unleashed a strike. Ding Su, being a formidable martial emperor, immediately crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest to block the blow. Yet, while the imagination was delightful, reality proved to be harsh. A series of cracking sounds echoed. Snap, crack, snap. The seemingly casual strike from Lin Fan shattered Ding Su's arms and broke his sternum with ease. A piercing scream escaped Ding Su as he was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string. The onlookers outside were left in utter shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. In a way, did I just see that correctly? Ding Su is a martial emperor, yet he couldn't withstand a single blow. Is this Lin Fan a monster? The bloodthirsty black demon poison had no effect on him, and his strength was terrifyingly overwhelming. How could there be such a vast disparity among those of the same martial emperor rank? Incredible! Meanwhile, Lin Fan, observing Ding Su, who was still airborne and not yet deceased, scratched his head and remarked, "Oh, he is not dead. I must not have used enough strength." Instantly, the crowd gasped in shock. How could Lin Fan claim he had not exerted his full strength? This was simply monstrous. Subsequently, Lin Fan reached out towards the still airborne Ding Su, gripping his hand as a thunderous boom resonated from Ding Su's body. The spectators watched in horror as Ding Su exploded into a spectacle of blood and flesh, akin to a firework bursting in the night sky, showering down a gruesome rain of blood. In an instant, the audience fell into a stunned silence, awestruck not only by Lin Fan's might but also by his ruthless nature. Any foe of his would face utter annihilation. Chapter 93. Meeting the In-Laws. The crowd's gaze towards Lin Fan shifted, now laced with a hint of reverence and fear, silently categorizing him as the foremost individual not to be trifled with. Anyone who provoked Lin Fan would surely meet a gruesome fate. Meanwhile, on the stands, Long Batian frowned, his gaze fixated on Lin Fan, a heaviness settling in his heart. In this match, Lin Fan of Tianwu Nation emerged victorious. After a brief pause, the referee regained his composure and announced the result of the match. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of admiration and exclamations, as expected of Boss Lin. He is simply magnificent. Absolutely, that fool dared to show off in front of Boss Lin. He must be out of his mind, right? Did he think being a martial emperor made him special? Boss Lin is also a martial emperor. Is there anyone who can rival him at the same level? Even Lu Xiaofeng, seated in the stands, was visibly impressed, nodding repeatedly with a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, the other contestants took to the stage one by one. And after more than an hour, the second round of duels concluded. The final 100 elite participants were selected, with Tianlong Nation securing all 12 of its competitors in the top ranks, a testament to its status as the strongest nation. Beihan Nation had 18 competitors selected, Yushui Nation had 15, while Qing'an Nation faltered, with only 3 making the cut. The remaining 46 slots were filled by competitors from Tianwu Nation. Had it not been for the draw, Many more from Tianwu would have entered the top 100. Excellent. The final 100 elites have been chosen. Congratulations to you all. You will follow me shortly to discuss the details concerning your entry into the ancient secret realm. The rest of you may disperse. After delivering his instructions, Lu Xiaofeng beckoned the selected individuals to follow him into the castle. The group of 100 bid farewell to their respective national leaders before entering the castle with Lu Xiaofeng. Congratulations once again for securing a place in the ancient secret realm. I trust you are somewhat familiar with it, knowing that surviving its trials will lead to a significant enhancement of your abilities. At this point, Lu Xiaofeng paused, observing the nodding heads of the audience, and continued, indeed, if you survive, you will gain a substantial boost in power. However, the ancient secret realm has another name. There's another name? What is it? The crowd looked at Lu Xiaofeng with curiosity, eager for his explanation. The ancient secret realm is also known as the Ascension Realm, Lu Xiaofeng declared. The Ascension Realm? What does that mean? The crowd was puzzled. Our ancient Tian continent is uniquely structured, divided into 4 realms: East, South, West, and North. You are only aware of the Northern Realm. Have you ever encountered anyone from the other 3 realms? Lu Xiaofeng inquired. No. The crowd collectively shook their heads in response. Indeed, since they could comprehend, they had only known of the Northern Realm and had often wondered why it was called as such. Yet they had never seen or heard of individuals or matters pertaining to the Eastern, Southern, or Western realms. In truth, the 4 realms are arranged in a hierarchical manner. Only when you attain the martial zone level in the Northern Realm will you qualify to enter the ancient secret realm. Through the trials and tribulations within, you will grow and strive to reach the martial venerable level, allowing you to pass through the light membrane and enter the Western Realm. This is the sole path to the Western Realm. What? The ancient secret realm is the gateway to the Western Realm? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the secret realm is rich with resources and formidable beasts, but more importantly, it serves as the training ground for disciples from the Western Realm. In the Western Realm, only those with a minimum strength of martial zone 5th level can enter this training ground. This is precisely why we require the selection of the top 100 elites after 2 rounds of elimination. Entering the secret realm with insufficient strength is akin to courting death. Within the realm, you will become targets for the disciples from the Western Realm, and exceptionally talented disciples may even seize you to recruit you into their sects, which is a stroke of luck. The rest will depend on your own efforts to survive against the odds and break through that layer of light membrane to enter the Western Realm. I will also share some information I possess. In the Western Realm, martial venerable beings abound, and martial emperor strongholds are commonplace. There are even numerous martial gods, and beyond martial gods, there exists another tier known as the Foundation Establishment Stage, which pertains to cultivators. What? Cultivators? No way. Are there really cultivators? The crowd erupted in excitement at the mention of cultivators. Cultivation signifies the potential for longevity, a desire cherished by all, and even Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with intensity. Indeed, they are cultivators. The Western Realm is merely the beginning of cultivation, so you can deduce the levels of strength possessed by the experts from the Southern and Eastern realms. Thus, you now comprehend that the pinnacle of martial arts pursuits, the martial god realm, is merely an initial stage. Alright, that concludes my discourse. This information is strictly for your group of 100 and must not be leaked. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Furthermore, the ancient secret realm will open 3 months from now. During this time, you may return to make your arrangements and gather here on this day in 3 months. Lu Xiaofeng instructed firmly. Understood, Lord City Master. The crowd responded respectfully. Afterward, the group exited the castle, exchanged farewells, and returned to their respective camps. Lin Fan, what are your plans for the next 3 months? Song Lingshan and Su Meyer inquired in unison. I intend to take you, Yuner, and Su Meyer, along with Luo Linger, to visit my home and meet my parents. What do you think? Lin Fan smiled. The 2 women shyly nodded, realizing they would finally meet the in-laws. With their approval secured, Lin Fan bid farewell to Wu Xuanqing and the leaders of several sects before setting off with Song Lingshan and Su Meyer. When Lin Fan summoned the Earth-grade treasure ship, Ling Yun boat, once more, it dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. This vessel was superior to the flying ships of Qing Shaotian and Wu Xuanqing, boasting greater speed. Subsequently, under Wang Bo's persistent insistence, he managed to board the treasure ship with Lin Fan, claiming he would tag along to return to his sect since Lin Fan intended to pick up Luo Linger. As they journeyed, chatting and laughing, they soon arrived at Xianyun sect to collect Song Yuner before heading directly to Qingtian sect. Lin Fan skillfully maneuvered the treasure ship above the outer gate's Dan hall before landing. At that moment, Luo Linger was diligently tending to the medicinal fields, nurturing her herbs. Linger. A soft call resonated from behind her. Luo Linger trembled, quickly turning around to see the visitor. Instantly, she rushed forward, excitement radiating from her as she exclaimed, "You back! I was so worried about you." Upon realizing it was Lin Fan, the one she had longed for, she disregarded the presence of others and threw herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. During Lin Fan's absence, she had missed him dearly, recalling his words to wait for his return. Chapter 94. Returning to the Lin family. Now, Lin Fan had finally come home. Afterward, Lin Fan gently reassured her, blushing as he introduced the sisters Song Lingshan and Su Meyer to her. Naturally, this was met with a few eye rolls. However, women born in this era could accept a man with multiple wives, especially when their man was so formidable. Before long, the several women became quite lively, chattering away with great enthusiasm, leaving Lin Fan feeling somewhat neglected and distressed. Seizing the moment while the women were engaged in conversation, Lin Fan pulled Wang Bo aside and presented him with a couple of lower-tier third-grade bloodlines and several fourth-grade bloodlines, informing him that he and the sect leader would each take one of the third-grade bloodlines, while the others of fourth grade could be left to his discretion. Wang Bo stood there in shock for a moment, then suddenly let out a strange cry as he snapped back to reality. Filled with ecstatic joy, he rushed to embrace Lin Fan, only to be kicked away with a reprimand for his shamelessness. "Hee, master, your disciple loves you to death." "Ha ha ha." Wang Bo, undeterred, approached again with a cheeky grin, earning an exasperated eye roll from Lin Fan. He then gifted him some high-tier fifth-grade cultivation techniques and a few spirit stones, as he had plenty to spare. This delighted Wang Bo for quite some time. Eventually, amidst Wang Bo's profuse gratitude and reluctance to part ways, Lin Fan led the four women aboard a treasure ship, setting off towards Lin Wang Town. Lin Fan's generous gifts to Wang Bo were also intended to ensure that the sect could continue to thrive after his departure. Time passed swiftly, and a few days later, the five of them arrived at Lin Wang Town. From a distance, they disembarked from the flying ship and walked towards the town, but to their surprise, the usually bustling town gates were eerily desolate that day. According to reason, after Lin Fan had returned previously and helped the Lin family claim dominance here, there should have been guards from the Lin family stationed at the gates. Yet not a single one was in sight, sending a wave of foreboding through him. Thus, he briefed the four women and quickened their pace towards the Lin family residence. At that moment, the Lin family was surrounded by a throng of approximately 100 armed individuals, their demeanor fierce and aggressive. "Lin Fan, you killed my brother Yun Feiyang, and today I have come to collect my debt," shouted a man with a scruffy beard and a face reminiscent of Guan Yu. Yun Feiyang brought this upon himself. The one who killed his son was from the Tiger Flame sect, yet he came to confront my family. If he lacked the strength and perished, who can he blame? Yuan Pei interjected, revealing that the intruders were led by Peng Hu, the sworn brother of Yun Feiyang and a resident of Qinglong City, who had offended a prominent family there and decided to return to Xuanwu City to visit his brother. Upon learning of Yun Feiyang's demise and discovering that Lin Fan was responsible, he had come seeking vengeance, intending to eliminate the Lin family and seize their resources. "I don't care about your excuses. All I know is my brother died at Lin Fan's hands. If you want to live, then get out of Lin Wang Town, and I will not pursue this matter," Peng Hu declared contemptuously. "Humph, you are clearly after Lin Wang Town's resources. Don't hide behind the guise of revenge. It is truly shameless," Yuan Pei shot back. "You think you've been given face? If you refuse to leave, then all of you shall die." With that, Peng Hu commanded his men to attack, and they charged forward. The Lin family, not to be underestimated, quickly mobilized to defend their home. Though the bearded man was formidable, the Lin family had been biding their time and, bolstered by the resources and techniques left by Lin Fan, had significantly strengthened their ranks. With a shout from the elder patriarch, the family members surged forward to engage in battle. The two sides clashed fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Seeing the stalemate, Peng Hu frowned, surprised that such a small family from a remote town possessed this level of strength. Without hesitation, he leaped into the fray himself, his every strike claiming the lives of several Lin family disciples. "Focus on that bearded man. Coordinate your attacks," Lin Xiong commanded as he recognized the ferocity of Peng Hu, dispatching over 20 disciples to surround him. Unfortunately, their efforts only held for a brief moment. As the disparity in power was too great, most of the disciples had yet to reach the rank of martial master, with the strongest barely at the martial general level. Soon enough, numerous Lin family disciples were felled. Crying out in anguish, the elders of the Lin family contracted their formation, retreating to the inner courtyard. "How dare a swarm of ants act recklessly? You bring this upon yourselves?" Peng Hu sneered, raising his fist to strike at Lin Xiong, intending to make an example of the family patriarch. "Father," Yuan Pei gasped, rushing forward to intervene. "Pei, no," Lin Xiong shouted in despair. Just then, a furious voice rang out, seeking death, and a figure dashed forward, sending Peng Hu flying against the wall, crashing through it and landing on the ground, barely clinging to life. The scene fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as all eyes turned to the unexpected arrival. Tian'er, Yuan Pei was the first to recognize the young man as her son, Lin Fan, calling out in excitement. In that moment, four ethereal young women appeared at Lin Fan's side, leaving Yuan Pei momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sight before her. "This," she stammered, pointing at the four newcomers. "Aunt." The four women greeted Lin Fan's mother in unison. "Oh, who are you?" Lin Mu asked, puzzled. "Mother, they are my wives," Lin Fan replied, his cheeks slightly flushed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes widened in shock. "Your wives? All four of them?" "Yes, all of them," Lin Fan admitted, feeling a bit bashful, while the four women's faces flushed even deeper. Lin Mu, upon realizing this, burst into joyous laughter. "Ah, my ancestors have blessed us. 4 daughters-in-law. Marvelous. Truly marvelous." She eagerly took the hands of the 4 women, examining them closely, pride swelling in her heart as she thought of her son's remarkable fortune. "Daughter, Lingshan, Linger, Yuner, Meyer. You 4 accompany mother inside while I handle matters here," Lin Fan said with a light smile. The 4 nodded and, as they passed Lin Xiong, each offered a respectful greeting, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Turning to the excited Lin family disciples, Lin Fan nodded and smiled before directing his gaze toward the group of intruders. "Do you think the Lin family is a place you can recklessly invade?" He sneered. With that, he extended his hand, and the remaining dozens of Peng Hu's men were lifted into the air, before exploding in a shower of blood. "Wow, young Master Lin is even more powerful now." "Indeed. Look," he merely gestured, and those men exploded. "Incredible. It's simply magnificent. He resolves matters with such ease." Alas, at that moment, a woman sighed. "Why the sigh? Did you not see young Master Lin return with 4 stunning beauties?" "My chances are gone, alas," piffed, "sister. To be honest, even without those 4 beauties, you had no chance. Have you looked in the mirror? Your looks are well, let's just say not ideal." "What? Are you asking for a beating?" The woman chased after the man, sparking a playful scuffle. "Ouch, please spare me. I was wrong," he begged. Laughter and cheer erupted among the crowd. What had begun as a deadly confrontation dissipated in an instant with Lin Fan's arrival. After eliminating the attackers, Lin Fan instructed the servants and Lin family disciples to clear the battlefield and collect the contents of the assailants' bags for later distribution. He then entered the house to discuss matters with his parents and the elder patriarch, first introducing the 4 women, much to everyone's satisfaction, even prompting Lin Mu to inquire about the wedding arrangements, leaving them all feeling somewhat awkward. Additionally, Lin Fan revealed several chests filled with spirit stones, silver notes, weapons, armor, cultivation techniques, and various bloodlines, which left his parents, grandfather, and the clan elders in utter astonishment. They realized that the treasures Lin Fan had brought could elevate the Lin family to become one of the most prestigious families in the entire northern continent, leaving them in disbelief. Upon learning that Lin Fan had secured a spot in the elite competition of the 5 nations and would soon gain access to ancient scriptures, indicating he might be away for an extended period, their astonishment only deepened. Lin Fan's parents were filled with tears, deeply reluctant to part with him. However, under the guidance of Lin Fan and the 4 ladies, they ultimately found solace, understanding that Lin Fan could not remain in such a family for long. His world encompassed the entirety of the ancient Tian continent. After much discussion, they sought the consent of the other 4 ladies, yet Lin's mother took it upon herself to extend their stay for a few more nights, during which she arranged a simple engagement ceremony for them. Over these days, the Lin estate was awash with joy, adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. The other small families in Linwang town, upon hearing of Lin Fan's engagement, sent forth congratulatory gifts, and upon encountering Lin Fan's 4 stunningly beautiful fiancées, they were filled with envy. Naturally, Lin Fan was also quite elated during this time. With everything in order, he conspired with the 4 ladies to engage in an unprecedented battle. Armed with the previously acquired Yinyang Shinyu pill, they each consumed the elixir, unleashing a delightful and exhilarating skirmish that lasted an entire night. Lin Fan's already formidable physique, enhanced by the catalyst of the pill, made him even more powerful. The battle only concluded at noon, when they finally called a truce and settled into tranquility. Glancing at his four companions, Lin Fan smiled with delight. This was the life a man ought to lead. Days later, Lin Fan decided to leave Song Yuner and Luolinger behind, as they could not partake in this secret realm journey, allowing them to stay and provide company to their mother. During this time, Lin Fan utilized special elixirs, combined with the inferior third-grade bloodline acquired in the secret realm, to elevate both of them to the martial sovereign level. Moreover, he left a plethora of elixirs and techniques for them, assuring that if they followed his guidance, they would soon ascend to the martial venerable tier within 3 months. With this, their self-preservation would be secure, and he instructed them to seek refuge at the Inter-sect should any insurmountable troubles arise in his absence. Reluctantly, he took Song Lingshan and Su Meyer with him as they set off towards the Tianlong kingdom. With time still on their side, he aimed to visit Su Meyer's family to introduce himself to her parents and elders. Upon their arrival at the Su residence, a servant hurriedly announced, "Master, master, the young lady has returned." "What? The young lady is back?" a middle-aged woman asked anxiously. "Yes, madam. The young lady has just arrived at the door." The servant replied, "Humph. She remembers to come back?" A middle-aged man scoffed, bitterness seeping through his words. Recently, the participants from the Tianlong kingdom returned, having achieved only 4th place in the competition, which displeased the ruler of the imperial city. It was said that Lin Fan from the Tianwu kingdom was the cause of this outcome, and now Su Meyer of the Su family had become romantically involved with him. Upon returning, she did not come back with the others, but instead followed Lin Fan. This news left the ruler of the imperial city, as well as the Tianlong kingdom's sovereign, quite dissatisfied. Nonetheless, the Su family had historically contributed significantly to the dynasty, and with a martial emperor ancestor overseeing them, little was said. However, the displeasure on their faces made Su Meyer's father, Su Jiangwo, feel quite uncomfortable. After returning home, Su Jiangwo was furious, cursing his unfilial daughter for entangling herself with a boy from another nation. Utterly shameless, however, Su mother, He Xiaomei, was not perturbed. She knew her daughter had always held high standards, and though she could be a bit foolish at times, that was merely due to her love for food. She firmly believed in her daughter's judgment. Moreover, had it not been mentioned earlier that Tianlong Kingdom's defeat was due to Lin Fan's overwhelming strength, this only proved that her daughter had chosen a formidable partner. Consequently, the two elders often quarreled over this matter, but ultimately, Su mother prevailed. Thus, when hearing of her daughter's return, Su Jiangwo immediately vented his anger, intending to give her a proper talking to. "Old man, I must tell you. Let us discuss matters civilly. If you bully my precious daughter, I won't let this go," Su mother warned. "You, a doting mother spoils the child," Su Jiangwo retorted bitterly. She's my daughter, not a son," Su mother countered sharply. "You, Su Jiangwo was at a loss for words, finding himself in a predicament with such a wife. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," Su Meyer exclaimed cheerfully as she bounded into the room, embracing her mother and planting a kiss on her cheek. Good. It's great that you're back. Who are these two?" Su mother inquired, her happiness momentarily overshadowed by curiosity as she noticed the two individuals who had entered with her daughter. The two newcomers, one male and one female, were strikingly handsome and beautiful, respectively. Both donned elegant white robes, creating a picturesque scene that captivated the eye, earning silent admiration for their striking appearance. "Mom, this is Song Lingshan, a disciple of the Xianyun sect in the Tianwu kingdom. And she is now also my sister. This is Lin Fan, a disciple of the Qingtianzong in the Tianwu kingdom. He is my man. Sister Lingshan is also Lin Gige's woman." Su Meyer shyly introduced them. "What? This is Lin Fan, and he is your man. You are sharing him with this woman? Absurd. You have brought disgrace to the Su family." Su Jiangwo erupted in anger. The sudden outburst left everyone momentarily stunned, including Lin Fan, who furrowed his brow. "Dad, what are you saying?" "Being with Lin Gige is my blessing," Su Meyer quickly retorted, sensing Lin Fan's discontent. "Be quiet, you unfilial daughter. Because of your association with Lin Fan, the entire Su family is being ostracized by the Tianlong royal family. Do our daughters need to share a husband?" Su Jiangwo roared, his fury boiling over. In recent days, the Su family's situation had indeed become dire, as members of the royal family and various influential clans began to distance themselves from them. This was all due to Lin Fan's role in the Tianlong kingdom's disappointing 4th place finish in the recent 5-nation competition, compounded by the fact that the royal family's 4th prince's son, Long Tian, had been killed by Lin Fan himself. The revelation of Su family's daughter being romantically involved with Lin Fan led to a complete withdrawal of social contact, resulting in a drastic decline in the Su family's business within the imperial city. "Old man, be silent." Su's mother could no longer endure it, scolding him before stepping in front of Lin Fan to scrutinize him closely. Her thoughts diverged from those of Su Jiangwo. If her daughter liked him, there must be a valid reason. Besides, it was common knowledge that Lin Fan's strength was the cause of the Tianlong Kingdom's defeat in the recent tournament, suggesting he was indeed a powerful figure, a young man with such prowess and so handsome. Oh, how delightful it would be for a mother-in-law to adore her son-in-law even more. Initially, Lin Fan felt a bit disgruntled. But upon witnessing Su's mother intervening and scolding Su Jiangwo, and then approaching him with a smile, he suddenly felt quite awkward. Auntie, my face isn't covered in flowers, is it?" Lin Fan stammered, feeling a bit out of sorts as this was his first visit to meet a potential mother-in-law, and he was not accustomed to it. "Huh? Oh, no flowers, all good," Su's mother replied cheerfully. "Ga?" Lin Fan was taken aback, wondering what was so good. You are Lin Fan?" "Yes, Annie, I am Lin Fan." "Oh, do you like my daughter?" "Yes, my daughter is beautiful, isn't she? Ga?" "Oh, yes, beautiful. Have you and my daughter already Ga? This." Lin Fan was rendered utterly embarrassed, realizing just how direct this mother-in-law was. Wasn't it said that people in ancient times were much more conservative? "Mom, why are you asking all this?" Su Meyer interjected, exasperated by her mother's incessant questioning. What's wrong with asking? If he and you are already, then he is one of us, and if he is one of us, he needs to help us with certain matters, Su's mother stated matter-of-factly. "Auntie, is there something you need me to assist with?" Lin Fan inquired, sensing that Su's mother might have a request. "Is it true that you and my daughter have?" Su's mother asked bluntly once more. "Ga?" Lin Fan's face turned crimson, and he nodded slightly. Very good, very good." Lin Fan was left in a state of confusion. "Old man, what are you doing? What is very good?" Su Jiangwo erupted in anger, unable to tolerate the thought of his daughter being involved with Lin Fan. "Be quiet," Su's mother admonished sharply, causing Su Jiangwo to wilt under her glare. It should be noted that Su Jiangwo had built his power through the support of Su's mother's family during his youth, eventually establishing himself as a prominent figure in the Tianlong Kingdom. Therefore, Su's mother Hishome wielded considerable authority in the Su family, and Su Jiangwo had always deferred to her. Despite Su's mother's boisterous demeanor, her strength was not to be underestimated. She was a martial venerable at the peak of the 9th stage, even more formidable than Su Jiangwo. "Lin Fan, since you and my daughter have already established a substantial relationship, I will speak plainly," Su's mother said, fixing her gaze on Lin Fan. "Auntie, please go ahead. Due to your actions causing the Tianlong Kingdom to falter in this competition and bringing disgrace to the royal family, coupled with the fact that you killed a young man named Long Tian, the only son of the 4th prince, the royal family has begun to resent us. With my daughter now associated with you, we find ourselves in a precarious situation." Su's mother paused, looking intently at Lin Fan. "You old hag, why are you discussing such matters with an outsider?" At this moment, Su Jiangwo interjected, expressing his disinterest in Lin Fan. However, a sharp glare from Su's mother silenced him instantly, leaving him to stand aside, glaring at Lin Fan with resentment. Lin Fan, undeterred, chuckled and said, "So, Aunt, are you suggesting that I should resolve this matter?" "Indeed, if it were you." "What would you do?" Su's mother inquired. Lin Fan remained silent, gazing at Su's mother for a while before suddenly asking, "Aunt, may I inquire about the royal family's reputation in the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom?" Su's mother's eyes lit up as she replied, "It is quite poor in an effort to enhance the capabilities of their royal descendants. They have been mercilessly taxing the populace, leading to widespread lamentation among the common folk. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom has consistently secured first place in various competitions, and given the large population, alongside the royal family's undeniable strength, they have managed to suppress any adverse reactions effectively." Lin Fan pressed further. "How powerful is the royal family?" Su's mother, her smile widening, detailed, "There are 3 martial emperors in the royal family, 2 at the 2nd tier, and 1 at the 5th tier. Additionally, they have recently gained a new member, Long Batian, who is at the 1st tier of martial emperor. They also boast nearly 50 martial sovereigns, over 100 martial lords, and more than 1,000 martial kings." As she elaborated, Su Jiangwo gradually comprehended Su's mother's implications, his brow furrowing. "What is the current strength of the He family backing your father and mother?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, Su's mother's eyes sparkled even more, a hint of pride gracing her lips. The Su and He families together possess 65 martial sovereigns, 130 martial lords, and over 1,000 martial kings. Lin Fan smiled, realizing the meaning behind Su's mother's words. He found himself admiring her ambition. She was indeed a remarkable woman. Chapter 97. An opportunity presented. He then declared, well, that simplifies matters. My proposal is to eliminate the royal family, allowing the Su and He families to jointly govern the heavenly dragon kingdom. Su Jiangwo gasped at Lin Fan's boldness, re-evaluating him, pondering whether he possessed genuine courage or was merely posturing foolishly. It must be noted that the Long family had ruled the heavenly dragon kingdom for centuries. Their foundation solid, toppling them would not be an easy feat had they not been cornered. They would never have considered such drastic measures. Su's mother, however, laughed heartily. Excellent. I like this son-in-law of mine. Nevertheless, you are currently at the first tier of martial emperor. Do you truly believe you can surpass those 4 martial emperors? Our reluctance to act has been due to our inability to contend with the Long family's high-tier combatants. In truth, the Long family has long wished to eliminate our 2 families, wary of the fact that we possess slightly more power at levels beneath martial emperor. If they were to strike at us, they too would suffer significant losses. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. If aunt and uncle share this sentiment, I can handle this matter. Consider it a gift for my future in-laws. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer blushed sweetly but smiled at Lin Fan, while Su's mother burst into laughter. Good. As long as you are confident in matching those 4 martial emperors, the rest we can manage, she continued. Now, let us discuss how to lure those 4 martial emperors out one by one to eliminate them. Wait, aunt, you've misunderstood. Su's mother was momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's sudden interjection. What I mean is, leave all the members of the royal family to me. I alone am sufficient. Consider it my betrothal gift, Lin Fan said with a light chuckle. What? Now it was Su's mother who was left speechless. Young man, do not boast. While I understand you are a martial emperor, facing the entire royal family at once seems overly ambitious. Do not gamble with your life. At this moment, Su Jiangwo scoffed, inwardly cursing. Realizing the young man was a fool, acting without thinking, recklessly boasting, a first-tier martial emperor challenging a royal family with 4 martial emperors, alongside numerous martial sovereigns, lords, and kings, was sheer madness. Whether this son-in-law is merely boasting will soon be revealed. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, for others were unaware of his true strength, not even the 4 women beside him or his own parents. Lin Fan, are you serious? Su's mother asked solemnly. Aunt, we are pressed for time. We must depart for Supreme City in a few days to venture into the ancient secret realm. I will resolve this now. Please coordinate with the He and Su families to prepare for the takeover of the royal city. I trust you will manage the situation post-elimination of the royal family, Lin Fan stated, regarding Su's mother with a knowing gaze. Su's mother scrutinized Lin Fan for a long moment before nodding. That is certainly manageable. Excellent. Then you must prepare promptly. Time is of the essence. After speaking, Lin Fan bid farewell to Song Lingshan and Su Meyer, then turned to leave the Su residence, heading towards the royal city of the heavenly dragon kingdom. Meyer, do you think Lin Fan can be relied upon? Su's mother turned to ask Su Meyer once Lin Fan had departed. Su Meyer nodded. Brother Lin has never undertaken a task without confidence. I trust him. Song Lingshan stepped forward, adding, everything is possible with Lin Fan. He is extraordinarily strong and will not disappoint us. The 2 women exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with trust and pride for Lin Fan. Su's mother, stunned for a moment, then turned to the butler, commanding, Butler, swiftly inform the He family, my brother, and father to gather all elite forces and seal off the royal city immediately. Yes, madam. The butler acknowledged, hastening away. Old man, gather your elite forces as well and secure all exits of the outer city, quickly. Su's mother instructed once more. Su Jiangwo questioned, do you truly believe he can accomplish this? I have faith in my daughter's judgment. Su's mother replied, her eyes narrowing. Su Jiangwo hesitated for a moment before resolutely departing. For them, this was a gamble. Should they win, the Su and He families would become the rulers of the heavenly dragon kingdom, flourishing for generations. Should they lose, there would be no future. However, having weathered storms together, Su Jiangwo and He Xiaomei had risen step by step to their current standing. Regardless of the outcome, they had to take this leap of faith. Since Su's mother chose to trust her daughter as a partner in both joy and hardship, he would naturally trust his wife as well. Consequently, the Su and He families, positioned on the outskirts of the heavenly dragon royal city, commenced their secret and rapid mobilization of troops. Meanwhile, Lin Fan ambled leisurely towards the grand gates of the royal city, gazing up at the towering walls adorned with the 4 characters Heavenly Dragon Royal City. Guards clad in ornate armor patrolled the gates. After a brief pause, Lin Fan continued his approach towards the royal city. Halt! This is the royal city, a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. If you have matters to address, please relay them, the guard at the gate barked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan merely smiled, remaining silent as he advanced. How dare you? What is your purpose here? The guard shouted angrily, brandishing a spear to block Lin Fan's path. I am here to raise the city, Lin Fan replied with a grin. As soon as Lin Fan's words left his lips, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, sending the guards flying back, crashing against the walls, rendering them unconscious. The other guards, witnessing Lin Fan's ferocity, defeating several guards merely with his presence, immediately shouted, "Intruder! To arms!" The guards atop the walls rang the alarm, signaling an enemy incursion, and soldiers poured out from within, brandishing weapons and charging forward. Lin Fan took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Today, I, Lin Fan, have come to lay waste to this city. The Long family's time is up. Those who wish to avoid death should step aside. I can spare your lives." His voice reverberated clearly in the ears of every soldier, leaving them momentarily stunned. Some soldiers, disillusioned with the Long family, hesitated, while others debated amongst themselves. What did that young man just say? His name is Lin Fan. I believe I heard him say he is Lin Fan, the one who led the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom to 4th place in the 5 Nations tournament. Indeed, they say he is a martial emperor, and what of it? The Long family possesses 4 martial emperors. Their ancestor is a 5th-tier martial emperor. A 1st-tier martial emperor challenging them is akin to courting death. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Regardless of the circumstances, it was unprecedented for one person to challenge an entire royal city. Historically, such occurrences were unheard of, thus, the soldiers charged forward with their weapons drawn. You have been given a chance, yet you squander it. Do not blame me. Lin Fan shook his head and ceased holding back, unleashing his full power as he activated the 1st tier of his battle body, the Shintian battle body. Against these minor adversaries, the 1st tier was more than sufficient. Chapter 98. Breaching the city. Lin Fan continued to stroll leisurely into the royal city, while the approaching guards were flung back by the protective aura surrounding him. Unable to even approach him in mere moments, Lin Fan had entered the royal city, leaving behind hundreds of guards at the gates, some unconscious, others writhing on the ground in pain from the impact. Creating a scene of utter chaos, bystanders outside the royal city halted in their tracks, observing the commotion, occasionally pointing and murmuring, "Wow, that young man is impressive. He single-handedly breached the royal city. If only he could truly enter and slay that despicable emperor. How wonderful that would be. Alas, hush, do you seek to court death? If the royal minions were to hear this, you would not merely escape with your life. What is there to fear? Living in such humiliation. Death would be a release. This royal family ought to be overthrown. Just recently, my neighbor, Old Zhang, was driven to his demise. Indeed, the son of Aunt Wang next door was forcibly conscripted into labor and ultimately perished from exhaustion. Alas, what a disgrace. Look at that young man, so formidable. One can only hope he eradicates all the filth of the royal family. I fear it may be a challenge, for the Long family boasts 3 formidable martial emperors. And this youth is but a child. But you are unaware. This youth is named Lin Fan. During the royal family's participation in the 5 Nations tournament, they only secured 4th place, a tremendous loss of face. Supposedly due to the actions of a boy named Lin Fan. Perhaps this very youth is that true. If so, there is indeed hope. Let us pray for his success. At this moment, the elite forces of the He family had arrived outside the royal city. Surround the royal city completely. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Those who dare breach this barrier shall be met with no mercy, commanded a middle-aged man. This was He Rundong, brother of He Xiaomei, a peak 9th-level martial venerable, just a step away from becoming a martial emperor. Unfortunately, like his sister, He Xiaomei, he possessed only a 5th-grade superior bloodline, which limited his potential. Otherwise, he would have long ascended to the rank of martial emperor. Following the defeat of the Tianlong Kingdom in the 5 Nations tournament, the He and Su families had been unfairly targeted, making their lives increasingly difficult as they plotted their next move. With the absence of high-level combat power, they had been forced to delay their plans until now. Upon receiving word from his sister that someone could contend with the royal family's top combatants, they resolved to cooperate in sealing off the royal city. Although they were perplexed, the He family placed their trust in He Xiaomei's judgment, for she had always possessed a remarkable talent for seizing opportunities. As soon as Xiao Mei's message reached him, He Rundong immediately summoned all the elite members of the He family and rushed to encircle the royal city. Isn't that the young master of the He family? Why has he brought people to besiege the royal city? It is said that the royal family has been constantly suppressing the He and Su families. It seems they are ready to revolt. Oh? A revolt would be welcome. The He and Su families have always treated the common folk well, frequently engaging in charitable deeds. Such individuals as rulers would indeed be a blessing for us commoners. At that moment, a voice rang out, and upon hearing it, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, I also believe that the Su and He families should govern our nation. Only then shall we enjoy better days. The other commoners echoed this sentiment, and the man who had initially incited them gradually withdrew from the crowd and approached a middle-aged woman waiting in a nearby alley, bowing respectfully. "Madam, everything has been arranged." The middle-aged woman turned her face, smiling. She was none other than Xiao Mei, mother of Su Mei heir. "Well done. Go assist the master and his party. Remember, until the situation here stabilizes, do not allow anyone to enter the city." "Yes," the man acknowledged and departed. "Lin Fan, it is now time to see your true abilities, my esteemed son-in-law." It turned out that Xiao Mei had instructed her subordinates to disguise themselves as commoners, blending into the crowd to incite the people's resentment toward the royal family and to foster support for the Su and He families. Thus, once they subdued the Long family, controlling the situation would be remarkably simple. Hence, it is said that the daughters of the He family are strategists. Although they are women, they possess a keen understanding of the grand scheme of things, excelling in both strategy and strength. This is also why Su Jiangua holds her in such high regard. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, Emperor Long Ting-in, along with Long Lai, Long Batian, and the grieving fourth Prince Long Hui, were engaged in urgent discussions. Report. A guard rushed in, panic evident on his face. "What brings such alarm?" Long Ting-in furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty, a youth claiming to be Lin Fan has declared his intent to slaughter the city and demands that you abdicate. He has already breached the gates. The guards cannot contain him." The guard fell to his knees, trembling as he reported. "Nonsense! How outrageous!" Long Ting-in exploded in fury. "You say he is named Lin Fan?" At that moment, Long Batian and Long Lai stood up, their eyes filled with confusion. "Yes, indeed. He claims to be Lin Fan. What does he look like?" Long Batian inquired. "He wears white attire and appears to be around 16 or 17 years old. Handsome in appearance, unarmed yet immensely powerful. Our soldiers cannot approach him without being sent flying, severely injured or incapacitated." The guard reported truthfully, "It is he." A glint of determination flashed in Long Batian's eyes. "Your Majesty, I shall confront this Lin Fan," recognizing Lin Fan as the cause of their recent defeat. Long Batian volunteered to engage him. "Is this the same Lin Fan who caused our downfall?" Long Ting-in questioned. "Indeed, it is," Long Batian replied. "Is it truly him?" At this moment, fourth Prince Long Hui also stepped forward. "Let us go together." As the father of Long Tian, who fell to Lin Fan, he naturally sought vengeance, for he too was a formidable martial emperor of the second realm. "Very well, you two shall apprehend this rebel and execute him on the spot," Long Ting-in commanded. "Report." Just then, another guard rushed in. "What is it now?" Long Ting-in frowned, asking. "Your Majesty, the He and Su families have surrounded the outer and royal cities with all their elite forces, not permitting anyone to enter or exit. It appears they harbor rebellious intentions," the guard reported. "What? A revolt? These treacherous rebels!" Long Lai, "Go inform our ancestors and the royal uncles to come to our aid, and summon all of our royal family's elite forces to face them." "Yes, Your Highness." Long Lai complied and departed. Long Batian and Long Hui also hastened out of the hall, making their way toward Lin Fan. Meanwhile, in the palace square, Lin Fan found himself encircled by 1,000 guards. Curiously, none dared approach him, remaining at a distance and shouting commands. On the ground lay hundreds of guards, sprawled in various positions, motionless, uncertain of their fate. "Will you not come forth? If not, I shall take the initiative," Lin Fan declared, and with a thought, he unleashed a fierce cry. Thunder Burial. Chapter 99. Fury Ignited. This was a technique he had devised after further studying the capabilities of the thunder fruit. Instantly, the sky erupted with thunderous roars, dark clouds gathering ominously. Moments later, crack, boom. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, striking down ferociously into the midst of the guards. First one bolt, followed by a myriad of lightning strikes raining down upon the soldiers. Ah! Cries of anguish filled the air as one bolt of wrathful lightning claimed a swath of life. Those struck left charred and smoking, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Within mere moments, all nearly 1,000 guards present were engulfed in the storm of thunder. None escaping its wrath. A grin spread across Lin Fan's lips, thoroughly pleased with the devastation wrought by the thunder fruit, and the spectacle was undeniably awe-inspiring. At this juncture, Long Batian and Long Hui arrived, their expressions tightening upon witnessing the carnage before them. Lin Fan, you have gone too far, Long Batian bellowed. Lin Fan, you beast, you have slain my son. Return him to me, Long Hui shouted in indignation. Who is your son? Lin Fan asked, momentarily taken aback. Long Tian, my son. Make yourself clear, and in your next life, keep your eyes open. Some individuals are not meant for you to kill. Long Hui spat venomously. Oh, so you are referring to that waste? Lin Fan replied dismissively. You little beast, you seek death. Long Hui roared in fury, preparing to charge. Uncle, allow me to face him first. Long Batian interjected, stepping forward, observing the two. Lin Fan chuckled derisively. You two need not dawdle. I am pressed for time. Let us engage together. What? Both men shouted in unison, incensed by the apparent belittlement from this youth, a mere first-level martial emperor. So brazenly audacious. If he seeks death, so be it. Batian, let us advance, Long Hui declared, lunging forward. Long Batian, too, let out a cold snort, his eyes blazing with fire. Initially, he had wished for a fair duel. But now, provoked by Lin Fan's insolence, he wasted no more words and charged forth with his blade drawn. The two attacked simultaneously, Long Hui transforming his fists into claws, executing the heavenly dragon hand. With a fierce cry, he aimed for Lin Fan's left temple, unleashing the full might of a second-level martial emperor, vowing to end him with a single strike. Long Batian swung his long blade with intent to incapacitate Lin Fan's lower body. Employing Dragon Swim's 18 styles, Lin Fan observed their oncoming strikes, remaining perfectly still and calmly uttered, 5 elements battle body, activate, boom. The attacks of Long Batian and Long Hui collided with Lin Fan, both men smirking with disdain. Humph, seeking death. A first-level martial emperor, so eager to show off, now, perish. They thought to themselves. However, in an instant, their expressions froze. Lin Fan stood unperturbed, a smile adorning his face, while Long Hui's claws grasped at Lin Fan's head. Unable to penetrate even the surface of his skin, the heavenly dragon hand, a technique capable of splitting mountains, could not even break through Lin Fan's defenses. This defied all logic. Meanwhile, Long Batian's blade met the ground beneath Lin Fan's feet, failing to cut through. Instead, he felt a tingling in his hands, bewildered by the turn of events. How is this possible? How can you be unharmed? They exclaimed in shock, their expressions one of disbelief. Lin Fan replied, Is this all you are capable of? Very well. You may now meet your end. Upon finishing his words, a punch was thrown by each individual, devoid of any skill, merely a raw physical assault, boom, boom, with 2 resounding impacts. Long Hui and Long Batian were hurled backward, skidding nearly 300 meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Spitting out blood simultaneously, both collapsed, gravely injured. Why you? Long Batian stammered, pointing at Lin Fan, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. Cough. How can you be this strong? It's impossible. Long Hui, despite being on the ground, managed to speak, his strength reflecting his second-tier martial emperor status. Strong? I haven't even exerted my full power. Lin Fan scoffed. Now, you may proceed on your way. I am pressed for time. In an instant, he flashed beside the two, preparing to strike. Stop! A deep and solemn voice resonated, followed by a golden phantom of a Buddha's palm surging towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan furrowed his brow but did not relent, delivering 2 powerful strikes in response. Bang, bang. In a mixture of unwillingness and terror, Long Hui and Long Batian breathed their last. Subsequently, Lin Fan waved at the approaching Buddha's palm from a distance. Boom! The Buddha's palm dissipated, though Lin Fan was forced to retreat 3 steps. Preposterous, you little beast, do you truly lack humanity? The voice echoed again, and soon 2 figures emerged from the palace, Long Xiaotian and Long Yiming, the ancestors summoned by Long Lai for assistance. One was a 5th-tier martial emperor, the other a 2nd-tier martial emperor, both glaring fiercely at Lin Fan. Why did you kill those 2? Long Xiaotian bellowed. Old fool, I already said I came to slaughter the city. Is it not foolish to ask such a question? Lin Fan replied, digging into his ear. You, impudent. How dare a mere first-tier martial emperor behave so insolently here? Do you truly think my royal family is without defenders? Long Yiming advanced, shouting angrily. Someone already said that earlier, yet they are dead now and I'm in a hurry. If you have something to say, say it, and then you can be on your way. Lin Fan proclaimed with arrogance, having torn apart any pretense of civility, not wishing to leave any potential threats. You, since you seek death, then come. With that, Long Xiaotian and Long Yiming launched their attacks towards Lin Fan. Buddha moves the mountains and rivers. Long Xiaotian shouted fiercely, unleashing a palm strike that caused the ground to shatter, resembling a cataclysmic upheaval, as if a force of suction enveloped the space around Lin Fan. What? Isn't that a technique from the Buddha's palm? How can it be here? Lin Fan was taken aback, then grinned. Heh, old man, let's see if I can explode you and obtain this technique. Prior to his transmigration, Lin Fan had watched the film featuring the Buddha's palm, which was quite the spectacle. His excitement was palpable as he prepared for a grand eruption. With that thought, Lin Fan chose not to urgently confront him. Instead, flashing aside to evade the incoming Buddha's palm, reappearing beside Long Yiming to deliver a strike. Long Yiming, caught off guard by Lin Fan's ease in evading, realized Lin Fan possessed the ability to traverse space. No restrictions could hinder him, especially not this mere technique's domain pressure. Thud. For Long Yiming, a second-tier martial emperor, evading Lin Fan's speed was impossible, and he was struck soundly. Ah, he screamed, soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. And before he could crash to the ground, Lin Fan pointed in midair, employing the fused martial technique, divine fire sword technique, striking at the location of Long Yiming's heart. Chapter 100. All explode. Long Yiming fell to the ground, letting out a muffled groan, his eyes rolling back as he breathed his last, unable to believe he was killed so easily by Lin Fan after just one encounter. His eyes reflected despair, as he envisioned the downfall of the dynasty and the extinction of the Long family. Little beast. Ah, at that moment, Long Xiaotian was enraged, witnessing the demise of 3 martial emperors from the Long family. His heart aching. These were the very foundation of their clan, now obliterated. I will have your life. The Buddha descends to the world, he roared, his entire being radiating golden light. A colossal phantasm of a Buddha appeared in the sky, crashing directly towards Lin Fan. Humph! You dare challenge me? Even if you're a Buddha, you'll still bow before me, Lin Fan shouted fiercely, causing the space to tremble. Lin Fan extended his right hand towards the ethereal Buddha figure and clenched it. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the Buddha's phantom shattered, instantly vanishing into the air. How is this possible? Long Xiaotian stumbled back 2 steps, eyes wide with shock. Old fool, explode for me, seeing Long Xiaotian in a daze. Lin Fan had no time to linger, bellowing, Old man, explode for me. 5 elements. Thunder Dragon Palm, Thunder Dragon Repentance. Lin Fan unleashed the fused version of the 18 palms of the dragon, striking forward. Instantly, a dragon shadow manifested, clawing and roaring as the illusory 5-colored thunder dragon approached the real form, rushing towards Long Xiaotian. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, Long Xiaotian finally came to his senses, immediately retaliating with a palm strike. Buddha's law is boundless. Boom, boom. The dragon shadow collided with the Buddha's palm, producing a violent clash that echoed resoundingly, before both dissipated after a few moments, with each of them retreating 5 steps. How is this possible? Long Xiaotian was once again astounded. You are merely a first-tier martial emperor. How could you possibly match me? At that moment, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that the gap between the tiers of martial emperors was widening significantly. Currently, as a first-tier martial emperor, he could only match a 5th-tier martial emperor with sheer physical strength, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. To be able to contend with someone 4 tiers above him was truly extraordinary. Yet he couldn't help but feel unfulfilled. This was the realm of martial emperors, where the divides between tiers were colossal. If others were to hear such thoughts, they would likely laugh him to scorn. My ancestors! Lin Fan then shouted, berserk transformation. As the words left his lips, his aura surged dramatically. 2nd-tier martial emperor, 3rd-tier martial emperor, 4th-tier martial emperor. Martial god 1st-tier. Boom. Finally, when he reached the 1st-tier martial god realm, he came to a halt. At that moment, Lin Fan's entire demeanor transformed, resembling a deity amidst the cosmos, with nothing else remaining in the heavens and earth. You are a martial god. Long Xiaotian exclaimed in shock, as he was overwhelmed by Lin Fan's presence. collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. A clear distinction in their realms, a gap in life levels. This is the power of a martial god. Lin Fan clenched his fists, savoring the exhilarating surge of strength. He felt that with just a casual punch, he could obliterate a palace. Ha ha ha, how delightful! Lin Fan howled towards the heavens, reveling in the joy brought by his newfound power. Soon after, he regained his composure. Looking at Long Xiaotian. All right, it's time for you to depart. And no, spare me, I am willing to submit. Long Xiaotian begged, his voice laden with desperation. The higher one's power, the greater the fear of death. At this juncture, he could only plead for mercy, unwilling to meet his demise. However, Lin Fan remained unmoved, stating, if you do not die, how can I obtain the technique? Explode for me. Berserk value, activate. What? Long Xiaotian, even in death, could not comprehend Lin Fan's final words. Boom. This time, with just the power of his physical form, Lin Fan shattered Long Xiaotian into fine particles. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying Long Xiaotian, earning 36 billion experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying Long Xiaotian, earning 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying Long Xiaotian, earning 3 million gold. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for slaying Long Xiaotian, earning a second-grade lower bloodline. Would you like to fuse it? Listening to the continuous notifications from the system, Lin Fan's smile widened. Releasing the berserk value was indeed exhilarating. He began to inspect his spoils, first acquiring the Buddha's palm, a top-tier technique, which he immediately began to learn. A surge of information flowed into his mind, as all the moves of the Buddha's palm played out in his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, a radiant light enveloped him, signifying that he had fully comprehended the technique. Ha ha ha, the Buddha's palm, splendid, splendid! Lin Fan exclaimed with elation, having learned yet another impressive technique. Next, he released his experience points. Feeling a warm sensation spread throughout his body. With a resounding boom, he broke through to the second-tier Martial Emperor, and due to previously defeating numerous guards and 3 Martial Emperors, he still had a substantial amount of experience points remaining, bringing him close to the third-tier Martial Emperor. Then, he proceeded to fuse the second-grade lower bloodline. A chilling sensation coursed through his veins, and before long, the fusion was complete. Feeling the power of the bloodline, Lin Fan was astonished. Despite being of lower grade, it was exponentially stronger than his previous third-grade mid-tier bloodline. Now, if Lin Fan were to face Long Xiaotian again, he could easily obliterate him without resorting to berserk transformation. As he contemplated the hidden task he had acquired, he noticed the prompt. Enter the White Tiger's secret realm in the Western continent. According to the information, it suggested that the White Tiger's secret realm resided in the Western continent. Lin Fan had initially believed that all these secret realms were located within the northern continent of the Tianwu dynasty, as the 4 major cities of the Tianwu dynasty were indeed named after the 4 symbols: Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu. This revelation indicated that his prior assumptions were incorrect. Suddenly, Lin Fan froze. Could it be that the Xuanwu secret realm was the ancient secret realm leading to the Western continent? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and Lin Fan found himself increasingly eager for this journey into the ancient secret realm. At this moment, he turned his attention to the newly acquired special skill for refining. Pondering, what could this be? Lin Tian. One can continuously refine and enhance equipment and weapons, as well as fuse and smelt different types of gear without any limitations. Goodness, no limits? Does that mean one can upgrade indefinitely? This is astonishing. Lin Fan gazed at the Lin Tian skill, filled with excitement. He then turned his attention to the 4-piece set of the Heavenly Dragon Armor. Heavenly Dragon Armor, mid-level celestial grade. The set comprises the Heavenly Dragon Battle Helmet, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, Heavenly Dragon Leg Guards, and Heavenly Dragon Arm Guards. The complete set grants the wearer immunity to 10 of physical attacks and 20 of magical attacks, while enhancing their own attack by 10. The armor set is accompanied by the skill, Regeneration. As long as the wearer is not completely destroyed, they can regenerate and recover. Each activation lasts for 10 minutes, during which they can continuously regenerate. But after each use, a week's interval is required before it can be activated again. Chapter 101. A terrifying reflection. Initially, Lin Fan did not pay much attention to this set of equipment, considering he already possessed a divine artifact. However, upon seeing the skill attached to the armor, he was taken aback. Wait, regeneration? Does that equate to immortality? Lin Fan was astonished. Although there was a week-long cooldown between uses, each activation lasted for 10 minutes, effectively rendering one immortal during that time. As long as one was not entirely obliterated. Even a single cell could regenerate, and it lasted for 10 minutes. This skill was simply divine. But the defensive and attack-enhancing attributes of the armor were rather underwhelming. Lin Fan recalled the recently learned skill, Lin Tian, and pondered whether he could fuse his divine artifact, the Tianma divine armor, with this armor for refinement. Just as he was deep in thought, a large group of individuals suddenly rushed in, royal elites summoned by Long Lai. Lin Fan cast a glance and noted that among this group were nearly 50 martial sovereigns, over 100 martial lords, and more than 1,000 martial kings. It appeared that this was indeed the elite force of the royal family that Su Mu had mentioned. He chuckled to himself. It was perfect timing, as defeating them would be sufficient to level up. When they arrived and saw Lin Fan standing alone amidst the lifeless bodies of Long Yiming, Long Hui, and Long Batian, while the ancestor was nowhere to be found, Long Lai demanded, "Lin Fan, did you kill them? Is that even a question? Is there anyone else here?" Lin Fan scoffed. What? Long Lai had already suspected as much, but he was still utterly shocked. One of these men was a first-level martial king, while the other two were second-level martial kings, and they had all fallen to Lin Fan. He quickly inquired, "Where is the ancestor?" "Oh, you mean that old man? Right here." Lin Fan pointed at a pile of mangled flesh on the ground. Long Lai staggered back 2 steps. This was the pillar of the Long family. With this, all 4 martial kings were gone. "Lin Fan, you will not die a good death." With a roar of rage, Long Lai commanded his followers to encircle and attack, believing that Lin Fan must have expended considerable energy to defeat the ancestors. However, with so many elites remaining, surely they could wear him down and avenge their forebear. Kill. He must have exhausted much of his strength. Let's finish him off. Kill. Avenge our ancestor. Kill. Tear Lin Fan to shreds. The elites shouted as they surged forward, their faces flushed with fury. Humph. Ignite. Lin Fan looked at them disdainfully, raised a finger, and softly commanded. Suddenly, flames erupted from all directions, engulfing the charging royal elites in an inferno, creating a spectacle of fiery destruction. Where did this fire come from? Oh no, I'm burning alive. It's him. He is controlling the flames. He is a demon. As the flames scorched them, the crowd cried out in despair, their eyes wide with terror. They had never heard of anyone capable of controlling fire. Such a gift was typically reserved for mythical beasts, and only a rare few among magical creatures possessed such an ability. Ding, 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 ding. The system notifications rang out continuously as these royal elites were reduced to cinders. Lin Fan's experience points soared, and a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Ding. Host experience points are full. Would you like to level up? Level up, boom. A resounding roar echoed within Lin Fan as a warm current surged through his body, coursing through his meridians and revitalizing his flesh and cells. He had reached the 3rd level of Martial King. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, all of the royal elites, over 1,000, had been utterly incinerated. Just then, a group burst into the palace, led by Su Mu, He Xiaomei, and his brother He Rundong, accompanied by the elite forces of their families. Earlier, they had heard the continuous sounds of explosions and seen flashes of fire from outside the city, fearing for Lin Fan's safety, so they rushed in to assist him. If Lin Fan were to fall, then Su and He families would surely meet the same fate. However, upon entering and seeing Lin Fan unharmed amidst the charred corpses, while Long Lai lay trembling on the ground, pointing at Lin Fan in horror, they were all stunned. You're a demon?" After a long pause, Long Lai finally managed to scream. He could hardly believe that over 1,000 men had perished in less than half an hour without even getting close to Lin Fan. Moreover, this Lin Fan could control fire? How terrifying! Was he truly a cultivator? The thought sent chills down his spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He Rundong gulped nervously and turned to Su Mu, asking, Did Lin Fan do all this? Su Mu blinked in disbelief, stammering, I don't know it should be, right? Both were in shock, pondering how Lin Fan could have single-handedly defeated over 1,000 elite royal members. At this moment, Su Mu recalled Lin Fan's earlier words. I alone am enough. It seemed he truly possessed such strength, and her eyes sparkled with pride. After all, this was her future son-in-law, and the stronger he was, the better. You're here. Lin Fan turned towards Su Mu. Lin Fan, you're amazing. My daughter has such good taste. Haha, Su Mu exclaimed, walking over and patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Indeed, Auntie, I'll leave the rest to you. I trust you can handle it, Lin Fan replied. eager to find a place to examine the Lin Tian skill and prepare to fuse the divine armor with the newly acquired heavenly dragon armor. Of course, you head back. Mayor and Ling Shan are waiting for you at home. Sumu smiled. All right, see you later, Lin Fan said, and with a flash, he used his spatial travel ability and vanished. This startled Sumu, and he Rundong once more. Wow, sis, is this really my future nephew-in-law? He Rundong asked. Future? He.S. already here. Isnt he. Sumu proudly lifted her chin, filled with delight. With such a son-in-law, how could she not be ecstatic? Yes, yes, yes. He.S. already here. Ha ha. Let us go. Time to clean up the aftermath, he Rundong said, glancing at the still shocked Long Lai, and swiftly struck him down. Now, Long Lai possessed only the pinnacle strength of a 9th-level martial sovereign but had been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Fan's earlier feats. He Rundong's blade came down without any resistance, slaying him on the spot. Following this, the elite forces of the Su and He families stormed the royal palace, capturing the current emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, Long Tingyin, and compelling him to write a decree of abdication before sending him on his way. Though it was a rebellion, some formalities still needed to be observed, and thus the royal house underwent a thorough purge, leaving no loyal guards alive. Meanwhile, Lin Fan returned to the Su residence. The spatial travel ability proved incredibly useful, allowing him to traverse freely through places he had previously visited. Chapter 102. Chaotic Battle Power. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the ability, but now he found it remarkably convenient. In the future, it would make traveling home and other journeys much easier. However, there were two limitations to spatial travel. First, the maximum distance for each leap was only 10,000 miles, but since there was no cooldown, it was still preferable to traveling normally. Second, he could not take anyone with him during the jumps. Upon returning to the Su residence, he found Su Jiangwo and the others still busy with the affairs of the regime change. Aside from Su Mayor and Song Ling Shan, the house was filled with servants. When they saw Lin Fan return safely, both Su Mayor and Song Ling Shan ran over joyfully. After a warm embrace and exchange of stories, Lin Fan informed them that he needed to enter seclusion. Under Su Mayor's guidance, he was led to a secret chamber where she typically trained in isolation and began to focus on his tasks. Lin Fan opened the system panel, activated the Lin Tian skill, and examined the two sets of armor. After careful consideration, he resolved to forge them. Lin Tian, using the Tianma divine armor as the base, fuse and refine it with the heavenly dragon armor. With a thought, the system sprang into action, and the sound of metal clanging filled the air. Approximately the duration of an incense stick later. Ding! The host has successfully used the Lin Tian special forging technique. The forging is complete. You have obtained the Dragon Demon Armor 4-piece set. Please check. It worked. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement and was eager to see the attributes of the new set. Dragon Demon Armor, 4-piece legendary set forged through the Lin Tian method, seizing the essence of heaven and earth. It consists of the Dragon Demon Helmet, Dragon Demon Armor, Dragon Demon Leg Guards, and Dragon Demon Gauntlets. The armor set grants the wearer immunity to 50 of physical attacks and 80 of magical attacks while increasing their own attack power by 50. The treasure armor set is accompanied by the following skills. Ultimate Instant Kill. It allows the wielder to deliver a fatal blow to targets no higher than 3 major ranks above them, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Regeneration. As long as the wielder is not utterly destroyed, they can regenerate and recover. Each use has a time limit of 10 minutes, during which regeneration can occur continuously, but after each casting, a week must elapse before it can be used again. Upon reading this, Lin Fan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! The skills have truly fused, and the cooldown for the instant kill has been reduced. What a delight!" After all, he was soon to venture into the ancient secret realm, possibly entering the western continent directly, a land inhabited by cultivators. With such equipment, even those in the Foundation establishment stage would stand no chance against him. Yet, a question arose in his mind. System, what level is this treasure exactly? Mortal weapons are typically classified as human, yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, and divine. Above ordinary artifacts are the cultivator's magical tools, which are divided into treasure, magical tool, spirit tool, Dao tool, immortal tool, and sacred tool. So that's how it is. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that this set of equipment was considered invincible in the mortal realm, yet merely a starting point in the realm of cultivation. However, he was not in a rush. For the time being, it would suffice, and he could fuse more items later as they became available. Next, he turned his attention to his martial arts technique, the Buddha's palm. The essence of martial arts lies not in quantity but in refinement. Thus, he resolved to fuse the Buddha's palm with the preceding 5 elements Thunder Dragon Palm, and see what effect it would yield. Observing both techniques, Lin Fan decided to proceed with the fusion, especially since he was about to enter the Western continent, a place reputed to be the beginning of cultivation. In that case, no amount of mortal techniques would be of use. Retaining one powerful technique would suffice. Hence, he chose the top-tier Buddha's palm as his primary technique. With a thought, he initiated the fusion. The system's familiar chimes rang once more, and after a brief incense sticks time, the fusion was complete. Ding! The host has successfully fused the techniques, gaining the mid-tier divine technique, 5 Dragons Suppressing Demon's Palm. Upon hearing this name, Lin Fan eagerly examined the technique's description. 5 Dragons Suppressing Demon's Palm, mid-tier divine, a technique born from fusion, delivering a strike that amplifies power by 200 times, infused with the essence of the 5 elements, embodying both creation and destruction, and possessing a paralyzing effect that can immobilize the target for 5 seconds, while doubling damage against demonic creatures. Reading this description, Lin Fan smiled, pleased with the technique's efficacy. Not only did it retain the benefits of the original 5 elements Thunder Dragon Palm, but it also enhanced his strength by 100 times and doubled damage against demonic entities. Given the prevalence of monsters in the cultivation realm, this newfound power would serve him well. He then glanced at his attribute panel, nodding in approval at his current strength, at least in the Western continent. He felt assured that no one could pose a threat to him. That moment, Lin Fan retrieved the heavenly source crystals he had stored in his ring. During his previous frantic excavations in the secret realm, he had managed to collect over 70,000 heavenly source crystals, which could be synthesized into over 350 chaotic stones. Since the 5 elements battle body had sufficed thus far, he had delayed training the 3rd layer of the battle body, intending to wait until he amassed all the chaotic stones for a collective enhancement. However, as he was about to enter the ancient secret realm, uncertain of what awaited him inside, he decided it prudent to elevate his battle body beforehand, just in case. Thus, Lin Fan took out all the heavenly source crystals and began to merge them into chaotic stones. With a focused thought, the system commenced the fusion. Before his eyes, the heavenly source crystals began to vanish. For every 200 heavenly source crystals that disappeared, a single, brilliantly glowing stone emerged. This was the chaotic stone. As time passed, after approximately an hour, all the heavenly source crystals had vanished, leaving behind 370 chaotic stones. Lin Fan set aside 70 of them and contemplated enhancing his battle body to the minor success of the chaotic battle body. Closing his eyes in concentration, he activated the chaotic dominance body technique, causing all the chaotic stones around him to levitate and spin in the air. Subsequently, wisps of white energy flowed from the chaotic stones, visible to the naked eye. Although slender, the immense power contained within was palpable. As the white energy surged into him, Lin Fan's body trembled violently, his entire being ablaze with heat, as if he were about to combust. The chaotic dominance body technique was incredibly potent, not something just anyone could cultivate. Interestingly, had Lin Fan not consumed the flame fruit, even acquiring the chaotic dominance body technique from the system might not have guaranteed his success in entering the 3rd layer of the battle body. This was because the technique did not indicate that reaching the 3rd layer would equate to possessing an innate celestial body, akin to the physique of an immortal. Thus, achieving the chaotic battle body meant that even royal-grade weapons would be powerless against him. Previously, he had been unaware of the royal-grade significance, mistakenly believing it to be merely a tier above artifacts. In truth, it was a collective term. He later learned from the system that royal grade referred not to treasure, magical tools, spirit tools, Tao tools, or immortal tools, but rather to sacred tools. With his current 5 elements battle body impervious to any artifact's harm, the chaotic battle body was exponentially more formidable. Chapter 103, Fusion of Bloodlines. Thus, to cultivate such a battle body is not something the average person can endure. Those unable to withstand it would face severe burns and potentially explode. However, Lin Fan, having consumed the flame fruit, was entirely unperturbed by fire, whether it be heart fire, inner fire, illusory fire, or chaotic fire. None could inflict harm upon him. He remained oblivious to whether the flame fruit possessed such inherent abilities, or if it was due to some modification. Regardless, as long as it enabled him to achieve his supreme battle body, he cared little for the details. His scorching body, under the influence of the flame fruit, remained unscathed as he continuously absorbed the energy from the chaotic stones, refining and honing his physique. Skin, flesh, meridians, bones, and every cell greedily consumed this energy, growing stronger. In the next moment, Lin Fan's body quaked violently, a thunderous roar resonating within him, as radiant white light enveloped his form. Signaling his entry into the threshold of the chaotic battle body, He kept his eyes closed, continuing to absorb the energy from the chaotic stones. The white light surrounding him intensified, gradually enveloping him entirely in a dazzling glow, emanating an aura of celestial energy. After about another hour, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a triumphant roar that reverberated throughout the chamber. That moment, all the floating chaotic stones disintegrated into powder, dissipating into the air. The white light surrounding Lin Fan solidified and retracted into his body, while his skin became even fairer and smoother, resembling that of an infant. Yet, he could sense an unparalleled strength residing within this seemingly tender physique. His defensive capabilities were now immensely fortified. He felt confident that even if he stood before a peak martial god and allowed them to attack him freely, they would not inflict any harm. With his hidden cards in play, aside from the instant kill skill, not even those in the Foundation establishment stage, let alone cultivators of higher tiers, could hope to defeat him. Minor success of the chaotic battle body. Ha ha ha, this feeling is simply exhilarating now. I am entirely impervious to anything below Dao tools. Lin Fan laughed heartily. However, at that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fan for achieving minor success in the chaotic battle body. Ascending to the celestial physique, eligible to enter the immortal path. Reward, level 1. Would you like to upgrade? Ding! System prompt. Upon the host's ascension to the peak of martial god 9th layer, the system will upgrade. Unlocking the path of cultivation. Please strive diligently to level up celestial physique. System upgrade. Lin Fan paused, realizing that the system likely held many unexpected surprises in store. With this thought, he became increasingly eager for the upgraded system. Upgrade. With that, Lin Fan focused his intent and initiated the upgrade immediately. Boom! Roar resonated within him as a torrent of heat surged, and in no time, he broke through to the 4th layer of Martial Emperor. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Fan, are you all right? 2 anxious female voices called out. Lin Fan rose and opened the door to find Song Lingshan and Su Meyer standing there. Their faces etched with concern. They had felt a tremor in the ground and heard Lin Fan's roar, prompting their hurried arrival. Hee, I'm fine. Just a minor breakthrough, Lin Fan replied with a light smile. The 2 women exchanged glances, then chuckled softly. Ever since they had followed Lin Fan, they had grown somewhat accustomed to his extraordinary rate of advancement. Big brother Lin, have you reached the 2nd layer of Martial Emperor? Congratulations, Su Meyer exclaimed with delight. I am now at the 4th layer of Martial Emperor, Lin Fan revealed, not feeling the need to withhold this information from them, as they were already his women. What? The 2 exclaimed in unison. That's way too fast. You were just at the 1st layer of Martial Emperor when we arrived. How did you go from that to the 4th layer after only a few hours in seclusion? Is he even human? Here, I happen to have gifts for you both, Lin Fan said, offering them 2 jade boxes. The 2 women stared blankly as they received the boxes, opening them to reveal a vibrant crimson bloodline emanating a fragrant aroma, clearly a high-tier bloodline. What is this? They asked, looking at Lin Fan with curiosity. These are high-tier bloodlines. You should merge with them now, as they will help you break through, Lin Fan encouraged. The 2 women, urged on by Lin Fan, entered the chamber to begin merging their bloodlines. After a short incense stick's time, they completed the fusion, and as expected, both women experienced significant breakthroughs, each a considerable leap, thanks to the high-tier bloodlines. Song Lingshan advanced from the 3rd layer of Martial Venerable to the 5th layer, while Su Meyer surged from the 5th layer to the 7th layer, both jumping 2 levels. Lin Fan, upon witnessing the enhancement of their powers, couldn't help but smile. He, too, was prepared to seek opportunities within this ancient secret realm to assist them in discovering superior bloodlines and spiritual herbs, elevating them to levels beyond that of the martial sovereign. The 2 women, exhilarated by their newfound strength, were suddenly interrupted by Su Meyer, who exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. My parents and uncle have returned. They've resolved matters in the Imperial City and wish to discuss something with you. Let's hurry out." Earlier, in her anxiety about Lin Fan forgetting to mention this, and subsequently urging him to merge bloodlines, a considerable amount of time had passed. It was likely that her parents were growing impatient. Thus, Su Meyer hurriedly urged Lin Fan towards the Grand Hall. Upon entering the hall, they found Su Meyer's parents and uncle seated, their faces adorned with expressions of excitement as they engaged in conversation. Lin Fan has arrived. Su's mother was the first to spot him and came forth to greet him with enthusiasm. Ru Dong followed closely behind, grinning broadly, while Su Meyer's father appeared somewhat hesitant, fidgeting in place, unsure whether to approach. "Old man, what are you doing?" Hurry up and thank our precious son-in-law for the fortune he has brought to both our families. If it weren't for him, we might have faced annihilation at the hands of the Long family. What are you still standing there pretending to be reserved for? Su's mother, noticing Su Jiang's awkward demeanor, called out impatiently. Immediately, Su Jiang's face flushed crimson, and he stiffly moved forward to express his gratitude. Su's mother was correct. Without Lin Fan, the Su family might have indeed faced ruin. Any previous discontent towards Lin Fan had long dissipated, yet pride held him back from expressing his appreciation. However, with Su's mother's urging, he could no longer remain idle and stepped forward to thank Lin Fan. That moment, Su Mayer tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve from behind, and Lin Fan, understanding her cue, stepped forward to address Su Jiangua. Uncle, please, there is no need for such formality. We are all family. How could I let you express gratitude? This is simply what I ought to do. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Jiang's appreciation for his son-in-law grew even more, and he laughed heartily. Ha ha, indeed. We are family, so there's no need for formalities. Come, let us sit inside. You old fool, Su's mother playfully scolded. Though she had observed the interaction between her daughter and Lin Fan with satisfaction, realizing he truly cared for her daughter. Lin Fan, look here. The Long family has been deposed, and their direct lineage along with their loyal followers have been cleared out. The entire Tianlong kingdom is effectively under our control. However, we lack a martial sovereign to oversee things. We discussed it. And since you and Mayer are already bonded, would you consider becoming the emperor? Su's mother stated directly. What, me? An emperor? Lin Fan was taken aback. He had never contemplated such a position. Yet, he mused, the prospect of becoming an emperor was indeed appealing. However, he quickly recalled the opportunity to delve into cultivation that lay ahead. Far more enticing than the trappings of royalty. Living for a century through cultivation was the ultimate pursuit, whereas the fleeting pleasures of being an emperor paled in comparison. After some thought, he replied, Ahem, aunt, I plan to venture into the ancient secret realm with Ling Shan and Mayer soon. Since you are family, I will speak candidly. This realm supposedly leads to the Western continent, where one can pursue higher levels of martial arts and cultivation. To be honest, I am quite interested in cultivation. As for the throne, you may decide amongst yourselves who should assume that role. His words, Su's mother and the others were taken aback. Cultivation? This was monumental news. They understood the implications, yet it was a topic they had never dared to entertain. However, if Lin Fan declined, they would find themselves in a difficult position due to the lack of high-end combat power. Sensing their concerns, Lin Fan continued, Aunt, I can guess your worries. High-end combat power, correct? Yes, while our families boast several martial lords and even a few at the pinnacle of martial lord, due to bloodline limitations, they have been unable to break through to martial sovereign. Thus, governing the Tianlong kingdom is a bit challenging. Though the situation is manageable domestically, news of the royal family's downfall and the change of regime will spread quickly, and I fear the Chang'an kingdom may see this as an opportunity to exploit. Su's mother expressed her anxiety. The Chang'an kingdom has always kept a watchful eye on the Tianlong kingdom. Originally, they refrained from acting due to our 3 martial sovereigns, while they possess only 2, both at the second level of martial sovereign, significantly weaker than the Long family's ancestors. However, should they learn of the Long family's fall and the demise of their ancestor, their restraint may falter. Oh, that's simple. I can help elevate several of your martial lords to the martial sovereign level, Lin Fan casually declared. What? Su's mother and the others were left speechless, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief, unsure if they had misheard. Lin Fan, did you just say you could help us elevate several martial lords to martial sovereign? Su's mother asked again, her eyes wide with incredulity. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Yes, my heavens, is this for real? Su's mother exclaimed in shock. Of course it's true. Look, with a wave of his hand, 3 jade boxes appeared, each containing mid-tier 3rd-grade bloodlines. Lin Fan had an abundance of bloodlines, and having already acquired a 2nd-grade lower bloodline, he found these 3rd-grade 1 surplus to his needs. He intended to reserve a portion for his family and for Luolinger and Song Yuner, but he still had plenty left. Since Su Mayer was now his woman, it was only right to look after her family. Even if he did not become emperor, with the Su and He families ascending to the throne of the Tianlong kingdom, it would be akin to him holding the title himself. He presented the 3 bloodlines, knowing that both Su's mother and He Rudong were at the pinnacle of martial lord, yet held back by their bloodline limitations. Su Jiang's bloodline was even weaker, having stagnated at the 8th level of martial lord with no advancements. If they were to merge these mid-tier 3rd-grade bloodlines, it would undoubtedly enable all 3 of them to break through to martial sovereign. Is this really mid-tier 3rd-grade bloodlines? Su Jiangua was the first to lose composure, his face a portrait of astonishment. Indeed. I believe that with these bloodlines, all three of you will certainly break through to martial sovereign. Right? Lin Fan chuckled. The three of them could hardly contain their excitement, nodding fervently in agreement. Is this truly for us? Yes, and there's more. With another wave of his hand, two large chests appeared, one filled with profound-grade weapons and equipment, the other overflowing with fourth-grade bloodlines, no less than 300 of them. Is all for us? Su's mother, at a loss for words, repeatedly expressed her gratitude. The way they looked at Lin Fan had transformed entirely. With these resources, both families could swiftly establish a powerful elite guard, comprised solely of peak martial lords, and with these bloodlines, they could cultivate several martial sovereigns. Would they ever need to fear incursions from other nations again? I already mentioned it, didn't I? We are family. You are the parents and uncle of Su Mayer, and I simply wish to lend my support, Lin Fan replied with a light-hearted smile, glancing at Su Mayer. Overcome with emotion, Su Mayer rushed into Lin Fan's embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Brother Lin. Ha ha. Silly girl. There's no need for such formality with me, Lin Fan chuckled, gently kissing her forehead. Ahem. Su Jiangua cleared his throat awkwardly, causing Su Mayer to leap back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su's mother shot an admonishing glare at her husband, scolding, "You old man, you are becoming increasingly lacking in romantic sensibility. When these two are in their affectionate moment, what are you coughing for?" Su Jiangua was left speechless, and as Lin Fan looked on in astonishment, Su's mother turned to him and said, "Well, Lin Fan, you two carry on that we three will go and merge our bloodlines now. Since we are older, the merging process may take a while. You can have your meal first, and then retire to your room for rest. We shall meet again in the morning." With that, she took Su Jiangua and he Rudong inward. When Su Jiangua attempted to say something, a glance from Su's mother silenced him, and he could only follow along sheepishly. Lin Fan, with a wry smile, was about to join the others for a meal when Su's mother poked her head out again. "Oh, Lin Fan. Our house has decent sound insulation, and Mayor's courtyard is quite far from us. Feel free to be at ease. I've instructed the servants to prepare some supplements for you two to replenish your strength." Hee. She offered a knowing smile before disappearing back into the inner chamber. Lin Fan and Song Ling Shan were both taken aback by Su's mother's remarks, exchanging incredulous glances. Even Su Mayer was blushing furiously, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. What kind of mother was this? Was she not blatantly encouraging Lin Fan to take liberties with her? And she was even preparing supplements. When did my own mother become so open and fierce? How is it that she herself is unaware of this? After a moment of astonishment, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced at Su Mayer and Song Ling Shan. "What are you staring at?" Su Mayer retorted, "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that my mother-in-law is quite considerate of her son-in-law's struggles. She treats me exceptionally well, providing me with nourishing supplements. I absolutely cannot let her expectations down. Tonight, the three of us must put in some extra effort," Lin Fan teased, eliciting a startled reaction from both women. "What do you mean by extra effort?" Upon realizing that they were in the ancient continent where such expressions might be foreign to them, Lin Fan quickly explained, "Extra effort means that after consuming these supplements, we should engage in at least 300 rounds of intense competition." Ha ha. Hearing this, both women's faces turned crimson as memories of their intimate moments with Lin Fan flooded back, prompting them to scold. "How improper. Well, if I were too serious with you, wouldn't I become like Lu Xiaohui? That would be problematic. Ha ha ha. Come on, let's head to dinner." Lin Fan laughed as he wrapped his arms around their waists and led them to the dining hall. The sumptuous dinner was a delightful experience for the trio, showcasing the culinary prowess of a large family. Delicious dishes presented with exquisite care, igniting their appetites. Throughout the meal, Su Mayer's parents and uncle did not make an appearance, likely occupied with merging their bloodlines and arranging the equipment and weapons Lin Fan had provided. "Ha ha, since uncle and aunt are diligently cultivating, we should also take the opportunity to train hard," Lin Fan exclaimed with a grin. After an exhilarating night, Lin Fan and the two women did not rise until noon. When they arrived at the dining hall, Su Mu, Su Jianzhong, and He Rundong were already seated, awaiting their arrival. "Ha ha, my dear daughters, you've finally awakened." Su Mu smiled, glancing at Lin Fan and then at the two women behind him, her expression filled with meaning. The two women felt a wave of discomfort under her gaze, while Lin Fan's face flushed, prompting him to clear his throat and awkwardly remark, "Ahem, the weather is quite nice today." However, it was an overcast day, with the sun completely hidden, causing his face to redden even further and the women to lower their heads even more. Su Mu, noticing their embarrassment, chuckled even more warmly. Come, let us eat. You must be starving indeed. After a night filled with fervent activities, they were all quite hungry. Otherwise, they might still be engaged in their intense competition. Reflecting on the yin-yang dragon swimming pill, Lin Fan lamented that it would soon be gone. He thought to seize an opportunity to obtain the recipe for that pill and cultivate a few for himself. Lin Fan, thank you for providing the bloodline and weapons yesterday. I've already distributed them, and after a night of training, the strength of both our families has undergone a tremendous transformation, Su Mu expressed gratefully. Auntie, we're all family now. No need for such formalities, Lin Fan replied with a smile. All right, I won't be formal anymore, but I think you should take on the role of emperor, Su Mu suggested once more. Actually, I really don't want to take on that role. I'm used to being unrestrained. Managing a country would be quite an adjustment for me. How about this? After our journey to the ancient secret realm, let Su Mayor take the throne, Lin Fan proposed. Mayor? She's a woman. Su Jianzhong expressed his confusion and slight disapproval. Uncle, that's where you're mistaken. Gender equality prevails, and women are certainly not inferior to men. Besides, I discussed this with them last night. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and I plan to enhance their capabilities during this expedition, then allow them to return, as for the West Continent. I will go alone, and if I ascertain a safe route, I will return for them, Lin Fan stated decisively. Upon hearing this, Su Mu and the others were momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Su Mayor, who nodded in agreement. Very well, if that's the case, we shall proceed as you suggest. With our support, there should be no issues. Moreover, I will reach out to Tianwu Kingdom's Wu Xuanqing before we head to the secret realm to establish an alliance between Tianwu and Tianlong. This way, I can rest assured regarding both our families, Lin Fan added. Oh, if that can indeed be arranged, it would be splendid. But will Tianwu Kingdom agree? Su Mu inquired. I believe they will. After all, Tianwu and Tianlong are neighboring nations. An alliance would benefit both, Lin Fan replied calmly. All right, let us proceed as you recommend. I will draft an alliance document shortly, and later I'll trouble my good son-in-law to deliver it, Su Mu smiled. With that, the family enjoyed a harmonious lunch. Afterward, Lin Fan and the two women bid farewell to Su Mayor's parents and uncle, taking the alliance letter provided by Su Mu and set off toward Tianwu Kingdom. Upon arriving at the outer gates of Tianwu Kingdom's royal city, Lin Fan and Song Lingshan were filled with nostalgia, recalling how they had solidified their bond here and secured their place in the Five Kingdoms competition, leading to their current situation. Who goes there? This is the royal city. No unauthorized personnel are allowed entry. The guards at the gate called out, I am Lin Fan, and I need to speak with the third prince. Wu Xuanqing, please relay my message, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. What? You are Lin Fan? The very Lin Fan who led Tianwu Kingdom to victory in the Five Kingdoms competition? The guard exclaimed in awe, clearly excited. News of Lin Fan's prowess had spread throughout Tianwu Kingdom, and he was celebrated as a hero who had vanquished formidable opponents effortlessly, elevating Tianwu's reputation significantly. The guard, realizing he was in the presence of a celebrity, immediately stepped forward to show his respect. Please wait a moment, sir. I will inform him at once. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea while you wait. Oh, no need for that, thank you. I'll just wait here, Lin Fan said, taken aback by the guard's courtesy. Seeing Lin Fan's insistence, the guard could only turn and hastily deliver the message. Shortly after, a hearty laugh resonated. Ha ha ha, my old brother Lin has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Lin Fan and the others turned to see the third prince, Wu Xuanqing, approaching with a beaming smile. Lin, my dear brother, it has been too long. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly for this competition. You left in such a hurry. You must stay longer this time so that I can show you proper hospitality. Ha ha ha. Wu Xuanqing spoke rapidly, his enthusiasm palpable. Your Highness, I actually came here for an important matter to discuss with you. I need to head to Supreme City afterward, Lin Fan cut to the chase. Oh? What business do you have, Lin? Wu Xuanqing asked, puzzled that I am here to represent Tianlong Kingdom and negotiate an alliance with Tianwu Kingdom. Lin Fan declared. What? Wu Xuanqing was taken aback. He stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. You say you represent Tianlong Kingdom? Lin Fan nodded, and seeing the confusion on Wu Xuanqing's face, he added with a smile. The Tianlong Kingdom is currently under the control of Su Mayor's family, and since she is my partner, I am here to negotiate an alliance on their behalf. What? The Su family controls Tianlong Kingdom? How come I was unaware of this? Wu Xuanqing exclaimed, clearly surprised. This is recent news, and the information has been tightly held. Just tell me if it's feasible, Lin Fan pressed. Although Wu Xuanqing was not the emperor, as the regent, he had the authority to make significant decisions. After all, he was known to be at the peak of the 9th level of martial sovereign, the strongest in Tianwu Kingdom. Lin Fan was also aware of the two martial sovereign experts in Tianwu Kingdom. One was the third-level martial sovereign, Wu Hodun, and the other was the second-level martial sovereign, Wu Sha. Both had been in seclusion, rarely showing themselves unless something major occurred in Tianwu Kingdom. Wu Xuanqing scrutinized Lin Fan for a long moment before finally speaking. Lin, I must ask, did you say that the Su family has taken control of Tianlong Kingdom? But the Long family has 3 martial sovereign experts, and with Long Batian breaking through to martial sovereign during the Five Kingdoms competition, how could the Su family possibly take them down? As far as I know, the Su family, even with the He family, lacks a martial sovereign expert, correct? Oh, I eradicated the Long family, Lin Fan replied coolly. What? Wu Xuanqing gasped. Is that true? Lin Fan merely smiled and nodded. Wu Xuanqing then turned to look at Su Meier and Songling Shan, both of whom smiled and nodded in affirmation. That moment, Wu Xuanqing was taken aback. He was aware that the royal family had spies in the other 4 kingdoms, just as they did in Tianwu. He knew the strengths of the Su and He families, and while their elite fighters were on par with the Long family, they lacked high-level combat prowess. If Lin Fan claimed to have defeated 4 martial sovereigns single-handedly, it seemed implausible. While he believed Lin Fan could take on a second or even third-level martial sovereign, the Long family's ancestor was a 5th-level martial sovereign. Could Lin Fan truly have defeated him? With that thought, sweat began to bead on Wu Xuanqing's forehead as he regarded Lin Fan with newfound respect. He believed Lin Fan was neither exaggerating nor fabricating tales. So, what do you think about the alliance? Lin Fan inquired once more. If that is indeed the case, this king has no objections. However, this matter must be reported to the emperor and our esteemed ancestor. Wu Xuanqing stated solemnly. Then, Your Highness, please lead the way, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Very well. Please, Lin, my young brother. Wu Xuanqing spoke with increased respect, for if Lin Fan could vanquish the formidable ancestor of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, Wu Huang, despite his youth, such a prodigy must be courted. Thus, Wu Xuanqing guided Lin Fan and his companions into the royal palace to meet Emperor Wu Xuanda. Upon learning of this matter, Emperor Wu Xuanda was equally astonished. He immediately smiled and asked Lin Fan to wait a moment while he summoned the ancestor and his uncle to join them. Before long, 2 elderly gentlemen entered, both adorned in splendid golden robes. Their hair entirely white, yet their skin showed no signs of wrinkles, appearing vigorous and composed. Xuanda, what significant matter compelled you to summon me? The elder at the forefront inquired, revealing himself to be the royal ancestor. Wu Hodun. Ancestor, this is the young hero Lin Fan, a citizen of our Tianwu Kingdom. He has come on behalf of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom to forge an alliance with us, a matter of great importance that prompted Xuanda to disturb your tranquil meditation. Emperor Wu Xuanda explained respectfully. Oh, the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom? Has Long Xiaotian changed his ways? Was he not always intent on swallowing the other 4 kingdoms? Wu Hodun queried, puzzled. Ancestor, the situation is as follows. Emperor Wu Xuanda recounted everything Lin Fan had previously stated. Upon finishing, both Wu Hodun and the nearby Uncle Wu Sha gasped in shock, their gazes fixated on Lin Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, Wu Hodun spoke. Young friend Lin, is what Xuanda said truly accurate? Did you slay Long Xiaotian? Lin Fan nodded, affirming, yes, I was the one who killed him. One could say I annihilated the entire Long family, including the 4 great martial emperors and over 1,000 elite members of their clan. At this moment, Lin Fan chose to be forthright, stating his claims directly. Goodness! Wu Hodun gasped once more. The notion that Lin Fan could have single-handedly slain Long Xiaotian was already astonishing, but now he claimed to have exterminated the entire Long clan's elite. This was terrifying. If this were indeed the truth, then he could easily eradicate the ruling families of the other 4 kingdoms, for Long Xiaotian was recognized as the strongest among them. Wu Hodun exchanged glances with Wu Yi, both nodding in mutual understanding. The ancestor stepped forward and courteously said, Young friend Lin, I have a humble request. I hope you will indulge me. After all, if Lin Fan's words were true, he had the power to effortlessly suppress them. Warranting their respect, Lin Fan observed Wu Hodun's respectful demeanor and smiled. Speak freely. I wish to spar with you, just to gauge your abilities. I ask for your guidance, Wu Hodun said again with utmost respect. Very well, Lin Fan replied, realizing that they still harbored doubts about his capabilities to annihilate the Long family and thus wished to test him. A reasonable request, to which he readily agreed. Seeing Lin Fan's acceptance, Wu Hodun continued then, Young friend Lin, please follow me to the martial arts arena. There's no need. We can do it right here, Lin Fan smiled. Here? Wu Hodun exclaimed, taken aback that he and Lin Fan were both martial emperors. If they were to engage in combat here, it would surely lead to the destruction of the palace's furnishings. He frowned slightly at this thought. Lin Fan, aware of his concerns, chuckled. Your worries are somewhat unfounded. I believe we can proceed with our match here. Upon hearing this, Wu Hodun and the others were momentarily stunned, followed by furrowed brows. They thought, could it be that Lin Fan was boasting? He had just claimed to have single-handedly destroyed the Long family. Yet now he seemed to be retracting his agreement to spar, deepening their confusion. Noticing their dissatisfaction and skepticism, Lin Fan shrugged dismissively and then extended one hand, palm facing upward. Seeing his gesture, Wu Hodun and the others exchanged puzzled glances at his hand. Suddenly, a flame erupted from Lin Fan's palm, gradually expanding into a fireball. Wu Hodun and the others' eyes widened in astonishment. Is that fire manipulation? Could it be that Lin Fan is a cultivator? It must be. No ordinary person could wield elemental magic. They murmured in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the fireball, which began to change in color, deepening until it turned white. However, they could all sense the terrifying heat emanating from it. Even Wu Hodun, a martial emperor of the third rank, could feel that under such extreme temperatures, he would not survive even a single breath before being reduced to ashes. Beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the royal attendees. Now, they finally understood why Lin Fan had said there was no need to go outside for a match, and they grasped the implication of his later words that a competition was unnecessary. Indeed, there was no need for a contest. Even a peak martial emperor would be courting death in the face of such flames, which alone instilled a profound fear. Now do you believe? Lin Fan chuckled. Wu Hodun awkwardly laughed, exclaiming, no need. I had no idea that Lord Lin was a cultivator. My apologies. The Emperor Wu Xuanda, Uncle Wu Yi, and Prince Wu Xuanqing quickly followed suit, bowing in respect. Lin Fan, uninterested in further explanations, simply smiled. Is there still any issue regarding the alliance? And no, absolutely none. Whatever Lord Lin decides, we shall comply. Wu Hodun quickly affirmed. Excellent. Here is the alliance document. After you affix your seals, please send it to the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. I intend to depart for Supreme City shortly. Additionally, I ask that during my absence, you look after my parents and the Inter-sect, Lin Fan stated directly. He was preparing to leave, perhaps even heading to the Western continent. The timing of his return uncertain, thus he needed to solidify his connections. While he could easily have his parents relocate to the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, given that the Su family was now aligned with him, he worried that his family might be reluctant to move after staying here for so long. Yes, it will be done. Lord Lin, please rest assured. As long as the Tianwu royal family is here, we will ensure that no harm befalls your parents and family. We will also keep an eye on the Inter-sect. However, this time, the Inter-sect has also benefited greatly due to your involvement. They have become the most prestigious sect in the Tianwu kingdom, and I doubt anyone would dare to provoke them, Wu Xuanqing stated respectfully, as he managed the affairs outside the kingdom while the ancestor and uncle were engrossed in their cultivation. Oblivious to worldly matters. All right, I won't have you toil in vain. These are gifts for you, Lin Fan declared, waving his hand to reveal 4 large chests. Wu Hodun and the others gasped in astonishment at the contents of the chests. One contained advanced weapons and equipment, another held advanced cultivation techniques, and yet another was filled with bloodlines of grades 5, 6, and 7. The final chest also contained bloodlines, but they were all of the 4th grade. Lin Fan did not offer them any 3rd-grade bloodlines, as their relationship had not yet reached that level. Thank you for your generous gifts, my lord. The 4 expressed in unison, their hearts brimming with excitement. With these treasures, the strength of the Tianwu kingdom would surely ascend to new heights. They were unaware that the gifts Lin Fan provided to the Su and He families were of far greater value. Or else they would surely be envious. I hope you all can maintain a good relationship with the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom and take good care of my parents. Should I ever discover any schemes against them or harm befall my family? Then, Lin Fan paused, glancing at the now excited Wu Hodun and the others. Rest assured, my lord, that day will never come. The previously elated 4 responded, suddenly drenched in cold sweat. They had witnessed Lin Fan's strength. Even the mere fireball he had conjured could obliterate them in an instant. They dared not play tricks behind his back, for that would be akin to asking for death. Subsequently, after Lin Fan conveyed a few more instructions, he departed the royal palace with the 2 women, heading back to Linwang town to make further arrangements before their departure. Wu Hodun watched as Lin Fan and his companions left, then turned to the current Emperor Wu Xuanda and Prince Wu Xuanqing, instructing, immediately attend to the matters Lord Lin has entrusted us with. Dispatch 100 elite guards to Linwang town, where his parents reside, to protect them. Any individuals with malicious intent toward the Lin family are to be dealt with on the spot without reporting back. Furthermore, let it be known that Lin Fan may very well be a cultivator. This should dissuade any nefarious individuals from interfering with his family or friends. Lin Fan is now the foremost figure in the northern continent. We must find ways to cultivate good relations with the Su and He families of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, as well as the Lin family of Linwang Town, if Lin Fan achieves greatness. Our Wu family will undoubtedly reap the benefits, Wu Hodun declared thoughtfully. Understood, ancestor. Wu Xuanda and Wu Xuanqing responded with deep respect before promptly setting off to carry out their tasks. As Lin Fan and his companions flew through the air. They passed by Inter-sect, taking the opportunity to visit his young disciple and bestow upon him some valuable lower-grade cultivation techniques and a fourth-grade bloodline, leaving him overjoyed. After discussing the alliance with Wang Bo, they hurriedly bid farewell and returned to Linwang Town. Lin Fan conveyed his intentions to his parents within the clan, informing them of the prior alliance between the Tianlong Kingdom and the Tianwu Kingdom. He advised them that should they encounter difficulties in his absence, they could seek assistance from the Inter-sect, the Tianwu Kingdom, or the Tianlong Kingdom. Chapter 108. Journey to the Western Continent. Currently, these three forces are deemed within his control, leaving Yuan Pei and Lin Xiong momentarily stunned, before swelling with immense pride at having such a son as Lin Fan. Lin Fan also took 3 days to recuperate within the family, spending this time intimately with the four women, knowing that in a couple of days they would venture into the ancient secret realm, leaving him uncertain of when he might return to enjoy such privileges. Naturally, these days were spent diligently in his room, ostensibly aiding them in enhancing their cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. Lin Fan, accompanied by Song Lingshan and Su Meyer, bid farewell to his parents. Luo Linger and Song Yuner, embarking on the road to Supreme City. Along their journey, whenever hunger struck, they would descend to find an inn for a meal, only to overhear discussions reverberating everywhere about Lin Fan's remarkable deeds, which had become almost mythical. Whispers proclaimed Lin Fan as the foremost figure of the northern continent, a master of cultivation, and some even claimed he was a reincarnation of a celestial being. Numerous versions circulated. From his entry into the Inter-sect to the elite competition of the Tianwu Kingdom, and then to the five-nation competition in Supreme City, including his solitary annihilation of the Long family from the Tianlong Kingdom to assist the family of his beloved. These accounts were astonishingly widespread. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and his companions couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Brother Lin, you're truly remarkable. You are now the foremost figure of the northern continent. Song Lingshan jested, a rare glint of mirth in her eyes. Indeed, our brother Lin is extraordinary, a reincarnation of a celestial being. Su Meyer chimed in with a laugh. Hey, what can I say? It's hard not to be when one is this handsome. Lin Fan replied, playfully bantering back. After finishing their meal, they continued their journey, and 5 days later, Lin Fan and his companions arrived once more at Supreme City. By this time, aside from the 10 selected individuals from the Tianlong Kingdom, the remaining 90 elite participants from various nations had gathered at the venue. From afar, a throng approached, shouting, Big Brother Lin. Lin Fan smiled as he recognized them. They were none other than Lu Outyin, Wu Li, Wu Zixuan, Lu Hui, and others from the Tianwu Kingdom. Moreover, Murong Yuan from the Yushui Kingdom and Zhao Yuan from the Beihan Kingdom had also joined them. Big Brother, you've become a legend. You're actually a cultivator. What cultivator? Big Brother is a reincarnation of a celestial being. Is it true, Big Brother? Are you really a celestial being? The crowd erupted into excited discussions. Lin Fan had become the most talked about figure in the northern continent, akin to a superstar, renowned and revered by all. Haha, I am not a celestial being, but even a celestial reincarnation might struggle to surpass me, Lin Fan said with a hint of arrogance. Behind him, Song Lingshan and Su Meyer stifled their laughter, while Lu Outyin and the others held unwavering trust and admiration for Lin Fan. Despite the outlandish rumors circulating, the fact that Lin Fan single-handedly eradicated the imperial Long family of the Tianlong Kingdom was irrefutably true, solidifying his status as the unequivocal first among them. Even Lu Xiaofeng, the pinnacle of the martial emperor in Supreme City, could never have accomplished such a feat alone against the formidable Tianlong Kingdom. Yet Lin Fan had achieved it, thus rightfully earning the title of the foremost figure of the northern continent. As the crowd buzzed around Lin Fan, Lu Xiaofeng appeared on the platform. Upon spotting Lin Fan, his eyes gleamed with excitement, for with such a formidable individual, the odds of survival in the upcoming expedition to the ancient secret realm were significantly increased, thereby enhancing the strength of the northern continent. Ladies and gentlemen, Due to unforeseen circumstances, the 10 qualifiers from the former Tianlong Kingdom are unable to attend, leaving us with only 90 participants for this expedition into the ancient secret realm. Lu Xiaofeng announced. Additionally, Lin Fan will serve as the captain of our Northern Continent team. I trust there will be no objections? The crowd shook their heads in unison, responding loudly, none? Excellent. I hope you all can enhance your strength under Lin Fan's leadership. Until you reach the martial venerable stage, do not act recklessly on your own. Remember, there are elites from the Western continent honing their skills within this secret realm, and their minimum strength is that of the martial venerable stage. He continued, causing an uproar among the listeners. Hearing that those training in the ancient secret realm from the Western continent possessed a minimum strength of the martial venerable level, those still at the martial disciple level frowned in concern. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, once you enter, if you wish to return, remember the location of this entrance. Upon reaching the martial guide stage, if you exit through another entrance, you will directly arrive at the Western continent. Whether you can return depends on your own fortune, Lu Xiaofeng added. Huh? Are you saying there's a restriction on the entrance to the Western continent? Someone in the audience asked. Precisely. To venture into the Western continent. 2 conditions must be met. One must be under 20 years of age, and must have attained the martial venerable level or higher, Lu Xiaofeng explained. Ah? Is that really the case? This was also why the 5-nation competition selected participants under the age of 20 each time. Delaying entry into the secret realm might lead to a choice between returning or heading to the Western continent. However, I must forewarn you, the Western continent is rife with martial emperors, and martial gods are commonplace. You must consider this carefully, as it is far from the tranquility of the Northern continent, where battles are rampant, Lu Xiaofeng stated solemnly. The crowd listened attentively, and as soon as his words concluded, discussions erupted among them. What? Martial emperors everywhere. I'm still a martial disciple. Even if I enter the secret realm, I might only reach the martial venerable stage. It's tantamount to seeking death. If I survive the secret realm, I still want to see the Western continent. I must witness it for myself. I want to go as well. Shall we go together? Count me in. Cultivation. I want to give it a try. The crowd engaged in lively conversation. While Song Lingshan and Su Meyer clasped Lin Fan's hands, gazing intently at him. Big brother Lin, are you truly planning to go to the Western continent? Yes, a man must venture forth. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. But the city lord mentioned that martial emperors abound there, and martial gods are frequently seen. Moreover, it's a place where slaughter can happen at any moment. Su Meyer expressed her concerns. Haha, fear not. Martial gods pose no threat to me at this stage. After all, if I can obtain the means of cultivation, I will return to bring you along, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Seeing Lin Fan resolute in his decision, the 2 women could only silently wish him well. Confident that their man would carve out a remarkable path for himself, as his women, their role was to support him, for Lin Fan was already the undisputed first of the Northern continent.